Ladies and gentlemen, how's the audio doing? I have my dishwasher going, so I might need to turn it off if it's too loud. I am a wreck, like actually just like a total fucking dude, my black eye is not healed, nor is any other. I look like I got beat the fuck up. Hold up. Aiden is the best baby punter of all time. I'm being accused of punting a baby. Huh? Yeah, dude, I look like I got the shit beaten out of me, unironically. I look like I got beat up. But anyways, um, we have, I guess, a conversation with WhickTV. I, don't know, I guess, exactly what we're going to be talking about. So I didn't really prepare, for any of it, but I don't feel like I need to, because I'm an open book. I'll let him take the lead of the conversation. He can press me where he thinks I fucked up, and I'm totally fine with, I'm totally capable of defending myself on that one. So, we'll see how it goes. Thank you for the 2 balls, Mahone. DGG doesn't play. You look rough, buddy. It's gonna be the same shit they've been running with on Twitter. I can't keep track of it all anymore, man. I have a final tomorrow. I haven't a lot going on, but I generally know what's going on. What happened to my head? I fell down the stairs. Nope, I'm still in school. I look dehydrated because I probably am. I don't have any water. You look awful. Yeah, I'm a little bit still sort of waking up here. All right, let's hop in there. Let's see what's going on. Drink the moisture in your... My hair is still wet. Okay, all right. Let's try to call in.
Hello.
Yo, what's good? Hold on, let me cam up here.
Yeah, take your time. Get all the ducks in a row.
Sounds good. Here we go. I'm gonna pop. Oh shit, it's not working. Hold on.
Oh no!
One sec, I got it.
Technical issues at the very beginning of the stream.
I got it. I think we're here we go. Start virtual cam.
And thank you, No Cow Mike, for the 35-month subscription. 35 months? What are you doing, man? That's almost 3 years. Thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate you.
Yo,
that's dedication. Okay, that's dedication. Anyway, we can see you now. We can hear you now. You're coming through loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Great. Wonderful. So yeah, I guess as I was telling my audience, and just to set this up, I saw you posting, or I was directed to a post of yours. I forget if I saw it in a quote tweet or a reply or something. But you were claiming, and correct me if I get this wrong. I'm doing this off memory. You were claiming that anyone that didn't think that you won in your debate with Destiny was in a cult. Do you stand by that?
Sure, yeah. So I think I was obviously using a little bit of hyperbole there. I think there are various reasons that contribute to sort of a cult mentality within DGG. But I think that, like, if you walked away from that thinking that I lost, like, as nobody's been able to argue with me. For example, everyone coming into my replies would insist that I lost, and then when I pressed them on what position I lost on, they said they didn't remember. So when that happened, to me, it seems like, okay, you vested interest in just defending the streamer you like and the personality you're invested in. which is like sort of like cult-like mentality, as opposed to agreeing with like the individual presentation of positions or believing I lost on substance.
Sure. I mean, that obviously happens. I think that we can all agree that in any community of a sufficient size, there are going to be people who simply stand their man, so to speak, right? Who defend their streamer daddy no matter what. And this happens on all sides of all debates and has for a very long time. I guess my question for you, because I was there and I obviously have my opinion of how that went. And I'll just be honest. I don't think you did well, and we're gonna talk about why. But
Sure.
yeah, can you just, out of curiosity, can you give me what do you think was your strongest moments in the debate?
Yeah.
How
So
in what way, just let me finish here. In what way do you think that you won overall?
yeah.
And what does winning mean in this context?
Sure. So my position going into that was that the assertion that this was a doxing server was not substantiated by the evidence provided, which I stood by at that point in time. And for the evidence presented to me and Dickers in that debate, at no point was actual evidence of doxing presented to us. Now, I understand that evidence of doxing was presented to you, right? And when I figured out what that was, I immediately took action in that regard because I didn't know about that. Once again, I'm not in the server. But when they had the opportunity to lay out the argument in their evidence, they failed to actually substantiate it at the time of that argument, and that was my position going into it, and it was still my position leaving. They failed to prove that. The point specifically I think I did the strongest in was when they tried to use the like Tectone Church thing as evidence of doxing, but that was just because Destiny like completely didn't know the context of the whole like the mall thing, that was not like trying to pinpoint his location at the time. That was trying to pinpoint whether or not he was lying about witnessing a mass shooting. He wouldn't have been present at that location anymore.
Okay. So I guess a couple questions right off then. Do you stand by your assertion that no doxing happened in that server, or have you changed your mind on that since?
I have changed my mind on that because
Okay.
somebody presented me with evidence of an instance of doxing occurring in that server. And I
Okay.
said at the time, at timestamp 220 in the debate or 2 hours 20 minutes in the debate itself, just present me with evidence that doxing occurred and I will happily call it. I will happily admit as such and take corrective action.
Well, I have something from a little bit earlier, 21701. Let me pull that up. It might be helpful because there's a couple questions I have at this point.
Yep.
But let's watch this first. Give me a second. I'll put it on full screen for us. You got it up, my muchacho?
Wait, hold up. I'm pulling it up now. By the way, out of curiosity, you're like probably 2 decades older than me, so I'm embarrassed. I'm asking you. Do you know how to hide yourself as a participant on your own end? Out of curiosity.
I
It's
I
okay
don't
if you don't. It's okay
I
if you
don't
don't.
know.
I
I
just didn't know.
don't. I'm sorry.
No
If you're
worries. No
look,
worries.
if this is yeah, I'm not good at tech. I
Oh,
apologize.
no worries. I just didn't have you up now. All good.
Yeah, sure. But let's see what you have to say here.
Sure. If you could actually demonstrate to me that doxing was occurring in this server, I will unequivocally denounce whoever the fuck was doing it and the people that stood by and saw
That
it.
means fucking
Wait.
nothing
The
to me.
people that stood by and saw it. So what? The people that were, but not the whole server. You would still.
Ah! Okay, I need to get a ad block. I'm
No
sorry.
worries.
I
No worries.
apologize. Let me skip the ad. Yes. Furious movie. It looks good. I'm excited.
Have this exact same call to the commentary community rally. You would only disavow. How would you even know who was active at the time and saw it? Would it just be people that responded to it, people that liked it, and then everybody else on the server is fair game? They're cool.
I mean, no, I'd probably be okay disavowing the actual creators in the server, even if they weren't active at the time. Sure.
What is
Okay. So have you since, now that you have been presented evidence, have you since denounced the creators in the server at the time?
Yeah, I think Kosher Kathy was like an idiot and shouldn't moderate a server.
So, I'm not just talking about Kosher Kathy here. I'm talking, and I don't think you were as well. There were many more creators than just Kosher Kathy in there at the time, correct?
But okay, so my statement specifically was about the creators of the server. I know there were like 100 people in there, but obviously I understand that, and I'm sure you are as well. You're in a lot of servers where you don't see every message. I'm totally okay with denouncing people that saw it at the time and said nothing, or people that ran the server and didn't delete it. So so the person that ran
the
the server.
problem, and this is why I think you lost, man.
Yep.
Is you had an indefensible position because there's no way to know who saw those messages and who did not see those messages. We can't, it's, as you said, it's an unfalsifiable thing to say. So given that there is really no way to prove who saw, who didn't see, and considering also that you were banned at the time, so you couldn't even go back and check any of these things, right? To come onto a stream and defend the proposition that this server had no doxing in it, right? You kind of set yourself up for an auto loss.
I don't think so.
And to be clear, right? Like, I understand you may not have had the information at the time, but they did, and they were able to show that information. The information has since been corroborated, not just by other creators, but by the server itself. Like your position was just wrong, and that was demonstrated not only in the debate itself, but after the debate.
Well, no.
Would
So
you disagree with anything I just said?
Yeah, so I disagree with sort of the overall premise here, because what I was doing was as opposed to making an argument myself, I was making a counter argument to an argument that had been laid out on a stream with Chad, Queeman, Dan, and Destiny. The accusation was made that doxing had occurred in the server. They presented their evidence, and the evidence they presented at the time did not substantiate the claim itself. So I go into that debate. My claim is that the evidence they're substantiating and the given sort of aggressive, expectation of acceptance of claims being made was not justified by evidence presented at that point in time, and that's just true. The evidence that changed my position came out later. So
but you understand how these debates don't just exist within the prompt. Well, let me just ask you this: do you think that you can win specifically on a single point in a debate, but still lose overall?
I mean, if it in like a less formal conversation, sure. I think this was like a planned thing where we kind of knew what was being debated, and that the overall premise, the overall argument being made. I feel like if you walk away from that without being proven wrong on the overall broader argument, then I think the debate itself is not lost.
Okay, we may have just a fundamental difference of opinion on how these things work. So for me, and I'll just tell you, when I think about what does winning a debate mean, and what, like, as someone who has either participated in or mostly moderated at this point, probably over 1,000 debates at this point in my career. I think I have a pretty good instinct on how these things go, what works, what doesn't work, and all these things, right? And I'm not claiming to be a perfect debater. I've lost debates before. I've won debates before. It just happens when you have thousands of debates. It's going to happen. The key to winning a debate is persuasion. That's what you want to do. You want to persuade the people, right, that you are correct and the other people are incorrect. Now, in the course of this specific debate, this was taking place in a context of a discourse that had been going on for at least a week before we had that discussion, right? Probably a little longer. And it's still going on. The discourse is still happening, right? And so Destiny's and later Dan's goal in this was to persuade the people who were participating in this discourse that what they were saying was correct and what their opponents saying was obfuscation, incorrect, that they were doing wrong things. In the course of that discussion, I was persuaded that they had been correct in their claims. And I would posit that I think most people who were involved in the discourse, who came away from that, were persuaded that, oh, there was doxing taking place in that server. And as you mentioned, this has since been corroborated. We since now know this, right? So obviously in the case of the discourse,
what persuaded you, Wick, in that debate?
Lost.
Yeah, what persuaded you in the course of that debate?
Seeing the two things. Obviously, the number one thing, the most persuasive thing, was seeing my docs. And again, I did not know at the time that it was from that specific server, but later I was made aware that it was from that specific server because the server itself admitted that and said, "Oh, yeah, our
So,
bad.
so how,
It was there."
Wick,
So that's number one. Number two, what persuaded me is the 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 argument that you were making, and I understand why you were making it, was that there was an absence of evidence. But I don't find that persuasive because an absence of evidence is not necessarily evidence of absence, right? And I think that this debate was a good demonstration of that concept. Would you disagree?
Sure, of course. But I don't think we go into things, especially when we're talking about like instances of wrongdoing. I guess my default assumption is not wrongdoing occurred until it's proven that it didn't. When somebody's alleging wrongdoing, I believe it's their burden to lay out why they believe it's occurred, and when they're given an opportunity to do so and they have failed, then of course I'm going to make a counter argument. Now, the thing that persuaded you was not a part of the debate itself because that evidence was never introduced to the opposition. That was introduced to you personally and never utilized in the course of the debate to combat anything that we were saying. So I don't think it would be fair.
It was.
Well,
It was, but
it
it was done through me, right? And you understand why they did that way, correct?
uh, to get the moderator on their side. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They did it that way because they didn't want to show you my docs. And I do have a question because you have mentioned here. I got another clip that we should watch.
Sure, of course.
And this is from your stream. It was a stream where you reacted to me talking to Tony, and you said something that caught my attention. I was made aware of this, and I think it's worth watching. And I have a question for you. Okay, so let's take a look,
Sure.
and hopefully we don't have the ad thing. But you got it up. Are you able to see it?
Yep.
Censored that you can censor that part of it.
Well, what do you mean? It's hard to describe, right?
I said this to him during the stream. I said, if you want to prove that PII was disseminated, you could have censored it, right? But when I looked at it, I understood why he couldn't. Because it was a photo and a tweet pertaining to his full name and something he did in his personal life. And if he included the photo, you could have just reversed image searched it.
So, my question for you, who showed you my docs?
I actually don't remember. I remember that I went when I heard.
Remember.
I literally don't remember. And also, I went and dug to figure out who did it. Right. I don't even know if it might have been because the person that did it to you was somebody that I knew personally. So of course I wanted to. They were actually a mod in my server. So of course I wanted to take corrective action if this actually did occur. So every claim that was alleged to have happened in the course of that debate, I went and did personal digging into because I don't stand by doxing and don't tolerate it.
So you don't, just to be clear, you don't remember. So what happened? What that
I literally don't. I could look. I could look.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah.
Right. What that exchange implied to me, and I think that you've just confirmed, is that after the debate, and you couldn't have gone to the server to check because you were banned from it, unless you were lying about that, and I don't think you were. Someone had to show you that information. Someone, maybe more than one person, has been since then distributing my docs to show proof that I was doxed. And you may not know this, but since then, my docs has broken containment.
I'm sorry to hear
Several
that.
creators have DM'd me and said, bro, they're posting your docs under my Twitter threads. Not only the docs that you apparently saw, but my address as well. And I am now very curious. Who is distributing my docs to all of you?
I could look into that. I legitimately swear on my life, swear on my family's life. I literally don't fucking remember right now. I unironically don't. There were a million claims being made. I was digging into whether or not this Windy Fox guy did something. I was following up personally with various people who I trust to confirm that what was being alleged to have happened did actually happen. And as soon as
you understand how this feels very sweepy. Right, and I'm going to be best faith to you and assume that you just don't remember, right? And that's fair.
I literally, I would.
But you coming on and saying you don't know who is actively or who was at the time actively distributing my docs after and I think I made this very clear that I was not okay with people seeing this. That made it I maybe you didn't understand, or maybe people didn't understand. Maybe I need to make it clear now that no, people knowing my full name
Yeah,
and other things about me
sure.
in that context, I'm not okay with. I do not want that out
Yeah,
in the
sure.
public.
Of
And to
course.
the extent that I can stop it,
If you, for example, if it was being alleged that somebody in your server had doxed me, and you went to go, it wasn't my server, but if like, let's just say, for hypothetical sake, if somebody in your server, you would obviously not want to be attached to that person if that did happen. If you go and follow up on that, if you saw the instance of it occurring, obviously you would trust yourself not to disseminate it, right? Unless you, I guess, intend to disseminate it. No?
okay. So fair enough that if I saw it, I personally wouldn't disseminate it. But yeah, that's me. I don't have a habit or a history of doxing anyone. And Aiden, my friend, in the debate we had with Destiny, one of the attacks that Destiny made against you was that you had doxed someone in the past.
Yeah, I dispute
Right?
that. That's why the people who originally made the claim have retracted it. But it would we'd have to go into the weeds, which we can absolutely do.
Haven't you apologized for doing that?
Okay, no. What I apologized for was making comments about a guy's wife, and there was no reason to even share the already widely publicized information that I shared. She didn't do anything wrong to me. She didn't do anything wrong to anybody else, and that was a dick move. And that's what I apologized for. But I disputed at the time that this was doxing. Anyone can go look at the Chud stream or the Dicker stream. I said at the time, but by definition, this wasn't doxing, right? And I
So
still,
you posted her full name.
which was out.
You posted her workplace.
That's not
You
true,
told
but we can
people-
say it I did because let's just say I did. Also, they all made that public themselves, right? We can go through I can explain to you.
You posted, like, you had her phone number and her home address.
I do not
You
have her
dispute
phone
any
number.
of these?
Yes. I don't know what her fucking phone number is. I don't know where that claim is coming from. Nobody made that at the time, and I can't dox her address because her husband gives their address out to everyone in debates on the regular. He says I'm an open book and reads out their address publicly.
You also, and I think this is the same person. I could be wrong. Maybe you can correct me. You were in London with a bunch of creators who got you drunk, and you started joking about gutting her like a fish.
Yeah, so I have So I have this server, and then I have this chat called Icy Chat. I understand that edgy, shock humor, etc. is not everybody's forte, and I obviously want to appeal to like normies and shit as well. So I create a space, sort of how I guess Chudded Purpose Spicy, where you're able to be more openly shocking, more openly edgy, etc. But everybody involved understands that what is being said is jokes. These are jokes being made in private. It is an invite-only chat. And obviously, in-group shock humor, when analyzed by the out-group, is going to look fucking horrible. But it's an edgy joke. I have no history of violence against anybody. I'm rapping at points in that conversation. It's happening with a guy called Lumpy Willie. And I think the assertion, even the people that were coming at me for this whole drama at the time, never claimed I was being serious. The overall broader claim always had been that I had doxed somebody, and that's what I had disputed. It was only after I'd criticized Destiny that the claim then became that I was fantasizing about sexually assaulting someone, which is just not true.
So, and I saw your debate with Dickers on this, or at least a little bit. He thinks that you doxed someone.
I don't know what he thinks now. The argument's been, I can re-debate him on this if he still holds that position. Beckett, one of the
Judd
first...
Logic said that your behavior was worse and would not be tolerated on Kiwi farms. Is that not true?
No.
Okay, well, I have the clip, so let's watch.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure this is a timestamp. I hope I got the timestamp right. We'll find out. No! Oh, God. Auto loss for me on this. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. I have shit like that happen all the time.
I just... Okay.
But yeah, I mean, do you dispute that I was like, are you claiming that I seriously had homicidal intent?
We're not done.
Okay. Wait, is the clip playing?
I don't.
Oh shit!
Who are
Wait, you gotta restart. I wasn't in your. I thought you were still looking for it. Restart. My bad. That's my bad. Okay, we both get one. We both get one.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to.
I thought you were just I thought you were looking for it still. My bad.
that I've ever chatters are gonna really weigh it for themselves, unless they're like super fucking involved.
I don't really know, because I would say if you just said in itself, I'm going to do this and ruin Leo Convoy's wife's life, right? I would say, oh, that's probably a joke. But now I've got a lot more context that means I don't really know. And my concern is that you are like one step away from doing it. And if you get drunk and are willing to engage in this sort of behavior, like, could you take the next step? You know, would you be
Why
there
didn't I?
engaging in life urination?
And well, we lost the time spot, unfortunately. But basically, Chud says to you that this behavior that you're engaging on would not be tolerated in Kiwi farms.
Assuming that I was like talking in Q forms, but if I was legitimately expressing intent to go commit a homicide on Kiwi farms, sure. The dispute though is that I was being at all serious about that. I was doing it in a space where everybody involved knew I was joking. And that's why the only version that gets posted is one that is edited. Nobody's posted the full VC. It was an edgy joke. It were edgy jokes made while I was drunk. I had the ability. Why didn't I do any of the things that I'm supposed? If the description is that I legitimately was making some serious assertion of intent and gonna throw my life away to go harm some woman who's done nothing to me, if that was the claim being made, why didn't I do any of the things that were?
If I were to make a joke about finding someone's child and doing horrible things to that child, but I did it with a laugh and I winked at the audience and I had people in chat with funny, silly names like Lumpy Willie, would that be appropriate?
If you're doing it on stream, no. Right? Obviously, your publicly tailored statements are going to be different from the jokes you make in private.
So as long as I do it in a place that I think is private, that's okay?
Yeah, do you not think audience matters when you're making a joke?
I think that certain
Have you ever heard time and place? Have you ever heard the expression time and place?
But I think that
why do you think that exists?
In certain contexts, with certain jokes, there isn't really a time and place where it's appropriate. Especially with, again, you in the context of you having been accused, and I feel credibly, right? And I know you dispute this, but again,
we can go over that if you want.
Sources, right? That you doxed this woman.
Not true at all.
So you did not post her PII,
or
repost
the
PII that you got from another source in any public space?
Yeah, so it'd be like right now, if I use the snipping tool, I take a photo of your camera right now, it would be like the equivalent of reposting that PII, putting that in my server right now. Right? Your face is already out there through your own willing, voluntary behavior. You put your face out there, therefore the distribution of that would not be doxing. Just like it wouldn't be a dox. The name Aiden is technically PII, but I voluntarily provided that name to the internet, so by you reiterating that, that wouldn't be doxing.
Well, fair enough. If that's your position, I wonder if there will be people who have other things to say on that. I guess we can find out as we go. But with all these things in place, right, that you have at least there is some shade where people do believe that you have doxed. And then you have people, and by the way, these people have to hate you. They egged you on. I listened to the recording. They egged you on to make these comments. They recorded you making these comments. They egged you on to tweet about these comments. They made you into content, man. They obviously fucking hate you. You understand that, right?
I mean, I don't know if it's hate so much as people are just naturally inclined to want content, I guess, and it doesn't really...
Hold on. If someone got me drunk or saw that I was drunk and then, right, encouraged me to tweet out that I wanted to gut someone like a fish and that I was going to go to their house and gangbang their wife, right? These people are not my friends. These people fucking hate me. I think
Well,
anyone can understand that that's what happened. And again, back to the topic at hand, back to the thing that we're talking about. You understand that my problem with you specifically, having been sent my docs, is I don't want you or anyone's really, but especially not someone who I feel has been credibly accused of doxing,
I
to
haven't
have my
doxed
public
anybody.
information.
I haven't
I
doxed
just don't
anybody,
want
and
that to happen.
you've told
So
me.
I'm
and
really
you've told me.
curious, and I'm going to ask you again, and I want you to take some time and find out who the fuck is distributing my docs.
I actually don't know. I can look.
Okay.
I've never like, I mean, I don't, obviously it's me, so I obviously you wouldn't. The only reason I even told you I saw it, right, is because I'm
You
letting
didn't tell me that.
Well,
you saw
right
it.
now,
You
how-
told your stream.
Oh, sorry, on my stream. Well, obviously you would have seen. Sorry, you're right. Correct. That was my stream that I saw it. I saw it to verify the claim that was being made, because at that point it was just a claim. I verified that what was being alleged had occurred, and then I took corrective action because I don't tolerate that behavior. Just like I don't like doxing.
You called the person who did that your friend.
They
and
were.
you said that you were going to let him back into your server in a couple months.
If they, okay, yeah, yes. So I am not somebody that, okay,
And to be clear to the audience, this person is a person who not only doxed me, but they have been credibly accused of doxing Lav in the past.
So they,
that we have evidence that they have engaged in a-logging behavior. They wrote a whole fucking program to go into different servers, log every single message sent in that server, and post it on their public website. This person has a history of behavior, right, for years, and we've known about this for years, right, of them engaging in doxing, a-logging, stalking, harassing.
the only instance of doxing that I've ever seen them engage in is when they reposted a tweet that had a photo of you, but in the caption of the tweet, it was your name, and that would be dissemination of PII, which is why they're not in my server, right? Would that be such a bad act where I believe you're irredeemable over it? Absolutely not, which is why if they know they fucked up, which I've made sure over and over again that they do, and are unwilling to repeat such an act again, and legitimately apologize for it, I'm not going to completely brand them as forever bad over reposting a tweet, right?
What if he has a pattern of this behavior? What if we can demonstrate that this individual has not only doxed me, but other people in the past, and has disseminated the personal information of other people who specifically did not want it to happen? If I could show you that information, right? If I could show you that evidence, would you still let this person back in your server in a couple months?
Depends on what you show me. If it demonstrates some major failure in character, then probably not. No. I'd have to see exactly the specific instances that occurred, what the context was, and then make an assessment about what type of person would go and do that, and then as a result, decide if I could legitimately believe they're capable of remorse and change. And if they are, and can go through the effort of said change, then I would probably be fine. But if it's a pattern, it's probably less likely to be, that I would probably reasonably believe, like, there'd be a much higher burden.
Yeah, so like say they did it not just to me, not just to one other individual, but let's say over the course of 3 years, they've done it to 3 different individuals.
Yeah, that'd be fucked. I'd probably
Be a good pattern of behavior, right?
Yep, you just have to show me I guess you just have to prove it to me, and I would happily then engage when it's provided.
Yeah, we'll gather that information.
I just
We'll
like this
gather
whole
that,
like it just
I actually have some.
It's like this like it just this whole thing. I feel like if people actually care, because I've demonstrated that I don't want people. You getting doxxed does nothing good for me, okay? Because I just want to win on my arguments. You getting doxxed just gives you guys an argument to then paint me or anyone around me as bad. I don't want you doxxed, which is why I took action, right? Because I also don't believe that's okay. I don't think you deserve that, right?
But what kind of action is a slap on the wrist for a month?
It's not.
What kind of action is
Wait,
that?
it's-
Like, does that
it's gonna-
demonstrate that you don't tolerate? Like,
it's gonna be
sorry, I'm gonna ban
a
you from my
slap
server
on
for
the-
a month, but you're
Wick,
still my friend.
Wick.
We'll still talk.
Wick, what would you, Wick, I'm sorry. It's not just a month, first of all. I have not stipulated a time period yet, I don't think.
You said in we could play the clip. If you
Did I
need.
say a month?
You said a month or two.
A month or two. Okay, so I wasn't, okay, so a month
Yeah,
or
you
two.
weren't specific, but a month or two.
So I don't know exactly, yeah, I don't know.
Distributing my PII into a public forum.
So,
And again, one of the reasons I'm not trusting you here is because when I asked you, okay, someone else had to have shown you my docs. Who was it? You're like, well, I just don't remember.
Wick, you yourself have said this has been an ongoing situation that's gone on for weeks before and weeks after. What happened to you is one component of a litany of allegations that have been made, all of which I've personally attempted to do my due diligence to verify, and multiple people have told me different things. So I will absolutely, right, look into that and figure out
Please do.
who did that, but I have no intention of distributing your PII.
Okay. But someone did, and my suspicion, and I can't prove this, my suspicion is that whoever sent you this proof that I got doxxed probably, and it may not have just been this person, it may have been multiple people doing this, also distributed this to other creators as also proof. And in the course of doing that, it was given to someone who has since taken that information and started posting it to Twitter. So my frustration
Who posted
with
it
the
to
behavior, hold
Twitter?
on, my frustration with the behavior of the snarkers and that community is at the very best, Faith, I can give you, the gross negligence to take something that you knew, that they all knew I did not want people to see, and spread it
I
in
wouldn't
such a
spread
way
it, right?
that it got to someone who then started posting it on Twitter.
Well, then that
Gross-
whoever. Well, yeah,
gross
that seems like a gripe
negligence.
between you and whoever was spreading it, right?
But I'm asking you.
I'll
who
try to
did
figure
it.
that out. I'm being honest with you. I don't like. I will absolutely be. What I can tell you is, when stream is over, I will absolutely be able to have an answer within like maybe like an hour, right? I'd have to do digging and ask around. I actually don't remember. I would be absolutely willing to give you an answer today, and I could almost certainly figure it out. I just don't fucking know right now. Unironically, I have no idea.
Destiny, you had some questions. Go ahead.
No, I just said I would hop in if you wanted me. I don't have any questions. Fuck. What are you guys arguing about in here? What's going on today?
Apparently, someone gave Mr. Aiden my docs after that debate. And he talked about it on stream. He talked about seeing my docs, what it was. He described it accurately, or how it was, at least the portion that was posted in the server that I saw. And I'm just real curious who did that, but he doesn't seem to remember.
I actually don't. What happened was I wanted to figure out whether or not the claim that was made was true. When I figured out that that claim was true, I then took corrective action. And in the course of figuring out whether that claim was true, I saw your docs through someone. I don't remember exactly who that was. I asked multiple people about this and had multiple conversations in relation to it. I also had conversations pertaining to other separate allegations unrelated to you in regards to what Dan was claiming about Windy Fox, etc. Because believe it or not, I don't want to be associated with people that are going around doxing people and have vested interest in getting that out of my community. So in the course that I saw it at the moment, I actually just legitimately don't know out of all the people I was talking to who provided me with that evidence.
Yeah, but the reason my suspicion here is, in my worry, I guess maybe not my suspicion, but my worry is that you're going to take this hour after the stream to find a way to spin this and an answer that won't be honest, but instead be a CYA answer, because I think that you're worried that this implicates you in something.
I'm not
or might
worried.
implicate friends of yours, right? Because again, let me ask, once you were given it, did you show it to anyone else in private? Right?
No.
Here's a proof that Wick got doxxed.
No. Why would I do
No?
that?
Well, because if someone asked you, hey, I will need to see evidence of Wick getting doxxed,
I'm not
and
the
you're
one.
like, oh, here's some evidence that he got doxxed.
Why would I be?
can
Why would
give
I
you
be
proof.
going around trying to prove your guys' claim for you? My only investment in it was for my own personal action to remove those people from my space, not because I was trying to prove it to other people. I've never disseminated the information I was
remove them
given.
for
I don't even know if
a
I
month or two.
What?
To remove them for a month or two. These are someone you described as a friend. Let's read the
So-
clip. I got it.
Yeah, sure.
Share this. I'm pretty sure this is it. Everyone got it up? Everyone able to see it?
Yep.
Okay.
That was not brought to anyone's attention and seemingly forgotten about. I've not seen any evidence since of this occurring since, right? When this was brought to everybody, when people were made aware of what had happened, everybody took action. Everybody. I unfortunately, despite being friends with the person that posted this PII, not through the Destiny shit, I was friends with him through Spicy or whatever. The person that posted this, I unfortunately had to remove them from my server. I say unfortunately because I don't think this is like a bad person that intended to go and like dox. I think they just saw a tweet and linked it. Unfortunately, that's still the dissemination of PII, and they're on our ass right now, and that's obviously something that needs to be moderated. If I know about it, is this person irrevocably damaged in my eyes? No. If they seem to understand that what they did was wrong, it was from like a year ago, and I probably will allow them back in my server at some point. So long as this behavior is acknowledged to be wrong, they can apologize for it, explain it, and we'll never do it again, right? It didn't happen in my server. It happened somewhere else.
It's not pre-made.
That's enough. Yeah, I don't think this is taking this seriously. I don't. I think that you saying that he didn't intend to dox me, what did he intend to do with this? It was obviously personal information, right? We could at least see to that was obvious.
Yeah, it seems like you reposted your PII, which is why I removed this from my server.
So when you say you don't think he intended to dox me, right? What do you mean by that?
I think he thought the photo of you was funny and then just like sent the tweet, but it had your name in it, so that would be your PII, and that wouldn't be okay.
Okay.
I don't think I'm saying anything that's that crazy here, I gotta be honest. I mean, if you feel like something I'm saying is like that off base, tell me. We can engage with that, but it just seems a little performative.
I think that you would have a far different standard if I found out that Mr. Mooten had posted your PII or someone that you were friends with PII in my server, laughed about it, and I said, oh, that wasn't intentional doxing. I think that you would rightly.
Sure, so you can make up a scenario, but I've actually been consistent on this. Somebody posted my phone number and tried to get me swatted. That person, after significantly apologizing to me, explaining to me what was going through their mind at the time, and seemingly understanding how inappropriate that was, I forgave them, and I haven't, brought this up to them since. I don't really actively associate with them anymore, but if they wanted to, play video games or hang out or whatever, I wouldn't necessarily take issue with that. I've been consistent when it's happened to me, right? I'm a big believer in redemption. I'm a big believer in change. And I don't believe that people are like irrevocably bad, so long as there is some understanding of wrongdoing and willingness to change. I've literally said this about Destiny. I've said I would be, if I believe Destiny was genuinely remorseful for shit, I would be fine. I wouldn't be using this against them. I just don't believe that's the case, right? I hold the standard consistently.
Any
Wait,
thoughts?
so what are you guys arguing about right now? Are you talking about the tweet that was posted in that Snark server?
Yes. And apparently someone's been distributing it to at least to Aiden. I don't know who else. And I want to know.
Wait. What was the quote about, or what is he saying about the tweet that was in the Snark server?
He's saying that, well, first of all, he, again, being banned from the Snark server, could not have seen it in the Snark server, so someone had to give it to him. And I'm curious who's passing around my docs. That's my first question, right? Because obviously, he was banned. He couldn't have checked it there. So where did he get it? He says he doesn't remember who gave it to him.
Unironically, as I said before, there were a litany of claims being made that I wanted to follow up on and verify to cover my own ass, and I spoke to a myriad of people about various things, and amongst those people, somebody at some point showed it to me. I actually don't remember which specific person it was, but I'm sure whichever of those people it was knew that I wouldn't disseminate it, right? And I didn't. I've never disseminated your docs. My only interest in verifying that this happened was to remove a doxer from my community.
Sure. I don't care if they thought you would distribute it or not.
Well, obviously
They
not.
were showing you my docs. I was not okay with you seeing my docs, or I would have given it to you as evidence, right?
I'm sorry.
You
I'll try
knew
to erase it
that
from
I
my
was
mind.
not okay with you seeing my personal name or information, and someone decided to give it to you, and I want to know who is doing that. Did they only give it to you, or did they give it to other people? Who else did they distribute it to? I'm very curious as the answer to these questions.
Sure, and I'd be happy to look in. As I said before, I'd be if I
Wait,
gave.
so who was the person? Are you saying somebody else posted it in your community?
No. I would have spoken to people privately about this. I was attempting to follow up with people that were in that server at the time, to verify that this did in fact happen, and you guys weren't making this up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wasn't at the. And to be fair, I understand now, knowing the nature of what it was, why evidence couldn't be provided at the time. But obviously, I'm not necessarily going to take you guys at your word for it. Once I found out that happened, my only interest in figuring out that it happened was to take corrective action. And when I did, I took corrective action. Because I don't condone doxing you, anyone around you, Wick. And it doesn't help me at all. It doesn't serve my purposes. It's a wrong thing to do. I don't want to get doxxed, so obviously I don't want to give you guys a justification to do it to me. And once that happened, the person was removed from my server.
What do you think it means that it was posted in that Snark server and nobody really said anything about it? Like nobody seemed to say this is probably not okay, or we shouldn't remove this, or...
Sure. So it was like what, 2 weeks into the server? I don't think everyone that was like presently in it when you guys got the logs had been in there at that point. But that shows a degree of negligence and stupidity that I'm not okay with.
Why do you say negligence and stupidity?
Negligence and stupidity because there should have been enough moderation where a mod that saw that should have removed that, I guess, right?
Well, maybe a mod saw it and they decided not to remove it.
Well, if a mod saw it and decided not to remove it, then they're a bad person, and I would be happy
Sure.
to.
So then it wouldn't be stupidity or negligence. Why would we assume that over just maliciousness?
So it's the stupidity. So I'm almost certain, knowing how I use Discord, I don't know how many servers you're in. I know I'm in a lot of servers where I personally don't see every single message. I'm sure the vast majority of people in that server never saw this instance. So the stupidity and negligence would be assumed in the instance of not having people on standby that would have seen this occurring and done it. If there was negligence occurring, which there very well could have been, right? Which there very well could have been, I would need to see some evidence of that and then be totally willing to condemn it. As I saw it.
Why didn't nobody reported it? Nobody told a mod? Nobody mentioned anything about it?
They should
People
have.
just saw... Well, but then again, why would you assume...
That would be negligence, right? If somebody saw, whoever did verifiably see it, that would
be they're supporting
Sorry,
the content,
malice.
right?
I meant malice. I'm malice.
Oh, sure, yeah. So people responded to it, right?
People. I don't know if people are responding to it. I only saw the message in and of itself.
Well, I think was Rita the one who posted it or responded to it? And
it was Rita that posted it.
Yeah, and then QQ laughed at it, right? Were they a mod in there at the time?
Did QQ laugh at it? I thought Dan walked that one back.
No,
well,
I can confirm.
Let me be clear. Hold on. I don't know if they laughed at it. I know they typed LOL. It is possible they didn't laugh in real life.
Oh, well, I'm okay. Obviously, I'm not, like, I know what you mean, right? If they said, I could grant you that. If they just typed LOL in response to it, that wouldn't be okay either, right? I just haven't
QQ
seen
mod
that.
in there at the time?
I'm not sure.
If multiple people see a thing, like the obvious thing here is that, like, if multiple people saw the thing, and by the way, this was like, you acknowledge the Rita person went searching for this, right? So they either found it on, I don't know, it's hard to keep up with all the doxes of people around me that get posted on Kiwi Farms, but they either went searching for his docs on Kiwi Farms or they went searching on Twitter for this, right? This didn't just pop up.
I guess they could have. I haven't figured. I don't know the exact process in which they found it. That could totally be possible as well. If that's true as well, that makes it worse.
Sure. Well, I mean, it must be what happened, right? Because the source of this thing is like 9 years old, I think, right? So.
Yeah, if that's how that happened, then yeah, that's bad.
Okay, so if we have a thing that was dug up from a long time ago, we've got responses in there that are kind of just like laughing at it, and then nobody ever reported this to any server mods, nobody mentioned it to anybody, then it seems like that's probably just like an acceptable norm for that server, no? Isn't that like the obvious
Well, I
thing?
don't know if it would be an acceptable norm if it only happened once, 2 weeks into the server, and then never happened again, and the second it was made aware to like anyone who actually has like a form of like influence, like the main critics, they immediately like took corrective action.
When the corrective action only came when it was blown up publicly, right?
I guess, but like for people, but like
no, not I guess. Yes, the only corrective action happened after we talked about it on Wick's show, right?
That's not true. You blowing it up publicly was also the moment we found out about it. When was this presented to any of us in private? Prior to you blowing it up publicly. The public blow up
Well,
just
at the very
coincides with
least-
us learning about it.
At the very least, Rita and QQ saw it. I don't know who else responded afterwards.
Yes,
Like,
and
I started
anyone who
to
knew
pull up
about
and-
it that didn't take action at that point in time needs to answer for that, because that's not okay, right?
It's not a matter of like anybody who knew about it though, right? Why? Like it's just like kind of probably a norm for the server at least
No,
at that time. and
what
nobody cares
interests
about it.
what interests do, like, for example, like me have, and somebody
Okay,
like Wick
just
getting
real quick,
doxxed? It's not a
Just real
norm.
quick,
It hurts
just real
us.
quick. I have a gentleman who says he was in the server, saw it happen, and can recount. I don't know if he's being serious, but let's, in the interest of my curiosity, I'll bring him on for a moment and see what he has to say. If it's bullshit, we'll just kick him. Hi, you're live.
Hello. So, I have questions about this because I was in the Snark Left server when
Okay.
this happened. I vaguely recall it. I'm pretty sure I was there. What I remember seeing was the aftermath. I never saw the actual docs, and I was told by people in the server that it was the PV leak. So it was
Okay,
like
it was not that, to
consider-
be clear.
Yeah,
we just-
and I trust you when you say that. So that's what I'm wondering, because that's what I was told. So like I was a member of the Snark Left server. I came into the server and I saw people talking about the docs. I never remember seeing the docs. And when I asked about it, I was told what it now seems like a bogus excuse that it was the PV docs, which in a lot of people's opinion at the time was like a low stakes kind of, oh, this was already leaked by this many people. So it's like just people disseminating like publicly sourced information, like, which is obviously still bad, obviously still not great. And by the way, Aiden, like what I want to ask to you, Aiden, is do you think that if somebody sources a bunch of publicly available information, gathers it, and then makes that person a target with their language, either moralizing language or something like that, do you think that's a dox?
Yeah, it depends on, so it can be, right? The qualifier for me would be whether or not the publicly available information was like whether or not it was clear to the person whom the information belonged to that this link was established, and they themselves either established that link or permitted it, right? So it wouldn't be a dox. It wouldn't be a dox for you to post that my name is Aiden, because I identify by that name. I've given you guys that information
And with
voluntarily.
Leo Convoy's wife, was this stuff that like they consented to posting, or was this stuff that was just shared around by other people before you shared it?
Yeah, so Lio Convoy is a Lio Convoy Facebook account. He voluntarily, in the course of debates, gave out their address, wife's last name, her occupation, age, etc. And then through her public Facebook account, which is still public, it ended up the Lio Convoy account and her account interacted with one another regularly. So Lio's present friend, this guy called Gilded Poo, disseminated her face from the Facebook in a YouTube video with like 20,000 views years before I knew who either of these people were. And then after that point, all this information had since been widely distributed, and they took no corrective action to remove or obscure it.
Just real quick, Duck, who
Yeah.
told you that it was the PV leak?
I don't remember. If I had to guess,
People don't
I remember
these
people active in
things.
the chat.
Why
Yeah.
don't you remember? Like this
Why
annoys
don't
me.
I? No, I'm saying that it was. I'm just telling you that I'm like I don't have the logs, right? Like the only people in this conversation that have the logs, presumably right now, are Destiny. So he can go back and verify, and he can actually tell us all who the person was. If I had to guess, I would think it was somebody who was involved in that exchange. So probably Rita or QQ. But I don't want to pin a like I don't remember. That's all the only reason I'm being like evasive with saying I don't remember, you know.
It did seem to be the common thing said at the time that I think Queeman and Justical and a bunch of other people were saying like, oh, it was just the PV thing. It was the PV thing. So that seemed to be the lie that they were going at. So it really might not even matter who said it to her. That was just the lie.
And that's what I believed at the time. Yeah, that's like basically when I saw that was like discussed in the server at the time. I think I even might have said something like, what is it? What the fuck was leaked? Because that would like determine how I would react and how much condemnation I would give people.
Weren't you threatening to dox Psycho?
What does that
No,
do with
I
anything?
no.
Wait, Destiny, what is her bringing up? What is her bringing up my past drama?
Hold on.
She just, I'm sorry, she just brought up a past doxing act. She just, okay, just so we're clear.
I don't know her.
Just so we're clear.
I don't know anything
just so we're
about
clear.
Her. It's possible.
She just brought up
I will
a past
disavow
doxing.
everything she is.
She just brought up a past.
Stop.
Why did nobody? Okay.
Stop.
So Aiden, you asked me in the course of that call if it was a joke.
You too. What we're talking about today, right, is the Snark server, the debate that Aiden had with Destiny, and who is still distributing my docs. Those are the three things that I am curious
Well, then
about
why
and
didn't
that
you
I
interrupt
would
her?
like
Well,
to
then why
talk
didn't you
about.
interrupt her when she was bringing up an unrelated allegation of doxing against me
I
and
brought
a
her
completely
on
separate?
because she said that she was there when my docs
Yes.
was discussed, and I wanted to see what she
Yeah, but
had
it's
to
interesting
say.
to notice there was no moderation at that point when she went off topic to try to bring up an accusation against me in an unrelated matter. Yet when I do it, that's when we want to interrupt and take issue with it. I think it's like
no,
clear.
I asked you. Yeah,
I think it's like
and
obvious.
I asked you about the Leo Convoy stuff because I want you to. I want to get a better understanding of what you think when you what you mean when you say doxing.
Well, and maybe I was just
Because
asking about
I
ICO to figure
personally
out what you
believe
mean.
that what you did was still disseminating a dox in like a way that was irresponsible and could have possibly caused harm to the party. Involved.
I could actually totally agree with you that it was irresponsible for sure. I
Yeah.
just don't think it was doxing.
I don't think that like this whole like, oh, it's only doxing when it's this hyper specific definition.
Well, it's not
I don't think that's
hyper-specific.
really like benefiting anybody in this discussion because the problem is that we're invoking harassment on people that are uninvolved parties in this, right?
You considered it
So
doxing.
even it doesn't matter
Didn't
how you got
consider it
the
doxing?
information, you
don't
still decided
you
to
consider it-
harass an
Don't
uninvolved
you consider
party.
it doxing when people post your face that you streamed with your camera on?
No, I
You
don't.
accused
What do
Spicy
you mean?
Chat in the debate with me.
No, I've never accused that. I've
Because
never.
there was a
I don't know what you're talking about.
Because there was a
Aiden.
second. It was
Okay.
literally in the
You
debate with me.
might be-
Publicly
you might be
available.
calling
repeating
in.
stuff that's
Thanks
just
for
like
calling in.
Publicly
I think
available.
Yeah, yeah. Have a good
that,
one. Bye.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Yeah, just so we're clear, that did happen. It's publicly available, but
Fair enough. I don't know. I just find this is my problem. Well, can I just ask you this, Aiden? Do you now believe or trust Destiny more than you did before the debate after having found out that he was simply correct and you were incorrect in the nature of the server?
on the specific claim that there was wrongdoing occurring in that server, obviously, because I've seen evidence that wrongdoing
but
was occurring in
would
that
you-
server.
So since he was correct on that, does it in your mind make it more likely that his other claims might also be correct?
Sort of.
Does the chance of that increase in your mind?
Sort of.
at all?
It's going to depend on the claim because I obviously know that Destiny is personally connected to this story and has vested interest in making a lot of the people involved look bad. And just with that fact in mind, and it's the same thing, by the way, with the which is why I wasn't immediately accepting of like claims that were being made against Destiny in regards to the fucking whatever her name is, the Brit shit or whatever, right? I believe I will be like, I'll take it on a claim by claim basis, and I'll try to figure out whether or not it's like a case of, is he attempting to do some narrative control to flip something to make the opposition look bad, or could there be like something genuinely there? And there could be, right? In this instance there was, especially when it pertained to you. I'd have to take it on a claim by claim basis, but my standard is going to be, I'm going to need some evidence before I just accept the claim at face value. And I have that with everybody, right? I have that with everybody. Even when it's claims that work against you guys, all I ask for is evidence. Believe it or not, I don't want the people around you to get doxxed because it's not a good thing to do and it looks bad for me. And if that was occurring and I was told about it and provided evidence for it, I am totally willing to take corrective action.
I don't know, man.
What
I
is
don't know.
confusing about that?
I think that again, I suspect, and I can't prove, that you seem to be very eager and willing to take people's word for it when they say that no bad actions are occurring here. But when you were presented with, first of all, when I was presented with evidence and you simply did not trust my word,
I don't know
and
you.
then
Oh.
later on, right, when more evidence came out and things like that, have you switched your position on JStalk on this?
Have I switched my position in regards to what specifically?
Sure, to his actions in regards to Destiny and their little beef.
So I haven't even begun to try to dive into that because it's just super convoluted. But if I haven't made a claim that he either did or didn't do something, I don't really know. Just for context, I only recently reestablished like communication with this guy. I've heard allegations that he was distributing CP, and then I looked into that. I didn't. I've heard like a defense, and I've heard a counterclaim. I don't know what's going on there. I mean, if you're claiming that some significant wrongdoing is occurring, I'd be happy to look into it. But I'm not like close with JStalk or anything. We don't really talk.
Okay.
I'm curious, what's like the consensus opinion on Doobie right now?
I don't really, I don't know. In regards to the minors role in the politics or whatever, I think that's a fucking horrible idea.
Well, not just the minors role, but there's the minors role, the fact that he says he's made multiple copies of CP to help the FBI, that he lets pedos into the server, that they have a 16-year-old mod that they've met up with in real life, that he's okay with pedophiles coming in and talking sexually about things in the server that minors are looking at. Like,
Yeah, that shit.
these are all like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a completely responsible moderation or whatever. I mean, look, I don't know Doobie like at all. I spoke to this guy once, like 4 years ago on a Prime Case panel. I'm not like you have to understand. I'm not like this locked in. I'm like anti.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're a lot. I'm not expecting you. I'm not so much expecting you to have a strong opinion. I'm curious, why do you think that like nobody else in that circle seems to be talking about it at all?
Well, probably because they believe that your description, probably because they believe that your description is maybe inaccurate. I would imagine, or that you're trying
But
to.
Doobie hasn't contested any of the description I just gave. Literally, he said half the things, or all the things actually that I've tweeted.
Well,
out.
has Quayman or J-Stock ever like come out and like endorse the notion of like having minors in the politics server?
No, but they just don't address it. They won't talk about it, and they just fix it on me.
Well, I mean, if asked about it and they refuse, if they're asked about it directly and refuse to talk about it, then I'll absolutely call them for that because I think it's a horrible idea to have minors in your servers, right?
Okay. I'd be curious. Well, not just minors, but also minors, and the fact that the server owner admits that there are pedophiles in there. He's okay with them hunting minors so that he can collect CSAM to give to the FBI to turn these people in. And
Wait.
like these are all kinds of Doobie's made. Yeah.
He said he's wait. He said he's okay with pedophiles being in the server to hunt minors.
Because it allows him to help. You're laughing, but like, yeah.
Well,
I know,
it's just like a crazy. I mean, like
it is crazy. I do agree with you. No, I'm actually not making fun of you. It is crazy, but he's literally said this because it allows him to hunt some of these guys and then turn them into the FBI and everything. There's an explicit audio of him talking about how like he's okay with like pedophiles having discussions about, or it depends on the context, but it can be okay for them to have discussions about sexual activity while there are minors in the voice chat talking as well. Like, yeah, these are all things he said. I'm not accusing you of not looking into it. I'm just curious, like, assuming everything I'm saying is true or half of it is true, and I've tweeted out like tons of clips of all this stuff, and Doobie hasn't denied any of it. It's kind of weird that just and Quayman and these guys like don't even talk about it, right?
Well, okay. So if what you're saying is exactly as it occurred, then yes. I would venture to guess that if I was to look into it, there would probably be some dispute in your description, which they would probably like provide as justification why they're not talking about it. I'd have to listen to that argument and then accept it based on whether or not
for $10,
valid.
just real quick.
Yep.
For $10, Parallax says Steven is lying through his teeth right now. Doobie has never said this.
Said which thing? I can probably find it on my Twitter if you want. I'll also be right. 1 second.
Okay. I don't know. He's getting it.
Yeah.
If you want to come on, Para, just jump backstage and we can talk about it. But
is Doobie allowed to call in? Because someone in my chat is like implying that he might not be allowed in here. Is that true or not?
Well, it depends who. Like I banned some people. Who is it?
No, I'm saying would Doobie himself be allowed to come in here?
That's up to for this discussion. I would be okay with it.
Okay. Well,
But again, I now have me and Doobie are not friends, to be clear.
I know, but if the guy's having like serious claims made about him, I think he has a right to come in and dispute
I would
them.
not have an issue if Doobie wanted to answer to this and he wanted to jump backstage and be pulled in. Fair enough. I would not object to it.
Do you think that do you also think it's weird that Justical is like so afraid of touching the Cherry stuff that he is like willing to cede any conversation, debate, like challenge Dan and then backed out from it? What do you think he's hiding there, or why do you think he has that position on that?
Because I think he's too personally connected on that front, obviously, and to talk about it would probably involve like getting into personal details about her or himself that are probably unideal for him to talk about. I agree that, you know, I'm somebody of the belief that you should always show up for the debate, which is why I came to this conversation.
Wait, isn't it kind of weird that he was so okay digging into so many personal details around me and having Cherry on his stream while lying about dating her for months? Isn't that kind of not fair?
I mean, I think that would probably be a double standard, obviously, right? Obviously
kind of misleading too, right?
If he said that he hadn't been dating her and he was, yeah, that would be misleading. Yes. If what you're saying is true, I would agree with your descriptive statements. The only contention would be, obviously I haven't looked into it, so I'm not accepting that as it's 100% true. But if it is, then yeah, I think that would be an accurate. Probably it would be accurate to describe the scenario you've just laid out as misleading. The only contention would be, I just want to figure out if that happened.
Sure.
Interesting. yeah, I am very curious to see who will say what after this. This has been an interesting conversation. You also said, well, you said, do you still stand by the claim that you won the debate? Is that still something that you think that has happened, given all the things we've talked about today, all the things that have happened since the debate, all the discourse that has gone on? Do you still stand by your statement here
Yeah,
that you were
from the
successful in beating Destiny?
okay, so from the position, okay, yes, I felt as though at that point in time, Destiny failed to provide evidence that that accurately demonstrated his claim. Evidence was provided to you personally that was not given to me that demonstrated the claim. But in the course of that debate, it was not presented. When I was given that evidence after the fact, I revised my position. But from the claim that there was not enough evidence to justify the descriptive statement being made, I believe I was correct in that, and that wasn't disputed in its entirety at the time. Yeah.
Okay. I guess we'll let people decide for themselves. Did you have anything that you wanted to talk to me or Destiny about, that you wanted to question us or have me answer for? Or
Do you think that if, just curious, do you think that if Justical ever made the statement, I will literally never fuck somebody from this community in a million years, book it and cancel me if I ever fail to live up to this?
I
If
saw that
Justical had
one.
made that, yeah, if he had made that statement while secretly dating Cherry, while platforming her allegations against me,
Yeah,
and saying that they had no romantic relationships, isn't that would be pretty fucked, right?
Yeah, and I've called on that one. So I've seen the exact message you're referring to. I gave Jay Stock shit for the Cherry stuff. That was part of the reason. I was kind of poking fun at that at the time in an unrelated conversation we were having. That was part of the reason we initially felt I've given him shit over that, right? I absolutely believe that like you should that statement isn't true, and it would be retarded to say something like that. And misleading.
Food Chops, hello.
Hello, hi.
You had something to say? Go ahead.
Yes. So, Aiden, you said that I was running from you.
Well, because you were.
What is the topic? What is the topic you want to talk about?
I don't even remember what I wanted to debate you on at the time. I just remember you were making a claim about me on stream, and I wanted to debate you on it.
Okay, so just to be very clear, okay, I have debated people who are far smarter than you, okay, and even they ran away. All right, so it's not
Wow.
it's not about that. It's that you, like, I already debated you 2 times. Okay, like, what else do you want to talk about? I guess that
Well,
we
you're
haven't
making.
already
I don't
covered.
remember exactly. So obviously, I said this weeks. It's weird that you're coming in now. Well, Destiny's here to follow up on that debate because I'd asked you. How long ago did I ask you to debate me? I don't remember exactly what I wanted to debate you on at the
Just
time.
ignore him. Just ignore him. Okay. If he says anything, I'll shut him up. Okay?
No, I'm not saying he's doing.
I'm
I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong right now. I'm saying it's just like I think it's a little cowardly for you to not take the offer up at the time and only now show up when he's here. I think that's like a little bit cowardly, right?
Well, it's because Wick told me. He's like, oh yeah, by the way,
Well,
Aiden's here. And I'm
okay,
like, okay.
so you didn't know that I was trying to debate you at the time?
Okay, would you consider it cowardly?
Can you answer my
like,
question?
After debating you
Can
twice?
you answer my question?
Like, why would
Can
you
answer my
consider it
question?
cowardly after debating
Can you answer
you
my
twice?
question?
And then...
Did you know that I wanted to debate you at the time?
Are we gonna debate about the topic you want to talk about?
So you can't answer.
Okay,
So you
so
can't
hold
answer the
on.
question.
Hold
Got
on,
it.
both of you. If you guys are just going to argue about another debate that has nothing to do with this, I don't particularly give a shit.
Yep.
I don't care. Do you have anything for Aiden on this specific topic that we're talking about tonight?
Nope. Outside of the fact that I think I just feel bad for Aiden, just primarily because it just feels like he's being used as a pawn by people like Queeman and Jay Stelk. I find it kind of sad that Queeman and Jay Stelk wouldn't debate Steven after that one, especially like Chud Logic blowout, right? And I think that Aiden, I think you're just being used.
Is Queeman refusing a debate with Steven? I don't.
Well, Queeman could do right now.
No, I mean, Steven has said many times, like, oh yeah,
Queeman could do right now if he wanted, and someone could DM him, right? And I'm sure people will. He could jump backstage right now in my Discord, and I will pull him in, and he can have a chat with Destiny and I. That is something that he could do. But Food Chops, if you don't have anything else, thank you for calling in.
Nope, nothing else. Yeah, all right.
And we'll talk to you later. Okay. But Jay Stalk too, right? What's up, Destiny?
Guys, nowhere near any of this. I'm just curious. Have you seen all the Doobie things?
No, I've seen.
Wait, no, I'm asking. I was asking Wick.
Oh,
Have you
sorry,
seen the Doobie?
I haven't. My big beef with Doobie is he's broken my trust a few times. In the most recent time, I do believe that he used what should have been a private thing as basically a human shield to protect him from criticism, in a
That's
way
fine.
that I found reprehensible.
Okay, wait, I'm curious. Can we just run through a few things? I'm just curious what the.
Can you guys hear me? My Discord just crashed. The fuck? Yeah, sorry, my shit just crashed.
Okay,
Mm.
give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pull him up. And hopefully people can read these. So, where is this from? Do we have context here?
I think they're just things that he's posted in his server.
Okay. Doobie says, I don't think I've ever verbally asked for consent from a woman. Thorfinn, yo, big Doobie fan. Vulcan, the Spanish Civil War is never really considered the starting point. Okay, who cares? Doobie says, and I've been with a lot of women. I hate listening to trans people speak. They either sound like fucked up, breathy, drug addicted hookers or else. I think that's mean, but I don't think that's necessarily.
Yeah. Next one. Go ahead.
Give me a second. Boom, boom. Okay, Lethal Lance says, I think the question was, would you allow a pedophile to describe anal sex in the presence of a minor? And your answer was, it depends. Doobie says, that wasn't the question, shake my head. I think discussing sex around them is fine in some contexts. We're talking about primarily high school students right now. They've gone through sex ed. Anal sex? Anal cavity? Anal? Doobie says, as long as it isn't too graphic or flirty, I think it's fine. Would depend on the specific combo, though.
Here's a next one.
This is North says, did taking screenshots of the evidence mean you had CSAM on your computer? Doobie says, while I was reporting it, sure. This is why I mentioned the Gideon thing yesterday. Sometimes you do need to make copies of it to report it. Valorfax says, not the one for sending your own photos at your own consent. And Doobie says, then you delete all the copies. Obviously, I'll show you.
Next one.
Okay. This is from his admin chat. It looks like in the politics Discord server. Parth says, yes, I did. Of course, I can do that. What do you mean? Because I told them everyone to join the discussion and reach common ground before detaining. And when I wrote that, I actually didn't even look into that case. It was due to unexplained detains that was previously dealt with. Parth says, I have a few stuff to say on that. I feel like it doesn't really address what I said, but I'll try to respond after I complete this thing quickly. Doobie says, take your time, sir. I'm curious, though. If we found out that this guy lived in a country with an age of consent of 14, and he was talking to a 15-year-old from another server sexually in DMs, would you say he should be banned? Or do you think we shouldn't ban because there's no connection to this server? Knives says, I don't know why you're acting like Terry doesn't know any better. Dude literally sends thousands of DMs to minors and spends retarded amounts of money on e-girl who are openly taking advantage of him. It's not healthy for this dude to be on the server. Knives also, in response to the I'm curious, though, question of Doobie, says, I'm pretty sure Discord is strict that sexual conversations cannot occur with individuals under 18. Doobie says, yeah, but if it's happening elsewhere, why would it be on us to enforce that?
Next one.
there was a 16-year-old girl at the mod team meetup because she was also a mod.
What is he referring to his server there?
Yes.
Okay.
Next, quick kind of thing, kind of a weird thing, issue he had with a person on that server. Tell me what you think he's doing there.
So Doobie says, fingers crossed, I dug into Lucian a bit and narrowed him down to like 75 students. Excuse me, Fleek says, 75 students? Fuck does that mean? Doobie says, I found his college in the section that houses freshmen and singles. So I know he's in one of 2 dorms. I looked through the clubs at the school because he'd mentioned a club in his major, and they're like 75% Asian. So if it's actually white, he's one of 100 students. And that's with like bare minimum info. Excuse me, Fleek says, give me his info so I can dox him next, JK.
Then last thing, just a quick audio thing, so we don't have the out of context meme. Let it play for like 3 minutes, and then you
Dangerous
decide
to
you
have on
want to
the
keep it.
server. Actually, like molesting children, right? Because I think that person would be dangerous to have on the server. But I mean somebody who has like an attraction to children. Because I consider pedophilia to be potentially. But I think that pedophilia is like it's a paraphilia, right? So it's a mental illness, basically. We consider it to be a mental illness, and these people don't choose to have it. They develop that way.
Question for that.
I think it'd be very interesting to like. I mean, I know a couple of people who are pedophiles and who are going to like therapy and been going to therapy for years to try to like.
So you're saying you allow?
It's sort of like conversion therapy, where they try to shift their attraction upwards over like years of therapy and like conditioning. It's very, very difficult, and it's usually not successful.
So you'd allow pedophiles in the server? You'd allow
No,
pedophiles
I've
on the
got a
server?
question to that. No, you've already asked that question. I want to ask a question. If there was like, you was allowed to allow pedophiles within the server, would you get rid of the minors then to protect them, or would you keep the minors within the server also?
Yeah, no, I still allow them.
What type of fucking conversation did I join?
Like the reality is that most people who molest children are not like pedophiles. Right?
Wait,
They're, like,
so
sexual opportunists.
Doobie, you would allow pedophiles?
When I say pedophile, I mean somebody has a primary attraction to children, right? So when they are thinking about things they're attracted to, children are first, right? That's a pedophile. But if somebody is attracted to adult women primarily, but if the opportunity to fuck with a 15-year-old comes up, they're going to do it. That person's just a sexual opportunist, and that's the majority of child molesters, right? So it's kind of the risk exists just having adults on the platform.
Wait, let me ask this real quick. Doobie, you would allow pedophiles and minors in the server together?
Yeah.
The
reality is that up to like 5% of the male population has like pedophilic tendencies, right? And that's just like the pedophilic tendencies. I'm not talking about sexual opportunists. I'm sure more of the male population is sexual opportunists who would fuck.
Is this all, or do we?
Right?
Are you being dead ass right now?
Yeah, 100%.
No, it's up to you.
You said who wouldn't fuck a 15-year-old?
Fetishes onto the whole general populace, my guy. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, like
none of guys. Keep it in perspective. None of you guys own a giant server where everyone's expected to talk about different opinions and get along. I'm sure, developed this position because of the fact that he runs a server like this.
So did I hear this correctly? And maybe you guys can, maybe Aiden, since you're kind of like the neutral party here. Doobie says that he would allow pedophiles and minors in the server together. That's one thing I heard. That seems, it's weird because people give me shit for having food shops in the server, right? Even though I have no minors in my server, and if we find a minor in my server, we ban it. Do they have a similar problem with Doobie here? I'm very curious.
Well, personally, I mean, I would, if this is all the context, assuming this is all the context, and it seems like this last part was in context. I think this is like hyper debate for autism to the point where you're like trying to logically reason through wildly reckless decisions, and I think this is obviously like a fucking horrible like thing to even risk. So yeah, I mean, you're not gonna find any defenses from me on that one, right? Yeah.
Do you think, I'm just curious because everybody made a big deal about me having child porn and Willie calling the FBI was the right decision and all this, based on the fact that he himself said, Doobie said that he makes copies of child porn. We don't actually know if he gives any of that to the FBI, right? Do you think it would be valid to make a report about him?
If you, I mean, I guess if you had like, If you
he said it to a person, he literally said, "I make copies of it." Yes, before deleting it, he said that exactly, right?
I guess I didn't even. I don't know if I even defended Willie Mack reporting you to the FBI.
No, I'm not saying you defended or anything.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, like, for whatever evidence people think there is of me, and if they thought I was just coping about being in a court case or whatever, there was no pressure on Doobie. He just freely offered that he makes copies of child porn from minors on his server that are being hunted by the pedophiles that he allows to hunt there.
I guess to remain consistent on it, but in his instance, right, the context would indicate he's probably volunteering this information because, he's probably volunteering this information because he doesn't actually think that he's doing anything wrong, when in reality, obviously, we know that possession of CSAM is illegal, and if he was now admitting to being in possession of it, that is illegal, right? I don't know if he seems to indicate that he's not presently in possession because he's saying he just used it to make the reports, but that would still be illegal, right? At that point, it's like, but if you're to report it, like, it seems to indicate that he doesn't even have it on his shit anymore, so I don't know what that would get you, but I mean, I guess to remain consistent, yeah.
I think it's also, isn't it kind of weird that on the server there's literally a tag for minors? There's like 1,900 people that are tagged.
Yeah, so I got that. I don't know if I have to reach. I rejoined the server recently to make sure to check if I still had it. I was given that tag. I'm not I'm not a minor, but I know I look a little younger or whatever. So I had that tag. I know I can vouch from personal experience that the only thing that tag got me was annoyance because I joined and people wouldn't be willing to interact with me, and I'm pretty sure I was removed from at least one VC because I was suspected being a minor, and I had to like prove I wasn't, I guess, and I didn't want to have to go send people my fucking ID or anything. So yeah, but I don't. That's obviously there's no reason to have minors in spaces like that, right? I mean, especially it gets just a liability, right?
So I'm being told, Destiny.
Wait. Before you're being told something, you had a mod earlier, I think it was a mod, Parallax, that donated $10 and said, "Steven is lying through his teeth right now. Doobie has never said this." What did I lie about?
Good question. Now, I will say, and Parallax told me to tell you this, that he, let me read it directly, that he's not jumping on a stream with you after a DGGer implied he was going to dox, and I'm quoting, going to dox me, then held a 90-minute argument about me in politics. And that is on Destiny.
Wait, why would that matter? If they were going to dox him, wouldn't they just say, "Well, I'll dox"? Wait, hold on. If that DGGer said, assuming this is even a DGGer, right? If they had said, "Well, I'm going to dox Doobie if he doesn't show up and debate Destiny," does that mean he would suddenly debate me? That's like the dumbest argument you could ever give for anything, right?
I'm telling you what he said to tell you that.
Oh, sure, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just illustrating how absurd that argument is.
Wait,
right?
is that the Parallax guy saying he personally was threatened to be doxxed, or is he talking about Doobie threatening to be doxxed?
No, he's saying that he was he a couple days ago, and he did send me screenshots of someone named Reverse Knee and saying. This is what he said. He said, "Yeah," and this is Reverse Knee saying it. He says, "Yeah, and when others are aware, you're going to have to find a new hobby, big boy. I'm going to love watching you flail for a real job, you fat fucking loser." These are the things that he said. And this is what Parallax told me that he felt was a doxing threat under the context that the conversation took place in. And he's telling me that this is why he won't jump on a stream with you, because he is worried that he's going to be doxxed.
I mean,
if he was still worried about the doxing thing, one, didn't I make these threats to him personally like a year ago? And didn't he still continue to go from server to server arguing why it would be fair game to dox my 14-year-old kid?
No,
he's
this
talking
is
about
Parallax.
Parallax.
Not Doobie. Hold on. No, Doobie. Parallax never did that. This is.
Oh wait, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I thought that Parallax was relaying a message from.
No,
Doobie
this is Parallax. Personally.
That's them saying,
Yep, yep.
They're independently retarded. I thought they were conveying somebody else's retardation. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's his statement.
Is it not? Do you not think it would be? Do you not think it's fair for people to reasonably be concerned about getting doxxed by someone from your community if they were to get in a debate with you, because it would blow their name up within your community itself? Like you'd brought up clips of me prior to me talking to you, but I never got like that much shit over those clips. It wasn't until I actually like went and spoke to you that I started getting people to like threaten to contact my family. And I understand.
Wait. Can you show Wick? Can you convey to Wick one of those threats right now?
Yeah. One of the threats made against me.
No. You said people were threatening to contact your family.
Yes. So, for example, I think it was, someone saying I'm a pedophile and my brother is about to get a call about me and my school. This person only started replying to me after I had gone and debated you.
Wait, where is this at?
On X. I can link it to Wick.
I'm just curious to look through the account.
Do you mind if I show people, like if I put it on stream or no?
Sure.
Once you DM it to me, I haven't gotten the
hold
DM, but once you DM it to me, we can do that.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just fuck my. Here it is. My shit got fucked up. All right. Control. There it is.
Okay, pull it up.
This is just the most recent one, by the way. I mean, I can go back. Obviously, I'm not blaming you. I don't think you can. I mean, obviously, I think calling me fair game kind of leaves it open to interpretation. But I'm only saying.
So this was sent 16 hours ago. You said, "Is this true?" This reply to this person making a poll on whether you're not a doxer or not. Apparently, 90% of the people think you are.
No, it had one like and 50 votes. That whole account is operated by AI. It's an
well, it
automatic
has
account.
17 likes in this, but fair enough. Batman Turd says that you're a pedophile. Yes, and your brother is about to get a call about you and your school.
Yes, and then in another reply, I can find that one as well. He was accusing me of working with
Same
Doobie
person, by
to
the way?
distribute CSAM.
Okay, this is someone
yeah.
with 21 followers. Okay.
Yeah, and this Denal person had also said they were gonna contact my family. So, and you've retweeted them, by the way. I'm not saying obviously you could have predicted that, but
Wait, hold on, which person?
Denal.
Oh, wait, that person said they were going to contact your family?
Yeah, they were gonna let my grandma or something know about my drama and shit or whatever, and my grandma in Florida or some shit. It was like I'd have to go look for the specific tweet. I don't have that up right now. I pulled it up.
Well, let me
before.
just ask you, Destiny, if that's true, if this Denal person is threatening to contact his family, are you going to do anything about it or what?
I mean, I don't
expect you
generally
to.
condone that kind of behavior. At this point, I am a little bit indifferent to it, just because I've had to deal with it for so long, and none of these other communities ever really want to take a strong stance against it. Just curious, if you had to guess just by looking at who this person follows, like where this guy's mind is, I'm so curious. I just looked this account up. And this is just like the account. This is the first one that was linked. I didn't plan this. I don't know anything about anything or whatever, but I'm just curious.
So this is that Batman Turd's following list. He follows me. Wow. He follows Queeman, Gokanuru, Windy Fox, David Sachs, Fan, Tristan's Birdie, Cook Sucks. I don't know.
Do you not think it's? Do you not think if he's like some of his replies are about like me distributing CSAM with this Doobie guy who I've only spoken to once on a Prime Case panel like 4 years ago or some shit, right? If that was the broader claims, is it not fair to probably assume he's coming from this like broader space? I'm not, once again, I don't think either of you are responsible for this, and I'm not bringing this up to accuse you of wrongdoing. The reason I'm bringing this up is to substantiate why others might have some reasonable fear that if they got into a conversation, they'd potentially be a risk of being doxxed.
My curiosity is like, how do you even know this guy's a DGG guy?
Well, the talking point.
To be clear, he's not necessarily saying he's a DGG. He's just saying that if you engage in a certain level of conversation with me, then that means that people might rightfully be afraid of having a conversation with me, right? Because they're going to get harassed by people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think that's actually fair to point out.
Yeah.
But then I would say that that's kind of been my entire issue with this community for a long time, is that this is the exact type of behavior that they engage in. I linked that other tweet. I would be surprised if this is actually a fan of mine. It might be a bot. It might be one of the
he says this isn't real, moron Jew.
Especially given the
you can't
tell.
There's a million like fucking 20 follower accounts of popping up. So, like obviously we don't know who's coming from where, but that's why I'm not blaming anyone for that. I'm just saying like this is a hot situation. Obviously, people on both sides are getting fucked with, and it seems like the people or the bots or whoever that are expressing willingness to fuck with people only came about after I spoke to you. Not like saying that you. I'm just saying there would be the.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole thing that I think Destiny has been pointing out, is that if you engage with him, people will target you. They did me. They did Tolly. They did Stardust. They did others, right? and it looks like that they're doing
Yeah,
it
but
to
if,
you
the,
too.
if this person is accusing Doobie of like disseminating CSAM, I would probably
I would
venture to
imagine that this
guess.
guy's a false flag. I'd imagine that this guy is someone who's a shit stirrer, who's trying to. Well, we know they do this. We know they go and pretend to be DGGers. They go into other communities. They start shit, right? And they try to paint DGG as the worst possible. We know they do this.
Well, is DGG even anti-doxing? I don't even think that's true. Didn't they say?
I have been in touch with the mods.
Wait, so
and I
just to be
passed-
clear,
oh,
my
go ahead.
community does not do the doxing. There's a reason why it's posted from my account and my account only. And we don't really have a community of doing it in my chat. It doesn't really happen. There's a reason why when people accuse my community of doing it, it's just like random people from Twitter and stuff. Or it's just me.
So people from your community, to your knowledge, have not doxed.
No. I mean, sometimes I know there have been like big streams in the past where people will post a thing like in YouTube chat, but we ban it when we see it. But no, my community doesn't have. That's just not what we do in my community. It's just not a thing.
And to be clear, I have been contacted, or I've been in contact with mods in the DGG Reddit and also the DGG Discord server, and they have told me if I know of or see anyone who is engaged in doxing, to tell them, and that they will take care of it. They will ban that person.
Wait, just to be clear, is anyone disputing that? And I know you have like your own respective justifications for it or whatever. Can we agree that reposting or disseminating JStock's face is dox info, right? Even if you think it's justified, that would probably be dox info, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I would never do it.
Oh, I mean, I guess if you want to say that, then that probably exists as a somewhat of a norm, yeah.
Yeah, so people in your community have continuously spread that like everywhere. So I feel like there probably is like some level of like acceptance of doxing in the broader community.
For
right?
Gesticle's face, yeah, but not
But
nobody else's.
Well, yeah, but that would be dox info if the face wasn't like.
You can call it
public
dox
to them.
info, but it's substantial. This is different. It's not like if you talk to me, my community's gonna start doxing you. It's of Gesticle, right?
Sure, I know you claim justice. I just thought the original claim was that your community
Still
isn't.
not good. Look, still not good. But yes, is a fundamentally different thing than anyone who talks to Destiny is now going to be doxxed by DGG if they have a fight with him or disagree with him strongly.
Sure. I don't think this guy's from my community.
Yeah, he's this is continuously this is 2 tweets that I've shown in a row that have been sent. Yeah, he obviously has an anti-Zionism problem. It looks like so.
Yeah.
What do you think about like Queeman and them? The obsessive coverage over. I actually don't know how old you are. I don't mean that as like a slight.
I'm 21.
Or whatever. Okay, were you around like a couple years ago when they were obsessively covering Stardust?
I was not. I didn't know Queeman at that point. I was actually. I was friendly with Stardust at that point. She helped me with my homework and shit. I wasn't like. I wasn't around for that. I don't know like it seems like the shit with Stardust was just like them being like really really fucking mean to her, which at some level I was like initially sympathetic, but then I realized that like
mean and racist and like making fun of her deceased father and like attacking her relationship.
Yeah, I've called Bill out. Where I disagree with this side on it is like I believe, for example, I'm somebody that believes that like edgy humor is okay, but I believe in like audience, time, place, etc. There's no reason to be making fun of somebody's dead father, and when we're trying to make like a serious argument, all that does is makes us A, look horrible to fucking normies, right? B, obviously it's just like a sort of a dick move to do, but I'm not super sympathetic to her herself because it seems like she's demonstrated a total willingness to engage in the shit flinging. She told a trans woman that she wasn't like a real woman and shit, and she was acting like she doesn't behave like a woman, or she said she's transphobic to that specific individual because the two of them were like disputing. It seems like she's totally.
Wait. Who is the other person? Just curious.
Oh, it was Jalen.
Do you remember the context of these statements?
So Jalen is
a
yeah. So Jalen is like somebody that like Jalen is like a mentally ill like YouTuber or whatever that like has regularly like crashed out and had these like outbursts of anger. Had one in a conversation with me, and this person is very clearly unwell or whatever. But in the course of that, while like beefing with them and like it was like a call or something, Stardust had like made a comment akin to like. They don't behave like a woman and they're going to misgender them specifically, or they're transphobic to them specifically, because this person had like these like outbursts of anger and shit, which I think is like, that's probably just like transphobic.
Sure. What is the justification for Queeman and them to obsessively cover Stardust from like a racist and like vitriolically personal perspective just because Stardust has that beef with somebody else? Do you think that like Queeman was like
Well, I don't know-
defensively attacking Stardust on behalf
Well, I
of
don't
all
know.
trans people, on behalf of Jalen? Yeah.
No, I'm not speaking for. I'm explaining why I wouldn't have. Why I don't think the whole like crying about like people being mean to her thing is necessarily so valid. I don't know if that's what. I don't think that was Queeman's justification at the time. I'd have to look into. I don't know his exact coverage of her. In regards to like the going after her for like ethnicity shit, I called it out when I saw it at the time. I don't like agree with that. I think that I think it's okay to joke about things like racism, but I think you should be doing it with people you're friendly with who understand that it's a joke, not people you're legitimately beefing with. Because then at that point, I think it's in poor taste.
Do you think that they're just joking when they do it, or do you think it's like a legitimate, like all the DGGs, all the anti-Indian humor slurs that Queeman and Justical and all them engage in? Do you think it's just memes, or?
I don't think Queeman or Jay Stalk unironically hate Indians. No, I think that
Not necessarily hating. You can be racist and not necessarily hate people, right?
Sure, I guess so. Like, I guess what form of racist do you think they are?
I'll be right back.
They just think it's funny to make racist jokes, to make racist humor. If they see somebody of a certain race and they know that they can hit them on that point, then they just kind of like dig in on that. They would be as racist as much as Stardust would be transphobic, at least, right?
I said Stardust comment was transphobic, and she's being transphobic with that individual. But sure, I actually could have. You know what? Yeah, I'd agree. But I'd say that's why I guess I wouldn't necessarily care about her crying when it happened to her, because she seems to be totally fine with like edgy shit flinging in poor taste. She told to my knowledge, I don't have the log on me, so I guess you can dispute it if you want. She told apparently somebody in Spicy Chat back when she was in it by the name of Mantis, who is a evidently suicidal, mentally ill, like user that has been made fun of a lot, whatever, to kill himself and shit. So it's like for me, I don't really like for like edgy shit flinging. I just don't necessarily have a whole lot of sympathy when you've evidently engaged in it repeatedly yourself.
Is there anybody that Queeman and Justical don't engage in edgy shit flinging with?
Probably. I couldn't name someone off the like on Earth. Yeah, probably. I just don't know who.
Do you think that when it came to like personal attacks or mining or digging in for personal info or whatever stuff, do you think that Justical and Queeman, or do you think that I started that between all of us?
In regards to the two of you, I think your personal, like when you say they were digging into your personal, I actually don't know who started that per se. But in regards to digging into your personal, everything that I've heard them talk about in the context of you was pertinent to like publicly available shit that got leaked by other people.
Well, what does that? I mean, what does that mean? I mean, technically, all of the Cherry stuff is publicly available shit because Cherry posted that Justical said that he was going to be her Dr. K. She posted that he forced her to go to.
I don't take issue if you want to go at J-Stalk over the Cherry shit. I don't take issue with that. The only issue I've taken, I don't think there was any reason to start posting and disseminating his face and like personally identifiable information, right?
Do you think that somebody is entitled to be anonymous or private, no matter what they say or do about somebody for no matter how long of a time period?
It's less so about entitlement. It's more like under like a rule utilitarian. Like I believe that if we were to just accept the tactic and its usage in like an individual instance, even if you believe it's respectively justified, I believe that introduces the usage of the tactic in the broader conflict and inevitably leads to unintended targets being justified as well. So to I guess answer your question there, it isn't really about that for me. It's not like about whether they're entitled to or not, right?
What would you do from my perspective if, like, especially after the court case dropped, if every single person in my circle just kept being doxxed on Kiwi Farms, and then everybody in just on the Queeman circle was just kind of like giggling about that?
I would unilaterally condemn this tactic, and if they were just laughing about that, and you were never utilizing this tactic yourself, I think you'd have you'd have much greater like position to appeal to morality and make them look bad, right?
Well, I had that position for months, but it didn't really do anything for me, right?
Well, by the time they were involved with you at all, hadn't like there already been numerous instances of you being like either dox adjacent or like I brought this example up to you. Like I mean, I don't know where you stand on it now, but like in regards to, like the telling people to go to Kiwi Farm shit, I know that like you wanted to give them I think that is like dox adjacent to even be like linked to or contributing to that site.
Let's assume even that was true, that 4 years or 5 or 6 years ago, however long ago, that was considered dox adjacent. That means that people have carte blanche to just dox me and my family forever?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
So then let's kick that behind. So let's say that
wasn't what I was trying to say.
Well, sure, but like I'm curious, like why do you think, from your perspective, from what you've heard from everything, why do you think I wanted to unmask or I unmasked Justical?
I think you're mad at him, very mad at him, and I think that's a good way to fuck with somebody in regards to it effectively fucks with them.
Why do you think I'm mad at him?
I think that he's been like a super harsh critic of yours. He's like a-logged you. I'd probably be mad at someone that was a-logging me. It depends on, I guess, the nature of. It seems like a lot of the. I just personally have always found coverage of you in regards to a-logs. Not that I disagree with that. I just found it boring, so I wasn't necessarily like super engaged.
Sure.
But
well, I think if the doxing thing is going to be as big of a deal, like, isn't it kind of important to know? Like, what do you think I would say why I doxed Justical? Unmasked Justical.
You probably have some justification due to something he said or did that I don't know about. That would make it like super convoluted. I have to be in the weeds of it to know. I know you'd believe it was justified because he did something.
Just for my edification, can you give us that argument now, Destiny? Because
sure. So let's say I'm dating a girl at the time who had been dating a quasi celebrity person. I don't want to get too deep into it. But this person has active following on a snowboard on LolCow or whatever. But at the start of my court case, every single person in Justical's server was obsessively trying to force every single person in my orbit to separate from me. Sometimes this is just done via anonymous accounts online. Other times we see people, that one stoner, cognitively impaired chick, Aiko, we see her messaging Hutch saying, like, you need to separate from Destiny. He's a rapist or whatever. Sometimes you see it posted on Kiwi Farms where they're saying the same message, like, these guys need to get away from Destiny, he's a rapist. And then on Justical's Discord server, because I was still dating this girl at the time and she's not really a public person, but they wanted her to make a public statement separating from me on Twitter. As that wasn't happening, somebody called Kelly Jean in that server was cross-posting a whole bunch of stuff, rumors, and then pointing people towards this LolCow thread about the girl that I was currently dating. And there was no way to make them not do that or to get them to chill on that. And then they would also, at points, they can't directly link to the Kiwi Farms thread, but people would say things like, oh, like, check out like post like 449 or 1449 or whatever for this. I can't link it, but like, this is hilarious and blah, blah, blah. So all that behavior had been happening in Justical's Discord, and they were all obviously fine with it. They were joking and memeing about it before I had ever posted anything about Justical, like his docs information.
Sure. So
did you warn him to stop before you posted?
Of course. I've said a million times, like, I don't know why people are targeting my girlfriend at the time. She's not a public figure. This is kind of fucking insane. But the obsession was because she was one of the only people that hadn't made a strong public statement about me. They needed her to say something or break up with me. That was at least explicitly what Kelly and I think others on the server were saying, that it's crazy that this person hasn't broken up with Destiny yet. And so we're going to keep posting from their LolCow thread and make fun of them and make fun of how they look and other stuff, explicit and unexplicit, about them. Yeah.
So Cowbunga Andy in my chat says Destiny's argument literally justifies doxing Wick with the same logic. Just real quick, I don't remember posting anyone's docs. I don't remember posting anyone's Kiwi Farm link threads. I don't remember targeting anyone for associating with anyone. Like, what do you mean? His argument. So as I understand your argument, Destiny, I don't know if I agree with it or not, but as I understand your argument, is that they were going after your girlfriend at the time, and they were pressuring her, trying to drive a wedge, posting her Kiwi Farm stuff, and you wanted them to stop. They wouldn't stop, so you started doxing Justical. Is that an accurate?
Yeah. I guess also I forget this just because I don't care about the doxing shit, but also her docs was posted both on LolCow and on Kiwi Farms, which they kept referencing over and over again. But I mean, like, that there was no way that I could. Yeah.
So would you be okay? So if you have people in your server that are actively engaged in, let's say, doxing behavior or dox adjacent behavior, etc., would you believe the server owner would therefore be a justifiable target? As like are you doing it as like a? I'm not sure if this is like a revenge thing for you or a utilitarian thing. If you believe that's going to mitigate it or stop it, but is that like do you believe that's justified under that logic?
I guess what I try to think of is like, what would I expect? And I would expect that. Yeah. So like, for instance, if Justical and them started posting like direct doxes of me in their Discord server, which he doesn't ever do directly, obviously for plausible deniability, but I'm not going to sit here and cry about him doxing me, of course, because I'm posting his shit, obviously. If people in my community were doing it and I'm sitting there watching it, I mean, more or less, I have responsibility for what goes on in my chat and in my community. So that's why I aggressively ban people that do things that I don't think are acceptable there. Yeah. But
but do you not realize, and by the way, I don't hold this, I'm just unilaterally say, do not dox Wick. Like, if you do, obviously, want nothing to do with you here.
Please don't talk. But hold on. Have you found out, by the way? Because we've been going on a while, and I know you've been concentrating on the conversation.
I'd have to go. As I said before, I can look into it when streams are. I could probably, when I actually go to look into it, I could probably give you an answer by the end of the day. I'd have to look into it, right? I actually do not remember. I'm not here. I'm not vested in I'm defending arguments here. I'm not somebody that, you know, feels so linked to other people that I'm gonna
called on the community to rally around.
Yeah, because because call.
Are you still doing that, Miko? Do you stand by that?
If Destiny disseminates what I believe to be a lie, I will absolutely call for people to go and combat it. Yes.
Hello.
I just want to run down this thing, and then you can do your thing, just real quick. Yeah. So, like,
sure thing.
What do you think? What should I do at that point? I guess if you're in my perspective, do you think that that's like over the line or over the threshold of me feeling like I don't know. I guess I just have to start like unmasking people on that server if they're going to be cross-posting and referencing like active KF threads about my girlfriend, active lolcow threads about my girlfriend. That also have all my doxes and shit posts in there. But at that point, everybody would fucking been doxed on my side anyway.
You should talk about it and how, like, if you applied like moral pressure to the people around them over that and weren't engaging those acts yourself to stick by their standards and cut them, I wouldn't even be against that, right?
But on their side, they're convinced that I'm basically like a fucking pedophile, rapist, serial woman abuser. So everything against me is justified. That's their perspective.
Okay, but it seems like both sides are using that. People from, Wick's retweeting stuff that from an account trying to paint me as a wannabe murderer, right? Because I made an edgy joke in private.
Real quick, because people do this both sides thing. If I were to drop everything about these communities, do you think they would continue to obsessively post and talk about me?
If what you post actively combats any instance of like significant wrongdoing that they have been accusing you of, then I think that they obviously should. Will they? No, because I understand that at this point there's like going to be like a sunk cost fallacy, and some of these people are probably if you completely refuted it, there would absolutely be some people that would still sit there and insist that it was a win. But I think in regards to the people that I associate with, like Queeman or whatever, if you actively like refuted a story in its entirety with the evidence you presented, I think you would drop it.
Okay, so I feel like the issue that I always run into with people saying on both sides is that since the end of 2023, I don't care much for this style of content. I'm not even judging it. I did a lot of it in the past. I'm not here to say like, oh, I'm above it. I just don't have as much of an interest in it anymore. I want to do more like politically adjacent stuff. That's kind of where my interest is. But these people seem to only engage in this like obsessive style of content about me for months or years. And I don't know, from my perspective, like you can talk about moral high ground, but if every single person about me around me is getting consistently doxxed by all these places that these people still like link to and talk about and giggle about constantly, I don't know what I'm supposed to do in that circumstance other than just start telling people like, hey, if we do any event together, if you're ever on my stream, like people are just going to start doxing and harassing you until you leave. I don't know what I'm supposed to do at that point. And I think it also says something that fear that I just gave, it doesn't really exist in these other communities. It's like the thing that only they do.
What do you mean in regards to the fear of like people, like the fear of people doxing if you talk to them or whatever?
Correct. Yeah.
Well, I guess I would dispute the notion that all the people threatening the doxing are coming from one given community. I think you have a broad range of different groups of people that hate you for a variety of reasons. Obviously, you have opposition from the right. Obviously, there are a lot of the people.
Yeah, I understand that. But like, wait, what's the equivalent position on the right? Or where are these communities of these people that dox me on the right?
Do you not?
I've never even heard of these communities before.
Well, obviously, the thing about Kiwi Farms is, and I agree, a lot of the accounts that engage in doxing are like nameless and faceless, so we wouldn't necessarily know who's coming from where. But in regards to like those accounts or whatever, I'd imagine that some of the people contributing to the thread probably had gripes with you that predate coverage by people like Queen.
I'm not talking about. Just to be clear, I'm not talking about people that have gripes with me. I don't care if people criticize me.
Well, they contribute to your thread, right? Is it only like, did your thread only? When was your thread like created? I feel like this predates Queeman, J-Stock.
Probably like a decade ago, but
yeah. So
I'm saying that like Queeman made video, like even when I got divorced from Melina, which was before any court case, like Queeman is making video after video, I think dozens of videos about like my divorce and how epic and based it was. You had when my my messages between me and Lauren Southern were leaked, President Sunday did like a dramatic reading of them and thought it was epic and based, and he was begging that solo guy for more DMs that he could read. Queeman and them had that solo guy was still active in Queeman's community for a week or two after he leaked all my shit and everybody else's stuff onto Kiwi Farms, and nobody seemed to care.
Active in his community was? What do you mean? Was he like
chatting in his Twitch chat and chatting in his Discord?
Oh, in his Twitch chat? I mean, I don't know if like...
And in his Discord,
Oh, sorry. No, you're right. Yeah, in his Discord, if that's true, I think after Solo distributed the leaks of you, he should have been absolutely banned when it was confirmed that was...
Sure, but I'm not talking about like what he should have done or what he shouldn't have done, but like, what do you think it says about the attitude in these communities if like that guy
didn't he offer Queeman... I could be misremembering this. Didn't he make an offer to Queeman or something to give him, and Queeman refused that?
About for what?
I feel like I don't know if that rings a bell. I swear this happened. I could be totally off on
Are you
this.
talking about when he tried to blackmail me? He said he wanted to come on my stream to chat, and then he wouldn't release anything else about me?
No, I feel like this was a DM exchange. I guess I can't really use it.
Hold on, did Queeman do that?
Wait,
what?
No, I was talking about Solo.
Blackmail you?
I thought we were talking about Solo.
No, we're talking about someone else.
Solo did. The Solo guy
Solo.
did.
Okay, I got mixed up. Yeah. Fair enough. Solo blackmailed you.
Do you remember the date of my leaks? It was in what's the 11th month? November 24th, right?
Yeah, I remember. I'm around that time. It was near New Year's.
I guess like I have other messages. I don't need to fucking do all this, but like this guy was still active in Queeman's community, talking to my good friend Ryle Kittenhouse in there. I just sent a DM to Wick. You can show it on stream or not, but that's from December 2nd. So I think this was like a week after.
So I can read this?
Sure. Or you can show it on stream. I don't care.
Okay. Let me show it on stream real quick. Hold on. Easier. This is, hold on. Solo says, is J-Stock dating Cherry? Raul Kittenhouse says, Lamau. Solo says they sit in private VC all day together. Wild? Is that what you want to do?
Funny that he knew that. Even whoops. That he knew that even way back then. That the Solo guy was watching the VCs enough that he could tell that they were dating. This is even before 2025. But
interesting.
But that's kind of wild, right? That
it is a little weird.
I mean,
and everybody knew that this guy was leaking my shit because he was also in the DMs with President Sunday, who was like begging him for more information as well about me, which is also kind of crazy, right?
Interested President Sunday leaking more shit about you and in communication with Solo.
That President Sunday is in DMs with the Solo guy, asking him for more leaks about me.
Yeah, that would be. I'd have to once again. I don't know if there's any context there that would mitigate that, but as you've just described it, that sounds pretty bad. Sure. I'm admittedly like totally out of my territory. I'm like all the weeds like your beef with Jason.
Yeah, so I guess I asked you earlier, but you kind of
just as a quick thing, I believe you actually. I don't think that you're hiding or lying about anything. But I guess like the thing that is kind of weird to me about all of the stories that circulate about me is it's kind of frustrating that people are like, oh, why Jesse doxed this guy? And it's like, why? And it's like because he hates being criticized. It's like, well, no, I think it's because there's like a ton of insane fucked up shit that is happening in these communities that these communities like seem to be bragging about being a part of. And it seems like the only thing that all these communities are obsessed with is like trying to destroy me like as much as humanly fucking possible. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like there's nothing. I guess there's evidence of this. I don't think there's anything bad in this. You could read this one on stream, I guess, if you want. Because after Solo was leaking all my shit, he was DMing me and chatting with me. But like, that's kind of crazy that President Sunday is just like mining this guy for information about me. Like, what the fuck am I, like, how am I supposed to, you can pose this one too, I guess, if you want. Careful, because at some point he starts sending President Sunday like giant black dicks. I don't think it's on this combo, so.
Okay.
These two are safe.
Okay. Give me a second.
Do you not think that if you're personally doxxed, like from the perspective of the utility of it, right? Even if we're to admit that there is justifiable, which I don't personally believe, right? That's a different standards. If you believe there's justifiable instances of doxing, would it not give like the people that have like the, you know, that really especially hate you, would it not further motivate them personally to continue to try to, like, if we're assuming they were trying to dig in this manner in the first place, to not?
Well, no, because they already are. There's a thing that's hard to express. Like these people are already trying to do the maximal amount of whatever they can
Let me just
at any point in time. Oh,
yeah, let me read these. Solo says, then did the second leak the next day? Do you plan on just ignoring it all? Seems like it's working for now, but might hinder you in the future. Destiny says, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm also not sure if it's the wisest to share how I deal with it all with the person trying to maximize the interest on it, smiley face. Solo again, to be fair, I could have leaked much worse if I only cared about interest. But leaking the super intimate stuff is cringe. Destiny says, I mean, I feel like that's kind of what got leaked, no? So it says, I mean, the images, video specifically. Destiny. Oh, Well, I mean, I guess I appreciate that, I think, although I thought I heard people talking about my dick. So who knows, LOL. Are you the guy's dick that Rose sent me that was supposedly her boyfriend? Solo says, ha ha ha, that's not my penis. No. Good question, though. Destiny, smiley face. Solo, when's my unban from DGG Discord coming down the pipeline? Destiny says, we'll see, smiley face. Solo says, better to have me in there on account. You can track that and all. And then Solo posts a message between him and President Sunday, where President Sunday is again digging for information. There's news exchanged with Fuentes. Solo says, I'm not sure. President Sunday, perhaps you could censor them enough that they're not identifiable, but not so much that you can't tell what they are, like a big black square in the center, or blurring them. Don't send as such, but keep that entertainment in case it matters. And Solo calls him retarded. Side note, true. President Sunday, very retarded. But yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is that the first and second one, or is there a second?
There's a second. Hold on. President Sunday, off the record, are you Rose? That won't leave this convo. It just helps me understand the level of carefulness I need to treat these with. You as a source. Destiny says he wants them. Solo, did Rose, and this is an exchange between President Sunday and Solo. President Sunday says, did Rose and Destiny ever voice call? Solo says, yeah, I have recordings of the call that she made back then, but they're deep in my chats with her from like 2 years ago. President Sunday, be careful with those. Florida's a two-party consent state. Solo says, it's okay, I live in Russia, so no way for me to get penalized. President Sunday, but if you have recordings of calls with Fuentes by Steven, or any such calls, provided they don't contain anything that could constitute revenge porn, I am very interested. And then President Sunday quotes or replies to him saying he's living in Russia, saying interest. Solo says, he thinks he's unraveling the puzzle. Destiny says, not the Russians. Solo says, I'm just going to send him a black cock. And then here's more exchanges between President Sunday and Solo. President Sunday says, everything pertaining to Fuentes, Lauren, etc., emphasis on big name figures with political significance. Maybe Brianna Wu, though I don't really give a shit about her. Solo says, who else is of interest to you? I can search the DMs for mentions. President Sunday says, Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, Jordan Peterson. Let me think. Solo says, Ben Shapiro. President Sunday, oh, Candace Owens, Max, Mr. Girl. Dan Saltman is mentioned a lot. Not sure if that's of interest. President Sunday, it is.
Yeah.
Solo, and here's two more. President Sunday says, please, Fresh and Fit would be good to hear about as well. And I can't tell what this one is, but something from President.
Yeah, wait, and then just wait 2 real quick ones, and then it's not. These are like 1 sentences each. These are just Kelly Jean chatting about.
Well, before we go to Kelly Jean, can I just ask a question? I don't remember if it was you specifically or it was Dan. Somebody at that point, obviously, I know your beef with Sundays has been, it's like years of lore, right? But I remember explicitly, I think it was before the leaks happened and everything, was his docs not read out by, it was either you or Dan. Were you the one that read out his docs?
For President Sunday?
Yeah.
I don't remember prior to this.
Okay. Had he been doxxed by somebody in your space at that point?
He might have been, but this might have been in the feud between him and Kyla.
Well, I swear I could remember. I feel like you did it on a J-Stock stream. I feel like I explicitly remember that.
It might have been. I don't remember. It's possible that in relation to that. But again, that's also kind of interesting that was how many years ago, and how do you know that?
Because I remember, I was beefing with this guy called Westside Tyler, who had also read out his docs, and I wanted to figure, or someone had told me that originated on a J-Stock stream. with you.
It's a little bit. It's interesting. Selectively, you seem to know every single.
I know bits,
like,
right? When I was personally
well,
involved.
but all the bits you know are only the bits that are against me, but you don't know anything from my side.
I'm totally willing. I listen.
Also, be clear. I'm sorry. When I say that, I'm not accusing you of being bad faith. I'm just saying that like it's pretty obvious that the information only seems to be flowing one way.
Well, yeah, but
and then here's and then these are two quick things from Kelly just in these servers. I'm just saying like these servers are like. This is her referencing Kiwi Farm's comments that were being posted, and at this point, Blav was going through like pick by pick to figure out where my girlfriend at the time lived, like going through the backgrounds of all of her pictures, trying to post the inside of her apartment or houses, and then linking pornographic images from other sites. Like this was Kelly in one comment, and then there's a second DM I sent. I wish I could post this pic that was posted on KF.
So Kelly
they'll
says,
say things like, "Oh God."
Yeah, Kelly says, honestly, I wish I could post the pic that was posted on Kiwi Farms. It was so funny, LOL. And the next one is from Kelly Jean as well. It's on Kiwi Farms Lamau, but I assume it's his last stream. The embargo for no Kiwi Farm screen caps is still on, I think. Otherwise, it's on page 1399.
Do you not see? If we introduce this as a justifiable tactic and use your own respective justification for situations where you do it or it's engaged in, right? Couldn't someone like Sunday then come around and believe that him digging into your shit, which I don't think it is, by the way, but couldn't he then come around and try to claim that in his case it was justifiable because it met a set of given criterion because you would like
you understand?
rid of
I
his
understand
personal information?
This gets asked so many times, but do you not understand that they already are? Like there is no line for me for any of these people. So I like Sunday, like this is a person that solo guy had been leaking shit about me already, and Sunday is like mining this guy for information for more humiliating shit that he can get about me.
Because this guy despises you with like a passion, obviously. I once again.
No, wait. But like, is that justified?
No. I think it's.
Wait. But so if he's already doing unjustified things to get as much unhinged personal information about me as possible to humiliate me or attack me, like what else? What do I even worry about? It's not like they're going to do anything more to me. They already
call
are.
Him out for it, like criticize him for it. Like
nobody cares.
I mean, people who are listening.
I'm criticizing or fighting with these people. Like,
go
and
ahead.
then just as a last thing, then Sakatos, you're gonna have your thing. Like, have you heard of the term TDD, Total Destiny Death, or Total Destiny Destruction? Like, what do you think that means when they were saying that back early on when the leak started?
Like they were like happy to see you fall because they believed that you were somebody.
No, they were actively contributing to it. They wanted to participate in that.
Well,
that was the goal.
I don't think that's necessarily what that means, right? I think that's just like expressing
hold
willingness
on.
to.
With the context
I'm gonna be
have
so
now,
quick.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be so quick. My bird is sick. I would like to get back to him. He's stopped eating and drinking, so he's probably yeah. You think it's funny? You think it's funny? I get it. Okay.
No.
So I don't worry. I get it. You know, it's funny to you. Whatever.
It's not that funny. I just knew someone.
Give him what you got. You can do. Yeah. Give him what you got.
Yeah. I don't think that you're hiding or lying about anything either, Aiden. But I do think that you've bought narratives, quite like what Destiny was saying. You've bought narratives hook, line, and sinker without asking me my perspective or doing any critical thinking about it. Despite the history that we have,
I've reached out to you to call in, and I put the offer out on Twitter. I'm absolutely willing to listen to
you. Did you message me or anything? Do you think I have time to do calls with you all the time?
Well, you're saying I won't listen to you. I offered the opportunity to listen to you. You didn't take it. So
to call into your show? When we have like a personal relationship, you didn't want to ask me. We had a personal one-on-one relationship where you used to DM me about your homework or whatever essay you're writing, right? Whatever fucking essay you're writing, and you didn't have the wherewithal to at least talk to me.
Well,
when
you were going and relitigating my drama on your stream, you never reached out to me to get your take on that, right? I don't expect.
How recent was that? How recent was that? And how far back was the drama that I was in with Queeman?
The drama that you had with Queeman, I didn't even, when that started or was going on, I didn't even know who Queeman was, right? Obviously, when I was cool with him after, I didn't see any behavior that he engaged in that I felt. Besides, obviously, once again, I'm like, they think I'm soy about like edgy jokes. Besides the shit coming at you like over here in this, I didn't think anything like crossed like a huge like moral line for me based on what I saw, right? By the time I knew about it.
Do you think that Queeman? How long do you think Queeman's been obsessed with me?
Obsessed? I feel like that's like I feel like he's been like he's a-logged you probably for a few years or covered you for a few years.
He's been obsessed with me.
Wait. Just as a quick thing. A-log is obsessed, right? Jesus.
Yes.
I mean,
no, I'm asking Aiden. If somebody's A-logging you, they're obsessed with you, definitionally.
So sure, I mean, I guess, I mean, I feel like obsession implies like state of mind. I feel like A-log is more as like the action itself. I feel like he thought it was funny and worth covering and entertaining or whatever to make fun of you or cover you in that manner. I don't know if there was like when I think of obsession, I guess you could say it's technically obsession. When I think of obsession, I think of like, you know, someone that's like hyper fixated on someone, constantly thinking about them. It seems like for him his primary motive was entertainment, right?
So he was before he even blew up as a streamer, he was obsessed with me. And I can share those screenshots with you. Just give me one moment here.
The screenshots that I've been sent by Destiny, this is JStalk saying they look like retards now, but TDD is the mission. He says something else that cuts off. Chud Logic says, yeah, for sure, I can try and smooth, and it gets cut off. And JStalk says, I'd appreciate that.
I have a better screenshot of this number, but I don't have it offhand right now. But like when they say TDD is the mission, this is Jesticle talking to Chud Logic. I think this was either in DMs or it was in the Jesticle server. I don't remember. But
is there a message before that at the top? Because I don't know if there were. Are you saying he's saying, yeah, I'd appreciate that, and I'd appreciate that in regards to the TDD is the mission part? Because it seems like he might be replying to something earlier. I don't know if that's what he's saying. He appreciates there.
Here you go. Sorry, thank God.
Is there
so I sent.
Yeah, you can show that. Or sorry, go ahead. Or real quick, read that.
So it was a bit frustrating seeing Willie and Nicholas spam that narrative to like get me. I literally reached out in private and I made one comment in spicy. They went ham. Nicholas was on Augie for 3 to 4 nights later, trying to bring me up to shit on me. Willie tweeted at least 3 to 4 times about it. They look like retards now, but TDD is a mission. I obviously don't want to burn any bridges with Nicholas since he's one of the few connections I even tenuously have. Chud Logic says, yeah, for sure, I could try and smooth things over if you want me to. JStalk says, yes, I'd appreciate that.
So I actually know the context of this one.
The question
actually,
is TDD is a mission, right? What do you think they mean by that?
So he wants, like, he obviously is preying on your downfall in this instance, right? That's what.
No, he's actively engaged in it, right?
Like in covering you, yeah.
No, in participating. He's not just covering, right?
Well, what does he do?
One of the girls who's made accusations against me, Cherry, he's secretly dating and he's hosting her on his stream every single day. And their Discord community is cross-posting stuff from Kiwi Farms and Lolcow about me and my girlfriend and pointing people to the thread. They're not just covering me.
So people in his server have. I don't think that, like, I think under that rationale, though, once again, I don't agree with this, but somebody could have, by Wick having you, after you dock JStalk or at Sunday's dock, someone could then justify Wick, right? So I don't think
No, wait, stop. Don't do you're going ahead because I'm just saying that for this initial thing, like, this was before I doxed anybody. I don't think I posted anything about Justical until March.
Well,
so this was
you'd
all of this was
you'd already doxed Sunday by this point, to be clear.
This was over. Hold on, wait. Does that mean everybody has infinite because of anything related to me and President Sunday? That now I can be infinitely doxxed and everybody around me can be infinitely harassed?
No,
then why
that's
keep
why
bringing up President Sunday?
No, because I'm trying to work with you by your own logic. You would believe that they're justifiable instead of doxing.
I'm sorry, stop. I can't. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Conservatives do this all the time, and you guys. I'm not trying to bug you so much. Okay, please stop doing the by your standard, by your logic. Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is that these people are already engaged in a maximal campaign of destruction. My values and everything don't matter. It doesn't influence what these people do. So I'm saying they already had the total destiny destruction plan, and they already were committed to that. Justical was already abusing and hosting Cherry on his stream and lying about them dating to have her attacking me and other people around me. Their Discord server was already spam posting stuff about my girlfriend at the time from Lolcow, from Kiwi Farms. None of this has anything to do with me and President Sunday in the past. They were just doing all this stuff.
It seems like the broader point that was being argued, I guess maybe I'd inferred that this was the logic here. It seems like the broader point was being argued that Jace, all of this is the case, and then what? And it seems like the then what was the broader argument about him being a justifiable target per your rationale or whatever.
Well, I guess my first question would be, what can I even do? What am I even supposed to do about any of this?
Unfortunately, I mean, the most like I don't think like if what you laid out, all that, you know, I don't think that doxing people prevents that at all. So it's not like a case of like the solution that I don't know what the solution would be, but the solution you've presented I don't see as a viable one or one that solves the
you can say effectively issue. Maybe it wouldn't be effective. I guess you can.
Well, I think it's not just not effective. I think it's harmful because, as I said before,
harmful to who?
to the people around you. I think that
everybody around me has already been doxxed. Everybody around me has already been doxxed.
Unfortunately,
There's no one
yes,
left
but this has been going back and forth. But you've utilized when you introduced this tactic.
Back and forth is not true.
Yes,
Back
it
and forth
is.
not
He's
true.
just admitted that he's just admitted that he's used doxing against someone that was in his opposition. Sunday, you've introduced this tactic.
In response, everyone around me was already doxxed. This already happened to all these people. Blav and all these other people that everybody knows about in Queen's community have already been like obsessively spamming doxes and everything else of every single person around me before I ever posted anything about
Wick had been
Gistigal.
Okay, so obviously you believing that doxing was justifiable in some instances predates this entire situation, right? Wick was Wick doxed prior to doxing Sunday?
No. The Sunday thing is okay. So because of whatever happened between me and Sunday, I'm infinitely justifiable, and everyone around me is infinitely justifiable.
No, if anyone doxes anyone around you, it's not justifiable. But that's why we should both unilaterally condemn the usage of this tactic, because it solves nothing. It gets the people around.
But hold on. Okay, but so this just President Sunday was like 5 years or 6 years ago. Okay, so what am I supposed to do when all these other people are now spamming doxes and spamming Kiwi Farms links and locale links to people around me? Do I just go, oh, well, I guess since me and Sunday had our back and forth 5 or 6 years ago, there's nothing I can say or do?
No, you just don't put gasoline onto a fire, right? Unfortunately, there's some instances where you don't have it in your capacity to put a fire out.
I don't know why you guys keep saying this. You keep saying like you're increasing, you're doing whatever. TDD is the mission. Total destiny, not partial destiny death, not limited destiny death, not quasi destiny death. Total destiny destruction was the mission. Nothing that I do from that point is going to make it any worse for me. It's already maximally bad for me.
Okay.
I don't understand how you don't understand that.
Do you not think when you dox somebody, you make it even more personal than it was to that individual to begin with, and give them greater?
Can I just hold on, Aiden? Can I ask you if Destiny had never doxed anyone, never doxed J-Stock, never doxed Esports Batman, never doxed Wicked Supreme, none of that, do you think that I wouldn't have been doxed?
So I think that you wouldn't have. I can't predict that, obviously.
Okay, I can say that they would have doxed me anyway. It does not matter.
Well, that's just going to be here.
This is just all post hoc rationalization for their hatred against Destiny, targeted what he does or does not do. It's beside the point. They want to destroy him because they hate him, and they will use any excuse to try to justify that. But at the end of the day, it does not matter what he does. They're going to come after me. I can tell you 100%, right? 100% certainty that if he had not doxed anyone, I would still have been targeted. And
can I just run through some questions really quick here? I won't take too long at all. So I sent you a couple of screenshots, Wick. You can see how. Yes, you can see how long Queeman has been obsessed with me. It has been since 2022, at least. These are, this is basically an old editor of mine who I ended up falling out with eventually, telling me to not do a panel with Queeman. I asked why. She said that he's trying to get a giant dunk on you. Later on in the same chat, you can see the second message there, where it's just her, and this is back when Spicy Chat was relatively new, but basically it was just every time Queeman's mentioned me in Spicy Chat, I think it was like 90 some times, and again, it was relatively
only 90
chat.
times?
98
times. It was back when Spicy was relatively new, and then they also cleared that chat pretty frequently. Do you think that this began before or after my conversation with Jalen?
Probably was before that. I'd imagine there were other gripes that existed with you. I don't know what specifically his gripes, like, I don't know the exact reason the beef between the two of you
Why does
started.
he have to have a gripe with her specifically? Why can't he just hate her?
Well, he can, right? I guess I use the two synonymously.
Yeah, I think that's the truth. Like,
but you're using
that there's a justification. I'm not
disputing.
What about any of this behavior is unjustifiable?
Let me because you said that you're basically making the argument that I don't really have a place to find issue with this because of my own behavior. But if we look at reality, we look at the timeline, Queeman started this behavior well before I engaged with Jalen. And do you want to know the context of my argument with Jalen? Like why we were in this heated argument?
Sure, I guess. I mean, it's not really going to be...
So I'm surprised that you forget this. I feel like you were there for this, but Jalen was somebody who crashed out quite often and would punch holes into walls, and scream the N-word over and over and over again in calls with people.
Yeah,
that was my big gripe with her, right? I probably wouldn't do this again. But I very much recall saying in that conversation with Jalen, I support trans rights for everybody except for you, because you're acting very male-coded, the way you're punching holes in walls and the way that you're dropping the N-word. I wouldn't say it again, but that I did at the time.
Okay, so you
I still don't think that
dislike their
justifies
behavior online, so you decided to respond with shit flinging, which is like I'm not the one that.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah,
but
you're
I didn't
the one that takes
A-log
issue
her.
with. You're the one.
I didn't A-log her. Right? I didn't A-log her. I didn't constantly cover her for years. Right? I didn't find ways to make the most minor things into giant mountains.
How many
right?
streams did Quinlan do about you in total? Would you venture to guess?
I have no idea. He used to
Dozens? At least
more than that. He used to wait for me to start
Hey,
streams.
just real quick, Queeman, if you're watching, hop on in, buddy. Jump backstage.
He used to wait for me to start streams, and then he would start his stream, and then him and all of Spicy Chat would watch me, and they would just watch my entire stream from start to finish, with all of them sitting in voice chat and commenting on it, basically. Do you think that Queeman engaged in racism towards me before or after the thing with Jalen?
Probably, maybe before. I've seen
Probably
evidence.
before.
I've seen evidence. The shit that I've seen, I saw the tweet that I saw for like a specific example of racism was the substance guy like tweeting the cowhead or whatever at you or whatever.
I mean, that's years and years after. That's years and years after all of this started. Do you mentioned me telling somebody in Spicy Chat to off themselves. Do you think that was a particularly rare thing that happened in Spicy Chat?
No, not at all. I think that this is a community.
Do you think?
So Stardust, do you agree that Queeman is?
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think that what do you think the context is of me telling that person to off themselves in the first place?
I don't know. They were probably being annoying. It's Mantis. He's probably just being
no.
Very
It was okay. So you know what it was is
I don't know what it was.
Other people, regulars in Spicy Chat. Well, I'm telling you, regulars in Spicy Chat asked me, "What is your opinion on this guy and his I think it was his profile description?" And I was being a little performative at the time, but I basically said that it was like an Epstein quote in his profile, right? Literally an Epstein. And so I said that he's like being melodramatic in his profile, and I said off himself, right? That's not particularly, people said way worse than me in Spicy Chat on a regular basis.
Of course, but those people are not the ones taking a moral position against these sorts of things. In their mind, they think that all jokes, they think that all jokes and like and humor directed at somebody that they don't like, etc. is just like, I'm not somebody that personally accepts that position, and I've taken issue with them over it.
You made a joke about gutting someone's wife.
In private, in a context where they wouldn't hear it, while I was drunk and 20 years old, and somebody privately recorded that, took it out of context, and posted it to smear me. So yeah, that was in private, where the recipient wouldn't have heard it. I'm not the one taking the position. And by the way, I've literally said I was a dick for that. I was a total asshole for that. This was a drama from like 6 months ago, which I'm totally willing to admit that I was being a fucking drunken like loser asshole. There's no reason to make jokes about somebody's wife like that. My only position and my only defense is that I'm not a murderer. I don't want to kill anybody. That was a edgy joke in a part of my server explicitly designated as the place you can make edgy jokes and utilize shock humor, because I understand that's not appealing to everybody. Everyone in the audience that was intended for understood it was a joke. It was only when the in-group humor was analyzed by the out-group that it would obviously be perceived as bad. And I get it. I do get it, right? My only position was I was joking.
You mischaracterized that entire thing with Jalen so badly, though, right?
What did I mischaracterize?
I didn't misgender Jalen. I called her she, her the entire time. The what I said to her is that she was acting in a very male-coded way by dropping the N-word and punching holes in walls, which I think is a banger line, if I do say so myself. Secondly,
and you said you'd be you said you'll be transphobic to her specifically. Okay. You made comments about like
I support trans rights. Trans rights for everybody except for Jalen.
Just own it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Then just own it. You're the one that is saying that some line has been crossed.
I do own it. I do own it. But you are the one who is using that as a justification for all the shit flinging, all of the worming into my personal life, all of the worming into my personal life, all the worming into my personal relationship, all of the worming into. Who do you think?
Okay, if you present,
Who do you
I think one thing. Wait, I think one thing that's like really hard to express that I don't know. I just haven't found a good way to communicate this. You either get it or you don't. I'm gonna guess here. Stardust doesn't give a fuck if somebody says something, even incredibly mean or racist or whatever about her or personal about her. It's this, and I feel the same. It's the months and months and years of not just the coverage, but the active participation in and the active like subversion and digging and like this is the thing where it's like holy
literal
fuck.
dehuman. It's not even the words. Let me just say my thing here, Wick, please. Okay, because everybody's talking over me. Okay, and I've waited very long. Okay, so I will say I have dealt with hate raids from neo-Nazis, from groypers. I have dealt with brigading on all platforms from neo-Nazis over the years. I have never been doxxed by them. I also, random racism is something that I see on a regular basis. Destiny is correct. Like on an individual basis, you kind of you're used to the internet. You kind of like just let it roll off of you, right? It is the dedicated, hyper-focused racism, constant dehumanization of you, the constant justification of everybody being horrible to you, the way that they turned it into a part of their culture where people who don't even know me, chatters who don't even know me, are saying the most insane, deranged shit like I'm not even a human being. I'm not even a human being anymore to these people.
Well, but from my perspective, and it's also because specifics aren't being laid out. So in regards to the person that doxed you, I think that's disgusting, right? Whoever did that, and I don't know who did that, unironically. But in regard, like, it seems to me, like, when I hear you complain about these things, it sounds like somebody who's like stepped into the kitchen and is like upset that it's hot or they can't hold the heat. For example, Queeman, has done that. Queeman can be really like mean or whatever, right? He's done it to me. Details of like a private sexual encounter I had.
I don't think you understand.
It's not
about
comparable.
Being mean. It's not. Yeah. It's the years of obsessive coverage.
It's it's like driving. It's okay, right? Everyone drives. Driving's legal. But when you got 10 guys driving in different cars, boxing you in, that legitimate action of driving becomes something that is illegitimate. So the problem is
I'm not allowed to breathe in this space, basically.
Application of it. It's not just one instance, it's multiple instances over extreme periods of time that does not stop and does not let up. And it's
every single day for years. Every single day for years, where everybody has normalized it to treat me like a punching bag. Say whatever you want about me. Call me ugly, fat, disgusting, gross, Ajit, Pajit, whatever you want to say about me, right? I've heard it all. But it is the dedicated, constant focus on me, intense focus on me. I literally cannot breathe without somebody finding an issue with the way that I did it. Without somebody finding, and then it's just extended over years of time.
I wasn't hearing any of these people, like they did. I admit that people would talk about you, make fun of you. It literally, I remember explicitly, it died down for a long time. And then it was after you like start going on stream and making comments, like 50% of men have probably like shared like sexually images of women without their consent, that all of a sudden everybody was interested in talking about you again.
What did I say? 50%? Did I say?
Yes, 50%.
I don't care about people talking about me.
That was the exact figure you
did. I say that? Okay. I don't care about.
Question on that. Why do you think they went after Stardust for that?
Because that's like an absurd comment to make. I think it's minimizing.
Wait, no, wait. I think really hard about what I'm going to say. Why would they go after Stardust for that?
Because you believe that it was that she aligned herself with you. So then
exactly. Hold on, wait a second. Stardust. Did we talk at all in like the past fucking like 2 fucking years?
No, you had me blocked. Like Destiny had me blocked on
I removed
every platform.
Every single person from all these places, but because they even had that perception that she was trying to align herself with me, she became like a target again. Like the issue that you just said that because she said a thing.
She was providing
it's like-
minimizations for what you did on stream.
Do you actually-
me and Jay stalk hated each other.
Hold on, one at a time.
Let me tell you what what I actually said on stream. I said I do not believe a single dude in the snarker community when they talk about caring about women, caring about victims, caring about the dissemination of private material, explicit sexual material without a woman's consent. I do not believe a single fucking one of them because every single one of them has done it. Look at Mantis. They disseminated her private pictures, her sexually explicit pictures without her consent, and then they tried to pinpoint it directly to her. And when they couldn't get tomfoolery to do that, they brought on her ex-boyfriend to confirm that was her body in the picture. But before Pixie brought her lawsuit, what were they doing with her? They were sharing the media and they were making fun of Pixie, and they were people in Spicy. They making fun of Pixie when Pixie came and said, "I'm feeling suicidal about this." What did they do to her? They made fun of her for being suicidal until she brought the lawsuit. Nobody gave a fuck in that community, and nobody in that community gives a fuck about women or victims or anything. How many of them were cheering on doxers who were doxing Lav?
I don't know about.
I don't give a
anyone
fuck.
sharing that on. But you just made a claim. You made a specific.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Can you
Please,
Stardust, you went over the sick documentary that you made about
let me finish. Let me finish.
Both of you.
Let me finish.
Stop.
Let me finish.
I will, but I gotta get control of this situation.
Okay.
Let Stardust finish. Be quick. Lav has some things to say, I guess.
I sure do.
Yeah.
That is the full context of what I was saying. I wasn't defending Destiny. I was saying I don't give a fuck about the people in the snarker community because one, I've dealt with them for fucking years, okay? And the recent stuff with them targeting me, I don't give a fuck. That was, whatever. I entered it. But back then when they started, I did not do anything. I wanted to be left alone, right?
Okay,
but the full context of that is me saying I don't give a fuck about those people. Now, I have a bird to take care of. I will see you guys later.
Thank you for calling in, and I hope your bird gets better in all seriousness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it was true that anyone in Spicy shared sexually intimate images of Manthus. I don't think that's true, to my knowledge.
What I was going to say was that I think it's funny coming from Stardust because Stardust actually emboldened Sick when he was making the documentary about me and was actually A-logging me and lying about me online. And I was also going to say, Steven, you built this community based off of harassment and A-logging people. And now you're like, why is it happening to me? Like, you built this brick by brick. This is the community that you built for yourself and others. Like, this helps you when you're against someone. And then when people... If I could finish, and then when people are against you, it's bad. And then also you do things.
No, you can't go to the second.
You gotta hold on, Lav. You do have to answer his question.
Who's one person that might?
No, I don't. I need to finish my point before I answer his questions, and I'll take questions
tell me to unmute
after.
when she's done.
He's scared of me. He's scared of saying this.
I feel
like he's literally scared of me. Like he is doing this as like a baby child would. Anyway, I'll continue because I know that at least people are going to remind him of what I'm saying. He's like, why are people harassing my child? And then he'll literally stream with his child, his minor child, on his fucking streams. Like, you're putting him on the internet. You are a content creator. Not only that, you're a content creator that engages in blood sports. You're a content creator who harasses other people.
Is she?
Of course, it's not justified. I would never say it was justified.
Please stop. You do have.
You're
to
not
let them
allowing me
respond.
to finish.
Hold on. One point at a time. Go ahead.
No, I don't need to do one point at a time. I don't need to do that. I can lay out all the things I'm thinking, and then I can take questions.
Well, they're gonna.
You can wait 5 seconds after I finish. It's not like I'm trying to silence you. You can wait.
Well,
Thank you.
The goals.
And not only that, what's ridiculous is that when I was going through all of this and I said, everyone, hey, something's happening to me. And everyone was just like, I think you're mentally ill. You might just not be, well enough to be online. Guess what? I got offline and it disappeared. Stardust, do you realize that you can just turn your laptop off? Steven, do you realize you can literally just close your application? Do you realize that you're a 6,000 viewer and you're like a from anywhere from 6,000 to 12,000 viewers, and you're listening to people with 20 viewers and literally like cortisol spiking because of it? It's insane. Grow up.
Okay,
Grow
got you.
up.
They're trying to make you look crazy.
Stop, Aiden,
You're correct.
stop,
Don't let them
stop,
make you look
Aiden.
crazy.
Let Destiny respond.
Don't let them make you look crazy.
Stop. Destiny. Go ahead.
Okay, who is one person in my community as A-logged?
Who, Anna? What do you mean?
What do you think A-logging means?
Literally, like, followed her around, doxed her anytime she was online, would
My
clip
community?
her?
No.
Oh, you've got to be joking, Steven. You've got to be joking.
It's going to be these people. Their brain
You've
got locked in
got
like
to be
2020
joking.
or whatever,
Then
and I don't
nobody
think
believes you.
it's like Arrested Development.
Nobody believes you.
Everyone
saw it.
If you want to say that somebody A-logged
Nobody
A-logged
believes you.
Anna, then it would be Circa. That would be like the conversation
Who
about
was
Anna
pa-
in my
who was
community.
part of your community, correct?
No, Circa did it was on a
Right.
whole other
Okay.
thing.
Yeah, Steven, you're so intellectually dishonest. It's
Didn't you
insane.
direct
Circa
people
was
to her
my community?
Didn't you direct people to her Kiwi farms because they were A-logging her? Because they were
No, I
A-logging her?
posted. No, it's because they kept asking me things from her Kiwi farms. I said, if you want to talk about it, go there and do it. Don't do it in my community.
So you had to give them the
how
link.
do you define
You're
A-logging?
so come on.
Why
dude.
Why do you think my community was talking about her?
Because you wouldn't stop talking about her.
No, because she would go live every single day to talk about what people were saying about her
And
online.
she was a 20 viewer Andy. And you
It doesn't matter
your
when she goes
community.
when she goes live. Can you stop treating people like children? I know that for you, women aren't real people or whatever.
You
but
want
like,
everyone to treat
she's
you like a child right now? Stop
No, I
bullying
don't.
me
No one is
online.
asking that.
Stop bullying me
It's just
online.
this. It's just
Then
this
log off.
constantly.
Log off, Steven. You don't have to see it. Log off. You make enough money. You're
Good job.
successful enough to
You
where
did it,
you
Lav.
don't have to pay attention to it.
You took
Lav,
over another
thank you for
conversation and made it
calling
about
in.
yourself. Yeah, good job.
Thank you for calling in.
Well,
You're so
for the
scared.
record, right? So for the record, right, my community didn't A-log Anna. That's crazy. All talk about Anna was banned in my community, like on and off for about a year. The issue with Anna, I don't know. I guess everybody just like deleted this from their brains, and I take partial responsibility for this because I should have leaned into it harder. But Anna was going live on her Twitch stream every single day to talk about either me or to talk about comments that she saw about her. There are times where I would delete every single thread, anything that was ever posted on my subreddit, I would delete about her. There was a total ban on talking about her in my chat. We wouldn't bring her up on stream. But then what was happening? Anna was content because she would go live on her stream. She would start like screaming and crying and responding to comments. People on Kiwi Farms would start posting about her. Zerka started to farm the ever living fuck out of her.
Yes.
That crazy clip where she's like, "Why did you call me princess?" That was on a Zerka stream. But the only reason I joined that call was because she was already talking about
One
me.
of the
and
things,
she had been for months.
Yeah, just to confirm what Destiny is saying here. One of the issues that I had, because I had just started streaming at the time, I had just gotten introduced to the space, and the incentives to bring on Anna and basically
Jesus.
get her to break down in order for everyone to cover it after was very, very high. We as a community decided to not do that because we thought it would be taking advantage of someone who's going through a thing. But the idea that it was Destiny's community that was egging this on,
the claim. I'm pretty sure the claim was that they were A-logging her, and it sounds like that's not even being. It sounds like the dispute is that they just had a reason to do it because she was streaming.
Wait. She was not being A-logged by my community.
How do you define A-logging?
As in people who are obsessively following, posting information about. It could be doxing. It could be just like having like a record or a collection of like all the things that a person is doing. People who are engaged in like excessive hatred or obsession with a person. This is like A-logging.
So if people in your space are talking about her every time she goes live to the point where you're trying to get people to shut up about it and direct them to Kiwi Farms instead, which was the justification you gave me at the time, wouldn't that be A-logging?
So Lav sent me this.
Yeah,
no, and she says
just because there's a reason she's being A-logged doesn't mean it is not A-logging,
that's
right?
not A-logging. Hold on. Somebody responding to somebody is not A-logging. She's going live to talk about me and my community constantly. I would try to delete every Reddit thread I saw about her, everything I could do in my community to ban all talk about her. I did, but she would still go live and she would talk about me. Sometimes she would Google and she would find other YouTube videos talking about it. I had to ask Abba to delete a video on his YouTube channel about her because that was triggering her. Anything she saw on the internet that was about her, she would get triggered about, and then she would have an 8-hour cry stream about. I'm not even exaggerating. I don't know what I could do from my perspective. I tried to ban all the talk of my community. We were not A-logging her. She was stalking me. Hold on. Anna was stalking me. Do you understand that?
Okay. No,
wait. Do you understand? When she was going live every single day to talk about me or my community, Anna was stalking me.
I don't know if it's like stalking to talk about. She could have been. I'd have to look at, but I haven't seen
Hold
proof
on.
she was stalking
If you go live to talk about a person every single day, to cry and scream about them when they don't want anything to do with you, you wouldn't consider that to be stalking?
If they have been significantly wronged by you, I think that would just be like an emotional like
I
this
hadn't
was I think
significantly
stalking.
wronged her.
I
There
think
was no
stalking.
significant wronging.
I think. Well, okay. Seems
You're
like that's what she
justifying it.
believed. No. I think that stalking.
If that's what she believed,
I think that
everybody
it
believes they're the
becomes
good guy in their own
sure.
story.
So, yes, I agree. That's why if we introduce like the usage of certain tactics, people can provide infinite justifications for why it's okay when they do it. So it's more useful
like
to
what
just
they already do to
unilaterally
me, yes.
condemn.
You're not making
So
the
it's more
point you
useful to
think
just
you are.
unilaterally condemn like
If
tactics
not,
outright.
unilateral condemnation has never worked in all of human history, and nobody does it. That's why multiple people on the planet have nuclear weapons, and not just one party.
So just real quick, Lav says that this is an example of your community a-logging her. This is from the wiki, the Destiny.ggg wiki. And she sent me her page and where they give information on her. And this is the example that she has given of a-logging. What is your response to this?
I don't think a wiki is a-logging, number one. It could be, depending on the type of stuff in there, if they're following like day by day, okay? But two, the only reason why I have to start having a wiki on my community is because people like Lav will lie about so much stuff. But the stuff that is on the wiki related to Lav is stuff that's happened on my stream. Like, most of the stuff is still in YouTube videos for disagreements. It links to like YouTube videos that exist right now. These are like summaries and shit of arguments that we've had. These are not like, where does she live now and where is she going to school?
How
and we're
often
gonna
is this
try to
wiki
contact
updated?
her.
How long is it updated? Or how often is it updated?
I don't know.
I don't know if is there like a way to check? I don't know.
It's a wiki, so there's probably an edit history in it.
Yeah, would you say like it's probably a-logging if it gets contributed to like maybe multiple times per week, or?
I don't think. I'm sorry. What do you think a-logging? What do you think a-logging came from as a term?
I think it was like it like refers to like covering like everything a perceived like problematic or funny person is doing,
With an obsessive hatred behind it. It was the guy who was, I don't remember the name, Chris something or whatever, who was a-logging Chris Chan.
I mean,
a-logging implies an obsessive hatred.
Well, okay, so I don't necessarily believe that it's always used to denote the hatred portion. Sometimes people cover lolcows that they find like fascinating and want to, but they don't necessarily like personally like respectively hate that person. There are some people that do, but I don't think that's a necessary
Covering
component
them
for it
is
to be
different,
a-logging.
though, but they're usually relying on other people that have a-logged them.
They're relying on other people, which means what? Here.
As in, they rely on other people that obsessively hate these people and obsess over them to stalk them. They go and they look at all the information they've posted about them, and then they cover it in a YouTube video. So if the commentary community did this for a long time. Hold on, I'm not saying the commentary community engages in a-logging, but like when people are going to make YouTube videos on lolcows, nobody talks about it in the commentary community. But oftentimes, what they would do is they would go to Kiwi Farms, they would kind of summarize the information there, and then they make a YouTube video about it because a lot of people on the mainstream internet didn't know about Kiwi Farms, and that's what they would do. I wouldn't say that the YouTubers were a-logging people, but they relied on a-loggers who were usually like upset, like the people that are on Kiwi Farms posting every day about a person or posting like really frequently life updates. These are like obsessive people.
Okay, so it's the Kiwi. Okay, so I can agree that the Kiwi farmers, a lot of them are obsessive, right? But it seems like the ascription of people being a-logs is not just used for like everybody that's like personally like has like a visceral hatred that's going through like the usage of bad tactics. It seems like even if you're like covering someone on a regular basis to mock and make fun of them, like with what Queeman was doing to Stardust, it seems like that was described as a-logging.
Sure, because they were obsessively every day. Yeah, it was an obsessive hatred of like tracking and following. Yes.
So if the distinguishing factor that would make it a-logging versus not a-logging is like the obsessive factor, which would be a large quantity and frequency of coverage, then it seems like if Labs wiki has been contributed to on the DG wiki like on a daily basis, that could absolutely be described as a-logging if that's like the defining criterion.
The only thing that's covered in my wiki are fights that we've had on stream. These aren't like updates of like her personal life. I don't think we talked about live in my community for like a year or two. It just depends because every now and then she'll pop up on some weird panel to make some arguments. But no, it's all stuff that's related to like me and Lav having whatever fights or disagreements on stream.
Sure, there can be reasons for why someone like there could be.
It's not about it. That's not a reason to a-log.
When is the last time you had when is the last time besides now that you spoke to Lav on stream?
Probably 3 days ago when she was talking to Connor.
Oh, I thought you two haven't spoken. Okay, I guess I'm just off on that. I thought
That's
you
why
told
she
me
popped up here now, because they're still weird. And
She
also
wants to be clear, she wants to come back, but I don't think she's gonna listen.
She can't have a conversation back and forth. It's not worth it. Like, again, like, nobody will acknowledge that Anna was talking about me, was stalking me, was screaming about me for months. And I don't know, Wick, you can ask any other person in this space, if you were to come to me and you were to ask me, like, oh, like, you want to come and talk to Anna? Like, generally my thing was either hands off, or I was like, I don't think it's a good idea, or whatever the fuck you guys want to do. The person who was driving that the most, if you wanted to say that there was one person who was singularly responsible for Anna's shit, it would be Zerka. Because Zerka saw that as a good-ass fucking farm material lolcow shit, and he farmed the ever-living fuck. He might have, I bet if you asked Zerka, I bet he would even laugh and say he did. He'd be like, oh yeah, hell yeah, that shit was fucking hilarious. Like, yeah.
But if Anna's actually streaming about you that much, right, then you would assume that not every stream is going to be containing like super notable information. So if people are talking about it so much every time she boots up a live, to the point you have to like direct them to Kiwi Farms instead, it would probably be fair to say they were A-logging her. A-logging can be A-logging even if the things you're logging are just like perceived wrongdoings.
If I have a community, if I have 5,000 viewers and somebody's going to go live and start crying about me, like, you recognize that Anna apparently had, I guess at the time, untreated OCD, right? Like, she literally has an obsessive compulsive illness, and it only takes 2 people from my chat to go and talk to her. If they even do it, or it takes anybody like talking about it, or it could not even be my chat. It could be, because this is back when I had a lot more connections in the Twitch community. It could be somebody in Prime Kai's chat brings it up. It could be somebody, I don't know if Wick was streaming as much back then, could bring it up. It could be somebody in Zerka's community brings it up. I can't control all these other side communities.
No, I agree. But weren't you but I totally agree with that logic. I just feel like that logic isn't necessarily, like, I feel like we're getting blamed for like what every side character on some other forum does, etc. I feel like the acceptance of the fact that individuals are responsible for the acts in which they have control over is like applied to your side, no matter it's not applied to ours.
I was taking every step I could to make people not talk about her. These other people sit by and facilitate it. One of the times I cut Zerka off for like a year was because he would keep farming Anna and he wouldn't stop doing it. Sure. But I can't control every other chat. I can't control every other forum. I can't control, all I can control are the communities that I have where I can ban the talk of her. But I can't control.
Totally agree. Absolutely, completely agree with you on that. You're not going to find any dispute there. The claim was.
But you understand that's the difference between that versus like Kelly Jean saying, check out page 478 of this Kiwi Farms thing for pictures of his girlfriend. LOL.
Yeah,
these aren't the same.
Yeah, that's someone who probably hates you for their own like litany of reasons that I wouldn't be aware of.
And Jessica is defending her.
Which he also hates you, and I would agree. Like in that instance, if like that's, I mean, what was the claim is? The claim is.
I'm not even saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying it's not even remotely the same. These aren't remotely the same things.
Well, it seems like the like lines that are created, like sure, these two things are not the same, but it seems like the lines that are created for like where we feel like this has crossed the line could also be equally applied in other situations where even though it's not the same, under the criterion provided, it would still cross that line, right?
Sure, you can say it anywhere else, but for the Anna stuff.
Why do people claim? And once again, I'm not reiterating this as fact. I'm asking you directly.
Can I just, for my own brain? Or I guess you're probably. Can you just tell me who's DMing you right
I'm
now?
not. Nobody's DMing me. Unironically, I've heard this.
You're
I
about
heard
to
this
ask me
claim.
right
I've
now
heard
is the thing that you just got DM'd. But go ahead.
No, I've heard that Mr. Girl. Unironically, I know that one of the claims, because I've said it before on my stream when I was talking about you again. One of the claims made against you was that you were like, apparently, I didn't look into like the Mr. Girl shit, but I'll even close my eyes. One of the claims that was being made about you was that you had been actively engaging in communication with Anna after describing her as a stalker. Is that true?
Yeah, we tried blocking her for, I don't even know how many months. We tried blocking her for months. That wouldn't work. I tried being friends with her again, and then that seemed to work for a little bit. And then eventually something would happen, and then she would lose her mind for a month or two again. Then we would try being friends for a little bit again. In those times, she would also sometimes try to sexually engage me again. And when I say sexually, I mean like sexual messages online. I've never saw her more than one time. And then something would happen, and then she would like split again or whatever the fuck else we'd fight. And this whole process happened over the course of, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 years.
Yes, but why, if you believe she's like some obsessive stalker, why feed into it at all? Why not just block her and never talk?
It doesn't matter if I'm talking to her. Dude, you're not listening to me. She is streaming every single day, finding any comment she can on the internet to cry. She got partnered on Twitch because she would cover me so much that she was getting viewer bumps from other communities that would go and watch it.
Well, didn't she inevitably...
Nothing I was doing was stopping her from talking about me.
Didn't she eventually... Okay, but do you not feel... Okay, didn't she eventually burn out and stop, though? And do you not feel like engaging in active communication with her will just reignite you in her head and cause it to continue?
It didn't matter because one, that I don't know what finally stopped. I think she finally got medicated after like our massive Zerka burnout. But there was nothing that whether I was engaging or not engaging with somebody, it's not like I can sit here and not talk about a person for 4 months and they're still having daily crash outs about me. And it's like, I guess I'll just wait a couple more months. Like sometimes when we were friends, sometimes she chilled and nothing was going on. Well, and then other times somebody would say a comment online and then she would see it and then she would spiral and then it would all get like completely fucked again. And then we would go back and forth like that sometimes, but.
Well, as you're describing her to me, and I'm putting myself in your shoes here, if I believe that somebody had this like illness that was causing this like stalking, like obsessiveness with me, like I couldn't imagine like ever, like I feel like it's just a total risk to even like engage. I couldn't even imagine feeding into it, right? So I guess I'm questioning
what
like that decision.
What responsibility does that give me over her stalking me?
It doesn't, right? And
then
I don't even agree that stalking.
Wait, then why is it even relevant at all?
Because I can't conceivably see someone talking to someone and engaging with them in this way if they view them as like an obsessive stalker. Like,
how do you explain Gisticle and Cherry then? He flew this girl out after committing her for being suicidal. Me and Anna had never gone that far, and he tried to date this girl after knowing that she was a crazy BBD for 3 years.
And is he claiming today that she was stalking him?
No, but she claimed. Well. It depends on who's. I guess it depends on who's.
I don't think he's ever claimed that. You're the one that was making the stalking claim.
No, he has absolutely claimed. I believe he said initially that because he was telling different people different things that Cherry showed up. I mean, I can pull out the DMs from Kelly. He claimed that Cherry was sending him a bunch of nudes without consent. He claimed that Cherry flew to Canada to meet him without ever even knowing where he lived. Now, it's hard to know how much of that was false versus true because eventually Gisticle started to change his story once Kelly started to leak stuff. Because remember, according to Gisticle, they hadn't even started dating until June, but we found out that that was probably true 7 months earlier. But the nice thing about Gisticle is there's no analysis of his life. There's no obsessive, snarking focus. There's no A-logging of everything going on with Gisticle. It's only of me. It's only my
when
stuff.
the Cherry shit was getting leaked, I mean, I was covering, everyone around me was covering in our space.
Bullshit. Probably for one day.
I made fun of him for it to his face on stream, which caused a temporary
That's
falling
great,
out between us.
But you literally don't know a single fact that I just gave. You didn't know any of this stuff. So clearly you weren't really covering it.
No, here's what I do know.
More
What do I need
about
to know?
Me and Anna that you don't even have first. Hold on. When me and Anna were going back and forth, you were like 16 years old, and you seem to know more about that than Gisticle and Cherry.
No, I know. I'm pretty sure I know just as much about Gisticle and Cherry as I know about you and Anna. I knew some of the broad claims that are being made there, and I know some of the broad claims that are being made here. I actually probably know a little bit more about J Stock and Cherry because I can like remember like specific messages, like her asking for his shit back in his chat. I know like I remember that comment you said where he said he talked about like dating, how he wouldn't date anyone in his server, etc. I remember all that shit, right? And I've given him, I've given him
more
shit
than
for
that
it.
though. He also said that like I'm engaged in a pattern of abuse against women because I'm knowingly dating or hooking up with girls that have mental illness. Cherry was known to be severely mentally ill.
What's the word you just used there? What do you think I'm gonna say to ask your own question? Pattern, right? Pattern.
Yes.
There's a difference between getting with someone that has a mental illness and the claim that's been made against you, which I don't even know if that's true or not, but it seems like the broader claim is that you seek it out and it's a pattern. You go for them because they have mental illness. That's what I've heard, right?
If that was the case, wait, hold on. If that was the case, why didn't why didn't I meet up with Anna after she went crazy the first time then? Why did I never meet with her again? I could have 1 billion times, right?
Well, it seems like you were sexting with her, right?
I think we did 1 or 2 times over the next year. But forget sexting. Couldn't I could have very easily flown out and met her, right?
I mean, if you have to do a 1-to-1, sure, I guess it wouldn't be identical, but I think sexting is still like intimate engagement. Obviously it's not nearly as intimate.
Come on, it's such an infantilizing. Whether or not which again, she also initiated every fucking sext or whatever. It's not like I was like begging her or anything. It's her messaging me. Whether or not we sexted a couple times in the course of our year where she was going back and forth on things, I'm clearly not aggressively pursuing this person. If they're the ones that are talking about me constantly, this girl is 32 years old, like 6 months away from having her clinicians, psychiatrist, or not psychiatrist, but she's going to be like a clinical therapist person, okay? Like, how I don't understand how this person has no agency whatsoever, but I'm abusing this person who's stalking me and A-logging me that other people are making a content out of every single fucking day that Zerka's farming this person, stalking me.
Okay. I do have something to say. It's a little tangential, but it's annoying me. So, Lav, if you want to have your say, I will invite you on next week to do that. And we can have a talk. We can have a chat, all you want. But for you to spam my DMs calling me dishonest and sweeping because I don't let you on to my platform to monologue, no, fuck off.
I feel like
find some SSRI.
You were fine with Stardust monologuing, to be fair.
Peace,
You're
find
fine with
God.
Stardust
I don't
monologuing.
care if you think I'm dishonest, if you think I'm sweeping. I don't. Why would I give a fuck? what you think.
She's
Fuck
she's obviously passionate
Fuck
about
off.
this, but Stardust sounded like she was like on the verge of tears as she was discussing this. She was obviously very impassioned. We let her go on an entire monologue.
Stardust is my friend. Stardust
Okay.
has had my
Okay.
back.
I'm glad.
Stardust has done things for me. Stardust gets privileges that Lav, who is not my friend, who I have no connection to, does not. I give privileges to my friends.
So okay, so you own the sweeping and bias. Got it.
Do you think that by letting Stardust speak more because she is my friend, that I'm sweeping?
I think yes. I think if your claim is that you are supposedly the reason Lav is not in here is because you take gripe with like the monologuing, and then
Because
there's
she's
a situation
annoying
that just
me.
occurred. Yeah,
And I don't have
yes.
to bring someone on who's annoying me.
I don't think you have to
I
at
don't
all. I'm
have to
just
do
saying
that.
the
I
reasoning
can
you
just say
provided.
no.
The reasoning you
And if
provided
you
is
think I'm
inconsistent.
inconsistent, call the consistency police.
No,
They'll
I'm
have me
just making the
arrested.
descriptive claim. I'm not saying you need to be arrested over it. You're just
whatever.
obviously being
I
inconsistent
don't give
about
a
it.
shit. Okay. Continue on your guys' debate and stuff. I just needed to say that. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, where were we? What were we just saying? What was the point being made? Just totally forgot.
Anna is an adult. They had agency. They were pushing this the entire time. This person was obsessively stalk covering me for a year, going live on her stream, screaming and crying, responding to things in chat. There were people that were intentionally spinning her up. Some from Kiwi Farm, some from Zerka's community, some from... I'm sure there must have been at least a couple from my community. But if I caught people doing it, if she passed me the name, I would ban them from my stream. I ban all commentary about her from my stream. I wouldn't let people... Obviously, there's no host or raid, or they couldn't mention things or whatever. I saw people doing it, I would ban it. I did everything I could to not have people engaging with her or to not give her something to engage on. I couldn't control every single other peripheral community around me. And
I've never expected you to. I don't expect you to do that, right?
Sure, but there's no way that this could be listed as an example of me abusing somebody or chasing. I don't know what the fuck else I'm supposed to do at this point.
Yeah, so it sounds like other people make that. My gripe here, based on the story you've described to me per your own wording, is like the claim of stalking. Because at least how I view stalking, I've seen it as like repeated, like unwanted, unreciprocated contact. When like someone has clearly made efforts to distance themselves from the party involved, and they continuously attempt to get in contact despite this. I think that would be stalking, and I feel like the stalking claim doesn't necessarily work if you're admitting.
Well, the stalking claim was she wanted to talk to me every single time about these things that would come up. And we did this a little bit where I would remove comments, but then she would spiral over and over and over again. And especially if I was streaming and I couldn't respond to her, then she would go live and then she would start complaining. And it was reaching out to me. It was reaching out to Melina, my wife. It was probably reaching out to other people in the community. Regardless of how you view any of this, though, my community was not a-logging Anna. There was no a-log. I don't even know if there's anything to a-log. She's just live on her stream every day crying and screaming about me.
Well, if they're monitoring her streams every when she's going live,
Who's they? One person in my community?
It was one person in your community that was talking about it when she went live.
No, my community was banned from talking about her. They weren't allowed to mention her going live. They couldn't do it.
Well, yeah, you seems like you did that in response to a-logging. That's why I'm not saying that you were.
Hold on. Every single mention of another stream. Come on, Wick. I'm going to lose my mind. Why are you doing this,
Seems
bro?
like that's the logic you guys are applying with Stardust and Queen. So I'm just...
Queen, if I were to go and look at Film Rot or whatever the fuck, what's that thing called? And try to figure out how many times Queen has mentioned Stardust. How many times do you think she's come up in his fucking YouTube channel?
Probably in all of his streams, I don't know, fucking 200 or something. Or we're talking about if we're talking about offhand remarks,
times?
That's not that much. He's been
how
going live for years, right? I've had if you find someone funny and worth making fun of or whatever, and they're just your personal lolcow or whatever, that would actually not be a huge number.
Oh, Lav's leaking my DMs in JStalk server.
Yeah, of course she does. She always does this. So
she's great.
Somebody in my community responding to somebody talking about them is not that's not a-logging.
So
if I'm screaming, if I go live and I start screaming about Gisticle, and Gisticle, for instance, Gisticle has been going live over the past, I think, 2 weeks or whatever, talking about me. He's not a-logging me there. He's responding to the things that I'm saying about him. You agree with that, right? Gisticle's not a-logging me over the past 2 weeks, right?
Sure, but even when he's covering shit that you're involved with other people and it's not a direct response, I still say that's a-logging, right? I don't view a-logging as
no, nobody uses it this way.
I think people
you don't think
proprietary definition.
You're using a definition that nobody else in the community
uses.
uses.
That's not true. You don't think the term a-logging is applied to the repeated persistence and often frequent coverage of a single individual that you take issue with?
What definition did you just read there? And tell me
I'm
which
not
part of that
reading.
definition.
That's my definition. I'm not. You keep saying I'm reading shit. If you want me to wear a blindfold, I will.
You just pulled that random sling of words,
Yes. I don't know what to tell you. You keep accusing me of reading shit. I'm not fucking. I'm not reading anything. That's my definition. I might have read.
Okay.
I might like at most. No, actually, I'm not. No.
A-logging is when you are obsessively covering somebody, generally with a hateful turn. It's not responding to somebody, though. When Justicle's going live, every day, every night, or whatever the fuck over the past 2 weeks, like covering me, he's responding to me attacking him. He's not A-logging.
Has the bulk of his negative coverage about you just been responding to what you say about him?
No, of course.
Yeah,
not.
of course.
But,
Yes,
but
we agree, and that would be A-logging, right?
No.
No.
I don't know. No. Generally, other people A-log for him, but that's a totally different thing. I'm just saying that if I'm going live at first, but I'm not even responding to Anna's coverage of me. People in my stream or people around me sometimes would notice that Anna is going live and screaming about me because she would reach out to me. She'd reach out to other content creators. She would sometimes go in other chats and start typing and spamming. That's not other people A-logging her. She's like A-logging herself. Nobody is A-logging her except for maybe a few of the Kiwi farmers that might
just
watch
real
her
quick,
at festivals.
Lav can come on if she brings J-Stock. If she brings J-Stock and J-Stock comes on too, I will allow you both on. I think that's fair.
Yeah, you've
I just don't know what the
given her
definition
a
would be.
burden she can't meet to justify not letting her speak.
I just don't know if a few people in my chat, which wasn't even happening, but were watching Anna stream when she went live to cry and scream about me, that means that my community was A-logging Anna? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think if you're following like like she was a nobody, right? Besides her association with you, right? I think like obviously like people in your community would be like naturally interested, but like if they're covering like every like 20 viewer live stream, I'd say yeah, it's persistent, frequent, repeated coverage.
My community wasn't doing this though. The only time people knew is if she would try to get other people to notice.
So why did you, per your own admission, like tell them to go to Kiwi Farms instead?
This was months and months after, because then people started posting on it, and then instead of referencing her streams, people in my chat would say something like, hey, did you see this thing about blah, 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 blah? And then because so many people would keep bringing it up without mentioning her name, we had a 1 minute moratorium, or anti-moratorium on Anna posting, and I said, if you want to talk about Anna, go to the fucking thread and do it. Don't do it to my community. We're not going to have people spinning all this shit up on my community. That's the only time I've ever said this.
So your community was A-logging her, and then you took corrective measures.
You're fucking retarded.
Right?
I'm sorry.
How is that not A-logging? How is that not? You have no response. You have no.
I have responded a million times.
Just like threats. No substance.
What do you mean no substance? What do you think I would feel like if Justical and all these other people, were to say, guys, we're not going to talk about Destiny anymore. If you want to talk, I'm going to go to Kiwi Farms. What do you think I would say?
Sorry, say one more time.
If Justical and all these other Justical, Queeman, wow, the Substance guy, all these other people, if they were to say, guys, we're not going to talk about Destiny anymore. If you want to talk about Destiny, go to Kiwi Farms. What do you think I would say?
You wouldn't. You probably wouldn't care about any of these people. Sure, but I'm not.
Yes, I would
but
say
I don't
amen.
But I don't.
Amen.
But,
amen.
Yes, but
it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
The dispute. No, okay. There's never going to be like a 1-to-1 just because two things aren't identical.
No, it's not even of the same kind of thing. I'm not maliciously linking Anna's Kiwi Farms thread, right?
Okay. So
this is Aiden. Just real quick, not to double team you here, but I am going to.
Go ahead.
This is why people are like. I don't know if you're being honest here. It's very hard to believe.
What if
This is the just so you know, this is the narrative talking point that the Snarker people desperately have to hold on to me, because the Anna story is the most important thing that Mr. Girl, fuck, Anna might actually be a Mr. Girl fucking rape fan. I don't know, but this is like the one thing that they have to hold on. This is the one thing they have to hold on to as hard as anything, because if the Anna story falls apart, all of Lav and Mr. Girl's obsessive justifications completely fall apart, and that's basically all they have for my history of crazy abusive shit when it comes to other women. So the Anna thing is like, he can never give on this. I have to have linked that thread in a malicious manner. My community has to have been A-logging Anna. I have to have been telling my community she was crazy and sexier at the same time. All these things none of these things he can give on. It doesn't matter how much I say or how many facts are presented or whatever else is going on.
Do you think I like that they have these talking points against you? Do you think I like that?
Of course. Yes, it makes things nice and easy.
You can hear when
I
was a fucking huge fan of yours. Okay, it's disappointing. It's like disappointing as shit. I don't
Why
like
does that matter?
Yes,
the strongest anti-fans come from
but you're
ex-fans.
saying you're trying to but you're trying to argue that I have some like predisposed bias against you. When if anything, I'm actually upset like that they have something here, right? Because
that's not how anti-fanning works. When you become an anti-fan, you don't have a predisposed. That was maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago. How long ago was the Anna shit even? 6 years ago?
Like 22, 20.
I was cool with you up until the Pixie shit.
Wasn't the Anna stuff like during COVID?
It was the Pixie shit that turned
21.
So that was 5 years ago? You're saying you have a predisposition to liking things I'm saying because you were a fan of mine 5 or 6 years ago?
No, I was a fan of yours up until the Pixie shit dropped.
That's fine. Then 2 years
all
ago.
these other arguments, all these other like anti-fan arguments, whatever, I heard afterwards because I started talking to people who were making the criticisms against you. When I was informed of these arguments, they seem to be sound and valid, so I've accepted them. What you presented to me to refute them doesn't make any sense, right? That's what I've been.
What doesn't make sense?
Sure.
Hold on, Wick, play this one. Here, 2 minutes.
Okay, DM it to me. Hold on. All right, I got to get past all the DMs. Okay, let me bring it up on screen. Full screen it. Everyone there? Everyone watching?
Yep.
This is a Zerka panel, by the way. Yep.
Literally told my community.
But you never
"Me and Anna are fine,
apologized, though.
Everything is okay. Everything's chill." But then, like 2
But
weeks
no,
later,
you didn't,
you'll
though.
randomly come back and be like, "Oh,
But
like you
Steven-
laughed during this," or "Oh, this happened," or blah blah blah. Listen, this is all I want. I want to be in a world where neither of us ever mentions either person ever again publicly, ever. We don't have to talk privately. We don't have to say anything publicly, and then just move on. I've had the same conversation like 5 times, but it is impossible for you to hold fast to this. You cannot do it because as soon as you agree to it, which you have in the past publicly on stream before, that we won't
But
talk anymore. that we
Steven,
never
that's
mention each other publicly,
because
then like
you
2 weeks later, you'll
don't-
be tweeting shit about me every fucking time. You've done this over and over
Because
again for
people,
years.
because you haven't taken any responsibility for it.
Anna,
You haven't
Anna,
said like,
Anna,
but you
I'm not
haven't
gonna-
said
no.
like, I was wrong for saying that stuff. Like you never said that. Like
Anna, he
But
says
it-
you're
I'm-
her.
Anna, I
he
don't
says,
agree with you. Anna, we don't say, I'm never going to quote unquote take responsibility because your idea of me taking responsibility is saying that everything that happened was my fault. I don't agree with that. I think
I
you
mean,
fucked
I
up
don't
a lot
say
of it.
that. No, but I say that I fucked up. Sure, but like but like literally the things you did were emotionally abusive, and you've admitted
Shut
to
the
this
fuck
to
up,
me.
Anna,
Like,
you do so many
okay,
manipulative
but-
abusive things. I don't
okay,
care. I just gotta move on.
no,
Like,
this is you deflecting though. This is you deflecting.
Maybe.
But you're gonna.
How long are we doing this?
Wait, I mean, that's enough. Like, I cannot get rid of this person. I've tried, even in this conversation, I've tried to get rid of this person. They are getting hosted on platforms, mainly on fucking Zerka's show, and I cut Zerka off for like a fucking year after this. They continue to find, it's not even me on my video.
Did you sext her after this exchange?
I think by the time after this one, I don't think we did anymore. I think after this, she had like one big final huge crash. I think on this thing. But even if I did, it wouldn't even matter. It doesn't matter.
It would matter for your claim. It would matter for it would matter for your claims. You're making the claims against her, right? It would matter for the claim that she's stalking you.
My claim is that I want her to stop talking. Yes.
Yeah.
Stop
So a good way to
about
do a start would probably be to not actively, sext her, right?
She's the one pursuing me. She's trying to add me. She's trying to add my girlfriend. She's trying to add other people. She's hopping up panels. I don't think we did after this one or whatever, but like every strategy that I have, ignoring her didn't work. Being friends with her kind of worked a little bit. She tried to be sexual with me. We were sexual a little bit, that kind of whatever. But then eventually we go back and then we be friends and then we go back and then we be friends and then we go back. This happened for like 2 years.
So if somebody's like if somebody's like obsessed with you, don't you think like
Bro,
sexting
you're
them
fucking
continues to lead
retarded.
them on?
You're so fucking retarded. It's her fault. Do you acknowledge that it's her fault?
That it's
100%.
Well, I'm not like a kid. It's not like it's one person's fault. Like, or I'm saying
No.
both. There were wrongdoings.
Who's the one that is driving? No, motherfucker. Who's driving the interactions on every single engagement? Who's the one that's pushing it every single time?
She's the one talking about you because she's
yes. And then who's hosting panels to have things about it, to make content and memes about it? It wasn't me, right?
Yeah, but you're calling into those panels, and then you were after describing her as an obsessive stalker, actively sexting her, thus continuing the cycle.
Yeah, she's describing me as abusive and evil or whatever after trying to get into my relationship.
Do you not?
What? So what?
Do you not think stalking, if that's what happened, do you not think stalking is more likely to persist when you sex the person you believe and describe as stalking you?
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with anything I've ever done to any girl as long as they've also had sex with me, then, right?
There's nothing wrong you've done to
me. Whether or not I engaged at all sexually with her has nothing to do with this.
Yes, it does. Because it has to do with your claim that she was stalking you.
Just a housekeeping thing.
That would justify
her
compulsively going live and talking about me every single fucking day.
Give me a sec. Just a housekeeping thing because I'm actually not sure. Counterpoints wants to ask you a question.
No, fuck no. He can go diddle his own kids again. Fuck that guy. No, I'm good.
Okay, fair enough.
Wait, what? What was that claim? Is that a new claim you guys have come up with?
Nothing justifies Anna talking about me obsessively for years. Nothing does.
So I can probably agree. If I was to look at this, nobody's like.
You can't even agree with that?
No.
You think there might be a justification for talking about it for years?
Okay, but if you acknowledge this person had a mental illness that predisposed them to obsession, I don't know why feeding into that obsession by actively sexting them would get it to
that. I'm saying that nothing.
I'm responding to your claim
justifies-
that she was stalking
I don't care
you.
about no. My claim is nothing. Okay, we'll drop stalking since you don't want to own any strong claim against.
Well,
anybody
no,
ever
did she
against
stalk
me.
you or not?
You never will.
Did-
You never will. She did. Most people would agree with that, but you'll never own a strong claim
Stalking
against me.
is no. People are not sexting people. They describe as stalking them. Stalking is
You don't think
persistent,
anybody,
unwanted
you don't think
contact
anybody ever
and following.
weaponizes sex, especially against men? Really?
People, that
Maybe
wasn't
not
the claim
against you,
I just
guess,
made.
but,
That
like,
wasn't the claim I just
listen,
made.
no, hold on, stop. You don't hold on. You don't think that people have sex with people that they're
I'm
stalking?
not
You
a
don't think
sexual
women ever
degenerate.
weaponize
That's
or
like
men?
that's like sucking dick and has a
You're
butt
not a
plug in
sexual
and
degenerate.
fucking
You're
BPD
called
forwards
a
every week
virgin,
and then
not by
complaining that they're
choice. That's
stalking
great.
me.
There we go. All the personal attacks. Yes, get them all out here. What did
You
you say?
just
6
playing
months ago, you
victim,
wanted to rape
attacking
cut
and
that
then
woman's
playing
throat?
victim.
Hold
That's
on.
literally all you know how to
Attacking and
do.
playing victim?
Yes.
Well, I'm talking about
I
nothing
only personally
justifies.
attacked you because you went in for personal attack.
Nothing justifies. Well, you're making retarded claims. Nothing justifies Anna talking about me obsessively every single day. Nothing does, right?
Sure, but she's
She's
somebody.
So it is justified or it's not. I need a binary or a percentage on that. What could possibly justify her going public and talking about me every single day? What could justify that?
Well, she probably believed you had emotionally hurt her in some sense, and she would solve something by talking about you. But I believe that wouldn't be an adequate justification because I don't think talking about you was going to resolve that if she was talking about you every day.
So then nothing justifies her going live and talking about me, messaging my wife, messaging other content creators, going into other streams.
That's irrational behavior from somebody that you've already admitted has a mental illness.
No, fuck, irrational?
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. They're irrational and crazy. They're crazy. They're crazy when you need to smear them, but then they have all the agency in the world when it's time to defend yourself.
Somebody can have mental issues and still have agency.
Yes, I agree, but it seems like you were like using her obsessive nature against her, and then complaining that she was obsessive after you fed into this relationship by sexting her.
I do think it's wild. I do think it's wild that we, again, Aiden, came on to discuss your debate with Destiny and also who's still spreading my docs. And now here we are litigating the Anna stuff for the second time.
I've just taken this wherever you wanted to go with it. You're the one that wanted the conversation. If you feel like things like off topic or whatever, this is your conversation.
Well, this is content, so I'm letting it ride, but
yeah.
Sure. Hold on. Okay, one more. You play, I guess, like a minute from here or whatever.
Okay, give me a second. I'll bring it up. Ready?
Go.
You know that you were psychologically abusive to me, Steven. Don't deny it. Come on, don't gaslight. But Steven, you literally ignored me. You gave me the silent treatment. You did the stonewalling.
When they sent you 50 fucking DMs, it's not abuse, Anna.
Steven, that was after you were ignoring me for literally months because I know you were doing that out of anger and control. And my own therapist said this.
I was like,
stop. Okay, stop. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I can't believe I let you fucking retards hijack this narrative so much because you're so obsessed with the pedophile rapist, Mr. Girl, and I know you are. You absolutely have the archetype for it, and that leaked call from 6 months ago fucking shows it, okay? 100%, you have the archetype of a Mr. Girl fucking rapist.
I don't like Mr. Girl.
She just said in that call that I was ignoring her for months. What the fuck?
So, first of all, obviously the context, but do you not think that if the narrative is being perpetuated, that you used her obsessive nature against her, right? Apparently you said, and I'm reading this one because someone said it in my chat. I'll tell you exactly where I'm reading it from. Apparently you said to her that you would like fix her reputation or something while you were sexting her. It seems like you've been somebody that's been willing to use that obsessive nature when it benefits you, and obviously giving her just enough to keep the obsession going, and then withholding affection absolutely can keep it going, so you just don't feed into it, right? You just don't text her at all. You disengage completely.
The fixing her reputation is when one of the things that she would loop about And there are DMs from her mod coming into my chat and talking about, oh God, watch out guys, she's looping again, don't talk about her. The fixing reputation was me trying to delete every bad thing about her on the internet. That was me fixing reputation. So me asking Abba to remove the video where he covered her massive crash out. Me asking creators in the space, please don't talk about it or ban the thing in your chat if you see it. Me trying to go back to my Reddit history for old threads about her and deleting it. That's me fixing reputation. It's not like I'm saying like, you have to sex me and then I'll fix your reputation, blah, blah, blah. This never happened.
You don't think... You don't think that
dude,
would...
No, stop, dude. You can't keep doing this. You don't think. What she is constantly bringing me up. Even after ignoring her for months, she's messaging everybody around me. You could talk to other content creators saying that I'm abusing her. When I do ignore her, she's saying it's because I'm abusing her by ignoring her. When I talk to her, she's saying I'm abusing her and manipulating her by talking to her. You can't keep doing this. Well, don't you think that she's driving this, all of this?
Okay, so it seems like this person is obviously has some like emotional distress.
Mentally ill, and don't you think it's the same thing? This is it.
Well,
you guys are broken records. Dude.
No,
You're a
I'm saying you
robot.
can't
You
have
are
it
a
both
robot.
ways. You can't have it both
Have
ways.
what both ways?
You paint her as mentally. Then when I invoke it, I'm supposedly trying to take away her agency. You're the one who said
Hold on,
shit
can you
OCD.
just address
You're the one who
Aiden, please?
introduced
Can
the
you
shit
just address
OCD.
that on
You're the
that
one...
stream that we just saw, just real quick, on the stream that we just saw, Anna said that Destiny hadn't talked to her for months, and she considered that abuse.
And she was messaging people around me saying it was abuse. And she was on these panels saying that I was an abuser.
Sure,
Like,
I don't think the
so
way.
what
I don't
is-
think the way to. I don't
what
think.
is-
So-
what is he like? If he can't not talk to her because that's going to be painted as abuse,
You
and
just
she's
could-
going to talk to people like this is abusive. This person's abusing me. This person's an abuser, and go on streams and do streams about it. And if he does talk to her, then he's abusing a mentally ill woman. Like you're putting him in a no-win.
That's
situation.
not true. Do you not think in like situations of stalking, do you think anybody would be advised to engage with the person at all? That has been like obviously you've just said he ignored her, right? But if the narrative is
people don't have public lives. It's easy. Like BPD people are easy to treat in real life. You just ice them out. You don't talk about them. Online, they start making fucking twitlongers about you, or they start dating your ops secretly, and then they go on their stream for 6 months to talk shit about you.
So
Like,
if a claim gains traction that she's made, then you just go and address that like publicly, dispute it. And if she has nothing, then it collapses, and you could just
That's not how. That's
oh
not.
my god, bro, he's fucking retarded. Hold on, just curious. Did somebody did you suck a guy's dick 6 months ago? Did this happen, or did some guy suck your dick 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you just say you don't get engaged in degenerate behavior then?
I'm sorry, it's degenerate behavior to
Have a
have
guy
private
suck your dick? Are you gay?
Isn't there literally a video of you on the internet sucking a
Are
random
you
guy's
gay,
dick?
motherfucker? Are you gay?
I'm bi-curious.
I don't.
Bi-curious,
Why?
motherfucker.
I'm
He
not
was sucking your
interested.
dick.
I'm not
That's
interested.
Bi-curious is before the mouth is. Well, because you called me degenerate as a fucking insult earlier. What the fuck?
Okay, so I've only had sexual activity probably with like enough people to name on one hand.
You're
and that is-
21 years old. No shit.
Well,
I don't care.
Okay,
I
your
don't care
20s are
about
sort.
the sex
Your
stuff.
20s are sort
I
of the
don't care
time
about
actually
the sex
when you're
stuff.
going around.
I don't want to know.
20s?
Please
You're
don't tell me.
21. You're not in your 20s. You're 21.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
that's
please
in
don't
my
tell me.
20s.
Okay, this is gone.
Sure, that's fine. I'm sorry.
If anything, I'd understand your shit. I'd understand your shit more if you were maybe like in your early 20s. I feel like that's like more of the appropriate time where you're going around like fucking like a bunch of random people and shit, maybe, right? But like, you know, I feel like this would be the time where where you would try shit out and get it out of the way. I don't know.
I'm just saying, I didn't have any guy experience when I was 21. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Enough.
Yeah, only when you're 40 and the videos are all up on the internet for the world to see, I guess.
Last, because I'm done with this conversation. I am done with this conversation. It's gone on in circles, and we've looped and looped and looped and looped and looped, and I think it's time to have some closing thoughts. And let me just ask you, Aiden, as a last thing, and then you can give your final thoughts on the matter, and we can wrap this up. Earlier, right? A couple weeks ago, you called on everyone to rally around to fight against Destiny and DGG and things like that. Given what you know now and the interactions you've had since, do you stand by that call to action, or have you become more neutral? That's what I want to know.
Whenever he says something that I believe to be dishonest and then it's
Answer my
perpetuated,
question,
yeah, I
please.
am. This is actually a fucking answer. So whenever he perpetuates something that I believe to be dishonest and then a million like random like sock accounts are perpetuating that narrative, etc., I say, you know what? If they respond with like five of those sock accounts reiterate his claims, have 10 that reiterate the claim that you can argue is truthful, right? So yes, that call to action would remain if there's anything that is said that I believe is a lie.
Okay, so currently that call to action is in force.
If he lies, if I believe he lies, yeah.
Do you believe he's lying?
I think he's lied about certain things. Yeah, I don't think the whole. I don't think.
So it is still in force.
Yes, in response to the
Okay,
lies that get
that's all I
disseminated.
wanted to know.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay. Give your final thoughts on the matter. And then please, I will remind you, I do want to know who's spreading my docs. And you can take your time, find out, be accurate, and just let me know when that happens. But final thoughts, and then we'll get Destiny's final thoughts, and then I am done with all of you for now. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck this space. I'll be glad when my court case is over so I can burn all these motherfuckers to the ground because the people here are fucking insane. It's annoying the crazy myths that are existing of me being this manipulator, abuser. Like, people have desperately clung on to these for years. There has never been a leak, never been a DM, and I probably have more shit about me, more fuck videos, more cringy fucking sex, more whatever fucking romantic message that have leaked about me than any other fucking content creator on the space. And guess what? There haven't ever been messages of me saying, I want to fucking slit this fucking woman's throat. I want to fucking murder this motherfucker.
No, there's
I wanna
messages of you
abuse this
saying you
person."
hope she gets
It's
raped to death with a shovel. I made an edgy joke that you're trying to describe. I've never used that comment against you, by the way.
Excuse
I've only
me,
used it.
that was not a leak. That was a post on my public Twitter, you fucking retard. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Why would it being leaked or not change the nature of the statement? If it was made
Because
as
you're
a...
trying to hide it. Because you're trying to
How
hide
am
it.
I
because
trying
all
to
you guys
hide
listen-
it? How am I trying to hide it?
You just said it was in a private room, didn't you? It was in a private room that wasn't supposed to leak anywhere,
I'm
right?
sorry. If you're having a conversation with somebody one-on-one, are you trying to hide all of the contents of that? I was
It
merely
wasn't
making a joke.
was
to an
it?
appropriate...
Was it one-on-one?
Okay, not everything is a one-to-one. A comparison can
No,
still
it was like
work,
6 people.
even if the quantity...
I'm just saying,
Yes, so
all
even if
I'm
quantity
saying
is
is
not
that-
exact, it can still be compared, right?
All I'm saying is that of all the crazy shit that's ever been fucking said about me and all the fucking leaks and everything else, nothing is ever leaked to even remotely substantiate the crazy fucking things that people believe about me. Meanwhile, we just went through 30 fucking pages of Doobie talking about how he's got fucking kids on his mod team that they're flying out to meet while he copies child porn from members of his server.
I think that's all
because
crazy.
He's got a secret fucking... No, you don't give a fuck and you'll never talk about it again. I know you won't. You're going to be fucking friends with this dude tomorrow. He might
I
be
don't
the one
talk
sucking
to
your dick
him.
tomorrow. I don't know.
I don't talk to him.
Bro, and you don't talk about Cherry. You don't talk about Gisticle. I looked at
I
your
have
channel. There's
talked
like
about
15
them, yes.
mentions of it. There's 15 mentions of it ever. This guy said he wanted to be Cherry's Dr. K. He wanted to take care of her forever while he brought this woman onto his stream to fucking rape her mind so that she would continue to talk about his ops until he used her, abused her, burned her the fuck out, just like he wore out fucking Connor's ass, who's now set himself on fire to try to fucking take me out too, right? And then they toss these people into the wind. You're going to be the next little fucking fleshlight that they use and abuse and turn out, and then it's just going to be a whole fucking line of these people, and none of you guys can see the pattern. Meanwhile, Destiny, didn't you abuse Anna because one time in the 2 years of her obsessively posting and talking about you, you had lifted the moratorium on your chat and told people to go talk about her on Kiwi Farms instead of here? Meanwhile, in Gisticle server, on page 700, it's so fucking funny how they fucking dox this person. It's so funny on page fucking 1400. I wish I could post it here, but I know we're not allowed to, And you're like, well, look, they're not allowed to, Destiny. You're so beyond fucking retarded. You guys deserve every fucking
Destiny,
thing
do you know
that any...
every
I have no sympathy for
instance-
any of you. You're crazy.
Okay.
Last word, Aiden.
Yeah, so
Last word, Aiden,
all the things
and
you've
then
just
we're
mentioned,
ending.
I've only brought them up to refute the narratives that you've given. I believe that those things, not that I take like exceptional personal issue with like you telling people to go to keep for. I brought that up specifically in response to like disputing the claim that like you potentially are being reckless with your community, like, and the nature of like docs information that was disseminated on that website. In regards to Anna coming up again in this conversation, I've only argued against the claim that you made that she was a stalker. I haven't even said in this entire conversation, I think, if anything you're doing is morally good or bad. I'm just saying
Do you agree at least that she was a stalker?
No, because I believe
If she was talking about me every day.
Okay,
if she
we're
was
looping.
messaging people in other spaces every day.
We're looping.
If she was- if she
Destiny.
was- Wait.
I'm trying to
But
end this.
isn't that stalking? If she's messaging all these other people in the space,
I would
talking about me?
consider her.
Of course you would.
Yes,
Aiden, how is that not
Okay.
stalking? Does she have to show up at my house?
So I think if this had
stalking.
Okay, so without where you never interacted or engaged or talked to her at all, how long
We're
did this
looping.
persist
Okay.
for? Like
Months. 4 months. We'll say 4 months.
This was an
She was
obsession.
messaging other people in this space. She was streaming about me every day. She was talking about me every day. She was going on other panels to talk about me. She was using her credentials as a master psych student to say I was an abuser. She was talking about me abandoning Nathan.
Yeah, so in regards to her reaching out to people around you that knew you, like your wife, if you were not talking to her at
And
any
other
point,
content creators.
Yeah, okay, other content creators to get in contact with you directly?
Sometimes, yeah, or just to talk about me. Dude, look at all the qualifiers. You're so like.
No, I'm
you had
saying
no
I've given you my
problem-
definition of
you had
stalking.
no problem
I gave
saying
you my
that
definition.
I doxed Anna with no context whatsoever. I gave you all the stuff about Anna. You're like, well, how many hours did you spend not talking about her? And when she was messaging all those other people around you to talk about you, was it to talk about you like in particular, or was it just to talk about?
No,
you're such a fucking
I'm
piece of
asking.
shit.
I
Bro,
gave you
are
my
full of shit. You're
definition
full of
for
shit, bro.
stalking, which you
No,
didn't
fuck you.
dispute.
You have no definition.
We're
literally
ending the
Okay,
stream.
good.
We're
Okay.
ending the stream.
Got it.
I'm tired. I'm hungry. My doggy needs me, and I need to take her on a walk. This has been a shit show. But thank you both for coming on and get me that information, Aiden.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Subtaten Underground. Bye. Anyways, oh shit, I missed everybody's DMs. Fuck! The problem is I don't read people's DMs when I'm debating. Okay, people, I actually did get DMs from some people that I should have looked at. The problem is I don't read it. Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting conversation. It's really weird because it was done at Wick's insistence. I let the conversation go exactly where he wanted it to go. And it was very interesting how, like, at some points, I think it was like a fucking 4v1 or whatever. I think we did pretty good, all things considered. I'd appreciate if you guys left a like. Let me just take a quick look at, we basically just hit Streamly goal already. Let me just quickly take a look at all of this. Thank you, SN95 Hydra for the 5. Is anyone else feeling big Wick energy right now? Thank you, Bayer for the 2. Destiny, Doxbill on his DGG website today, AG4L. Godspeed with the 10, AG4L. Speed Racer with the 5. Give Aiden the clip of D doing Batman and Mutant laughing. Why won't Wick take a stance on that? Will he stand on that? Yes or no? Abayu with the 5. They're so off topic. What happens on the main topic of you in the debate? How you're supposed to relitigate everything when you stated you don't know? Thank you, Salmonella, for the 20 with no message. Thank you, Will, for the 2. Food Shops is their top guy. Thank you, CL Personal. Push back, speak with your chest. Thank you so much. I tried where I could, right? I obviously don't know. I didn't know he was coming onto that debate, and I would have prepped if I knew we were going to be debating about, like, everything about Anna or whatever. I was just taking it from, I wasn't even making any claims of myself. I just was disputing what he was saying because I felt like what he was saying and the way he was, I gave him the opportunity to lay it out to me, and I could be convinced if he gave me a good argument, as I was convinced on other points throughout that conversation. He made the argument and it just didn't work. So all of this has been me responding to his claims. This conversation only happened because I was asked to come on, and obviously I showed up. It was a response. It was responsive. Thank you for the 50 kroners, Sister Godiva. Driving is allowed, but driving in my house with 10 red cars is gang stalking. Thank you so much, Kalora Vetla. With the 10, put the blindfold on. Thank you, Martin, with the 2. Ask who was DMing the Tectone stuff he got wrong. Fuck, I wish I saw that. Thank you so much, Hog and Egg with the 5. AG4L, thank you so much. Will is me with the 2. They're going after you. Yeah, I guess. Thank you so much, Dude Nugget with the 2. Aiden 1. Let's go, boys. AG4L. Thank you, Kalora Vetla with the 10. AG4L. Thank you, Starfish Ditter with the 2. Happy Pride. Thank you, your local cryptid with the 20. Destiny's Fall will be studied for years. Thank you, Puddle with the 20. Patriot. Thank you, the Trib with the 5. First and last donor for me. I don't think you're unreasonable. You're a kid, but the people you want validation from don't give a fuck about you. Yeah, I've understood now that people don't necessarily give a fuck about me. I just defend people because I think they happen to be right with the arguments they make. Thank you, Let It Go New Zealand with the 1699 AG4L. Thank you, Aaron, for the 300 joules. Thank you, Plants, for the $10. Post about Anna going back 4 years on the Destiny subreddit, by the way. Yeah. Midge with the 2, AG4L. Like, obviously, I knew there were parts that just were not true there. But I don't know. Once you guys have to remember, I'm not like I wasn't like a Destiny like A-log or whatever. I found it incredibly boring and pedantic, and you know, I just don't know the weeds of like, and it is true that I was like literally 16 years old when some of this stuff was happening. So I don't know like the ins and outs of every situation, but all you need to do is listen to his argument. And when he lays it out, there's plenty to dispute there because some of the logic is blatantly inconsistent, invalid, not sound. And I let him do it and then disputed it as he gave it. Thank you, Midge with the 2. Thank you, Every Cafe with the 5. Dude, Samantha got demolished by one of her own and everyone thought it was me. The Bay Harbor Cafe. Let's see. I have no idea what you're talking about, but thank you so much. Thank you, Gundam Ping with the 5. You might as well read your DMs. You're going to be accused of either way. W stream. Thank you, Ghoul with the 1,600 yen. Something in Chinese is that I know it's Japanese currency, but Ghoul also speaks Chinese, I think. So I don't know if that's Chinese Japanese. But thank you so much. Check DMs, important. Super based. Doobie wants to call in. Yeah, I'm sorry. A lot of people were messaging. I missed from a lot of people. That was not my fight. Fuck, I don't know why I'm turning red. It was not my fight. In the sense of like, I'm not the guy that knows the ins and outs, but when you had Lav come on, and I wanted to say this to Lav, Wick wasn't letting me speak. What Lav had to say, I don't know her lore either, but what she was saying to me made sense. What she was saying in that conversation made sense, and I knew that the game was to paint her as insane. So what I was hoping she didn't do, and to be fair, she was like relatively restrained, but what they wanted to do is make her go on angry and drawn on so they could paint her as like another crazy like woman or whatever, right? I think she had like the win there easily on her points. So I was just like trying to get that message into her. They're trying to make you look crazy. Don't give it to them. Not that I think she was being crazy there, in that instance or whatever. But yeah, it was very funny how she's not allowed to monologue, but Stardust was able to do it when it was a point against me. And then Wick just like blatantly concedes that he's actually just like an unfair moderator or is a biased moderator. Not that I particularly care. It's just like all of this shit is just me, like they're applying their own standards in these conversations. They're applying their own standards in these dialogues, and I'm watching the inconsistencies happen in real time. I don't even have like super strong positions on like a lot of the shit because I don't know the fucking ins and outs of it. I don't, right? So I just listen to him. Who better to listen to on this than the person themselves? Let them lay out the argument to you, and he does, and it doesn't fucking work. Thank you, Astral to the 5, W8N, brush up on the lore if you do this again. Absolutely. I should have, right? I didn't know that Destiny was going to be showing up. I thought it was going to be, the topic was about my debate with him, and it was going to be just between me and Wick. Obviously, he's allowed to show up and talk to me about whatever he wants, but you have to understand the reason I didn't know this was all going to come up, so I didn't prep for any of that, but I think we did pretty good. And I appreciate all the support, everybody. If you're new here, subscribe. We're almost at 7,000 subs. It really helps me out. If you like what I have to say, even if you disagree with me, if you like the way I say it, etc., there is going to be a spot for you. Maybe here, I don't know. But yeah, thank you everyone for supporting. I got to study because I have a final tomorrow, but I will, oh yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Crab Navy with the 2. You should have talked over Wick more. Yeah, I just wasn't being aggro there. I gotta be honest, I feel like being like a little more laid back in that convo was just what worked, right? Because it just like looked like it just looked like incessant spurging from the other side. I was basically just, I guess, doing to them what they were doing to Lav, where like, because you're emotional about it, you look insane, right? Yo, thank you so much, Doobie, with the 10. More than happy to come on and go over the lies they told about me at some point. Yeah, anytime. I mean, if you want to come on now, I'll keep this thing going for a bit longer. I just didn't know if we had anything else to cover. If you're free now, we can talk about it. Hold on. I think I sent you a friend request on Discord. I don't know. Dude, I just like turn red sometimes, and I don't know why. It's like total... You ever get? I have a Chinese friend, and whenever he drinks, like if there's like a little bit to drink, he like goes like he turns into like a fucking tomato. I'm not drinking, obviously. But I don't know why I'm turning red. All I was saying in that conversation was about the Doobie shit specifically. If the way he laid it out was correct, then I wouldn't dispute the descriptor. The problem is I don't trust him to be honest and what he's laying out about Doobie, because I know that when he gets angry and when he gets spiteful, he looks for things to misrepresent, to impugn someone's character. It was only after he couldn't dispute my talking points that he then started going back to that call where I'm making edgy jokes and like reasserting that they were completely serious, like statements of intent or whatever. The reason I can't take him at his word for any of this is because I know the game. I know how the game works. I know how these spiteful fucking lies form, and I can't in good conscience trust him to accurately represent information about anyone that's critical of him, because I've watched them do it to me. I've watched them do it to me. Hold on. Let me... The manipulative tactics literally right in your face. Yeah, it's just like... And I mean this when I say... Do you think I want, like, Destiny to be who he is? Do you think I want that? No, I would love a Destiny that, like... I would love a Destiny that was advocating for liberal positions and just, like, I don't know, was, like, happily married and not going around having a bunch of, like fucking a bunch of people over and having a bunch of aggrieved parties and being just, like, a shit person. Like, I would... You know, I'd love that. Because, you know, I like when people who I think are able to do something well, do that good thing for good. The problem is he doesn't. I come on like 10 minutes, audio will be a little scuffed, I'm out though. Yeah. Yeah, totally fine. I could keep going for as long. I just was gonna study. I'm gonna be up all night, but I was just leaving to study early because I didn't think we had anything else to cover. I'd be happy to talk about this. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. I'm just gonna go make another cup of coffee before we keep this thing going. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. I'll leave you. I guess we can watch some moments from the first combo. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, people. If you're tuning out, like on your way out. Here we go.
But not the whole server. You would still have this exact same call to the commentary community rally. You would only disavow. How would you even know who was active at the time and saw it? Would it just be people that responded to it, people that liked it, and then everybody else on the server is fair game? Or like they're cool?
I mean, no, I'd probably be okay disavowing the actual creators in the server, even if they weren't active at the time. Sure.
What does disavow mean?
The creators in the server?
Yeah, you said there were a bunch of YouTubers in there and shit. I know of some.
So every single member of the server, then you would disavow it. You'd say, "I'm not going to do anything with these guys. These guys are all bad people."
No, cut them off completely. There's a difference between a denunciation and like a total bridge burn. I believe that if somebody is like legitimately remorseful for what they've done and is not planning on doing it again, I believe they could be forgiven.
So Aiden, is it like...
Last question on the Django. If all this stuff was happening, all these people were involved in these servers, apparently none of them know what's going on. The vetting process has surprised apparently at least 2 people in this conversation about what you need to get into the server.
Well, I clarify what I meant by vetting.
I don't care. If all of this is said to be true, don't you think it's a little bit silly for you to come in and defend the fact that a doxing tool was posted in this Discord and nobody really seemed to care much about it?
No.
Isn't that kind of a silly...
Not really. You guys had the opportunity to lay out your argument. It was bad.
Yeah, and
I'm responding to your argument.
The argument is that you guys are watching a doxing tool being posted in a server that's engaged in a ton of bad behavior. Your defense of that was a vetting process and people with reputations, and we've shown over and over and over again, Lav, these are the reputations you're defending? Other people in this server that have been up to some crazy fuck shit that you yourself got kicked out of the server, these are the people whose reputation you're defending? The vetting process...
If the server's allowing people to do like crazy fuck shit... What'd you say? So the last part.
The server vetting process that is make sure you hate like these 3 fucking things. These are the people that you're saying are reputable enough to have dox tools posted.
Well, I don't think hating those things makes you necessarily a risk of doxing. I think Israel's
when they were trying to invite Stephanie Gale, what were the 2 requirements? Because I'm pretty sure it was: do you hate Destiny, Ethan, and hate Israel?
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, I mean, you could admit it, you're a very widely hated figure. So is Ethan, and Israel's one of the most controversial like countries on earth. I think someone assuming those positions doesn't inherently indicate that they're a risk of actually going and like burning their own reputation for the sake of doxing someone, right?
You know what you guys are?
Hating those things means that you must have a strong reputation worth defending. I want to hear you say that clearly. You're saying that as long as you hate Destiny, Ethan, and Israel, you probably have a strong reputation.
All right, we're back. I know we probably just had a huge viewership drop off, but that's okay. I need it. I was sitting there for what, like fucking almost 4 hours. All right, cool. All right, I sent a friend request to Doobie, and he can call in when he wants. Amazing how hard. Yeah, I mean. There was, dude, I don't know why I'm red. There was no. It's just like I'm literally, when I say to you, like, obviously nobody has any reason to take me at my word for anything here, but I fucking, like, I don't have this, like, brain worm. I've expressed it temporarily recently when, like, people in his orbit were, like, disseminating lies about me, and I felt like he just did that, but, like, I've never seriously had this, like a fucking brain, or like a hatred against this guy. If anything, and it was not 5 years ago. I liked him up until the Pixie shit happened. Then I heard about all the other past shit that I didn't follow, like, with or whatever, and the arguments that were laid out to me painted a picture of somebody that was being a really bad person and was really effective at lying about it. I used to truly relate to Destiny. I used to think I was sociopathic. Now I realize I was just a manipulative piece of shit when I was younger. It comes with the drug addiction. Well, I wasn't an addict or anything. But, like, when you're younger and have a more immature mindset, it almost, like, looks cool to be just, like, this cold, unempathetic person or whatever, but, like, a big part of maturity, obviously. Like, Connor was correct in the description, like, I don't know how much of this is, like, a trauma thing or whatever, but, like, that mindset, you sort of grow out of it. You sort of grow out of it, unless you, like, have, I don't know, fucking personality disorder or something. But you sort of grow out of that, like, as you get older and begin to realize, like, it's not actually like it's actually kind of like a loser way to come off, to appear as this, like, cold, unempathetic person that just, like, I'm breaking on hives. Been clean 14 years now. Congrats. Hold up. I don't know what I'd be. I just fucking, I don't know if I've, like, I don't know what, I just, like, turn red sometimes. I don't know why. Oatmeal bath. Yeah, I'm having I actually have a flesh-eating virus right now, believe it or not. I thought I had ASPD, 13 or 14 traits needed, but, food shops wasn't appealing enough to kids. Then, dude, food shops coming into that, food shops got, whenever someone would get, like, totally fucking cleared, it'd be like, they'd be kicked. I let them have every advantage. And I did that. By the way, I wasn't calling him out for bringing in randos to 5v1 mixer because I wanted to put the burden on them to use everything available to them, come at me with every single argument they had, and anyone who was willing to argue it simultaneously, to show that they have nothing, even when they're playing on a playing field where they have every advantage. And I am totally okay with having that advantage, that playing field. They still lose, because at the end of the day, it is a war on truth. It is a war on truth. It is a war on facts, and when you listen to their own arguments, the holes just become apparent, even when you're not somebody that's, like, you know, intimately involved with this situation. He's, like, not even. I love how Wick was, like, pretending. Like, he said it the other day. Does anyone have the post? I could pull it up. Wick was saying the other day that, like, a big reason, Wick was saying that, like, he's like, I'm finally going, like, unbiased now. Like, there's no question about it or whatever. Acting like that bias wasn't already apparent. And he just blatantly owns it. When I catch it, he blatantly owns it. The way they treated Lav was so like, when Stardust is, and just to be clear, I'm not even saying that it's, like, a wrong thing to be upset. It's wrong. When Stardust was going on this, like, emotional tangent where if it was about Destiny and by one of the girls Destiny's wrong, they would absolutely use that to paint someone as crazy over that. She's allowed to drone on uninterrupted. Yet as soon as Lab starts making a good point, but is doing it in a manner where she's talking a lot, we're gonna, oh, she's insane. We're gonna deafen, plug your ears like a fucking child, kick her out, like, it's so bad. And then what they did was they said she could come back, and it was so fucking weaselly. They said she could come back if she brought J-Stock. How is she supposed to control whether or not J-Stock is willing to come in and debate Destiny? And also, why would J-Stock engage at this point when they're literally admitting to disseminating his fucking docs? Why would he engage directly? She can't possibly meet that burden. That's out of her control. And he knows that, and that's why he set that burden. It was a dishonest way to say, I don't want you to call in because you're making arguments that Destiny can't contest. And I am not a neutral moderator, but in fact, I'm a moderator that has only vested interest in sucking up to this guy and making him look as good as possible. And the second one of my one of the people that I dragged in starts to make him look bad or whatever. Total sweep job. The broom comes out. It's like actually pathetic. And Destiny's threatened to murder him multiple times. Yes, and then I love when he does this thing, and you have to catch him on it, okay? You watch he does the thing that I've called out other people for doing. He does this dishonest Weasley fucking thing where he likes to sit there and pretend. Hold on, I'm looking for this fucking the Wick message in DGG chat. If somebody has that, put it in my inbox. He does this thing where he acts like a comparison is invalid because the two things are not a one-to-one. However, for the reason they're being compared, the factor that led to the initial comparison is existent in both scenarios. And if the comparison works, you'll find some arbitrary characteristic that differs between the two because you're never comparing two identical things, right? Then it wouldn't be a comparison. You're never comparing two identical things. He'll find some arbitrary characteristic that makes them different, therefore invalidating the comparison when he knows the two things don't need to be the same to be compared. Oh, he's in Collins? Awesome. Yo, what's good? What's good?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Okay. So I listened to I feel like maybe the second half of that stream. I don't even know how long. But I did hear some of the allegations they made about me. So I figured I'd just go over them with you. To give you context and to take any questions about anything from you or from anybody in the audience or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess what so the claims are being and just so the reason I accept what he was saying is because I obviously don't I don't know shit about your situations, and that's why I clarified if it is the way he's saying it, because I didn't think the way he was saying it was probably going to be accurate, then yeah, that descriptor would be appropriate. But I guaranteed or was betting that he was probably mischaracterizing it because you're a vocal critic of his. When did you and him initially fall out, or were you ever cool?
So I've known him for I think 8 years. First met him on Discord. In fact, if you were to go into his channel and look up a Destiny debate Darth Dawkins, I think. And it's the thumbnail is him with angel wings or whatever, because Darth Dawkins is I don't want to say he's famous, but he's a very well known on Discord pre-sup debate bro guy, though. I don't know if he's around anymore. So that was on my server in 2017 or some shit. And I think that was the first time I met him. And then after that, we did a lot of networking for AMAs, and I'd gone to panels with him and other people. And I've done a lot of networking with a ton of Twitch and YouTube political people. Not just political people either. I've just a ton. So I know a lot of people in the space just because I would do a lot of networking for my server to get events put together, big AMAs, to do outreach, things like that. So we fell out over the Pixie stuff. So when that happened, and I think it's because I didn't know Pixie, but I'd been on 4 or 5 panels with her. So I knew her as a nice person, right? That I was usually making upset on panels. So the original nude leaking thing, or the nude sharing thing without consent was bad. But then what really but I could write that off as, okay, he fucked up, maybe he can take responsibility and try to make it right. But the way that he handled it after that was, I felt, just totally avoiding all responsibility, not taking any accountability for it, and trying to paint her as trying to extort him because she was feeling suicidal. It was ridiculous. So I just had no respect for that. I just wanted nothing to do with him after that.
I have the same thought process. I explained the thing he did is obviously horrible, but it's not something that is on its face a completely unforgivable, irreparable act that you will never be able to exist in a space as you shouldn't be able to exist in a space ever again. The problem is that it's an unrepentant act that was indicative of a personality type that isn't really all that great. People who fuck up and legitimately feel remorse do not do what he does and has done in the process of this. And the whole justifying critics as as justifiable targets and shit. I mean, what is his rationale for claiming that you're a justifiable target?
It's actually shifted a lot over the last year. I think initially he said that I was part of a snarker community that was working with Kiwi Farms to dox him and swat people and just try to destroy his life and fucking with people around him. But the truth is, I don't think I'd ever communicated with JStock at all before he said that about me. And my last conversation with Quimman before that was like, I think like over a year and a half prior, or probably even like 2 years prior, when that Elder Drazi thing happened with Chad Logic, like on his server. And I had a huge argument with Quimman about that. And that was the last time I ever spoke to him before that. So I was not connected to these people whatsoever. I'm not a Kiwi Farms person. Shit has nothing to do with me. What actually happened is because I'm like a critic of his, and that, to be clear, it's not even just a pixie shit. Like after that, he started, I think, trying to find some way back to relevancy, right? Or and he would like make crazy statements like, Trump, Republicans should be afraid to go outside. That joke he made about the drowned kids in Texas, like shit like that. That I thought was really gross, right? So, and because he's a figure in the space, when people talk about him, and when he does these kinds of things, people talk about him. When he goes on Piers Morgan's debate, people talk about it. And so I talk about it. And because I disagreed with him, I would disagree with him and criticize him. And then because there are a lot of people in the space who were fans of his, I'd end up arguing with them. Right? Like that's what it was. So that to him was unacceptable and was justification to dox me or try to dox me.
He will invent, even if you don't perpetrate wrong. And the reason I'm sympathetic to your sentence is because I've experienced it, and the reason I know that he's like mischaracterizing it is because I've watched them do it with me. And I have not been like, fucking, I didn't like JStock for a long time and shit. Like we weren't like, and I was all of a sudden being addressed as if I was him personally. I was being addressed as if I was you personally. And I don't, you probably don't even remember talking about. I spoke to you once on a Prime Case panel like 4 years ago or some shit. Like I don't know you. Which is just like, I watch how they do it in real time. So you can't take him at his word whenever he's characterizing criticism against the opposition, because he's evidently demonstrated a pattern of behavior where he knows he can't win on argumentation logic alone. He'll just look for dirt in your past or shit that he can mischaracterize as dirt to try to invalidate your argument, when that's obviously just like a total pivot.
Yeah, I think and because I try to be sympathetic to him a little bit. I try to understand why he's behaving this way. And I really think that a lot of it is he has fans that will go into Discord servers like Wick server, for example, and they will strike up conversations about him with me. And because I'm criticizing them in those conversations that they brought up, they will like record them and send it to Des. I'm like, oh, Doobie's talking shit about you. So I feel like a lot of that happens, not just with me, but probably with other people too. And this is why he has like this impression that everybody's talking about him all the time, because like I really don't. Like I talk about him. Actually, I've spoken about him more recently in the last few weeks because he started accusing me of trying to like prime people to fuck with his son, which is insane. Which Wick also is doing now, which is also really irritating. So yeah, when he does dumb shit and makes crazy accusations against me, I'm gonna talk about him more. Like this is totally natural.
Hold on, sorry, I just my chat's getting fucking spammed. One sec. Yeah, dude, it's just like so funny, like all the fucking like the second you like try to like I haven't like I've unilaterally said like the tactics like that are used against him by like Kiwi Farms that are doing about. I completely condemn those. And it's just like so funny how many people like come out of the woodwork to try to fuck with you just because you're a critic. Has Destiny put nearly as much like, and not saying that I believe there's justifiable instances of doxing, but like to your knowledge, has he put like as much effort into identifying the accounts themselves that have disseminated dox information surrounding his friends, family, etc., as he has into just linking critics to that dox and looking into their shit? Like it seems like there's just
not
more.
I mean, not that I know, but I also don't know who's done that. Like I'm not connected to that shit at all. I'm not a Kiwi Farms person. I don't hang around people who do doxing. Like that's not something I've ever been a part of.
None of us are. None of us have been okay. Then I've watched in real time as he's just tried to find tenuous links so you could be justified as a target of bad acts that you don't utilize yourself, and he's coming up with some arbitrary bullshit justification to do it, which is why he has to lie. And it's just like it's honestly it's like super pathetic. So I'm a little critical. My understanding is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you're probably obviously you're probably a debate bro, right? And I'm a bit of one myself. I used to be like hyper into like, you know, I was in the politics server a little bit, like in VCs and shit, like getting into the weeds of like just like optically horrible topics and shit. But it was, you know, anything was on the table to be debated logically. What do you think? What do you think the benefit is, or why do you have minors in the politics server? I guess.
So this is actually pretty common in political communities, right? So if you were to look at the r/conservative server, which has like, I think like 80,000 people in it. I think that's just the second biggest politics server if you don't count Destiny's, because not dumb because it's more like a streamer server. They allow minors in the server, and our server is not an NSFW server. People aren't posting porn in the chat, and if they are, they get their image perms taken or they get banned. It's not like this is a server where people come, hang out, and talk about philosophy, politics, culture, religion, whatever, right? So I don't really see a good reason to keep minors out of those discussions if they're interested in it. And obviously, we have protections in place to the best of our ability to ensure that they're not having inappropriate conversations, they're not posting inappropriate things, people aren't interacting with them inappropriately.
Well, that's true. You can, but you can only obviously moderate and are responsible for what happens in the server. I guess I guess from my end, like what I would sort of raise an eyebrow is, it would be true that by identifying people as minors, which I understand is being done as like a, because I was given them, I'm not a minor, but I was given that role, and I didn't want to send ID or anything. But when I joined, the only effect it had on me was like when I would join a VC, and there would be people that wouldn't engage or tell me to leave because something was being spoken about that wasn't, you know, can't be said around minors or whatever, which is the only reason I found out that I even had the role, right? But there could be like a criticism there in like identifying them in like this large server, because it gives people like a pool of minor. If anyone comes in with like malicious acts, it gives them like a pool that they could go and try to DM with the knowledge that they're minors. But I guess under that rationale, why wouldn't they just go on like Twitter or something?
So let me like lay it out for you. So the reason we came up with a minor role, and we've had this for I think ever since the server was created in like 2017. Actually, I think it existed on the older server, because there was a server before the politics server called March Against Trump that actually cooed, and then the current server was the backup server of that one because that one was deleted. And we took over with like 3,000 members, right? And we built up from there because the old owner was a drunken asshole who would abuse the community. So the reason we have the minor role is we don't want minors to be turning on the cameras. We don't want them to be posting pictures of themselves. We don't want them engaging in any like flirty conversations with anybody. So that allows us to identify them. And to be clear, I think that there was maybe a point where we were like really harsh about it, and we said, "Hey, well, if we have good reason to think you're a minor, and you want to get rid of the role," and typically the good reason was you said it somewhere on the server at some point, and somebody heard you, or it was in chat or something, and you said you're 16, and now you're saying you're 20, right? Then we're going to be suspicious. Like it used to be that we would want like a cropped screenshot of an ID or something that showed your age, but we haven't done that in like years, I think. And right now, unless there's a good reason to leave the role on, we just take your word for it. So unless we like look at the logs and you were saying you're 16 like 2 weeks ago, if you say that you're 18, we'll just believe you're 18, because we're not going to force people to dox themselves.
Yeah.
But further, let me just like further clarify. I feel like I went off on a ramble there. So obviously it allows us to give minus perms or remove perms because we don't want them to get on camera and shit. But also it allows other users to identify who the minors are so that they can keep an eye out for them and keep an eye out for people interacting with them inappropriately, avoid topics that would be inappropriate for their voice channel. And it's just like it gives us like an extra layer of like, it makes them stand out so that we know to watch them, right? So to make sure that nobody's fucking with them. Now, from my perspective, our server is not a dating server or an NSFW server. There are massive servers like Edgy, like Chillzone, hundreds of thousands of people in there with very little moderation. If pedophiles, and I know this happens because I get fucking like reports from people all the time about this crazy shit that happens on the servers. If people want to target minors, they go to those servers because there's very little moderation. Kids have their fucking cameras on, and these people just run rampant in there. And it's true that on Discord, there's a really big pedophile problem. So we do run into those once in a while on my server, and we report them. We report them to the police. We ban them from the server. We name and shame them so everybody knows who the fuck they are and what they've done. So it's just ridiculous to think that, to me anyway, that would be like it would be like a detriment to like the protection of minors rather than a boon, because the alternative is we don't have them in the server at all, which I don't think is okay. I don't think it makes sense to punish them because they're creeps on the internet. Or we don't have a role, and you might be talking to somebody, and the reality is people hang out on Discord for hours a day. Sometimes they get flirty, sometimes sliding through each other's DMs. We don't want to have situations where that happens, and then later they find out, oh shit, it was like a 16-year-old or some shit. So it really is just there to make sure that that kind of stuff happens less often.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm from like I'm applying my, I guess, because I come from I was in the politics and like debate bro shit, but like I come from a different space, so like I just personally don't keep any minors around because it's just like a liability. But I understand if you have a server where it's like things like philosophy are being debated, etc. There are people that underage that have a legitimate interest in that. I wouldn't personally risk it, but that's not really even it's obviously not you run a completely different game over there. And like it's a totally different server, different nature, right? My question is,
and to
you
put
know
into perspective,
yeah. Sorry, you can take.
So just put into perspective, right? So the server's been around for, well, we've run it since 2017, I think, and so that's long enough to see people come to the server. I'll give you an example. Noble, the founder on the server, and the founder team is basically like we equally run the server, like we're the team at the top of the server. Noble joined the server when she was 15 years old, and now she's out of college, traveling the world, doing like AI software shit. And she's an extremely intelligent person. And when she joined the server, she was an extremely intelligent kid, right? So very curious, love philosophy. So I just don't understand why we'd keep these kids out of that. You know, it just doesn't make any sense to me to punish them. And we have a ton of kids like that who've grown up in the community, are now adults, and are still hanging out, you know, and debating and whatnot with us.
Obviously, but with like the understanding that like there are some things that are legitimately just going to be like outside of like your control. Generally speaking, it would be less of a punishment. I would view it as less of a punishment, more of a protection thing. But my question is, you've known him for 7 years. Before the Pixie shit came out, did he ever bring up this criticism to you?
No. In fact, he'd actually been on my server for AMAs. We used to do it like once a year. I'd ask him for an AMA. And in multiple of those AMAs, he spoke to minors on the server, right? And it's very clearly minors, so like fucking 15-year-olds. Who would like hop on and immediately call him a pedophile or something, right? So I know that he knows, but he also like would do debate streams with people that he knew were minors, right? Or have them on his stream. So like this whole like, oh god, how dare you have minors in a political debate space thing is fucking ridiculous. It's so silly.
Well, I know of at least one that he debated. The first time I ever spoke to Destiny actually was when I was a kid, when I was a minor, when I was on his stream to talk to him about something completely unrelated. But he's like debated Lieutenant Corbus. He's literally admitted that like if I'm pretty sure through his own admission, he said that like, you know, if a kid comes to him like asking questions about like relationships and shit, he's totally willing to entertain and continue that conversation. So it seems like so long as the intent isn't bad on like the party that's doing it, he's totally been okay with interaction and engagement with minors. It's just he's pretending like he cares here. And although I think that there, once again, I'm not standing here saying, oh yeah, I endorse the fact, like if I ran the server, I wouldn't have any in there just because I don't take risks like that, right? But it seems like his only fucking, it seems like his only gripe, this gripe is only coming up now because you become a vocal critic of him. And the game is like so clear, it's so bad faith. It's just like, look for anything in hindsight to try to paint it in the worst light possible, make you look like, what I see when I see this, even though I don't personally agree with every decision, what I see when I see this is I see like a, just like pure logic brain being applied, the sort of shit I see when I was like in the hyper debate bro space, but they're trying to use this to paint you as some sort of pedophile. Which is just like obviously absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't fucking, I mean, it's just
so I can
Yep.
I can address some of the more extreme shit. Right? So the 16-year-old at the mod meeting thing. So that happened, I think it was, I want to say like 2023, 2022. It was back when we allowed minors on the mod team. And what we would do is just have them on the mod team, but they wouldn't have perms to see the image logs or the detain channel. Detain is for like people who might need to be banned, who posted like porn on the server or something. So we would just keep them out of the NSFW channels, and they would still be able to like mute people in voice channels and delete text chats and mute people in text chat. But we stopped doing it just because it was really inconvenient to have them as a mod on the server if they couldn't see all the logs. So we just stopped. Right, we don't have minors on the mod team anymore for the last few years. But we did at the time. And what happened is there was, I think, like 6 or 7 mods who live in or around Florida. And they all wanted to meet up for like just like a hangout weekend, right? At I think like they were like going fishing or something. at an Airbnb like near a lake or some shit. I can't remember. And one of the people that went was a 16-year-old girl who was on the mod team, but she went with her father and her older sister. So like, she was only there for the first day, where they went and they got pizzas from a restaurant, and then she went home. She didn't stay there. And again, she was with her father and her sister the entire time.
Well, I'm
so
sorry,
like, it's ridiculous.
My apologies if you already said this. What year was this, by the way?
I think this was I want to say like 2022 or 2023. I'd have to check. I think almost everybody who went, I think including the girl, by the way, I think almost everybody involved in that is still on the server. So I'd have to ask them, but it was like a few years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I can attest a little because obviously I'm relatively young. I was in 2023. I was still a minor. The normalization of, I guess, like, there were times online for a while, specifically between, I think it was like 2016 to the early 2020s or whatever, at least in like MySpace, which was more commentary, where it wasn't necessarily abnormal to engage with minors in non-inappropriate contacts. It was like a later development where like we've all decided like it's not worth, like a lot of us decided it's not worth risking at all. And as I become an adult, I've had no reason to interact with, or I've no reason to even want to engage with them in any capacity and risk it, even though I understand that there are useful conversations that many could probably benefit from. It's just something that I didn't even want to risk at the time. But those sorts of norms have shifted a little bit, at least since, and
I'm sure you remember like early Prime Kai debate panels, and like we'd have teenagers in high school there all the time, like 16-year-old, 17-year-old.
Yep, I was 16.
Like Fuller, for example, was a really smart kid in high school. I think he was like 16 years old. He was on there all the time. So like, I feel like this is, and maybe this is just me being an asshole, right? But I feel like this is a little bit of projection from Destiny and the DGGers, because he's known to like apparently, fantasize about kids and shit and like teenagers. So maybe it's bad, because he just can't imagine hanging out with or talking to a teenager without some kind of like sexual reaction. He just like projects onto everybody else. Because to me, it's like, it's totally normal and natural to have like conversations with people of all ages, so long as they're appropriate, right, for whatever age it is. And in fact, one of the funny things about this whole thing is there's a screenshot that he posted where I said that I'd allow minors on the server, we're typical like high school students, to talk about sex in some context, right? Destiny had a whole screaming argument with fucking ABBA a couple years ago, where Destiny said that he talked to a 13-year-old about sex. That's too far for me. I wouldn't talk to a 13-year-old about sex in any context. I'd tell him to go talk to their fucking parents. But he says explicitly in that fucking debate, what am I going to do? Tell him to go talk to the super fucking parents. So like this idea that suddenly, oh God, I just can't imagine talking to anybody under the age of 18 about sex in any context ever. Like, it's so ridiculous. It's so like transparently just bullshit. Because that debate, you can find it on his YouTube channel. It's up there right now. When they were talking about Drake talking to that Millie Bobby Brown girl when she was 13 years old. So it's just ridiculous.
Do you, out of curiosity, do you want, I'll obviously take them personally. Are you down for callers?
Sure. I don't have a whole lot of time, but yeah, I can take a few people. But I'd really like to get through a couple more of the things.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
So the other thing, the doxing screenshot that they showed, where I talk about how I tracked down some kid's college thing. So what that was, and I can send you this because it's really gross, actually, what he's done. So we have a large community. Sometimes the community is targeted by bad people. There's a girl on the server who was actually a mod, was still a mod up until this happened. Now she left the server because she's being harassed again. She had her nudes leaked and shared around by this group of guys off the server. And they would just come on the server on alts and just spam her nudes in the server, right? And they were doing this for like 3 weeks and they would not stop, right? And she was like suicidal and it's like a whole fucking thing. So what I did is I did track one of them down. A guy called Lucian was his username. I tracked down his college. I tracked him down to like, I think like 100 to 150 students or something. And then I had her share that message with them because they were extorting her at the time, or trying to extort her at the time, to let him know that, hey, I'm going to find you if you don't stop. Right? And we're going to report you to the authorities. And then that's how I got him to stop. I walked her through how to report them to the police. I walked her through the entire thing, and that's how I got them to back off. So I don't regret that at all. Of course, if somebody's... Go ahead.
Did you ever like disseminate whatever information you found on these individuals to like, do you ever like post it on the server? All right, then it wouldn't be.
No. Yeah, I walked her through how to send it to the authorities and how to contact and report them for sharing revenge porn because it's illegal in the state they're in. But that's it. Like this was not me doxing people on the server, and these are college students. I'm not talking about kids, and they were involved in like extortion and revenge porn. So yeah, I don't regret that at all.
Yeah, well, and per the rationale he applied in the debate with me, he believes that his doxing would be justified to mitigate like the I guess a-logging about him and like JStalk server, and apparently I don't even know, like people were like linking Kiwi Farm threads and shit and looking into his life, whatever. So he believes that using the use of doxing to mitigate or what he views as intimately personal bad actions is justified. This wasn't even doxing, but per his ever-changing definition, he probably would describe it as such. This would be justified per the rationale that he gave to me on stream today and the last time I spoke to him. So I don't know how this is being brought up as like a grievance.
And the reason I said it's disgusting is because he was told this by the guy who sent him the screenshots, the guy called Aftermath, who I banned from the server, by the way. And I can send you all the screenshots of this because he had the screenshots. This happened I think over a year ago, right? This happened. And the girl asked him not to send it to Destiny because he wanted to weaponize it. So she asked him not to. He did it anyway. That's why I banned him, right? And then Destiny, of course, left her username and her picture in there. So, of course, people were asking again. Like the topic of her revenge porn came up and people were asking about her news and shit like this. So she left the server. She was afraid it would like happen again. Mm-hmm. So one of my mods actually reached out to Destiny directly and asked him to just edit the tweet or repost it with just her username and her profile picture blurred out. And he refused. He said that he'd only do it if I left the server. So, and this is after the entire thing was explained to him. This was a person who's a victim of revenge porn, who and he was weaponizing this in a dishonest way, and he just refused to leave her out of it. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I don't expect him to genuinely give a fuck about a victim of revenge porn.
Yeah, of course.
It's just this is like exactly. It's literally the game is so obvious, and if there was ever legitimate concern over any of the grievances that are being presently expressed, it would have been brought up at some other point in the 7 years you supposedly knew this individual, where it wouldn't seem like just like a total like pivot in response to like legitimate criticism being levied against him. It's pathetic.
Now, one more thing before we get people on, if that's okay.
Yep.
The other thing was letting pedophiles on the server with minors, quote unquote. So I can send you these screenshots too, because I showed you screenshots that were like my username was like gold. That's in a Counterpoint server. And that conversation was, of course, clipped out of context, of course. Because what I've always said about that is, so my preference, right, in an ideal world, would be to allow as many people to discuss as possible, so long as no harm is being done, right? Like that's my line. Like I don't care if you have ugly thoughts, as long as you're not harming anybody. I'm totally fine to have you around. So that's the ideal, right? And I've said repeatedly that for this ideal to like exist for me, what I would need, and this is for like open pedophiles to be on the server. They would need to not be advocating for pedophilia or encouraging it. They need to approach it as a mental illness that they have, that they're seeking treatment for, that they're willing to speak about if it comes up, right? And I would need like a AI, like a scanning of all interactions between all minors and all adults, voice channels and text channels at all times. And the moment that the AI catches anything inappropriate, the account's locked and it's reported to the authorities, right? And told to us so we can ban the person.
Sure.
Like that's the ideal world. It's like a 1984 Discord Big Brother, right? That's just ensuring no harm is happening at all. And it would only be so they could speak about this as like a mental illness that they have. I wouldn't allow somebody to advocate for it or try to normalize.
Although logically speaking, I can understand that. Obviously, I don't believe in thought crimes. I believe we should hold people accountable for like the things that they do. I think like if you are gonna have a space that has minors in it at all, I think there's obviously going to be some additional responsibility assumed there.
Course.
And I think that that pool of people, even though they might be not offending, that would be the pool of people that would be probably most at risk for being an offending pedophile, because they would have those inclinations to begin with. So I feel like it would be like a either or situation. Like if you're gonna justify one, I feel like you probably shouldn't have the other. You know what I mean? Not that I think that they actually care about this criticism.
But I think that I understand that. But so again, this is like an ideal world where I can guarantee that the moment anything inappropriate is attempted, it's caught, and then immediately, like, they kind of disable or block this report. So I understand this is never going to happen. This is just my deal. This would be my preference if I could have like a perfect world, right? I'd allow jihadists on the server. I'd allow Nazis. I'd allow everybody. Like I really believe in like the, not so much the battlefield of idea, but it's like the exchange of perspectives, right? Like clash of perspectives, trying to help people understand each other. I think that actually the taboo on people with like this paraphilia, like the mental illness of pedophilia, this taboo of them like coming forward and seeking help and saying, "Hey, I have this mental illness. I need help for it." What usually happens is people say, "Oh, well, you're a pedophile, torture you, murder you, yada yada." I think that attitude actually leads to more kids being molested, more kids being hurt, because these people can never seek help because they're afraid of the.
Well, yes. I made this argument. In reality, most of the time that we catch pedophiles, is because they've offended. Obviously, I've long suspected there's a large pool of people that probably have those inclinations that we'd never know about because there's no vested interest for them to talk about it. That probably don't offend, right? But although I understand that facet, and although I don't believe in thought, etc., it's just like the permittance, I guess, of that risk in general that I would, probably dispute, because I think that people, if they have these inclinations but aren't acting, should be able to talk about it. But I think if they know they have these inclinations, they should never put themselves in situations where they're around minors, because those people would be the ones who are at risk of crossing that line, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and to be clear, like because the ideal world doesn't exist where we have like 1984 style moderation or scanning of all messages and interactions, we don't allow these people on the server, right? You just need to look through our ban list, find tons of people who we caught talking to just make it an inappropriate comment toward a minor and they're banned, right? So it's just not true that we allow this at all. It's ridiculous.
Got it.
And the ironic thing is that I've seen this criticism coming from fucking food shops, who's like an open pedophile.
Well, yeah.
It's like it's so and from Destiny, who's like has like child molestation fetishes. It's so fucking ridiculous to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. It's very obvious that nobody involved actually cares about any perceived like wrongdoing on your end or lack thereof. Once again, I would absolutely advise probably anyone that to be an identified pedophile that is expressing the nature of these urges. If the minors aren't going to be removed, they should probably be removed. And I don't know. You said does the server still even have the role? The minors?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it helps us protect minors more than it hinders that pursuit. So like I said, it's just people have. I mean, I'm sure you experienced it. I think is what you said.
Yes. Yeah.
People just avoid talking about certain things around them, and if we didn't have the role, then those conversations are more likely to happen around minors, right? So it just makes sense to me to leave it, and we've had it for years, and it's always been a benefit. It helps us when somebody flirts with a minor and they're reported. It's very difficult for them to say they didn't know it was a minor, right? Because they have the fucking role, and they're a different color. So it's always helped us protect them.
Got it. Yeah, I guess, but like it would be just like a case of like the people that do know they're a minor but just don't care. That's like actively what they're seeking out, which would just be the concern with anyone expressing inclinations like that. Obviously,
yeah, of course.
Can't really try. It's the same thing. Like it's not somebody's fault for necessarily like being suicidal, but if they're like actively expressing like suicidal intent, I'd probably say we probably shouldn't keep a gun around them just in case for like a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and I get that.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Yeah. What are you gonna say?
Oh, I remembered one more thing. I'm sorry to laver Ava down there. Just one more thing, I promise. So the last thing was that Wick mentioned something about how he can't trust me anymore or something like this. And I wanted to. This is really irritating to me. So the reason Wick and I have a falling out right now is because so the day before he did that Zero Snark 30 stream. Actually, did you see any of the debates between Connor, Destiny, and I about like me? So I said that Destiny's creating an environment where people's families are more likely to be targeted, including his own family. So he should not be surprised when people start talking about targeting his family, because I think some guy was talking about A-logging Nathan and getting him fired.
Yeah, but that's not you saying you're okay with that. That's not you saying you're okay with that.
Yeah, my prescription was explicitly that he needs to stop, and everybody needs to stop, and we should stop normalizing this, and we should have the red lines again. It's like the environment's like disgusting, and he's putting my family at risk, his family's at risk, everybody's family's at risk, right? Because I have a son, I have a wife, like, and him trying to dox me puts my family at risk. And I think Connor asked him, like, if it's like more likely, or that he's putting me at like some physical risk when he like doxes me, right? Or if I'd be put at risk. And he said that was the point. So like, if he understands that, yeah, there is a physical risk there, and I have a wife and a son that he's putting at risk like this, then like, I don't understand like what the fucking argument is. Just stop building the environment this way and justifying it. So Wick, has of course heard all this. And he's always said that that me saying this is soft justifying it, which is really fucking stupid. But whatever, right? Like, I'm not even mad about that, about him being an idiot on that.
Well, he's openly
but the day
admitted
before,
he's admitted to being biased immensely.
yeah.
So.
Like the day before he did that Zero Snark 30 stream, the night before actually, I messaged Wick because one of my mods pinged me in the politics server with like, tell Destiny to come get his son. So I look at the ping and I saw something on like on Nathan that was very concerning to me, that made me think that he might be like the target of a group, right? So I messaged, because I wanted to get to Destiny so he could check on his son, make sure he's okay. So I messaged Wick and I asked Wick and I passed the information along to Wick. I sent him all the screenshots. I deleted the log. So because I don't want people using the screenshots, whatever, to target him. And I asked Wick to pass it on to him. He did. And then the next day, Nathan said in like the holding cell chat, and I think he's still in there actually. He said that I ratted him out to his dad. So it's like, okay, cool. He talked to him. It's all good. We're good. Later that day, Wick goes on his stream and says explicitly that my intention, when I was saying, hey, you're making an environment where people's families are more likely to be targeted. He said that my intention there was to secretly prime people to go after Nathan. Like, that was what I was trying to do.
Absurd.
Just fucking, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. So this lie that he told, irritated me so much that I did the town hall on my server, and I said that he deserves to have his stream taken away because he's, I think, a dishonest piece of shit, and he's lying, doing harm to people. Because he says it's in the context, by the way, of Destiny attempting to dox me, putting my family at risk. So Wick is further justifying that with something that he knows is a fucking lie. Like, so yeah, fuck him.
I think that as I said to Destiny, as you've just laid that out, assuming that's all true, I think that's probably fair on your end,
yeah,
right?
And I can send you all the DMs to prove this. I don't have any. I promised Wick and through Wick Destiny at the time that I wouldn't share the screenshots, but I wouldn't mind sharing them with you, just to, like, show you that I'm not lying. That what I'm saying is exactly how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no, I don't know them anything, so I don't mind breaking a promise to these assholes.
Yeah. It's just I just don't know how it's like not apparent to everyone. Like, even if you like it's such obvious the game is to find things to mischaracterize so that you can lie about the opposition, and that like goes to show it. If you're expressing concern and trying to like do a good thing to protect this kid, he's like even taking that and weaponizing it against you to attack you. And I knew when I heard that. The thing is, right? I'm like, I understand that people say crazy shit online, but like sometimes the more absurd the claim is, atrocity propaganda, that sort of shit exists, and it makes me less inclined to believe it. When I heard that you, and I know that you're not a nobody, right? I know that you run the fucking biggest politics or whatever. When I heard that you had apparently, like, said his kid was, like, a justifiable target or something, I knew that it was definitely going to be a mischaracterization. Because even if you're, like, some unhinged, like, fuck, it's just, like, a comically, like, evil statement, it was probably you demonstrating that he's facilitated an environment that leads to things like this happening, not that they're justified. And whenever you explain that to him, he pretends like you're saying these acts are justified. You're not. I was trying to bring up examples of like how the justification he's using for going after like certain people can use that then to justify like dox people around him. And he's like, is it justified? I wasn't saying it was justified. I'm saying we need to unilaterally condemn the usage of certain tactics because to permit them at all creates a situation where everybody on both sides is at risk. So I totally agree with you about the reapplication of red lines in this context. Like, and it's crazy because the rationale he laid out to me about like why someone would be a justifiable target, someone pointed it out. Everything he's saying could have made Wick a justifiable target, not rightfully so. That's why I unilaterally condemned it before I made the point. What he was saying was like the mere presence of people in your server that you believe were like engaging in acts that would be proportionate to the act of doxing itself, therefore making them a justifiable target of doxing. Wick has Destiny in his server, as Destiny's openly admitting that, yeah, he has dox and he's okay with that, right? It's like, and he doesn't. He's not dumb. He has to know. He has to know. He has to just not care, right?
Yeah, I think Wick is a liar with no principles. I mean, he's adjusted his rules like 3 or 4 times for Destiny. Like the no doxing rule, this community was saying, "Hey, Destiny is openly doxing people. You have a no doxing rule. Like, what the fuck?" So he changed that. The no recording rule, and which is another thing his community blew up about because Destiny's openly doxing people who criticize him, right? And people come into the server and record people criticizing him, send it to Destiny, then Destiny like lumps him in with the snarkers, quote unquote, and they're all Kiwi firms and blah blah blah. So people, of course, worried that if they criticize this guy in a community, he's going to try to fucking dox him or like label them some like snarker or whatever the fuck. In one of his mods experiences, like during the town hall that I had, Parallax, there's some crazy ass dude, some DGG guy that came onto the server for the town hall, and immediately labels Parallax a snarker. Says he's looped in with JSOC and the Kiwi farmers and blah blah, and threatens to dox him, like immediately. So like, it's so silly. I don't know. I think it's all just disgusting behavior. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I've watched this. Like, one of the people that was saying he was gonna go contact my brother was accusing me of. He said you're sharing CSAM with Doobie. It's like insane. It's like crazy, and it's like he pretends like it was probably one of the snarkers in like disguise or something, as if like when you have this large like mass of passionate people, there's obviously always going to be people that exist in that group that are going to take it that one step further, and they can't even accept that idea. There's probably some people in your community that are going and like doxing the people that you're or trying to dox people that you're labeling as snarkers, etc. He initially was claiming that people in his community weren't doxing, it was him, but I refuted it by bringing up the fact that they're
that's also a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's also irritating. So Wick saying that I'm like in with these snarkers and Kiwi farmers and shit, and him saying that my intention was to get people to fuck with Nathan, and it's like a snarker tactic, whatever the fuck. I think if he's telling people that I'm willing to have people target a fucking child, he shouldn't. People shouldn't believe. If people believe that, they shouldn't believe that I'm involved with doxing, right? They should believe that I'm involved with doxing because that's, I think, worse than doxing.
Mm-hmm.
But I did stumble upon Wick's like dox information, like a week ago or something, and I immediately told him. And I said, "Hey, Wick, just FYI, I saw this. If you need any help trying to get down, let me know, blah, blah, blah." And he'd already seen it. And apparently I find out that is, I haven't showed it to anybody, of course, but I mentioned seeing it. And somebody else who's been in the community for a very long time told me that's been around for like fucking years. And Wick has known about this for years. So I don't know, like this idea that that he thinks that I'm like some evil mastermind snarker trying to get people to target a child involved with doxing and shit, while simultaneously. So telling people that while simultaneously relying on my mercy to not spread that picture around, that image around, like I don't know. It's just he's essentially relying on me not being what he's claiming telling everybody that I am, right? Because if I were what he's telling everybody I am, I would spread that around. So I don't know. It's fucking gross. I'm sorry. I think there's a person who wants to come.
Yeah. Before we bring them in, like that, the other claim too, they'll accuse you of wanting to do things that you could capably do that you just never do, to just like paint you as being willing to use that tag. All the shit they're doing, I've seen it happen back to me. So like, I'm obviously a little empathetic here. Yeah, this person I've debated them before. Let's bring them in. What's up?
Like a cock gobbling session, I need to provide some pushback, I guess, because you're not making
I actually gave pushback at numerous points. I literally said to him that I wouldn't be having minors in the server and having self-identified pedophiles in the server simultaneously. Is that not pushback?
Let me ask some questions. Hey Doobie, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Awesome. Actually, chilling here playing some Forza. So you've addressed kind of like everything besides like the saving CSAM thing. Do you save CSAM?
Okay, so I think this is like, so actually, just what do you think that I mean when I say I want to save? Well, just tell me. Okay. So obviously the answer is no, right? Okay. So because I run a very large server, I've had to run into pedophiles before, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Many of these cases, I've had to turn them over to the authorities. Some of these cases, few of them, but this happened. Mm-hmm. Sorry, my mic fucked up. So yeah, some of these cases, I've taken screenshots of what was being sent back and forth on like telegrams and shit, Telegram groups and shit, because I was worried that they were going to delete the Telegram group and all the evidence would be lost. So yeah,
So
I've
is it
done that.
taking
Sent it,
screenshots,
place up.
taking-
Sent place. Let me finish. I sent it immediately to the authorities and then deleted it. Right, and then afterwards, I would get a phone call, going over what happened, and I let them know, give them all the information I have, and that's it. Right. So like, this idea that I'm like hoarding child porn or something is fucking ridiculous. Especially again because we're talking about this coming from Destiny, who is confirmed to have held on. Please let me finish. Right, please let me finish.
Yep.
Is confirmed to have received CSAM that he didn't know CSAM. I'll give him that as like jerk off material, and then held on to it for like a year after he found out it was CSAM. So that guy claiming that I'm hoarding CSAM because I'm turning people over to the fucking authorities is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, listen. I'm not here claiming that you're hoarding CSAM or whatever. I'm just asking you if you did save CSAM, and you're saying that you took screenshots. So I'm assuming yes, at some point you did save it, but you turned it over to the police and reported it and deleted it. I'll trust you on that.
Yeah.
But so yes, you have saved CSAM.
Wait, why would he? Okay, why would we? The only reason we know this happened is because he was talking about it himself. So why would we need to trust? If there's something incriminating here, why would he volunteer this info if he believed that what he was saying was incriminating him?
I don't know. People are stupid. I'm not even saying. Listen, I'm just asking if he saved CSAM. That was it.
Yeah, so it seems like he just said what he did, and reports that so apparently authorities were aware of his involvement, and to my knowledge, you haven't been prosecuted, right?
Again, this is like I guess this is like the trade-off of having minors in the server. Like I
want to talk about. I do want to talk about the minors and server thing. Okay, so I actually do care about the subject because I think me and Aiden had a conversation about Lolicon in the past.
Yep.
And Aiden, I did tell you that when people call you a pedophile and stuff, it allows them to justify egregious behavior against you. And what did you do today? You brought up a screenshot of someone calling you a pedophile and saying someone would get like a call or whatever.
That person had already been threatening to call my family before he called me a pedophile.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, people adding on that extra qualifier that you are a pedophile.
Nobody. It was a random burner account. Nobody's actually elaborated on that claim.
Anyways, okay. So the reason I wanted to talk to you, Doobie, about having minors in your server is because I think it's really, really irresponsible. I just want to say I am a person who has went to bat for lolicons over the years. I'm not a stranger to this conversation. One thing I am very experienced with is being in a server of people who are being accused of certain things. And the reason that you should not have minors in these servers, and I'm sure you understand this because you've pointed out a couple times, is that pedophiles who are attracted to minors sometimes prey on those minors who are being literally tagged as minors in your server. And I understand that you want the most amount of people to talk to everyone in your ideal world, but reality speaking, these people, you should not have any minors in their in your server whatsoever.
Do you watch Lolicon? Is that what you keep mentioning it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I don't watch it.
Okay, so then I think this is the projection thing I was talking about earlier.
Whoa,
so
what are you
I think you're in. Well,
don't run from it. I'm voluntarily providing the information.
I already said that we already had this whole dialogue. I said exactly what you said to him because I actually agree, but it does seem like you're reiterating.
Yeah, so I'm not running. I'm trying to address it head on. So you're in Food Shop's community. You're apparently attracted to minor bodies or whatever.
Whoa,
so I can understand what somebody with your please hold on a second. Please, if you jerk off to drunk children, you're taking minors.
Hold on, let him get his shit out, and then I'll let you talk.
All right.
Keep going. So I think what might be happening. So you said that me having minors in the server, and then you said that you associate it with that with Lolicon, which is fucking crazy to me. So you say you're like very knowledgeable about it.
No, you brought up food shops to avoid like the series.
No, I brought up you brought up Lolicon stuff in association with like me having minors in the server. I don't think those two things are connected at all. We don't allow Lolicon on the server at all. I think what's happening is that I think what's happening is that because I think maybe if you're in a community with minors, you might feel some kind of temptation. I think food shops will too.
I'm not in any communities with minors.
I thank you for that because I think you'd probably feel temptation that would be dangerous for the minors.
Actually, I don't think about kids whatsoever.
Okay. So anyway, I think this is a bit of projection. I can be around a minor and talk about whatever without feeling any kind of sexual urge.
Yeah,
I just don't have that attraction. I don't jerk off to child molestation or drawn pictures of children, whatever. Like it's just not my thing, right? But I can understand why somebody with your perspective having those
What?
feelings might think that's strange
Listen,
or
I don't speak to minors because it's just weird to talk to minors. Like, this is weird. I'm an adult. Like, this is weird. I warn minors all the time. Do not interact
you
with
jerk
me.
off to
Do not
lolicon?
engage with-
Wait, okay. You just said you don't talk to minors, but you're warning minors all. So are you talking to minors or not?
No, if I'm tweeting on Twitter, I usually use Twitter. I don't have my own Discord server or anything. I've never owned a Discord server.
Okay, so you talk to minors in other places?
No, if I just use Twitter publicly, and if a minor responds to me and I look at their profile and I see they're a minor, I say, do not respond to me. You're a minor. Leave me alone. Get out of these spaces. And I block them. That is the extent that I speak to minors. Like,
yeah, and I appreciate that. You're basically a no map, right? I think that's what they would call you.
no, I'm not a map at all.
What? Okay. Well, I mean, personally, I think if somebody's jerking off to lolicon, they're probably like attracted to minors. I mean, if you just want to say it's like cartoons, so it's not real.
I
Whatever,
came in and I said I defend lolicons. I'm more pro.
You say you like jerk off to lolly. You like watch lolly.
No, I said that I've been defending lolicons for the past couple of years.
Okay, so you defend people who jerk off to drunk children, like food shops.
You've gone back and forth that you've admitted to me. You've admitted to me that you engage with content that just happens to maybe have lolly in it. But you're really like what you're interested in is the cumflation tag or something. You're a lolicon defender that watches lolicon, but that's not the part you're interested in, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So again, what I said earlier, I think
do you know
we're just
what
not
pro
the same kind of people.
Well, no, yeah, we aren't the same kind of people.
I'm not that degenerate. I'm a degenerate in other ways, to be clear. I'm a very sexual, positive person, but I'm just not into
absolutely aren't the same type of people because I don't speak to minors, and you have a server full of minors. Okay, so yes, we are not the same.
Well, I don't know. Again, I can speak. Again, well, hold on. So, have you been a fan of Destiny for a long time? I'm curious.
Decently, yeah. Why?
Okay, so if you were to go on the channel right now and look up his argument with Abba like 2 years ago when the Drake stuff was happening with Millie Bobby Brown, Destiny was arguing with Abba that actually he should talk to minors about sex. So if a minor were to come to him, I think he said a 13-year-old, would come to him and talk to him about sex and DMs, he would have that conversation, right? So whether it's about dating, whether it's about having safe sex or whatever the fuck, he would actually have that conversation with a 13-year-old. He wouldn't tell them to go talk to their parents. So do you think that's at all, especially given that Destiny has like a child molestation fetish, do you think that that's at all suspicious or weird? Are you going to call him out for that?
I don't think Destiny has a child molestation fetish, but I don't think Destiny should be having those conversations with random minors on the internet at all. If he were to have been approached by a minor in that way.
Okay, but well then I don't know. Take it up with him because that's too extreme for me. I wouldn't talk to a 13-year-old about sex in any context. I tell him to go talk.
I don't think that he has though. That's like has
he was arguing for this on stream.
Yeah, I've heard it.
You just watched the video that he had with Abba.
I know he said that he would, but like, has he?
You'd have to ask him about it. I have no idea what he's done. I'm just telling you what he's argued for publicly on the stream. Yeah.
Well, okay. So I just wanted to just like talk to you about like how it's bad to have like pedophiles and minors in the same server.
Yeah, you just said I didn't give him any pushback. I had this exact same dialogue with him on this stream.
Well, yeah, because it just turned into like a circle jerk session.
Like, I'm very clear. I feel like, well, I feel like I want to be very clear, right? So right now we do not allow pedophiles on the server at all. Right, so if we find someone who's a pedophile, we ban them. You just look at our ban list, you'll find tons of pedophiles in there. What I was referring to when I said that,
open pedophiles in the server.
How the fuck am I going to know if someone's like a closeted pedophile?
That's the issue. I can't read minds. That's the issue. This is the issue.
So unless there's somebody like you who talks about like jerking off to lolly, I can't read their mind. I don't know what the fuck people do. Most people who groom children are not actually pedophiles. Actually, they're like sexual opportunists, weirdos. Right. So I just can't know.
Yes,
I can't know who's a pedophile. But to be clear, you said that I'm allowing pedophiles and minors on the server at the same time. It's just not true. If I find out somebody's a pedophile, they're banned. Like it's very simple.
Okay. Yeah.
We even ban people for being like sexually like manipulative to like mentally vulnerable people. So if we have somebody on the server that we believe has like a mental illness, and there's a guy who we think is targeting them and trying to get news or whatever the fuck, we'll ban the guy because I think that's predatory. Like so like we don't allow that kind of weird shit on the server.
I mean, like, I understand you're saying you don't allow it on the server, but like, you don't know what's going on like behind the scenes, and like, I know you're saying
you
like
could be fucking a toddler right now. I have no idea what you're doing. Like, I can't read people's minds. I don't know what people are doing at home or in other places. But if we find out that somebody's doing something inappropriate, they're banned.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, you shouldn't have the minors in there at all. Like that'd just be like the best safeguard.
I can't know
against
who's a
this.
minor. Hold on. So if we didn't have the minor tag, we just ban minors. They would just lie about being minors. They'd be on the server anyway, and that a much higher likelihood of interacting with people sexually who don't know that they're minors.
What?
So or being groomed, and we just us
How
just
do
not
you
know
know
that
they're
it's whatever
minors
the
right
minor.
now?
I sounded young. That's
Because
why I got the role.
Yeah, essentially, you sound young, or you say that you're a minor somewhere. That's how we know.
Yeah, that sounds like
the only way that we know.
it's just everyone proves they get tagged as a minor and they prove they're an adult. Like what?
Wait, what?
And you just get rid of the people who don't prove that they're an adult. I'm
No,
confused.
I thought you were disputing.
We can't force people to. Yeah, we can't force people to dox themselves, right? So we used to force them to like have maybe like a screenshot of like an ID or something that like just had their birthday. That's very easily to fake. Like some kid could just stick it as their older brother's ID and just take a screenshot of half of it.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying like dox, obviously, but like I'm sure like somebody when they marked Aiden as a minor in accident, they like oh yeah, Aiden's not really a minor. They like checked, they went through.
No, I never had that undone. All that happened was I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, somebody wanted me to send ID. I didn't. I just left. I've rejoined. I don't know if I still have that role, but that's what happened.
It's probably a sticky role, so it's probably still on you. Like it just reapplies, but I can remove it later if it's on the server.
Cool. But yeah, that's what happened with me. I'd imagine it's
probably. Yeah, like I said. So
wait,
from my
perspective,
perspective,
you do like send IDs to like verify this stuff. Is what I'm assuming that you said that you asked.
The only cases where we'd require that, so it's very rare that we'd require something like that, and the only time we ever required it, like actual IDs, we used to be way more strict about this like a couple years ago, but I think the last couple years we've shifted away from that because it's easy to fake this. Some kid could just like get a screenshot of their brother's ID or whatever the fuck. But in cases where somebody has said, like that they're, let's say like, we see in somebody's logs that they said they're 16 a week ago or something. And then the next week they're saying that they're 20, right? We're not going to trust them. We're going to want some kind of like further verification if they're trying to get the role removed. And if they don't have further verification, we'll probably leave it on just to be safe. But you know, it's difficult.
Yeah, I understand. I'm like,
and again, like the alternative is them just being on the server anyway and lying about it, and us not having any way to figure out who's being inappropriate with a minor. So. It just makes more sense to me.
Okay. Well, somebody else wants to, I guess, have some work intentions with you. They can. I mean, I have my own experience in this regard. I just don't think that you should have any minors in that server. But
are you actively retweeting Lolicon, by the way?
What, like, yeah, sometimes.
And you've admitted that you are aware that minors view your profile, right?
They don't view my profile.
You said you actually had to tell minors to not interact with you. That would imply they're viewing your profile.
Yeah, because I would reply to people publicly, and then a minor would open the replies and sometimes reply to me.
Got it. And you know for a fact that all those minors were just coming from within the thread and didn't look at your profile.
Yes, because all the responses were always two specific things that I said in a thread that had nothing to do with Lolicon.
You don't think they would have checked your profile at all? There's not that risk?
Well, if they do, I can't do anything about it. I block them.
Oh, interesting.
I can't. What can I do? Well, besides, like, what, lock my account and just block my visibility?
Maybe just don't post porn online where they can easily view it, you know?
I don't post porn on that account. This is like feet.
Yeah, do you repost Lolicon on that account at all?
Well, if it's like cute artsy stuff,
so,
yeah.
So yes, so that's a yes. Got it.
Well, yeah, if it's like safe for work stuff, then yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I?
Now, like I have very and this is probably another thing we disagree about, but I have very
I'm just retweeting like cutesy art lolly stuff. Like why can't I?
Well, I have very draconian thoughts about how to restrict porn. I think most porn should be illegal, to be honest with you. But if not illegal, there should be like very, very strict ways to like verify before it's accessed. Verify your age before you're able to see it or access it anyway.
I think that's just
which would protect children from stumbling onto your porn retweets or whatever.
Oh, this just leads to more harm, Doobie.
Yeah, I disagree.
Well, do you have because I think we have someone else who wants to call in. Do you have anything else?
No, not really. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, take
Bye.
care. All right. And by the way, you feel free whenever. I know you said you had to go. You're allowed to. I'm fucking give me your ear, but
Yeah, of course. I'll linger as long as I can. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't have much more
yeah,
time.
no worries.
Yeah, but
What's
yeah,
up, neo-libertarian
I'll linger as
phalange?
long as I can.
You're
Yeah, I don't have
echoing.
much more time. No worries.
Can you fix that?
What's up, neo-libertarian phalange?
It's a troll calling. He's trolling. Never mind then.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's it for. Is there anything else you want to say or?
I think this traceless person was trying to talk to me.
They were. I'm seeing if they want to. Yeah, I'm seeing if they want to join. I told them to rejoin. If you're if you're still watching Traceless, rejoin. I'll let you in. We have a conversation. Hold up. Apparently, I didn't bring. There's a criticism that I wasn't bringing up what I'm saying with you now to Destiny at the time. What I said to Destiny at the time was literally, if the way he's putting it is the correct description, then I think his application of given descriptors would be appropriate. Seems like there's context here that would make the descriptors that have been. Has Destiny openly just called you a pedophile?
Yeah, repeatedly. He's called me a confirmed pedophile on Twitter, and a lot of his DGG cabbage brains are repeating it too. But again, I don't really care, to be clear with you. Actually, I find it very entertaining, to be honest with you. I'm going to post this in your general. Well, actually, I'll just DM it to you. Because the mod team on my server actually finds it very funny too. And I'm just very jaded, I guess. So this kind of stuff doesn't bother me. What irritates me more is the dishonesty from Wick. I expect Destiny to be a liar. But Wick being dishonest just irritates me. So
What is his interest? Is it just Destiny like gives him a career? So that's his interest in like lying to defend him and shit.
So my mod team made the picture that I just sent you. Super funny. I think Wick. I'm being an ass. I don't like to be an asshole, but I'm being an asshole. I think his streaming career is flailing. I think he's 40-something years old, doesn't have much of his name, doesn't have a wife or children. I think he's desperate to make something of himself in space, and I think that he sees Destiny as his way to do that. He's going to pretend that he has principles and standing by the truth, whatever the fuck. But I mean, I can send you what I talked about earlier, and she just show you that he's full of shit. And he knows that I wouldn't want people to target Nathan. So for him to go on and repeat that it was my secret intent to do this, and then to pretend as if like I'm the one who's done a bad thing when I'm upset about that, it's actually like really ridiculous.
Oh, and you don't want me to show what you're sending on stream, or
No, you can show it. It's totally fine. Yeah, I'd have no sort of. Just to show you like the mood on my server and my mod team. Like we are very used. There's an exception in my server, right, for name calling against me. And like, for example, we don't typically allow people to just call each other pedophiles in the general chats because we take those accusations seriously. And if somebody has that allegation, we want to look into it. So we tell people to DM odd mail, and then there's like a whole investigation that's done, right? But there are exceptions to all the rules on the server for me. People can call me whatever the fuck they want, spread whatever the fuck they want about me, make whatever fake screenshots they want. I just don't care. So I'm very used to people spreading nonsense about me.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Oh, did you send me what you were talking about? Hold up. Well, I have like 2.
Yeah, that's just to show you the mood.
Okay.
But I'll send you some of the other screenshots just so you can see like what I'm referring to. Like just the stuff that I talked about earlier.
I'm only seeing one
DM'd it to you.
screenshot. I'm only seeing one.
Oh yeah, that's the one I want to send you.
Oh, okay, got it. Destiny is the only hope we have left to beat Trump. I don't know how true that is. I gotta be honest. It doesn't. Like, if you legitimately believe that, you should especially have like grievances with this guy's behavior, because wouldn't his like personal life and the criticism that brings against him jeopardize his position if you believe he's, truly gonna be the guy that stops that? All right, pull up. Can't open pedos because the protection built in the Discord aren't strong enough for it to be. Oh, so to clarify, okay.
Yeah, that's
so
the
you
gold,
I was so fucking confused. Okay, you don't allow people that you know are pedophiles regardless if they're offending in the server?
No, like I said, that would be like an ideal situation where I knew these protections were in place, and they were perfect, and I could ensure the safety of everybody of the minors.
Yeah, my
And-
criticism of you was I was saying, but it's not ideal. It's not that ideal world doesn't exist. You don't allow self-identified like no maps or sorry, you don't allow self-identified non-offending maps in the server.
No, I just posted our ban list. Like that's, we ban people for being pedophiles whenever we catch them.
Oh,
and
shit.
if there's like, even if it's very egregious, I will like put screenshots, lay out exactly what they did. I'll show you one of those. That's Nyclot.
Dude, I know him.
Yeah. So like, and I mean, I will lay out exactly what they did, make it a joke, and just blast everybody exactly what this person is. And if there's screenshots associated where like I've confronted them in DMs and they've admitted to it, I'll post those in the ban list too, so everybody can see it. Like we don't allow these people on the server. Like I don't know. I feel like I'm being very clear.
Yeah, I knew this guy from.
So them just saying this over
KFC.
and over again is so.
He's starting to rape my friend. Yeah. So okay, so this is okay. So I don't. So the criticism would just be the presence of minors in the space, which is like, yeah, okay, that's like a fair criticism. But it's not even that there are minors presently in a space with self-identified. That needs to be because I feel like you don't emphasize that enough. Because it seems like people are claiming that that's what's happening. If you don't allow any pedophiles at all in that server, that needs to be constantly repeated. Because I was even confused on that claim, right?
Well, I think they're intentionally confusing it. So I said again, like in the ideal world where these protections existed, I'd allow it. They don't exist, I can't allow it. Like that's it. So right now we don't. If we find out someone's a pedophile, they are banned.
And you know what? That's fair enough. That's fair enough. All right. Well, do we have? I don't know if we have anyone. Nobody else is trying to call in. This is a last call, people, because I gotta wrap up too here in a sec. If anyone has anything they want to say, now would be your chance to call in.
These are DMs I mentioned earlier, right? Let you know that Destiny actually has a context for that screenshot where the doxing shit, and he's just refusing to take it down anyway, and he's still repeating the lie anyway. So, which is funny because Wick was saying, hey, now that we found out that there was dox material posted on that server, don't you trust Destiny more now? Well, like, here's clear examples of him lying over and over and over again. So, like, I hope this would make Wick trust him even less.
Have these screenshots ever come out before?
So the mod in these screenshots is worried that Destiny's gonna dox him, so he doesn't want them stored around. But yeah.
I wasn't supposed to pull these up?
The ones with the mod, no. But if you've already done it, it's too late.
I'm sorry. That's my
it's
bad.
okay.
I thought you were sending me shit to pull up.
Well, no. Yeah, if Destiny targets a mod, we'll know. This is why. But yeah, I mean, I guess. Fuck. I should have made that clear. I'm sorry.
No, that's my bad. That's my bad. I thought you said I could pull everything up. My bad.
No, it's okay. Yeah, my fault. I'll talk to the mod about it. He's just worried that Destiny's gonna dox him. But yeah, I mean, if you just read that, he explains the situation, tells him the context, and asks him to just like edit it, just like remove her name, and he refuses. So like the idea that this guy gives a fuck about any of this is stupid.
Yeah. I'm just fair. It seems like, yeah, that's an accurate description. Yeah, so why? So there's no legitimate concern for the person involved in this. Well, it's so obvious at this point, man. The game is clear. And it's just like panic mode at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. So don't show the screenshots I'm about to show you.
Okay.
On stream, please. But I'm gonna send you.
I won't.
Some.
Also, Mocha, the invitation to debate me on anything is always open to everyone. If you have any gripe with me that you'd like to address, I have a call-ins channel. You should use it. Let M2 in. Wait, hold on. I feel like.
So that's me.
Sorry, I'm not reading that.
That's me warning Wick about the doxing, like I said earlier. Like the moment I saw it, I messaged him to let him know. And this is the Nathan shit I'm about to send here. Oh, actually, here are my DMs with Wick. When he was on that panel and he was told that he was doxed on that server. This is me immediately. I messaged him because I'd rejoined the server, like I think the day before, and I was offering to like look it up for him and letting him know that I hadn't seen it posted in there and yada yada. Right. So this idea that I knew or that I've been like shady about it or whatever is also fucking ridiculous. Now at the time I thought it was a PV docs, because they eventually mentioned that they found it, and like they banned the person and deleted it. But it was like posted like last September. And I thought it was a PV docs, but apparently, actually, I know it wasn't because I know what docs it was now because I stumbled upon it myself accidentally. It's the one that I mentioned in the other screenshot about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. That was the one I was referring to with Wick. That was brought to my attention. When it was brought to my attention, I took corrective action in my respective server because this person was in my server. It's just like it's also interesting just how like little like if you know that a friend of yours or a close associate of yours has been doxxed as well, like it seemed like that only came up to get the moderator further on his side. I feel like you would have talked to them about this off stream so they could take corrective measures. I feel like it's kind of like a little bit of a dick move to inform Wick of this while he's live, as opposed to like never. How long have they had these logs? Never going to him off stream. It was literally tactical, not out of any legitimate concern.
Okay, and these are the Nathan things, and yeah, these please don't share them on.
I won't.
But just like the tone and how I was actually very concerned. Right? So this is why it irritates me so much. So because I've actually run into these people fucking countless times over the years, and I've gotten a bunch of them arrested. So for I think you see the concern that I have when I'm in these messages. So Wick going on stream the next day, and to say that my secret intention was to get people to fuck with Nathan is really irritating to me. Right? Because I would never do that.
Yeah, this is all concern. I'm not leaking. I'll just say these are DMs between Wick and Doobie, that I'm seeing. And I can agree. This is you actively trying to.
Yeah, what he's saying now is that I was trying to use this as a shield. I was trying to use as a child as a shield with these DMs. But no, actually, I just didn't want him to fucking lie about me trying to target a kid, right? Mm-hmm. Especially in the context where it's being used as justification to target me and put my kid at risk. Like, I feel like that's pretty fair.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this seems fair. And I think the description of you saying that that his kid was a justifiable target is just like a wildly bad faith characterization, based on all evidence available to me. And I'd assume so because it is like a comically evil claim to make. I doubt anyone would seriously make a claim like that in a drama like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just it's obvious. It's just find as much dirt as possible to mischaracterize because you can't win on the facts and pertaining to your situation alone. But with that being said, doesn't look like okay, we have one more caller, one last one, and then I'm gonna head out because I gotta eat dinner and shit.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What's up, M2?
Hi, Doobie. So I have one, not question, really, but more of a suggestion. So when your name is being brought up as much as J-Stock. Like whenever Destiny's debating someone, even if it's someone who doesn't know anything about this space, like let's say Aiden is not really involved in any of J-Stock, Destiny, or any of that kind of shit, but he would bring up Doobie, J-Stock, Doobie, J-Stock. So I have seen you tweet many tweets in response to Destiny, like all like here and there. Do you think it would be a good idea, since Destiny has laid out all his talking points today about you, to make some kind of a Substack addressing all of this information? So anytime he brings you up, we have like, we have this article, we have this Substack in which Doobie addresses all these allegations, all these talking points, and you can just refer to it instead of like saying, I don't know what Doobie said, I don't know if Doobie said this or that. Do you think it's a good idea to do that?
Honestly, it's very cringe. And I actually enjoy shit talking on Twitter. I'm not a Twitter person, but the shit talking I've done with Destiny has been very fun for me. And I've actually been annoyed that I haven't had time to dig into it and respond to his latest shit recently. But maybe I do like just like a single Substack thing, just to like lay it all out. Because you know what's funny? A lot of the screen, I think almost all of the screen. No, actually, all of the screenshots that he's shown so far, are either shit that I posted myself, right, in JSOC server or in my server, or like the one where it's like like I just came in someone's ass and I was the one to let you know that I was thinking about you the entire time. I posted that. I thought it was funny, right? But the other stuff about like where we're talking about the age of consent in Europe or whatever, that's in the announcements of my server because it was a screenshot from admin chat that was taken out of context by a former admin who was trying to like get the server transferred to him. And what that actually was us talking about how to enforce because there was a guy on the server who was like he was like some kind of European, some kind of Eastern European, and he was talking about having a 17-year-old girlfriend, right? And he was like 20 something. And typically we would just say, okay, well, let's just ban the fucking guy because he's the AOC in California is 18, so that's what we go by. But we have a very diverse mod team. We have 100 mods at any given time. And we have an Indian mod who is saying, hey, no, well, the age of consent is 17 in his country, so it doesn't make sense to ban him, right? Because he's not actually doing anything illegal in his country. So we talked it out. I played devil's advocate for both sides, and then we just landed on what our policy has always been, which is to go by whatever the AOC is in California.
And ban.
So that guy was banned.
So so why is it you banned the guy? So why the fuck is this even a talking point? So you banned the guy that was at the center of this conversation.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
We're actually talking about two. So one, they mentioned Terry, who's DMs thousands of minors that the admin says. He's actually in the screenshot that I sent you earlier. So the one where it says like obsessively DMs girls on the server, blah blah blah. That's Terry. So he was banned a long time ago, right? Though to be clear, so far as I know, he was never doing anything sexually inappropriate with a minor. He had no fucking like boundaries. So the first time I banned him like 2 years ago, it was because he had he was talking to like a 17 or 16-year-old on the server and just venting about his life and about his mother and his relationship. And I felt like that was inappropriate. I don't feel like a 30-something-year-old dude shouldn't be talking to a 16-year-old about their personal life in any context like that, right? Like in deep context like that. So I banned him for that, right? He came back, and this is a guy who would like love bomb basically every girl on the server, right? So anybody over 18, he'd be in their DMs, love bombing them, like love bombing the fuck out of them. And he had periods where he was stable, and he'd do it again. So eventually, we just said, okay, fuck it, this guy's fucking crazy. He's not stopping. And I felt like he was being predatory toward women on the server who had like mental health issues or depression. So I banned him. He was behaving like Destiny, right? So I banned him, right? So you can see all that laid out in the ban message right, that I sent you. So yeah.
Forget what I said.
The other guy in there was a guy called Red Dragon, I think, and yeah, he was also banned. That's the guy who had 17.
I actually agree with M2 on this one. It seems like there is.
I have a better suggestion. You know what's better than Substack? Clips. You addressed all of these talking points on Aiden's clip. Like if you encourage your community or the people around you, like, okay, come on and clip what Doobie said in response to allegations. So Aiden asked him this, and he said this, and just go ahead and clip it. Like, okay, this is my response. Instead of like, because they're gonna keep going on and on and on. Like now, anytime we talk anything about Destiny, they say, "What about Doobie? What about Doobie? What about Doobie?"
There are two really important ones specifically. The important one was when we clarified that he does not have self-identified pedophiles in the same server that he has minors in, per his own admission, right? That would be a very important clip because that's a misconception that exists. And then the other one that's important is that he banned the guy that was at the center of that screenshot that was from the announcement channel politics server that Destiny tried to use against him. So they're criticizing him for actually he took action in that instance.
To be clear, that was actually so the AOC thing there is about this European guy called, I think it was like Great Dragon, Red Dragon or something.
Oh,
so he was banned. And then there's another person called Terry in there who's also banned. So both people like referred to there were banned.
Yeah, those things are very important to get out there if anyone that does want to clip that. But yeah, I mean that's really gonna be it for me. Thank you.
The other thing, this is like I was glazing. Now I want to call out Doobie because I have seen some behavior of him that I do actually think is concerning.
Come at me, bro. What's up?
Okay, so there is this account named Layo_Convoy.
Okay.
And I think he asked you to give him a gifted nitro, but you didn't.
All right, thank you for
Oh my
calling
God.
in. Take care.
Tell them to DM me on Dodo, okay? 'Cause I'm a nice person. But just one more thing, Aiden.
Yeah.
Sorry, because I was just reminded of this. So just FYI, I don't know if you caught this, but Destiny's ex, she's recently been speaking out against him publicly with a condom ship, and she verified or confirmed that she saw some of the same saw like pictures of the girls on his phone, right? That Connor mentioned, these underage girls. And to be clear, I'm not saying like sexual pictures, though she like in the context of them apparently like playing out masturbation fantasies involving these girls, like is pretty fucking sus. So when you were on stream with Wick, Destiny actually repeatedly mentioned the Kiwi Farm store that has her nudes in it, that are posted without her consent, and also mentioned like the Kiwi Farms thread, and like I think actually the page that has address and shit in it. So like he did it repeatedly on stream and actually had it up on his fucking stream, right? Like the fucking thread or the page or whatever the fuck. So pushing people to exactly where to find her information repeatedly on fucking Wick stream. So
yeah, that's fucked. That's fucked.
yeah, and then Wick of course didn't call it out. It was very obvious what it was fucking doing. I heard it like 3 or 4 times. It's gross.
Yeah, I mean, make no mistake. Oh, wait, hold on. We do actually have we have one caller. Somebody actually does want to call in real quick. But yeah, I mean, there's no question about it anymore. Like, I don't think Wick should be able to even call himself like a moderator. It's literally he's just a participant.
Yeah, can I I'm gonna drop off for just a second.
Yeah.
My wife's calling me, but I'll be right back on. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Yo, what's good? Hello?
Oh, hey, hello.
Doobie says he'll be right back. Do you have anything for me specifically?
Not necessarily. I think it would be better if Doobie was here.
Got it. All right. I'm gonna def until he comes back. All right. Hold on. I gotta go pee real quick, guys. I'll be right back myself. And we'll do this caller. We'll do this caller. I'll be right back, guys. One sec. Sorry, guys. I'm back. Hold up. One sec. Dude, we've really been going now for what? We've been going for how many fucking hours? 5? It's crazy. Anyways, where were we? Yes. I think we're cool to show chat again. Do not time people out just because they disagree with me. Time people out if they are spamming shit, right? I'm okay with people disagreeing with me in chat. Let me just read some super chats I missed. I don't know if you're still watching, Wick, but no, I don't have the details for you. I'm obviously still live, right? All right, cool. Wait, Doobie's back. Never mind.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
it's good.
What's up?
Just a few clarifying questions. So one, I heard that Aiden was banned from the server. The Snark left. What was that about?
I have no idea. So I was invited to that server in like last September, but I didn't really check it very often. And when I did check it, it just seemed like clips and like shit talking. I think I had like a Israel combo in there once, but I wasn't like an active person there. And then I lost that old account because actually Destiny's community was master playing my account after he started trying to encourage them to dox me. So I lost that account. And I didn't bother rejoining on this account until like the day before Wick was on the panel with him or whatever. Then I tried to look back at the history, and it was like cleared like before the 11th was cleared, so I couldn't see what happened in there or whatever. So it was the 11th of May. I mean, like it was all cleared before then. So I was never like a moderator there or whatever the fuck, or I really was not as involved at all as Destiny has been claiming that I am. I've only been like regularly talking to these people at all for like the last few weeks. And it really, when I talk to them, it's because like it's been like spurts. It's whenever Destiny makes some kind of crazy claim about me or it makes some threat toward me, that's when I talk to them. Because of course they want to know, they start pinging me, whatever the fuck. I'm like, oh yeah, this happened, blah, blah, blah. So really, ironically, him trying to get me not to interact with these people and not to talk about him has obviously made me talk about him more. So fuck him.
So you wouldn't consider yourself a participant in this community or a part of this community?
I mean, yeah, sure. But I think that the way that he describes this community, quote unquote, is just like the commentary streamers who criticize him when he does and says like dumb shit. I mean, if that's a snarker, then he's a Hassan snarker. Wick is a Hassan snarker.
Well,
all these commentary YouTubers who've made videos about people criticizing for fucking ever are snarkers. So like, it's, I don't know, the whole thing's stupid to me. But yeah, now,
Sure,
I would consider myself aligned with him because he is regularly associated with me with them in the way that like is like kind of push me to them, right? Because now they are whatever like comrades in arms basically, which is a little dramatic because it really isn't that. But we're all being targeted by this crazy person, so of course we're going to find camaraderie in that.
And you would include Aiden in that?
What?
I've never. The last time I spoke to Aiden was like
4 years ago on
like,
a Prime case, but I doubt you even remember it.
Yeah, it's yeah. So I mean,
I'm
it seems like a nice guy. I just don't know.
Yeah, do you have like a
I'm asking if Aiden is a part of that server because it sounds like that you guys are kind of.
No, even Dan
participating in the
admitted
community.
when they were calling in that I'm not in that server. He looked through the logs.
Sorry, I didn't mean server. I didn't mean the Discord server. I meant the community of people.
Well, what do you mean by the
Sounds like you
community
guys
of
are
people?
still.
So the claim is
What's
no longer
confusing
about
though
so the claim has always been about presence in a specific server. It's never been disputed that I know people that don't like Destiny. That's never been disputed.
Yeah, but you're still part of that community, right?
As in, I know people
No.
who cover Destiny, and I've started covering him negatively myself recently in response to the recent shit. Yes.
No, as in you're speaking on behalf of the server as like a public defender.
No, what I said very specifically, Destiny made the argument that it was a doxing server. They provided evidence. That evidence was insufficient to support the claim that was being made, and my claim was that they were not proving the description that they asserted or put onto that server. And I believe that if wrongdoing is alleged to have occurred, my immediate assumption is, right, I don't go into everything assuming wrongdoing has happened until proven otherwise. Right, I go into it under the let the party making the allegation lay out their evidence. The party had ample opportunity to do so and did, and failed to substantiate it by the time of our debate and throughout our debate. Apparently, revelations came out after the fact, but that was not presented to me during the debate or prior.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying it sounds like you're publicly defending the server. So even though you were banned from it, is my understanding.
What am I so what am I defending exactly?
Is that not what you were doing on Wick's server?
My claim.
And on Wick's
yeah, on Wick's
YouTube channel?
my claim was that they
I'm talking about your behavior, not your claim.
Wait, what is my behavior now?
That you're defending the server from these allegations. That's why you're rallying the community.
Was okay. So the defense was the provision of an argument that their description that the server was a doxing server, and the evidence they provided evidence that did not substantiate that, right? So that would be the defense there. Sure. Is there anything wrong with that position? Do you dispute it?
I do dispute it. I'm just trying to establish that you're still defending a server, even though you were banned from
What
it. So it sounds like you're still part of that community.
What defense am I providing that can't be substantiated? That's unable to be substantiated here.
I'm not even saying it's not substantiated. We can get to the Nick Andros and Shamu stuff. I'm just saying that you're defending. It's weird to me that you're defending a server that you were banned from, and then you're rallying all these people to have a part of that server, to defend these allegations from Destiny and Dan.
Sure. So how is it
I
weird?
don't think he's rallying anybody. I offered to come in and talk to him because he'd been told a bunch of lies about
No,
me.
to be fair to him,
That's all
what
that
he's referring to a Destiny talking point, because I made a call to action on stream for everybody because Destiny was actively lying about the community or whatever. I told everybody that we should band together to refute those lies, right? That was a call to action. That would be...
And then real quick, sorry, just real quick, I don't know why Doobie, I mean, if you can enlighten or clarify what you meant, because earlier you said, Doobie, that you guys are like comrade at arms. It's a little bit dramatic, but that's kind of like the gist of what's going on based on Destiny associating with the community. So I don't know why. Like, what did you clarify? What was that?
What do you mean?
Interjection.
What I meant by that? I mean that from my perspective, I've been unjustifiably associated with doxing and swatting and targeting of children that I've never done. Actually, to be clear, I have doxed people, but they were like people spreading revenge porn and fucking pedophiles were trying to groom kids. So yeah, of course, fuck them.
Which per Destiny's logic is justifiable.
Yeah, and compare, I would defend that. I don't have it. I think it's totally justified to do that. But never doing Destiny or anybody around Destiny, especially not his family. I would never do that. So him making these claims I'm associated with these people that I've never associated with is just totally, and then using those lies to justify encouraging people to dox me and put my family at risk is ridiculous. But also, I have actually, I'll just tell you guys this, right? So Connor messaged me about the Brit stuff a couple of days before he came in with it. Actually, this is probably the snarkiest thing I've done, okay? Other than like talking shit through super chats, which I find hilarious. But the snarkiest thing I've done, okay, is kept Destiny focused on child molestation and age playing shit on Twitter because I knew this Brit stuff was going to come out because Connor told me about it. Right? Like, that's like, oh, Machiavellian or whatever. I just thought it was funny, and I think he deserved it for something.
Sure.
So if you want to say that I'm like a manipulative mastermind, maybe in that context, sure.
I don't know why you guys are trying to jump ahead of what I'm saying. I'm just trying to establish that you guys are part of this server.
You're doing the damn thing where you act like you're going somewhere and never get there. I'd appreciate if you just said where you were going.
What I'm going with is that server. Okay, go on.
I was going to say, so what I meant by comrade norms is that I feel like, so the reaction that I saw from J-Stock and Queen and these people to the Brit stuff, was very hesitant to even touch it because they were very, very concerned that it would impact the kids, like all the kids. Destiny's kids and this woman's kids, they were very, very worried about that. And they were very worried about touching it. And then Connor was like, fuck it, I'm doing it. He just went forward with it. Just didn't listen to any of us, said, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And he just went forward with it like fucking bull, which is, I think it's fine. I encourage him to do it.
Sure.
But they were very like hesitant in ways that Connor was not, and I was not, because I think what was happening was disgusting. But I think that reaction from them told me without a doubt that they are not involved with any of the doxing or swatting or targeting his family. Because if they were, if that is the kind of people they were, they would be like gung-ho about pushing the shit about Nathan and about, him jerking off to the thought of his kid or whatever the fuck they molest. But they haven't pushed that, right? In fact, I mentioned that on Twitter, and J-Suck, I'm going to tell you what you said to me in DMs. J-Suck messaged me, and he asked me directly to just leave Nathan out of it. It was just worried that it would like get back to Nathan. He didn't want Nathan to be involved with anything. Even though this is like a core allegation in the fucking thing, and it's like the hardest hitting thing in the Brit stuff, right? But he asked me just to leave it out because he didn't want it to fuck with Nathan. So I think that reaction from him told me a lot about the kind of person he is, and about what he's okay with. So now my perspective is that they're targeting J-Stock and Queeman and the Snorker community, quote unquote, and Esports Batman and Wicked Supreme and all these people. It's just totally fucking unjustified, and it's being justified right now by lies that are just being repeated ad nauseum by Wick, by Destiny, by fucking Stardust, apparently. So yeah, it's just that. So in that way, we're comrades in arms who have all been slandered by this fucking asshole who just isn't okay with criticizing.
Okay. So a few things to unpack there. I'm gonna go back to what Aiden said, and then I'll address what you said about the whole counterpoints thing. One, you said I was doing the Dan thing. You understand because you did this earlier with the guy in the lolly when he was posting lolly. You asked him a question. You asked him a leading question. So then, when he admitted to it, then you were like, "Yeah, I would say that that's a bad thing."
Yeah, but notice how long it took me to do that. You guys do this the whole time as if we're gonna be. We have till tomorrow.
I didn't even get to the point yet. You
so get to the
interrupted, though.
point. So please get to the point.
Yeah, so that's the point I was trying to get to because you kept interrupting me. Is that you guys have known doxers in that community, and yet you're still like rallying together, even though you guys say you don't encourage the doxing stuff.
What known doxers are either of us like standing with right now?
So I'm not saying that you're standing with one particular known doxer. I'm saying that in the community of dox. Oh, well, maybe I don't know.
Who are the known doxers in the community?
So for Salvo Pancakes, is he still in that server?
Who did Salvo dox? I don't know anything about. Actually, I know Salvo from the.
He leaked Dioreo's phone number 3 years ago.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah, I think it's bad. I wouldn't support that. But if he hasn't done this since or whatever, I don't know.
Should you know that if you're welling with all these people, though? If you,
I don't know these people. Hold on. I don't know. You could be fucking right now. I don't know any of you people. Like, what do you mean? Like, why would I know everybody's fucking lore from 3 or 4 years ago? Like, fuck that.
So how are you considering yourself Conrabs in arms, despite being a little dramatic? How are you considering yourself allied with these people?
We're not allied with the dog. Both of us have repeatedly said we're not okay.
So why did you clarify that?
Yes, like 5,000 times. Yes, we disavow anyone that utilizes doxing.
So just to be clear, no, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, when you did the rallying call to defend the server from all these allegations, you specifically left out, you said, even though we're rallying against Destiny and Dan, we're specifically not including the doxers in that server. Is that something that you said?
Wait, hold on. Can I say something? Because I feel like you're being dishonest right now. So the Salvo guy, the Salvo guy leaking someone's phone number 3 years ago, this has nothing to do with Destiny, right? So the claim being made right now is that Destiny.
Neither did Nick Andrews or
one second. Destiny, his family, people random being swatted and targeted and doxed by people within this community. So do you know of anybody within this community that has done any of that?
You don't. No, I'm not.
No. Okay.
Talking about.
Well, I mean, it's.
You.
Well, hold on. So then, wait. Hold on. So like, if you don't know that, then why? Then hold on. Then what's the justification for Dan and Destiny doxing these people?
I didn't say I didn't know anything. I said that you guys are seemingly aligning yourselves with people who are known doxers. No one's the Shamu and Nick Angel stuff had nothing to do with that, and yet Aiden and Dickers were defending that whole situation.
That wasn't doxing.
So I don't understand.
That wasn't doxing.
Yeah, I don't think that was doxing either. So far as I know, they didn't post it anywhere. So far as I know, they didn't post it on any information they found anywhere, and they were just trying to figure out if it was tech down harassing his.
Why did they say they're going to get up the account then?
They were going to what?
To reveal more information. In the log,
so they're trying to figure out
the account to reveal the information.
Information that would prove that it could potentially be Tectone.
Yeah.
That account. Do you believe that somebody that account would be disclosing themselves? Like the account would disclose, meaning they consent to the dissemination of any information that would be acquired, right? If they're disclosing that themselves.
Can you rephrase that question? Because I don't understand what you said.
It was a clarify, right? When they said they're gonna try to get the account to post more information, if that's pertaining to the person's docs information, that would be information the person themselves would be voluntarily offering.
No, because when I looked up, so like, do you guys know what gay ops means? Because like when I looked it up, it just said when you're trying to dox, harass, deplatform a person or group of people. That's what I saw in the Urban Dictionary. So when I'm seeing people talking about trying to use a word that's synonymous with doxing and harassment, and then they go on to post OSINT tools in the same conversation, that seems like they're trying to.
You think all gay opping involves doxing? Just so we're clear.
No, that's just what I.
You said the two are synonymous. You said the two are synonymous. What do you think synonymous means?
Can I give an example of a gap that I pulled?
I also said
maybe it'll help you figure
harassment
out
too,
like
but you
what.
can ignore the doxing part, I guess. But
Hold on, I just say a gap that I pulled, right? I tell you what, I think you're using the word too narrowly, right? So something that I did that would be considered a gap is years ago there was a server called Centipede Central. It was the largest politics server on Discord at the time. It was a pro-Trump server, and I knew that the owner wanted to leave. He wanted to give it up. I convinced him to give it to a guy who I knew was a furry, and then outed that guy as a furry to the rest of the admin team, and then they purged the server. And I did that to take out the political Discord competition, right? Early Discord days was very, very cutthroat. Just funny to say. But that was a gap, right? So I knew this guy was a furry. I knew they'd be upset. His admins would be upset if he gave the server to a furry. I convinced him to do it, and then I let them know, and then they purged the server. So I think that's why within Discord I have kind of a reputation of doing that kind of thing. But that was a gap, right? So it doesn't need to be doxing or whatever the fuck. It can just be something like that. It's Shrek to cheaterins or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
that's fine if there's a more colloquial use of it. I'm talking about the context of what Nick Andros and Shamu were doing, which, just to be clear, that had nothing to do with Dan or Destiny, and that's what Aiden was defending the other day. When I looked up, because I heard all these people
when you say
saying that
defending, what do you mean?
it's just like
specific. What do you mean by defending?
You were saying that they weren't trying to dox the account.
Yeah, because they weren't, right? Why didn't
So,
they publish any
one,
of the information they acquired? If the intent
what does
was
it mean
to
to
dox?
publish? In the context of doxing, what does it mean to publish an account or publish the information?
To share that information in a place where it'd be accessible to people who want it.
Okay, so you can just share it to one other person and that would be considered doxing. So I don't know what your distinction is.
Because that obviously. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think when you're telling your friend a secret, are you publishing that secret?
No, I'm asking you what
You're
your
making it
definition of publishing
accessible
was,
to
and that's
people
what
who
you
want
said.
it. If you're telling a single person, then people who want that info can't access it, can they?
What if the person that you're sharing it with wants that information?
If the person that would be one person that would want. I'm saying anyone who wants it could be able to search and get that information because it would be indexed somewhere, right?
You're adding index now?
Or sorry,
I thought it was just
somewhere you
sharing.
could search and access it. So anyone who wants it can go and get it from you, right?
Where are you getting that definition from?
That's how the term
Or
is
is that
being
just
used.
like
What do you think doxing
I don't care.
is?
So I heard you guys make this argument where doxing has to be published. The implication being it has to be to like a group of people or something like that. So I tried looking it up. I'll admit there's no hard and fast, like the Google definition doesn't serve the doxing definition. I'm like looking at like states that have legalized or decriminalized or criminalized doxing, and I think Washington's state law on doxing is pretty sufficient. It can just be something as simple as electronic communications. I don't have the exact.
I'm sorry. So you think
post
it's
the
you think
PDF
it's sufficient?
but-
I'm sorry. Well, what do you think is a sufficient definition of doxing?
anything that would be considered by legal scholars.
By legal scholars.
Yes.
Okay, so but not scholars, right? Like for example, if you know,
not a math scholar. No.
Dictionaries
Like what?
don't matter. Dictionaries don't matter, right?
Not really.
Why?
Because if you look up the definition of murder, you're not getting second-degree murder and first-degree murder. You're getting the intentional killing of someone. But that definition applies to both
Is it
first
murder
and second-degree
defined in the
murder.
dictionary as like unjustified kill or unjust the unjust taking of another human life?
Yeah, but in the
That
legal
would apply to
context, you're not.
Yeah, so
You're
what,
not.
that would
In
apply
a
to
legal
second-degree murder.
context
That would apply to second-degree murder.
and first-degree.
Yeah, yes. So the definition there would work. The dictionary definition of murder
in
works.
the law, which is why I want to use a more legal definition. It's not illegal.
Why would we need to use the
not a
definition
crime.
in a jurisdiction where nobody involved is present in or this was occurring in? Why not use the dictionary definition that standardizes this concept?
It's because it's not telling you what it means to publish something. That's not.
So
the
why not use
context
that
of,
same
document.
dictionary to go look up the word publish?
because it's not
Do
sufficient.
you think a dictionary definition doesn't work if it doesn't define every word used in the original definition within the definition itself, which would thus create an infinite chain of definitions, which would be an impossible burden to meet? So long as that word is defined somewhere else in the dictionary, then it works.
You can say that as a joke, but when I say the Washington law does have an infinite definition of these words. They talk about close relation to someone. So if you're harassing someone, they talk about what harassment means. They talk about what doxing means, what electronic communications are, what delivery means. If you deliver something, it means that you're hand delivering it to someone physically. If you're transmitting it, that means that you're sending it through electronic communications, and then so on and so forth. So yes, there is in law, and I think law is a good way to have a more concrete thought about these concepts. But in law, there is an infinite definition of these terms for the specific reason. So there's no loopholes. You can't, because like in law, you can just find infinite loopholes for everything.
So what if like Bahrain defines statutory rape as an adult having sex with a child under the age of 13? But if it's 13, or if it's between 13 and like 17 or some shit, sorry to call it Bahrain, that's just an example. It would be totally okay.
What's Bahrain?
It's a country. Would you be okay with the application of that definition, just because another jurisdiction defines it in that way?
I'm not talking about another jurisdiction.
You are.
I'm
Nobody here is from Washington State. Living in Washington State, this court is based out of California, right? So I don't know why we would need Washington State specifically to define it for us when you could apply to standardized application of this concept. It's not a legal matter here, right? You could just look at the dictionary.
The definition. It's not a legal matter, but the definition is in question because you're trying to obfuscate it and make it obscure by saying like, oh, well, it's not published anywhere, so technically it's not.
Yeah,
doxing.
that's a necessary component for doxing.
I'm just challenging what publishing means. So if you can disagree with the jurisdiction, then that's fine, but it's a legal concept for a reason.
Do you dispute the dictionary's definition of publication?
No, it's just the way that you're using it.
I'm going by the definition.
A loophole with it.
I'm literally going by the definition. Okay. What other authority would I be appealing to?
But I would. What? Say it again.
I'm going by the definition of the word. How is that finding a loophole?
Because you're using publication. Because I understand that if you Google public, it has something like to a mass group of people.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Well, making it available to the public, meaning it would be publicly accessible in the medium in which you disseminated the information, right?
Sure, but that's just not something that I evaluate. Maybe we can disagree. But if I'm looking at what a particular concept is for like a kind of like a grayish area kind of action, because it's kind of like teetering on harassment, I would like to look at like how do other states criminalize this behavior. Right? Not all marijuana is criminalized everywhere, but you can have. Well, actually, that's not a bad example. But I'm just saying, like the idea that we can't look at other ways that the law, that legal jurisdictions define these words, it just doesn't make sense, especially when they're criminalizing it.
Completely, man. We have another caller here. I was supposed to wrap up stream 2 hours ago. If you want to call back in tomorrow, we can debate on this. All right, I'm gonna take the other caller. I'll talk to you later. All right, Casey Lee, what's up?
Yeah, is my mic working? All right.
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, cool. Just a quick one. I don't think you owe Wick the name of whoever gave you the thing or whatever. I think you're basically giving a name to known doxers and liars.
Yeah, yes, I've been thinking. Yeah, I know. I thought about that again. That's retarded. Yeah.
There's no reason to. They didn't give up anything that they supposedly had. Or
they wouldn't give it to me. You're right. Yeah, I've been thinking about it the whole stream.
That's all I wanted to say.
You know, it's funny. I noticed that Wick was like arguing against even the concept of like fucking evidence. Like, even asking for demanding evidence of these fucking wild claims you're making to him is like proof that you're a cynic. It's like a tactic. Like it's so like on its face, just like a lie. First off. But like it's a tactic meant to like discourage even asking for evidence or to dismiss their lack of evidence. It's totally fucking ridiculous. I can't believe anybody takes it seriously.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's just they've literally said unironically, I wasn't lying when I said I didn't know. Because I would have just said to them at the time, because the caller that just called him was correct. I actually don't have an obligation to provide it. But I would have just said that. But I unironically don't know. Whoever did do it though, would have done so in the capacity of demonstrating to me that somebody in my proximity had doxed this individual and would have trusted me not to disseminate that information, which I didn't. I took corrective action and removed the person once it was proven to me that Wick got doxed, which is, I feel like, sort of all I could really do in that situation, right? But the only reason to provide that name is to give them someone to use some like loopholes to justify them as a justifiable target of dox, but I don't even know who it is. So, all right. Well,
yeah, Wick has apparently known about that specific docs again for years. So
yeah. All right. Well, thank you for calling in, Doobie. Thank you for answering all the questions and everything. And good chat. I hope that you because I understand the tendency to argue people on Twitter, but legitimately consider organizing your rebuttals in a single place. It'd be very useful to have. But yeah, thanks for calling in.
Sure. See you later.
See you. Oh wait, I have one more. Fuck. Do you have anything to say to me, or was it just Doobie?
Oh shit.
Hello?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up?
Okay. Mine, you still got Doobie?
He's gone. I didn't realize you came in last second.
Okay. Big thing like that Destiny is claiming is like the handling of the CSAM. And making copies of it and stuff. I think he's trying to use it to hold himself off for the allegations that he's had, but he's kind of throwing that back onto Doobie because Doobie said that he's called out pedophiles and he's submitted evidence to the FBI and all this.
Well, yeah. Well, Destiny's point there was Doobie should be reported over that. But the only context we know about this in is Doobie admitting that he provided this information to law enforcement. So law enforcement's already aware of it, and had illegal activity occurred on his end, you would assume.
So the main thing that Destiny is trying to drill down on the handling of the evidence. So he's trying to say that he's handled his evidence for his court case perfectly, and that Doobie basically did the exact same thing, which
I haven't unfortunately, there are a lot of people that do not treat this. There are a lot of people with non-pedophilic intentions that don't handle it correctly when they're in a situation where they're faced with this material. In those cases, I wouldn't call them pedophiles with that. I didn't call Destiny a pedophile for having that on his fucking hard drive or whatever, right?
I'm not defending Destiny at all. I'm trying to get Doobie to differentiate how he handled it versus what Destiny did. To show that Destiny is not taking the correct avenues and that Doobie is handling it the way he should. I hope that Doobie is. I haven't seen any evidence of how he's dealt with those materials. But if he can show that he's handled them properly, then I feel like that's a big blow to Destiny's narrative.
I agree. Yeah, but I think the blow would be if there was some impropriety that occurred. Law enforcement was aware of all of this, so I don't know why they wouldn't have pursued it.
Yeah, Doobie says that he's reported all of his stuff that he has to the FBI. So Destiny's kind of fucked there, but Destiny's harping on the fact that he made copies of it and that he saved it on his computer, which is what Destiny is accused of saving the stuff from Rose on his computer.
And I haven't even used that, and I could, but I haven't even used that against Destiny because the points I've criticized Destiny for, I believe, are just strong enough where I don't even need to get into the weeds of all this other unrelated shit that people are bringing up.
Yeah, I agree. You've got him on a lot of the principles. I guess there's just a lot of if you were in the weeds, then you can call him out even harder on a lot of
that's fair.
fucking shit that he's spewing.
Yep.
But yeah, that's. I just wanted to get Doobie to kind of differentiate how he's handled that situation versus Destiny obviously doing some fucked shit.
Yep. Well, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know there are a lot of people. I'll read chat really quick. Okay, we'll do a quick. If anyone who's unwilling to call in has anything they need to say through chat, now would be your chance. We'll do that really quick because I know that as I've been talking to people, there are a lot of people who are unwilling to call in but have things to say to me through chat, and I'd be happy to address. I've been looking back and forth. I haven't. I'd be happy to address real quick. I'd like to thank Chris for the $3 tip, where he said, hold on, it was a Streamlabs one. Hey, Aiden, I'm smacking my butt like a horse so the poop comes out faster. Well, thank you for the $3, Chris. I didn't need to know that, but appreciate it. How about Nope with the $7? You're still on. Great work tonight for all. Thank you so much. Batau Crafter with the 10. W Stream. Thank you so much. $2 from Abayu. Doobie the frog guy. True. Astrolds with the 2. If he could clarify, say he did. We got him to clarify on the 77. Thank you, Doobie. Encourage people to send Aiden all the most unhinged allegations and logs about me. Doobie with the 10. If anyone has allegations or screenshots you'd like me to respond to, I can go over those with Aiden too. Doobie with the 10. I can come on in like 10 minutes. I already said that. Glenn with the 5. Did you know beforehand that Wick was going to bring people on to 3v1 you? No, I thought it was just going to be us. I can handle it. I can absolutely handle it. But I did go into it thinking it was just going to be us. Yo, thank you so much. Hold on. I'll produce your show for 20% of your revenue. We'll make you a top post SCGG stream and get you that Teoria money. Does this Mocha they've been disagreeing in chat. Do they have anything they want to say? You will be famous like you were 15 again. Let's just get out of college first, okay? Then we can worry about all that. There's a convo between... Do we know if nudes Hassan shared with his friends were all overage women? I don't know anything about that. I was mad at you for being passive at the start. I feel like I was giving Destiny... I don't know nearly enough about all his situations and beefs with people where I'd feel comfortable giving a ton of pushback to claims that were being made at the time when I don't have the other side's story. I'm not them, so I can't, I'll only argue for what I can argue for, what I've seen, right? The whole dispute over the fucking Snark Left server was that Destiny and Dan were given a medium to present the evidence for their claim and failed to adequately substantiate it. That's why I came in and argued for that. In this case, right, I wasn't disputing certain things he was saying because I legitimately didn't know the details. So I said to him, if it's true as you put it, then yeah, that descriptor would be appropriate to apply. But the as you put it gives me room to hear the other side's story later on and determine if he's misrepresented anything. I think it comes off good when you're sticking to the facts. So he was going off the rails court. Yeah, I mean, but that's literally as well. It's beneficial to be calm in that situation because they do it to. They were gonna do it to Lav. You could see it, Lav, Lav, getting impassionate about whatever it was she was saying. Oh, that's they were gonna use that to make her look like fucking crazy or whatever. Yeah, I was expecting you to be more versed and to at least point out that they were derailing. It was their convo, and I just let them continue as they saw fit, right? It was their convo. Oh my god, dude. All right, here we go. Fuck me. Ingratiate. What's up?
What up, what up? How's it going?
It's going. Let's keep this to about 20 minutes max, all right?
All right, sure. I just wanted to speak on one particular point. Let me ask you this. Why do you think that engaging with a stalker negates their stalker status? What is the reason for that?
So I think that stalking, at least as I've always believed the definition to be, if you have a counter definition, we could absolutely work with that. I believe stalking is unwanted communication or attempts at communicating with an individual that has ceased and made efforts to distance them or stop or not be in communication with you, right? Like, for example, if you've broken up with somebody and broken off with them or whatever, and that person keeps trying to talk to you on burner phone numbers and fucking showing up to your house when you don't want anything to do with this person, they are stalking you at that point, right? I'm disputing the descriptor there because it seems like despite knowing that she was following him obsessively, he would keep giving her crumbs through the form of in the form of sexting with her or whatever that would keep the obsession loop going, right?
Okay. I'm trying to think of the point I want to fight on. The first one would be, I mean, you acknowledged that she did say he didn't talk to her for months, right? Like you did acknowledge that. And again, like obviously he broke no contact at a certain point.
So if she keeps trying, that makes his stalker point stronger. The problem is
but at that point you would admit in that 3-month period when he was no contact, that in that 3-month period she was a stalker, right? At least in that 3-month period she was.
In regards to her talking about him a lot? No, I wouldn't even consider that stalking.
Wait. That's not talking, though. She was trying to reach out to his friend. She was trying to reach out to him. He had her blocked on certain things, but she was trying to contact him during that time period.
Okay, so did she try to contact Melina or whatever within that 3-month time period? Within that specifically that 3-month time period?
My understanding is that yes, but I mean, you can ask him again.
It seemed like the timeline wasn't exactly established or all that clear when we were talking.
I mean, all right, I won't fight on that point either. We can move on from that. I just think one of the other things I want to make very clear is that stalker situations aren't necessarily as black as white as you laid out in your definition. So how familiar are you with like abusive relationships?
I've never been in one, so I've only heard about them. I know the basics, right, of tactics utilized by abusers. I think a common one utilized against women in the case of like male perpetration of abuse is to paint them out to be insane. Yeah, that is absolutely the case. I get that you're kind of hinting that he might be doing that. But let's think about this from the perspective of let's like reverse gender roles here. Okay, let's say that you had a man who was obsessively talking about a particular woman. He was trying to break no contact. Let's assume that he was trying to break no contact within that 3-month period. Let's say he was reaching out to her friends, her personal relationships and everything like that. Let's say that this person was abusive in some way, whether it's emotional, whether it's like they're constantly bad-mouthing them, whether it's like purely emotional, right? If this woman broke no contact at a certain point, does that negate like the stalker status of the man? If the no contact was being broken in a way of like positive engagement, like sexting that reaffirms to the we're presuming this guy also has like OCD, right?
I mean, but why would we presume that when we didn't know that Anna had that at the time?
I'm sorry. I wasn't there at the time. I can only make the arguments that are presented to me now. He gave me his argument, and that was something he made sure to emphasize to me when he was using it against her.
Yes. No, I agree with you, but I don't know why we're emphasizing the OCD when my understanding was she was later diagnosed after at a certain point, but it was not during this
period.
Did he know?
Did he suspect or know or believe at that point in time that she was mentally ill in a way that would induce obsessive like loops? Because I'm almost certain. I have
no idea.
If we were to go look back on it, I'm almost certain he would have said that.
I'm so curious why we're pivoting in this way. When if it was a man that was obsessively mentally ill with a particular woman, like I don't think we would ever make these excuses.
Yeah, let's say the woman. No, okay. So you've just made up a scenario where I've contradicted myself because you have no evidence of me contradicting myself, right?
What do you mean?
So you've said, I don't think we would be doing this if a man was doing this. Can you provide me of an instance where I've applied that double standard when it was a man going against a woman?
Okay.
Because you just made up...
Fair enough. You're saying that I'm prescribing this. I just want to hear you say, like, if a man was doing this, you would feel the same way.
If every factor here was exactly the same and all that changed was the genders of the two, my position would not change.
Feel the same.
Yep.
It would be the same. Okay. I'm just curious because, like, it's hard because this is a cyber thing. This is like an entirely internet-based relationship. But, like, my understanding of abusive relationships is when somebody tries to get away from someone who is an abusive stalker, sometimes they might engage positively with that person. It's ill-advised, but that doesn't change the abusive or stalker status.
So that would be more relevant to cases where, like,
by a husband.
Yes, that would be in cases where there would be typically in cases where it is like the truth of the matter is typically in cases where it's like a woman with a husband, there is a power dynamic there. Typically speaking, I'm pretty sure statistically, many times, or I guess historically, it was the man was bringing most of the income to the house. A lot of times I get that's not true for every situation, but there is some level of power and dominance exerted by the male figure that affects the female's perception of her own abuse, that provides minimizations of what's occurring to her. I don't believe those facets.
It's not just power dynamics at play. It's oftentimes that the man will do something that the woman likes, and then she will be pulled back into the relationship.
Well, because she's under.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a cycle. So what he'll do is he'll purposefully present. They've typically been inundated with his propaganda because they've been living in close proximity to one another for a period of time. So he's cut her off. Typically, in cases like this, the cycle starts with isolation from like neutral observers that could tell you that something bad is occurring here.
Yes.
Like they'll distance
That
you from
can
your family
happen,
and friends, right? So his frame of reference and his narrative.
But that's not how
is the
every
only
abusive
narrative
relationship happens, though, because like I understand what you're saying is like that's the classic like abused housewife thing, but like in a lot of these relationships, a lot of it ends up being like one mentally ill person abuses you, and then they are able to draw you back into the relationship with something positive. Do you agree that that sometimes happens? Do you agree that that's something that happens? That it's not necessary for all of the other preconditions that you're mentioning.
Sure, but the claims about stalking, which would be unwanted contact as opposed to abuse, right?
Correct. But I could see an abusive stalking acts, and I've heard stories about this. I've got like anecdotes and stuff like that, and we'll have to just go either by anecdote or data or something. But like my understanding is that an abusive stalker will sometimes use positive reinforcement things that the other person wants to draw the person back in, and it's not advised that the person engage with that, but it doesn't change the stalking dynamic.
I thought Destiny was against the infantilization of people. Why are we infantilizing him as if he didn't overwhelmingly hold the power and insight in this dynamic, and she was actively suffering from mental illness?
But I'm not infantilizing him at all. I think his decision was bad. But
You're talking about him like he's a battered housewife here, right?
I am talking about it like he was abused because I think he was.
How did she abuse him, out of curiosity?
I think constantly messaging him, like over 50 times. I think going to his girlfriend, going to his friends, constantly talking about him on stream. I think that's a little abusive. Yeah, I think it is.
Okay,
abusive.
got it. So So the abuse here would be talking about him a lot and trying to talk to him, right?
Not just talking to him, talking to his friends, talking to his work relationships. You wouldn't call that abusive at all? You wouldn't try like if I went around to you, Aiden, I went to your parents, I went to your girlfriend or your boyfriend or whoever, and I was constantly telling them what an awful person you were and how we had a relationship and shit. Would that not be like a little bit abusive? Especially if it was a lie.
I would never describe myself as a victim of abuse there. I would say what occurred is I'd say like you're probably crossing some sort of line, but I would never consider myself like someone that was actually abused in that scenario and the way we apply that term in the context of relationships.
Why?
I just don't think it brings the same emotional and physical weight as like acts that we would typically describe. I think it would be crossing a line somewhere, but obviously every crossing of a boundary is not abusive, right?
I don't see much of a distinction. I think like there are different levels to this, right? Like you're talking about like physical stuff, but you've also said that there's like emotional stuff as well.
So
like
yeah,
I think that crosses
well,
into emotional abuse.
There can be emotional abuse, right?
And mental abuse as well.
Mental abuse. So she was mentally abused.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Was she be not? Listen, I find it interesting that you're scoffing at this when like a lot of people would say that he mentally abused her, right? Like, isn't that kind of the claim?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what a lot of people say. I'm
you
disputing.
Wouldn't say that he abused her. You wouldn't say that he abused her then.
I wouldn't say either. I have to go relitigate that whole situation. I don't know shit about like all the lore, right? All I know is he made the claim of stalking, and I think that was like disputed by the way he described it to me. I was countering his argument, not making one of my own.
I think it's like colloquially. I think that was a term we used in our last conversation. I think colloquially, like you could use the stalking term. I think it's a good colloquial term.
I wouldn't use the term like, no, I don't think, can you think of a single instance, that like, at least like a specific instance where like the stalking is purely digital or whatever, it's digital stalking, and the person is actively sexting the person they're telling everyone else is stalking them. And also, just a second part there,
He said actively sexting. He made it sound like they only sexted like twice during that whole thing.
Okay, so do you think he meant? Do you think he meant? Do you think he meant? Do you think he meant 2 messages between the 2 of them?
I have no idea what he meant because I've only seen like 2 logs.
Okay.
I've only seen like 2 logs.
He was comfortable
sexting.
telling his stream as well that she was stalking him. Why didn't he disclose that they were still actively sexting?
I think it would have been embarrassing. I think it would have been an embarrassing thing to admit to people.
Why would that be embarrassing?
I think it would be embarrassing to admit that you were sexting your stalker. Yeah, I think it's extremely embarrassing.
Well, it would be embarrassing because you're claiming they're a stalker.
Sure.
And that would kind of refute that narrative.
Why would it refute it? Like, I don't think we've gotten to the substance of this yet. Like, if you engage positively with a stalker, that means that they're no longer a stalker to you, ever.
Yeah. If you're the one, if you're consensually knowing it's them, engaging in this contact in an intimate manner, yeah, they're no longer a stalker.
That is absolutely absurd. And I can think of a number of instances where a person has gone back to an abusive partner and that person was a stalker and they have done something with them. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe they remembered something about it and then withdrawn, and that person would still be labeled a stalker. I can think of
we would label him an
instances
abuser.
in my
We would
personal
label
life.
that person an abuser, right? The stalking.
But he's still wait. So an abusive housewife goes back to their stalking abusive husband one time and has sex with him, and then she immediately regrets it and leaves, right? And then that husband still continues to engage, goes around to her family, her friends, does all this extra shit. You would say that he's not a stalker after that?
Depends on how prolonged it is afterwards, right? But it would probably be if she's made it clear at that point.
So what evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that this was like a prolonged relationship? We have like 2 logs.
No, I said how prolonged the attempts to get in contact are after that. If it's like multiple years, since she's even acknowledged his existence, or even a year since she's acknowledged his existence, and he's still repeatedly trying to get in direct contact with her, then yeah, at that point she could totally call him a stalker, right?
So how what is the length then? What is the actual length?
Probably more than 3 months, right? Because 3 months could literally just be a break in a relationship where the other person can believe they still have something that exists or a flame that exists with the, previous partner or whatever, that would reasonably, and at least in her case, reasonably try maintain that interest.
Again, I'd have to look at the timeline. I just don't again. If somebody engaged with someone sexually and then they were literally messaging them like 50 times a day, they were going around to all their partners and friends, everybody in the world would call that some form of stalking. You can call it colloquial, you can call it whatever. I think what if I know the person that I'm engaging with is has like OCD and is obsessive, right? And I know that but he doesn't know she has OCD. He just knows that she's some form of mentally ill. Right.
Okay. So he knows that she's suffering from a mental illness that causes obsessions with him or whoever she's talking to, because he used that against her, right? So I'm talking to somebody that I know has that. I know they're like hyper perceptive to criticism against them, etc. I'm engaging with them, and then for whatever reason, immediately decide to stop talking to them. Then then they try to get back in contact because what the fuck just happened? And for the next 3 months, I'm calling them a stalker. Then I go back I start sexting them again.
What if all you did was reply to them one time when they tried to engage with you?
What do you mean reply to them one time?
I mean, in this case, my understanding was that she messaged him and then he decided to engage with her.
If I replied in a way that said, if I replied in a way that said, like, to the person I knew that really was into what we had, and that I just suddenly withheld affection for and stopped talking to her for 3 months, if I went and said something along the lines of to them, I still love you, I'm still thinking about you, something that keeps them locked in like that, I'd look like a manipulative fuck. Not.
I
like
don't think he said anything like that though. I think all
Sorry.
he really
no,
did
it was worse. He was sexting. It was like actually sexting with her, right?
That's worse. That's worse.
That would be an even more
Wouldn't the
overt. That
love
would be an,
wait,
that would
wait,
even
wait,
be
wait.
more
No,
overt.
that is so crazy because especially if we're gonna flip the dynamics, like clearly she wanted more than just sexting, right? Like that's pretty clear from most of the messaging. I think it'd be way worse if he
Did he ever tease to her that he would also be willing to have that? To keep her strung along?
Love?
To something more intimate than just sexting. I'm asking you.
I have no idea. Do you have something that says that?
I'm just asking you, right?
No, I don't know of anything like that. The only thing I've seen is the sexting stuff. So I mean, like I again, a lot of times in relationships like this, somebody tries to break away, right? And they break away for a temporary part of whatever's happening, and then maybe they're drawn back in temporarily by something that they like in the other person, or they sort of make peace with whatever's going on, and maybe in your head you're thinking this person's not as mentally ill, and you think it's okay to engage with them, and maybe that's a mistake.
I'm sorry, why would he think she's not as mentally ill if he was using the fact that she was trying to get against her at the time before it was like exposed that they were sexting?
Wait, what are you saying he's using against her?
What led him to believe she might not be as mentally ill when he decided to re-engage?
An apology, something that she's talking about seeing a psychotherapist, something like that. She's talking to a therapist. She's trying to get help. She's working on herself. She's coming back to him and saying, I apologize. Like maybe we can work something out. I could see a scenario like that. I know she had mentioned a therapist in that one conversation, right? Like it's very, very possible that in that scenario, she's telling him something like that, and he's thinking, okay, I'm good to come back into this relationship now.
Okay, so what was it specifically that made him think that she was no longer mentally ill?
Why would I have privy to that? Well, I don't think there's anything that's going to say she's no longer mentally ill, because she's going to be mentally ill, like I guess until she's medicated. I don't know what the definition of that is, but in this case, go ahead.
No, sorry, Doobie. I'm sorry I missed that, Doobie. Also important to keep in mind, Destiny, the allegedly mentally sound person situation has an obligation to reject the advances from someone he knew was mentally compromised with a public obsession.
Why?
Also important to keep. Hold on, I'm gonna finish reading it real quick. Also important to keep in mind that she was being doxxed on KF when he sent his community there.
She's 30 years old and she was going for a master's degree. Hop on here, you bitch ass pedophile. Get the fuck in here, you pussy. You fucking pussy ass bitch, Doobie. Listen, this fucking guy goes around. He's a pedophile.
How?
Listen, do you believe him? Why is he? Listen, until he can show proof that he is ethically collecting whatever CSAM and sending it to the police or whatever the fuck.
I'm asking for your proof that he is a pedophile. You're the one making the claim.
I think anybody. I think it's pretty obvious, and I'll go back to the thing. If somebody's talking about collecting CSAM, I'm going to assume they're guilty until they've proven innocent.
What if they're talking? What if the collection and the only way we know is because they voluntarily disclosed that they handed this information to law enforcement? Why would that be the default assumption?
I think they're severely mentally ill, and I think they're a bullshitter until they prove something.
You're doing a Destiny here, got it.
What do you mean? Why would I have any sort of innocent until proven guilty for somebody that admits to collecting this shit?
Okay, so
I'm sending it. Like, what is he, Batman?
So do you think
what is he, fucking Batman?
Do you think that
He's only here in the space could that be the case?
Do you think
in the real world? By the way, if you tell people you collect CSAM, you're going to fucking jail. I'm sorry. I'm calling the cops.
Wait, I'm sorry. You understand that this was in the context of him giving this to law enforcement, right?
But where is he shown proof that that's the case?
Okay, where is he shown proof that he even saved CSAM? Why should we take him at his word? He's mentally ill.
It's evidence, right? So he's confessed to it.
So, I'm sorry. Okay.
He's
confessed to sending it to law enforcement. Yeah, he's confessed to sending it to law enforcement. So that would be evidence, right? There's just as much evidence. There's just as much evidence. There's just as much evidence
Why
for the
would I
claim.
ever conclude this for anybody? If your friend came up to you and told you were they were CSAM Batman, they're fucking like anti-pedo Batman, and they're going around collecting CSAM and sending it to the fucking FBI.
If
you
somebody told me,
you would call a fucking mental asylum.
you keep inventing.
Are you kidding me?
You keep inventing these
kidding me?
keep inventing these hypotheticals.
What are you
for some
talking
inconsistency.
about?
So the question is, right? If somebody runs like the largest politics Discord server on the truth of the matter is, you should treat I know it's like the Twitter meme. You should treat CSAM like a bomb, right? You shouldn't engage with it. You should interact with it if it is like sent in your if people, because people go around like CP bombing like people's DMs. You report it to law enforcement, but like you shouldn't interact with it at all or save it or anything like that, right?
Okay,
Unfortunately, the reality is that most people, or many people, don't, with non-pedophilic intentions, probably don't know how to appropriately respond when this occurs. So you could see somebody who doesn't have pedophilic intent getting sent this in the largest server that they moderate, and therefore sending it to law enforcement, and then volunteering that information to the public because they don't believe they did anything wrong. If he believed he was doing this, why would he? What burden was there to volunteer this information?
Are you done with your monologue? So the issue is that there's nothing that says that to do what he's done. If you ask a law enforcement person, every single person would tell you, and until he can show that like law enforcement is telling him to do this, I'm going to keep saying this. There is nothing that law enforcement will ever tell you to handle this shit in the way that he's described.
They won't. But there's also prosecutorial discretion, right? If somebody is engaging with this in a way that's technically illegal, but they're doing so in the context of reporting it, law enforcement might choose not to go and pursue that.
Sort of proof. So why can't he show some sort of evidence or contact that he's had with law enforcement?
I'm sorry.
To show this?
Okay, so this should be done.
I'm asking for evidence.
Because there might.
He said that he's collecting CSAM.
Because there might not be any. By the way, I was a YouTuber. I was pretty.
Why wouldn't there be? There would absolutely be communications on this.
Hold on. When I was a child that had a big YouTube channel, a pedophile from England that likes to fuck with people in this space tried to CP bomb me in my DMs. I submitted a report to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids and the FBI. I never saved that shit, right? I just submitted it through the tip form with the FBI, and I submitted it I submitted a tip to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids. I was a kid myself, right? I couldn't prove to you today that I did that. I don't know where I would get the proof that I did that. It was like a complaint form.
That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about he's like in direct contact with law enforcement. Right? Like that's what he's basically saying. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Didn't he just say he reported it?
But what does that mean? He's in direct contact with law enforcement.
Okay, I just said I reported it, and obviously the scenario I provided to you
was not a fucking tip line. So what is his explanation? I want to hear what his explanation from him. Where is he? Is he using a tip line?
And also, out of curiosity, let's say I agree with you real quick. Okay, so people who admit to saving that shit, we should default consider them pedophiles, right?
I think if you're going to go ahead and say that you're constantly saving this shit, I think that there is a problem.
Sorry.
I think it's consistent.
Sorry. So the constant. Notice how the goalpost has been moved. So now it's constantly. I thought it was just saving it. Period.
Where did I say saving it? Period. Did I say it?
It seems like you said verbatim. You said in the real world, if anybody came to you and said they were saving CP, you'd think they were a pedophile.
Sure. Yeah, I think in the way that he's described, and I'll happily add a caveat here. I think in the way that he's describing it, where he's talking about I'm like anti-pedo Batman, and I'm going out there and I'm like fucking getting these people arrested or some shit. I think it's totally fraudulent. I wouldn't believe.
So the goalpost is always going to get more hyper specific to make it not bad when Destiny does it, but bad when the target does. Because originally, under the original standards you provided, you would have just had to concede to me that Destiny's a pedophile. Now it's getting more hyper specific to Doobie's instance of doing it.
I made a Queeman. I'm sorry.
I noticed this in our last conversation. It's the ever shifting goalpost. Destiny's making a hypocritical argument, and the goalpost will ever shift.
What do you want from me?
No, I'm saying. No, I know what you do because you did it last time. The goalpost ever shifts to make it not this thing when Destiny does it, But it is this thing when the person we have interest in criticizing does it.
Are you done?
I stopped talking.
Okay. Okay. So my big substantive critique of Doobie is that it seems like from what he's conveyed, he's saving this stuff and he is like tracking pedophiles in some way. And he's going around and he's acting as like a vigilante or some shit. That's what he made it sound like. Now, if there's something else to this, maybe he can offer up some explanation. If there's documentation, if there's some sort of evidence that he can show to like verify that he's not doing this, I would love to hear about it.
Yeah, can
you
show me? I actually don't believe that he was doing it at all. I think Doobie is mentally ill and insane, and I can't take him at his word. So I actually don't know. I don't think Doobie has ever interacted with CP. I can't take him at his word for it.
Do you really believe that, or are you being facetious? Is this like a
I thought
attack Destiny argument?
No, it seems to me. Oh wait, Doobie wants to call in. It seems to me like we can't take him at his word for these claims. So why should I take him at his word?
What's up, dude?
Hello.
Hey, man. Crazy to talk to Batman. How's it going, man? You tracking those pedos down?
Hey.
You taking them out?
Can I ask you a question, like a serious one?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was explaining earlier, Dayton, that we do have minors on my server, right? And because they're minors in the community and they're pedophiles all over Discord, we do run into pedophiles once in a while. So if you look at our ban list, you'll find a bunch of people who are labeled pedo because we found them doing some pedo shit. So do you think that when we find these people and we take the extra steps to report them to law enforcement to ensure that they're being like questioned or arrested for the crazy shit they're trying to do to kids, do you think that makes me Batman? Because I'm trying to actually ensure that these people don't hurt kids?
I think you should just go ahead and report that shit to law enforcement, and that it's crazy. You're gonna say from everything that you mentioned, it sounded really, really involved. If it's not that,
it is involved.
You're just hitting.
Hold on, but it's involved.
Do you have law enforcement contacts then? Do you have like emails from these people that you could show the group? Do you have like some sort of like proof of what you're saying?
Hold on, I'm trying to just calm down.
Yes.
Let me respond to you. So it is involved. There's a form you can submit online, and then typically what happens if it's a serious instance, not always, but if it's something serious, you get an email or a phone call, typically a phone call, right? So yeah, I've had contact, not just me, other admins on the server, typically people on the founder team, because we don't allow lower level mods to deal with this kind of shit. So it's usually admins and ops, so admins or founders. Yeah, we've had to report this shit before. I've had to walk, like the girl that was in here, she was in here, that I mentioned earlier, with revenge porn stuff, where these college kids were like spreading her revenge porn around multiple servers. I walked her through, had to report it to law enforcement herself. Right. So yes, we have reported people to law enforcement because people do illegal shit on the internet. I don't understand.
You have documentation.
Hold on, but I don't understand why like you hear that and you think, oh, you're just being Batman. Like you should be encouraging this behavior. I think that if you were to come across somebody doing something illegal to a minor, to anybody, you should report it, and that wouldn't make you Batman. Just somebody doing the right thing.
Can I speak? Am I allowed to talk? So the issue I have is that you're not just reporting these people. You're taking all of this extra steps. You're helping to document the CSAM. You've mentioned that you're going to save and delete it. You're doing all this extra shit.
What's the extra shit?
In that instance, sure, saving copies of CSAM and then sending it and then deleting it and I don't know, putting it someplace.
Making a report
sounds wild.
Where's it being put? Where's it being put?
Hold on. So to be clear, in cases where we have,
I don't know.
Like, hold on, I can. Well, okay, I can tell you because the only way you know about this, by the way, is because I told you that this has happened, right? Like I was explaining how this typically happens and why it didn't make any sense for Destiny to say that he couldn't report the CSAM that he had for over a year, right? Apparently to try to find Rose, and I don't hear you.
I mean, he's mentioned explicitly why he wouldn't do that, right?
Hold on.
He did say exactly why.
Do you think that he destroyed it, or that he still has it, or that he's turned it in?
I don't know.
You don't know if he has it right. You think he might have CSAM on his computer right now?
I think he's probably. But Doobie,
Hold on,
has
I'm
had the
confused. Why are
FBI
you this
call.
worked up
Oh
about
my
him?
God. Are we going to go
Hold on,
down this road?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, why are you? So this guy, you think this guy might currently have CSAM on his
Why don't you show
he
some fucking
received,
documentation?
that he received
pussy
as
ass
jerk-off
bastard.
material?
You're calling.
Release your documentation. Holy
Why
shit.
are you this worked up about Destiny? Why are you going on and yelling at him about this when you think he might currently have it still?
Documentation. You said you reported this to the FBI.
Have you asked
Where's
him for
the
documentation of
emails?
anything?
Where
Have you
is
asked him
the
for documentation?
emails? Where are the
Hold on.
emails?
Have you asked him for documentation of any of this?
Why would I?
Answer the
Why would
question.
he have
Wait,
documentation
can I? Where's the?
for destroyed material?
You know what?
Why would he
So you
have
think hold
documentation
on.
for destroyed material?
You think he committed spoliation by destroying it?
But wait.
Wait.
Why would he have documentation if he did destroy it, though? Can you answer that question?
So to be clear, you think
You're
that when
asking
he
for documentation. Wait.
Oh God.
You're asking
Can I
for
just-
documentation, and then you're saying
I'm trying to explain to you why what you're saying makes no
documentation, and
sense.
you're saying it's destroying it.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So in the Willie Mac DMs, he's asked directly if he still has a
Why
video.
can't you show a single
Please let
email
me-
from an
Wait,
FBI
hold on.
agent?
I thought you wanted to talk to this guy. He's here to talk to you. Let him talk.
Why can't he answer a single fucking
He's trying
question?
to. You're
Why he
actively.
can't
You're
show
active.
documentation?
You're screaming over him in a
No,
tard
he's
rage that he's
pivoting.
trying to give.
He's pivoting,
I'm not
Aiden.
pivoting to-
He's
hold
literally
on.
pivoting,
I'm
and
trying to
you're
get you to
letting him do
I'm
it.
trying to show you that you don't actually give a fuck about this. Actually,
Go
is what
ahead.
I'm trying to do.
Go ahead.
So okay. So again, we'll just right now. So when Willie Mac
Sure.
asked Destiny if he still had the CSAM.
Oh, we're
and
doing
he
this
said,
fucking
wait,
shit
hold
again.
on.
Where is your
Please.
specific
Oh my God.
documentation? I don't
Let me-
care about
Wait.
my
Can I?
shit.
Can I
That's
actually?
the
Hold
issue.
on.
You don't
Hold
care. You
on.
don't
Hold
actually
on.
give a fuck about this at all.
I think I have a great.
Totally
I think I have a
performative.
great direction. I think that Doobie. I think Doobie's a liar. We can't take Doobie at his word. I actually don't believe.
okay.
I don't believe that Doobie's ever like
God, you're so
interacted with
gay.
CP.
Where is your
Where's
fucking
your
email from the
documentation
FBI
that
agent?
Doobie engaged with CP?
You said it explicitly.
Actually, I have none. It was all a lie.
Wait, he said it explicitly. He also said it. You know what else he said explicitly?
I'm not
Do you know what
Batman,
else he said
actually,
explicitly?
Mr. Freeze. I don't know. Some other dude.
Why can't you show a single email from an agent doing it though?
Because it was
Why
all a
can't
lie.
you
No,
show
it
that?
doesn't exist. I can't.
But I don't
all a lie.
understand. I don't understand why you
I just
can't
told you.
show a single email.
I just told you.
So
Now,
you-
can we talk about? Okay, I just told you.
No, I'm not talking about
you don't have
Destiny.
to worry
I
about it
want to
anymore.
know why
Yes,
you don't
because
have
because you
a
know
single
because you
fucking
know
produced
that
email
you know that
from an
every
agent.
accusation
And
is a
you should
confession,
ask
and you
your
can't defend
people.
him.
Why are we talking about Destiny when you are the one
Because
saying
you don't
I
actually
did
care
this
about
thing?
this at all, and it's really funny to me.
I
That's
do.
why we're
I
talking about
do.
this. Okay, then tell.
I
Then,
do
okay,
care about
then,
it.
Then
But you
answer the
want to
question.
pivot over because you
No,
talk
then
for hours.
then prove to us that you care about it. Prove to us that you care about it.
Show documentation. Show
Oh my God.
documentation.
Prove
Show
to
a
us that you care
single
about it,
fucking
please.
email.
Oh my
A
God, why are you so
single
emotional?
fucking email. One email.
Why are you
One
so
email.
emotional about this?
All you got to
Just-
do one email.
Oh
On
my
one
God.
email, and I'm
Please.
done. I'm done. If you show
Please.
one
No, I
email
don't
from an
understand why
FBI
you're so emotional
agent
about this. Can you just
saying
calm
an FBI email,
I'm sorry.
I am done.
He's the
Why can I stop?
So he would be the accused. Okay, so it was his statement that led to this accusation
Sure.
because he's admitting this information. So I don't know why we would take him at
Okay.
his word that he did this, but we won't take him at his word. He's just volunteering this info with no. There's no like pressure being applied or accusation made by anyone else. This is all coming from his word that this even happened to begin with. So I don't know why we're selectively.
Why?
I don't know why we're
Because he made the
selectively accepting
claim.
one. Yes. So he made the claim. Yes. Okay. So
he has to show evidence for
have
the
you
claim.
have
He
you
has to prove
yes
it.
have you seen evidence? Okay, sure. Have you seen evidence that he was ever in a position where somebody was sending CPA to him or in his server or around him that like he's ever interacted with anyone's CPA?
So he doesn't.
You know what I
any of
do?
that shit.
Here's what I do for you guys. Okay, and actually, I can't
Show a
guarantee
single
this.
email.
Wait, one second. I need to talk to the
single email.
Please,
One
please let me-
email.
Control your impulses. Just let me finish. So I need to confirm with the other person, but I want to do something for you guys. I think it'll be actually interesting. So I told you that this happened to miners on our server. The server's been around for a long time. Some of those miners are still on the server. They're not adults. So what I can do is I can talk to some of them and see if they'll actually be willing to talk to you about this and what happened and who got arrested and blah, blah, blah. I think that might actually be interesting to you guys. But so I'm totally willing to do that. That might be fun, right? I know like four of them off the top
If you
of my
want
head.
to do that right now,
But
sure.
I need to ask them
I got
if they're
like
even interested to talk because you guys seem pretty like crazy. To be honest
I got
with you.
like 30 minutes, but sure.
It's not
Go
gonna
ahead.
happen right now. I'd have to like message one of them and try to get them on. But before that, right? I just want to see if you actually care about this because I feel like you don't. I feel like this is all.
Oh my God, we're gonna go down the Destiny Rose
Can you
shit
just answer
again,
the
dude.
question?
I don't,
You just tell me.
because I'm so
If you can
tired. I'm
prove
so
to me
tired
that
of
it's
this
not
show
performative,
one
then
email.
I will go above and
Show
beyond.
one email.
If you can prove to me
Why
it's
would it
not
be
performative, I'll go.
performative?
Well, then okay.
Doobie,
show me
if
that
you
it's
told
not.
this story to
I want
any
you to have
person in
consistent
real
evidence.
life, they would ask for proof. Do you understand that? Like any person in real life would go, show me the fucking email. Why is that a big deal?
Ingratiate, I have a 15-inch cock. You want to see proof?
Go ahead.
You want to see proof of my
Let's
cock?
see it. Let's fucking see it, bro.
Actually, it's like,
let's fucking
3
see
inches.
it.
You want to see proof of that too?
Let me see all your cock, you pussy.
Cool. Okay.
So Ingratiate, just so I have this clear really quick. Hold on, Ingratiate, you just want him to prove you want him to prove every part of the claim that he was making, right?
I don't want to prove any part of the every part of the claim is an extreme statement. All I want is some fucking email from a law enforcement agency that mentions this shit.
Yeah, because he claimed it. Yes, because he claimed it, and you can't take him at his word. So you need to. So we need to see. So we need to see proof that it happened, right?
Is this going in a Destiny direction? Because
I'm
not here for that.
No, I love how this guy's cock is so far up your ass that like
shit again.
You're anticipating.
I don't really want to go down this.
Do you not think it's like? Is he?
So
do you have any professional relationship with him? Does he pay you or anything?
This is so boring. Anyways,
but if you want,
very simple. Anavar was an abuser.
I'm not going there. I'm asking you very simply. Can you answer my question? You want him to simply prove the parts of the claim that he made, right?
I just want to see one email.
Yeah, because that was a component of the claim. So I would assume you also want to see the CP, right?
I don't want to see any part of it.
But he was claiming you need to see proof, right? If you're the one that's asserting it as fact.
Why would I want to see that? That's disgusting, Aiden. And frankly, I think we need to check your hard drive.
So you true. Just made you're the one demanding. You're the one demanding. We need to see.
Serious claim.
You're the one that is on here.
I just want to see one email from a law enforcement agency. That's all I want. I don't know why is it so hard to produce that. Can you answer that, Doobie? Why is that very hard to produce?
Hold on. To be clear, it actually isn't at all. And I think I've shown Aiden. So everything that I said earlier to Aiden, I've shown him proof of. Right. So it's not the proof of it that's irritating. It's that you don't have a consistent standard. So I know that you don't actually give a fuck about this at all. Actually. So this is why I want you to prove to me that you do have a consistent standard, and I want you to tell me.
Did he show you the proof? Did he actually show you it?
I showed him proof of all the other shit I said. Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
But wait. The law enforcement. Did he show you the email of the law enforcement agency? I just want to be clear about that.
We weren't talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I didn't. Wait, did you say that?
This is something totally different then. Why the fuck are we even mentioning whatever the fuck? Is this about, like Anavar or Rose or some shit? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I wasn't listening to this stream at all.
That's okay. So all I want you to do is prove that you have a consistent standard, and then I'll prove whatever you want.
Oh my god, this is so boring.
You know what I'm gonna ask you? So when Destiny said, Willie Mac, that he still had the CSAM video, he said, but yes, and then justified it repeatedly. Do you think at that point, do you think that he deleted it? Do you think he didn't delete he still has it? Or do you think he turned it in? And if you think one of those three things, have you received any evidence of it?
I haven't received any evidence about it, and I can't comment on it. So, I don't know what he did with it.
At him about it and calling him a pedophile? Like you've been doing that?
I mean, plenty of other people have done that. I mean, you've been doing it repeatedly. My understanding is.
You came in here really
why
emotional
haven't you?
about
Why
this,
have you been doing that? Wait, why have you been doing that? Why have you been doing that when you're the CSAM Batman?
I think it's pretty clear to call him.
Haven't you called the FBI on him? Haven't you gotten him arrested already?
Another thing.
Don't you have contacts in law enforcement to take him out? Don't you have like those guys in your fucking like Interpol or whatever the fuck? Can't you get rid of them?
Hold on.
It was a hot day out.
I'm joking.
Did you see the? I mean, do you know that Destiny found child porn on Twitter, and then his reaction was to post it in DGG? And it's like, oh, look at this 15-year-old posting news and shit on Twitter. Like,
are you talking about the tag for CP or whatever? Yeah, I've
posted
heard
it in his
story.
chat, and people were going to the fucking he directed them to the child porn that he found on Twitter.
So you're talking about the tag? You said it was wild that there was a tag on Twitter
for child porn,
CP.
and he posted it in his fucking chat.
That is your wait.
Child porn of a 15-year-old. Yeah. That's funny to you? You're just screaming about
me potentially having
this guy's hard to
chat for thousands of people, and that's funny.
You're talking about a tag. You're talking about save. You said you saved all this shit, dude. You said, why can't you show a single email from a law enforcement agency? I can go through my emails and find every single person I've ever emailed and search for the topic.
I'm sorry. I just explained to you there are a million conceivable ways to make, or there are ways to report something to law enforcement in a way that wouldn't leave a physical email.
But that's not what he said. Why did
he say email? I'm asking you. Did he say email?
He has said that he is an email and a phone call. Yes, he did say that before.
Aiden, I sent it
He
to you.
did. He did say. Are you talking about Destiny? Is this some Destiny shit?
Yeah. Can you tell me why you're not screaming at Destiny?
I'm not fucking talking about this, dude. I'm
Why not?
telling you right
Hold on,
now.
Aiden, if you can just pull that up
Because
on screen so
Aiden was
everybody we're
telling
talking
me
about.
it was a form.
Like, this is
Aiden.
pretty
Then I clicked the tag, and there are a ton of minor NSFW users. They are 15. Someone showed up in my mentions. I clicked their profile. How are these people not banned? The tag is what the fuck. Also, look at her profile. What the fuck?
And he posted it in his chat for
NSFW,
them
and then
to
he's
find.
sending the actual link. Like, does it mean minor NSFW? I think I just stumbled into the weird fucking part of Twitter. What the fuck does MNSFW mean? Wait, Sweatstany.
So that sounds like an accident.
Posted it in his fucking chat. Yeah.
Did that sound like an accident, or did that sound like he deliberately
No, I think he
did?
intentionally posted it in his chat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hold on, you think he did that? No, come on.
That's
what I mean. It's just stupid.
This is a problem. Aiden, you said before it was a form. Did you hear him say it was an email? I wanted you to confirm. He said before it was an email and a phone
I just
call.
told you it was all a lie.
Yeah.
I'm not actually Batman. I'm sorry. It was all a lie. Okay, now can we address?
So Aiden, you heard him from before. He said it wasn't a form. You heard that, right?
Yeah, now that he said that, sure.
Okay, it was an email and a phone call. That's what he said. So he does have contacts with law enforcement. He could look through his emails and literally edit out everything he sent to these people, and he could pull it up, and he doesn't produce any
Again,
of that
I
shit.
can do it. Hold on. That isn't the issue. I just want you to prove you have.
That is the issue. That is the issue. That is the issue
He's
because you're making these broad
wait,
claims.
I'm sorry. He's just said he just said he's willing to get people. He's willing to try to get people to come and testify that people actually got reported of this.
Sure.
And I'll re-ask him about it if this we don't hear from this again, right? Like he just said he's willing to provide you with a form of evidence.
Why can't you provide the email though? Why can't you provide the email though?
Okay, I just told you that I can, but I'd like you to prove you have a
Then do
consistent
it.
standard because the issue for me isn't.
Why? But you could show it to Aiden though, right? Listen. Aiden, don't you want to see it though? Aiden, don't you? Aiden has a consistent standard. Would you agree with that, Doobie?
Emotional. Like, I get that you like testing. I get that you like his debates or whatever, but you
Doobie.
Oh my god.
Would you agree that Aiden has a consistent standard?
Sure.
Would you agree that Aiden has?
And if you ask for it, I would send it to him.
Why can't Aiden see the email and then confirm to me?
I just said if you ask for it,
you could send Aiden the
email.
email.
Let him answer. You have to, if you ask a question, you have to let him answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, the issue is if Aiden wants to see it, I'll dig one up and send it to him. No problem. However,
go ahead.
With you, the reason I'm asking this question is because I think
I don't have to see it. If Aiden confirms it, I believe Aiden.
I think this is performative. I think you don't actually give a fuck.
Okay.
I think this is.
I think you're weird. I think you're a weird guy.
And you just saw that your daddy posted a link to child porn in his fucking DGG chat for his fucking thousands of followers.
Why does he say Sweatstany? Why does he say Sweatstany? Oh my god,
he's
you're
nervous
so
that he posted
goofy.
fucking child porn.
Hold
on.
Why is he?
So if I said Sweatstany, then I posted child porn, you think it's totally fine? No, answer that question.
I think he's
if I said
clearly
Sweatstany,
joking.
then I posted child porn, you think?
Why are we pivoting off the fact that you won't send Aiden the email? Why won't you send Aiden the email?
Is it like a JK?
Why haven't you sent anyone the email? Doobie, why haven't you sent anyone proof of this stuff? It doesn't have to be sent to me.
I would
be sent to Aiden. Send it to Aiden. Send it to Aiden right now. It should be so easy. I can pull up my email right now and find every email I've ever sent.
We don't even know how long
and
ago
the topic is right there.
We don't even know how long
so
ago.
it should be. But notice he's dodging on every single time I ask for this. Even when I say to give it to a third party, he can't give it to the third party.
You can talk to multiple admins on my server who have also done this kind of stuff.
I don't want to talk to your admins. I want to see the email.
Please.
Why didn't you send a fucking email though?
I have no issue sending an email. What I'm telling you is I want you to
Why not?
standard, and I don't.
Not even to Aiden. Aiden, don't you think it's a little weird that he won't send it to you?
If you can show me that it's not performative, then I will do anything you want.
I've dealt with this exact situation before, where there's typically some there's somebody would get implicated, or there's someone else person involved that you don't want to necessarily out by virtue of sending the evidence. Right? I've dealt with this before. Obviously,
you can block out all the PII. You can block out all the PII. I just need to see all you would need to see is an email address from an FBI agent. Right? And you could block out most of the email. It wouldn't even have to implicate anybody. Why would that be an implication? Plus, Aiden's trustworthy. Who would it implicate? It's just in his DMs.
Oh my god, I feel like you're looping here. I've already said that if Aiden wants
but you haven't answered the question.
He said he's
you
willing.
haven't answered the question. Why can't you send Aiden the email? Why can't you send Aiden the email?
He just said he will. Yeah, again, please. If I don't want to see it, it's not a problem. But I'd like you to prove that you have a consistent standard.
That's
I don't
all
want to prove anything. Aiden,
Why?
when you
No,
get
hold on,
the
then why should I prove
email,
anything to you?
you don't have to prove anything to me. Aiden can prove
Hold on.
it.
If you're in here crying over me reporting pedophiles to the police, but
But
you're okay with
Aiden,
Destiny
but
posting
Aiden
child
can
porn in this
prove it.
chat.
We
Hold on,
just
hold on.
decided
Wait,
it. I
hold on.
trust
To be clear,
Aiden.
what we're talking about, please.
Hold on.
No, what we're talking about. Oh my
Hold
God,
on.
it's super
Just to be clear, you can send this stuff to Aiden right now. That's what you could do. And Aiden could tell me, and I'd be like, Aiden, I trust you.
If he's okay,
Aiden, I trust you on this.
Why would he be willing to just say on the, which I will follow up on, by the way, why would he be saying he's willing to send it to me if he's not willing to, or but you don't think, you can't take him at his word for that?
He's hoping you forget later.
Well, I'm obviously.
I mean, that's what I would say.
I'm obviously
Like,
not going to forget later.
But
Typically, if I were to send an email right now, how would you know that it's not fake? How would you know I just didn't like make it in like ChatGPT or something?
You could do that. You could do that.
Okay.
You could absolutely do that. But
Then
it
how
would
would
be
you know it's
more
not fake?
evidence. But it would be it would be more evidence. And how would I know that, like, if you provide one of these people, that they're not just lying to me, right?
Exactly.
Like, obviously,
So any
obviously.
well, it could be.
But I'm
fake.
not going to do that. But I'm not going to do that.
So,
Hand
like,
to God, I'm not going to
not-
do that.
hold on,
If
but these
Aiden
have
tells
been
me that the
basically
email is accurate, if
informative, and you don't
Aiden
actually
tells me
care
the email is accurate, if
You don't care about
Aiden
this
tells
at
me
all,
that the
because
email
you
is
just
accurate, I know you want to
confirmed-
loop on Destiny
God.
because you spend
You just
12 hours a day
confirmed
trying to ruin his
Destiny
life,
posted child porn in
right?
his
Trying to
chat.
You
ruin
do
his
every
life.
part of doxing.
Can we? Okay.
You do
We've
every
reached-
part of
we've
doxing,
reached-
but actually releasing PII to the public.
Okay.
That's what you do. And it's asymmetrical because
I'm sorry,
he's
what
a
is
public
doxing?
figure.
Hold on, what doxing?
I think you do every part of doxing, but releasing the
Where's
PII.
your evidence of that? Hold on, where's your evidence
Every
of that?
part of doxing. Wait. We have to break this down.
Yeah, go
So
for it.
every
Why do you
part of
think that?
doxing, I think that you go around and you try to ruin his professional relationships. You A-log him, and
No, I
you do
don't.
gay
No, I
ops.
don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Okay,
Yes, you
what's your evidence of
absolutely
this?
do.
What's your evidence of this?
That you're here right now, that you go to every single community,
what?
that you
I'm
shit
sorry.
talk
I'm sorry.
them,
Destiny
you
made
message every single
Destiny
community,
made public
that you
claims
message
about
every single creator, that you and JStalk, you message every single creator in this space to tell him what
No,
a
I don't.
horrible guy he is, that you try
No,
to
I
get
don't.
key
What's your
talking
evidence of
points
this?
to people.
Hold on, what's your evidence of
I
this?
absolutely, the JStalk server is filled with it. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
again, what
Every
is your
single
evidence of
time I
this?
go in there, there's
Oh my God.
That's the evidence.
Please.
Wait.
So the community that Destiny's openly trying to dox talks about Destiny. Yeah, obviously, you fucking idiot. Of
But
course.
that's not. Wait.
What are you talking about?
It's not just talking, right? That's downplaying it a bit, right? That's downplaying it
Again,
quite a
you
bit,
said that
right?
I do every part of doxing.
Wait. Doobie, you
What
just
is-
lied
what
by
is the evidence
omission,
for this?
right? You just
No.
lied by
No, I
omission,
didn't.
right? Yes,
No.
you did. You just said that you only talk about him.
What is
all
the
you
specific
do
allegation
all
you're making?
day. The specific allegation is that you try to ruin his professional and personal
Where is
relationships.
your evidence for
That's
this?
what you do all day.
Yeah, where's your evidence for this?
That you message people like Connor and Counterpoints, that you've messaged
No, I don't.
everybody in this space.
Hold on, no, I don't.
You
That's
don't
not
message
true.
Connor?
I've known Connor
Wait,
for
you
hold
don't
on. I've known
message
Connor for like
Connor
6
ever?
years. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait. You never message Connor.
What?
You never.
Hold
paid
on.
up
So I'm not allowed to
he-
message
like,
Connor. Like, what are you talking about? I've known Connor for 6 years. I've been in this community for 6 years. We've been on. Tons
You
of
just
debate
denied
together.
it, and then now you're admitting to
Hold
it,
on,
but you're
so
So the
saying
when
claim,
was
the
the
claim
message
is that he's,
You notice what you
the claim
did?
is that he's
You
going. The
notice what
claim
you
is that he's
did there,
going. The
Doobie?
claim is that he's going out of his way to reach out to people to sabotage professional relationships for Destiny, right?
Yeah, if
Professional
you're
and
saying that
personal.
I can't even talk to people that I'm already friendly with in the space.
But
that I've
you
known for
just
fucking years.
denied it. Wait.
Hold on, of course.
Yeah,
hold on, I was talking-
because his
I also talked
yes,
to. Oh my God.
because his communication with Connor was extends back 6 years. That would provide another reason for why he talks to Connor, right? So I would refute that.
Yeah, Destiny's blow up with Connor has nothing to do with me. That was all him and Connor. Like, that was not me at all. Like, the only thing that I had part of that was Connor agreeing with me over Destiny's lie about me trying to get people to target his son. So obviously I wasn't doing that. Destiny couldn't defend that. We couldn't defend that. So they had an argument about that. That was my involvement in that. Okay, I wouldn't have had that conversation with Connor on stream if he wasn't making that allegation. So again, yeah, if he says crazy shit about me, I talk about him. Obviously, like, why wouldn't I? Hello? You gonna explain why you're okay with Destiny posting child porn in the chat now?
And Gray Shit, are you still there? I think he had a connection issue, so I literally can't hear him. Okay, he just left.
Okay.
I'll give him a sec to rejoin. It's just like, oh, there we go. He's back. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So, Doobie, I want to get you on record. You don't go around to big creators. You don't DM big creators. You don't go into their chats. You don't go to different organizations, and you don't tell them why Destiny is a bad guy. You don't do that. That's not something you do.
No, the closest thing I think you could say to that is recently I DM'd. Actually, I can't tell you who I DM'd, but I did DM a Big Creator recently with the story that we put out. But that was again after almost a year of Destiny encouraging people to dox me, and him making all these crazy allegations about me trying to pressure people not to work with him and shit like this, which is all nonsense. And the person that I messaged, to be clear, already fucking hates Destiny, and Destiny already hates this person. So I had nothing to do.
I'm just trying to be clear. Is the contention point that the DM, or is it that you don't chat with these people?
Hold on. To be very clear, I've never gone around and tried to pressure people not to talk to Destiny or work with Destiny or whatever the fuck. He comes up, I criticize him like would anybody else.
What is wait, what is this shit you're saying? Because you literally did try to pressure Wick.
No, I didn't.
How do you try to pressure Wick?
You said you would not donate at all to him when Destiny was on stream. You tried to leverage that a bit.
Hold on, to be clear, I donated plenty to Wick when Destiny wasn't on stream. So
yes.
So hold on. So if you don't,
that's literally you encouraging not to have him on. What are you talking
okay,
about?
I know. This is weird in space.
I see the same thing when Destiny was telling Connor to cut you off.
Don't go work up. Don't get
You
worked
see
up.
the same thing. I'm not worked up. I'm just expressing myself vehemently. Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
Nobody in the space is entitled to my money, right? So if there's content that I don't want to support, I'm not going to support it. So when Wick had
so nobody is entitled. Go ahead.
Can you let him? Let him finish.
Yeah. So if you hate Nick Fuentes, for example, and you don't want to donate to streams that he's on,
yeah,
I don't think that'd be you pressuring the streamer. That's just
Dude,
you don't want to support that content, but you support other content. That's it.
I agree with you somewhat. I think pressure is fine.
So if you think pressure is fine. So if you think that's like pressure or like manipulation or some shit, you're using the word very loosely, right? Because
I think pressure is fine. I don't think it's manipulative at all. I think pressure is totally fine.
Because the claim being made is that I was going around into their DMs and trying to pressure them to not work with him whatsoever, right? And if they were going to work with him whatsoever, I wouldn't give them any money, which is not at all true, right? I actually asked Connor, wait, please, when he started saying this, I asked Kyla about it, I asked Connor about it, I asked Wick about it. They all said no, that I don't do that, and I've never done that. So, because I'm friendly with Wick
literally said
I was friendly with I'm not friendly with Wick anymore.
I know, but he has literally said that you kind of put pressure on him. He literally said that.
He's a piece of shit. So he's also said that I've encouraged.
But you just said that he wouldn't say, dude. You keep owning this shit.
So wait, you said
oh, God.
You said you trust. Okay, you said you trust my word on things. How did Wick characterize Doobie? How did Wick characterize? Because I know you said it before. The DMs to you reaching out about like someone possibly or like concerned about somebody that wanted to potentially harm Destiny's kid. How did he characterize that?
He said he did say it was. I think he said it was like a good act. He said it was like a good act, and then he basically said that. Yeah, but he later said that when you used it, said it later, right? I'm just curious though.
So did Wick just change his position on that?
I don't think so. I think he basically said that when he brought it up later, it was using it as a shield. That was my understanding. Are you saying that like? Because before, I think he was basically saying it was a good act, and then once it was brought up as a refutation, it was a bad act. I don't really like give a shit about that. What I'm trying to get at, what I'm trying to get at here, Doob. What I'm trying to get at here is that when Destiny decides he's not going to work with creators that host you in their spaces, it's not pressure. At least not in the way that you're describing.
Wait,
at least not in the way that you're describing.
How would it be friend?
Hold on. To be clear, I donated when he wasn't there. I donated just fine. Like, in fact, when we had Telly on, I fucking hate Telly.
I would put it on the same level. I think it's fine to do that. No,
with thousands of viewers.
No one's listening to me.
Money to their stream. That is actual pressure, right? It's like, what are you talking about?
So, I don't give a shit that you pressure creators. I don't give a shit that you do that. You did do that, and it's basically just the same. Like, it is pressure, and it is basically the same thing as what Destiny is doing now.
Why is it pressure when Doobie does it, but it isn't? And I'm coming in. As I said before, this is my first time talking to Doobie in 4 years. I thought you just said that's not pressuring when he talks about.
It is pressure when Destiny does.
Okay, I thought you just said it wasn't.
It is pressure when Destiny does.
Okay.
It is pressure when Destiny does. In the way that he's describing it. I did say, Aiden, can you stop fucking talking for just a second?
Yeah, I'm the one doing all the
In
talking.
the way
here.
that he's describing it, you motherfucker, in the way that he's describing it, it is not pressure. But in my opinion, it is pressure. And that's fine. It's fine that Doobie tried to pressure creators. I don't give a shit.
I didn't.
But when it's when I don't like the cry bully bullshit when people say it's pressure when Destiny decides not to work with creators that work with Doobie. They're not entitled to his time. They're not entitled to his work. They're not entitled to his audience. That's not theirs. So why the fuck should I care?
Well,
why the fuck should I care?
It sounded
when
like you were
Counterpoint
bringing
is
up the money
crying?
point against Doobie. That's why this whole dialogue started. Seems like you
I
don't
was
care
kinda
now that
bringing it up.
Destiny's been implicated in a comparable act.
No. I don't care that there was pressure. What I care about is that the lying around it. The idea that there's
I
not
don't
a
consider that
pressure
to be
campaign to
pressure,
do
I'm
it.
sorry. If you want to say there's pressure,
Yeah, it is
sure.
pressure.
I think,
It
I
is.
just think you have a
It
very
is
loose-
pressure.
Hold on. I think
So
one, I think you have a
wait,
phase
Doobie,
where you just-
Is it pressure when Destiny doesn't work with creators that host you in their
think
space?
about,
Is that
think about the
pressure?
scale there.
Is
So
that
think about the
pressure?
scale there. Think about the scale there. Can you just think about that?
I don't care about the scale. It's
Well, I
it's
think the scale's
basically
relevant, isn't it?
substantively it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Substantively, it's the same thing. Yes, it is.
No, it is not. Hold
Substantively,
on.
it's the exact
Oh my
same
God.
thing. Why should
But
he host
can I-
somebody that hates him? Why should he host somebody that hates him? Why should he give
He
an
wouldn't be
audience to
hosting me at
somebody
all.
that
What are you
hates
talking
him?
about? He wouldn't be hosting
You're a
me at all.
parasite.
I'm
You would
just in
be
the
in the
server.
community. You would be
just in
in
the
the
server.
community. You would be in the community. Why should he host the community that has you in it? You're not.
Okay,
You're not
again,
entitled to his audience.
Hold on.
You're not
he-
entitled to his
oh my
audience,
God.
Doobie.
So he's also in the community that I was in, right? And just when he was on the stream, I wouldn't support. That's it. It's not a big deal. I just don't want to support anything related to the guy. I think he's a piece of shit. That's not.
He doesn't want to support anything related to you.
Hold on. I still hung out on
So
Wick
what's the
server.
difference? What's the
Hold on, please. I
difference?
still hung out on Wick server all the time. I still donated
Okay.
to all the streams. And if you want to say that that's like some kind of like intense pressure on Wick or something, I think you're being silly. But if that's how you want to take it. Sure.
Where did I say intense?
Sure.
Where did I
So
say intense?
when people don't donate to like Candace Owens streams, they're pressuring her in some way. I guess. Okay, I guess that's what we want to think.
I think if you were to give Candace Owens money and then say, Candace Owens, unless you retract your anti-Semitism, I'm going to stop donating to you, it would be pressuring her to stop anti-Semitism.
Okay, but that's not what I did. I didn't say, hey, if you don't
That is
stop working
basically
with
what you are.
please. No, I said if you don't. What I said is
Distinction without a
if
difference.
please- Now listen.
Let him respond.
When he is on the stream, so so Wick would have him on like once a month or something, or less than that sometimes actually. So those days, I would not donate. However, all the other
Okay.
days, totally fine, right? So it's not, hey, you can't work with this person ever. You can totally work with them.
Sure, so let's
Fine
do a
with them.
one-to-one
I'm just
comparison.
not gonna watch. Hold on. I'm just not
Candace
gonna
Wait,
watch.
wait,
Owens-
wait,
Candace
wait, wait.
Owens-
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Hey, you can still work with
You
him.
guys love the monologue and do side.
I know that-
You've been.
Go,
I've
go
been
ahead.
letting you.
You have,
I've been letting you do the same shit all conversation. I barely stepped in. Just let him finish a point. I've let you do the same thing. Sorry. Finish, David.
Yeah. So what I said is that on those days I would not support just because I wouldn't watch the stream. So I'm not going to donate from not watching the stream either, right? So, but on other days I would. That is not comparable, I think, to him saying if I'm in the community at all, he's not going to he's going to blacklist him. That is obviously like a much different thing. So I don't know. I just feel like you are like torturing this point to try to make it comparable or to try to like support Destiny's insane position, and it just doesn't work.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is comparable. It's absolutely comparable. The idea that like if you were to go to the one-to-one comparison would be if you were to donate to Candace Owens' stream and say, as long as you're not saying anything anti-Semitic, Candace, I'm going to donate to you. But as soon as you start saying something anti-Semitic, I'm going to stop. Right? That would be pressuring her to not do anti-Semitism. Like you can say that these are substantively different things, but that is pressure, right? And I would agree on reason. Okay, I'm going to finish my talk. My point.
Let him finish.
It's a bigger scale, but substantively, it is similar. That's my point.
Okay, so anytime somebody does not watch a stream or content that they're not interested in, they're in some way pressuring the streamer. This is how low you've like devolved this thing. I'm sure if that's how you want to take it, but that is not the claim that was being made. The claim being made by Destiny was that I was in their DMs, pressuring them to cut ties with him. That is absolutely not what happened at all. You can ask Connor, ask Kyla. I absolutely never did that ever. So I don't know. I mean, ask anybody else. Like I've never done that. So it's just a lie. And you make the claim with no fucking evidence of it, which is also irritating because you demand evidence of all the claims against Destiny. So again, I don't think you care about any of this. I think it's totally performative.
Okay, so I think the contention that you're having is that like the DM portion, because you were absolutely in the chat, like pressuring people,
not true,
feeding them talking points, giving them stuff. Yes, yeah, you were feeding them talking points, right?
No, I
you
was
were doing that.
criticizing him. Hold on, I was criticizing him.
Okay.
So for example, so the first time I think I did this in a major way was because I would hang out in Connor's stream and Pisco stream all the time, right? He had a big debate with Pisco and Connor.
Are you banned from those servers, by the way?
Pisco server, yeah, I got banned like over like a year ago or something.
I heard you got banned from Connor's, but I don't know. If that's
yes
true
and
or
no.
not.
So the issue with a lot of these communities is that there's a lot of like DGG crossover in like the orbiters, basically. So a lot of the older, like the admins and the mods they're from Destiny's community, right? Because they got to this streamer from Destiny's community. So they really don't like people criticizing Destiny. And typically with streamers, they're very hands-off about their Discord server. Pisco barely interacts with his Discord server. Connor barely interacts with his Discord server. So they let these admins do whatever the fuck they want. So that's the issue. So I think I'm on ban on Connors, but there's an admin there called Valor Fax or Fell Runner. That's really like I think he hates me more because I hate Israel, to be honest with you. But he just fucking hates me.
What was your explicit? What was the explicit reason that you were banned from those communities? What did they tell you?
From Connors, I don't know. It's just because the guy doesn't like me. From Pisco's, I think initially they said it was because actually I have a DM. It was banned by a guy called Plams or Palms. It's like an admin.
Because my understanding was Pisco banned all drama stuff in all of his communities.
I was banned way before that.
Okay.
I was banned way before that. But basically, I'm actually in Pisco. What I would do in there primarily was argue with like Zionist people. So they really hated me too. Which is ironic because Pisco, I think, is not a Zionist. So an admin came in called Plams or Plums or whatever the fuck. He banned me, and I think I even have like a screenshot somewhere where he says, "Did I ban Doobie unfairly? Yes. Am I gonna undo it? No." Right? And I messaged Pisco. Pisco didn't really care about it. I messaged him again. A week later, whatever the fuck, he looked into it, and they told him it was because I said that I'm not interested in like I don't find dark-skinned vaginas attractive, and that was the excuse he used, which was enough for Pisco, I guess, but I don't really care. But Connor, yeah, really, it's just because this admin hates me.
He didn't give you an excuse.
I feel like we got off.
Connor didn't tell you.
I feel like we got off track.
Connor didn't tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can hold on. I mean, I can just send you the DM from Connor. Yeah, Connor and I have no issues. Connor likes me. I like Connor. The way it should.
Yeah, but why?
I think like 90% of the
yeah.
time that I donate to Connor, it's to shit talk him because he's like a neocon and I fucking hate his position. But he and I have been friends for a long time. We shit talk each other. You know, we debate. It's it's what you do in the space. But anyway, look, we're getting off track. So the first time that I really like donated against Destiny, if you want to call it that, was to Pisco when he was debating like communism, where basically the accusation was Pisco was pandering to communists, and it was like Pisco and Econo Boy versus Connor and Destiny. And Destiny, through that entire conversation, kept implying that Pisco was being dishonest to sweep for a pander to Hassan's audience. And he was pretending that he didn't know what like incrementalism is, like from like progressivism to socialism to communism. And he was saying that all socialists are communists and all communists are like tankies that want to like murder the capitalists or whatever the fuck, which is ridiculous. And I think he knows it's ridiculous. So I was donating to shit talk for that ridiculous position and how dishonest he was being. And I also donated a bunch to shit talk him for all the other shit he's been doing over the last like year or so. So that was like the first time.
Again,
that wasn't me feeding Pisco talking points. That was literally just me using super chats.
So you were bringing up a bunch of unrelated shit. You were bringing up a bunch of unrelated shit, like roast this kind of file. Yeah. Okay.
What's the issue with that? No, what's the issue with that? I do that to Connor all the time.
But I
watch Connor stream in the morning, and you will see me shit talking him through super chat.
All right. Okay.
No, can you tell me what's wrong with that? Like, is that feeding talking points because I'm shit talking the guy through super chats?
My understanding was, and I've seen you do this a couple of times. I've seen you do it in like live performance of stuff, right? I saw you do it in Hutch's chat the other day, where you were trying to donate and shit talk. Yeah, you were trying to super chat. You've done this to a few creators. I've been in the chats where you try to do this and you donate and you say something and it's usually Destiny related, right? Like that's just true.
Hold on, the Hutch thing was just funny. I think I donated like $100 to tell everybody to watch Epic the Musical or something because I thought it was really fun. And because this chat was full of DGGers who were like had this like paranoid delusion about me. So yeah, I donated to tell them to watch Epic the Musical, which everybody should. It's very good.
All right.
But that's it. So like,
I think you were donating. I think you were doing this before that debate. By the way, my understanding is that like there's been you were absolutely doing that
before, but no.
You were
I
absolutely
really don't understand.
doing
So,
the
like,
donate.
so is your problem that I donate to express my opinion? Like,
I'm just
you get
curious,
mad at
like,
people who
why are
donate to
you
Destiny?
why are
Like,
you
I don't understand.
downplaying? Why now that you're like admitting to basically like chatting and like constantly following him everywhere he goes?
That's not what
and
I said.
Definitely. Do you message you?
That's a whole
I
different
just want to be
thing.
clear.
Hold on, I don't follow him ever goes.
You don't DM people about. I just want a very clear statement. Very clear statement. You don't DM people. You don't chat with people. You don't message people about blacklisting Destiny. You don't do that at all.
No.
Do you know about anybody in the space that does this in like JStock server? Do you know anybody who does this in JStock server?
Though to be clear, I wouldn't blame
JStock
them
doesn't do that.
Though to be clear, I wouldn't blame them at all if they were, because he's been like publicly doxing his entire community for like the last year.
Last year,
But so far
when
as
they
I
were
know,
doing
no.
the TDD thing, they weren't going around to big creators or organizations, and they weren't saying.
Do you notice how the clan gets ever broader?
That's nothing to do with me.
I thought we were
Hold on,
arguing
that's
with
nothing to do
Doobie.
with me. So one, I don't know, but two, that has nothing to do with me if they were doing that.
Aiden, I'm asking a question, Aiden.
Okay, you're just
Calm
asking
down.
questions. Got it. There's
Yeah,
no
I'm just
argument.
asking
Okay.
questions.
To answer the
Good faith,
question,
asking
so if you're saying
questions.
last year, before the doc, I think he was doxing them last year actually, but whatever. I became involved with this entire thing. So I started talking to JStock, and again, very rarely. This is not like we're like in DMs and like a secret cabal. I messaged him after Destiny started encouraging people to dox me, to ask them if they wanted to go on a Prime panel, and I sent Queen the same message. Right, that was the first time I spoken to them. I think JStock ever, and Queeman in like a year and a half or some shit. So I have no idea what the fuck they were doing before that. All I know is at that time he associated me with them and Kiwi Farms and encouraged people to dox me. So I reached out for a Prime panel with them. That's it.
So it just happened out of nowhere.
No, not out of nowhere. He encouraged people to dox me. What do you mean?
No. His doxing. It happened out of nowhere.
No, it wasn't. Hold on, no, that
because-
wasn't out of nowhere. I think that was because I was donating to Pisco to shit talk him, and also criticizing him in different like a Wix server, for example. I'd hang out in Wix server all the time.
When was that debate?
The
Hold on a
Pisco
second.
and Connor and the Econo Boy and Destiny debate?
No, the Econo Boy. This is 10 months ago. So you're saying, and that was right after Econo Boy had left, I think. Right? Is that the debate we're talking about? This
I don't remember if
is
he left then, but it was about like
July 30th, 2025. So you were donating in that chat in July. I'm just trying to get a timeline here. You're donating in that chat in July 30th. And before that, you weren't really involved in any of this shit.
I wouldn't even say that I was involved then. I was just criticizing him like I criticize anybody.
You're just okay. You were criticizing him then. You did nothing before that.
Other than criticize him, sure. I mean, again, he's a content creator, large one in the space we're all in.
No, but that's fine. I'm just saying, like, your initial thing was like you started donating in that July, right? That was like the big moment when you were jumping in and doing the super chats, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I've super chatted before, but yeah, that was like the big day, because I think that was the first time I'd done like 500 or something in a day just to like shit talk him.
But so you did do some super chatting stuff before that.
I've always done super chats. Like I've always donated to
And then
watching.
you've always
or
done
comment
that.
or whatever.
Were you doing like I guess
I don't think I was doing a lot. Actually, I posted. Hold on, let me find it. I actually looked at my Google Play spending, and toward the end of last year, I was retiring, so I had more time to like listen to streams and shit. So I was like getting to retirement and just work was winding down. So I know that like toward the end of the year, it did increase, but that was because I was retiring. Let me see if I can find it. I think I sent.
I mean, I do. You don't have to show me that. I'm just wondering, like, because you're saying like the big blow up for Destiny and his threat to dox you was just that debate, and then there was no reason, there was nothing before that. Correct?
Not that I know of. So before that, I was always criticizing him because I thought like when he made the comment about the firefighter, I criticized him. When he was making jokes about the drunk kids, I criticized him. When he was going up here as Morgan making an ass of himself, I criticized him. But obviously like the revenge porn shit, I criticized him. Yeah, like he's done a lot of shit over the last couple of years that deserves criticism, I think. So because he's a large content creator in the space, people talk about him, and when they talk about him, and I disagree with what he's done, I'm going to say I disagree with it.
But you're saying like his big dox threat against you happened as a direct result of that debate in July of last year.
Yes, I think what happened, if I remember correctly, is people were sending him the super chats. They made like an Imgur, like list of shit that I was saying in the super chat, sent it to him, and then he came up with this narrative that I'm like funding people to get them to hate him, and I'm feeding Pisco talking points and blah blah blah. He just totally invented that based on that stream.
Just to chime in here, it seems like I'm noticing a bit of a pattern. It seems like when there's vested interest in assuming that a Destiny critic has perpetrated some wrongdoing, but you can't necessarily prove it, you just will either make the claim, then when you realize the claim is indefensible, you'll go on this like fishing expedition where you pretend like you're just asking questions.
I'm not doing a fishing expedition.
Well, it seems like you're looking for something wrong that happened because you can't say it outright, right?
That's very debate bro-ish of you. I'm just trying to establish a timeline, and at this point, I just want to know what actually happened.
Oh, so
because a lot of this stuff, in this instance, I want to know, like Doobie saying that the doxing threat or the actual dox, whatever he did, happened after this debate. I just want to know, like, it probably would change my perception of the event if, like, that was the only precipitating event and there wasn't anything else surrounding it. So that probably would change my perception of it.
I need to see when the debate happened, but I know that so Connor had a real life interview with him, like an in-person interview, in August, I think, like the next month.
They did is this the anything? No, this is back when he had
Connor
the studio.
That he rented or something. For this.
Connor had the studio, or was it Connor? I mean, Destiny. I know he had a studio.
I think it was Connor.
Okay.
Yeah. So Destiny went out there. They went out, they met up and had this interview. And then Connor, in that interview, Connor asked him about it, like why he was encouraging people to dox me like twice. And he came up with this whole cabal thing, and I'm paying people to blacklist him or whatever. I forget the wording he used, but he basically linked me to Kiwi Farms, Kweeman, JSOC, and all these people who were like doxing whatever the fuck. And I was not associated with any of those people, and I'm still not associated with anybody who's like dox him or dox anybody that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. That is one of the things I want to know. I still don't believe your story about the CSAM stuff. If you send stuff to Aiden, let me know if he sends something to you. I'll take a look at it.
Can you tell me?
I don't buy it.
Can you tell me what you genuinely what you think about the screenshot with the CSAM that he posted in this chat? Like, do you think that justifies
yes
or whatever?
Wait, his CSAM thing, the thing that you mentioned.
So
if you want me a genuine answer, I think he probably looked at something weird on Twitter and then thought it was a joke. If you want my genuine opinion, I know that sounds like I'm sweeping for him, but like that's genuine. Let me read the actual thing.
Yeah, actually read it, right? Yeah, he says NSFW. She says, and they're 15. How are these people not banned? Like, I don't think that's a joke, right? He seems like a surprise at his.
It seems like a joke.
He doesn't.
No, it seems like a joke.
What do you mean?
Because you're trying to build out, like, again, like you want me to make all of these assumptions about this stuff, but like, dude, like you confessed to collecting like CSAM stuff.
Hold on,
and you can't produce.
Can you do me a favor?
You can't produce. Go ahead.
Can you just like try to like say that in a way that's not obviously like bullshit? So what have I said that I do or that you think is bad?
I think that you said you take threats to minors on your server very seriously.
Yes.
And when they are threatened by rampant pedophiles of some kind or predators, you take threats to them very seriously. I mean, and you want to, I guess, gather evidence of some kind and send it to law enforcement. And I don't know, are you saying that you encourage them to file their own report, or you file it on their behalf?
But
how does this work?
Really, we'll try to get the parents involved, and if we can't, then we will either make the report ourselves, or if they're old enough, walk them through how to do it. But yes, there were times. This is typically, it's not on Discord, it's like in Telegram groups. A lot of the stuff they target kids on Discord, but their actual like group is in Telegram, right? So there, because messages are deleted in Telegram, and I don't know if it's possible to like get them back after they've been deleted. Because my understanding is like Telegram's it's supposed to be like a secure platform for this kind of shit. Just discussing. So yeah, I've taken screenshots before of what was in the Telegram group so that I could report it and have evidence of what I'm saying is in there. With the
Can I tell you? Can I tell you my best good faith interpretation of what you're doing?
Sure.
I think that you are wildly irresponsible. Like if I took a good faith interpretation of this, I think you're wildly irresponsible in your management of the server, and I totally did. And like that's my good faith interpretation. Like I don't know what to think. Frankly, I will pop calling you a pedophile at the beginning, because I don't really like the fact that you go around and you don't have like hard proof of Destiny being a pedophile, and that you feel very comfortable calling him that. But I will say this, okay? The issue I have is like the best faith interpretation of what you do is that it's very wildly irresponsible. And I would not manage a server in the way that you do. I think it's very, very bad.
That is a fair criticism. So what would you say that what Destiny did here in posting links to child porn in this chat was wildly irresponsible?
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
Okay. I think it's probably
We can't just
irresponsible
submit. We can't
for
just
him to do
admit that is irresponsible. You can't just get that is irresponsible.
You want me to say it? I think it's irresponsible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. This is a Lucian guy that I was referring to earlier, Mr. Native.
Yeah, I guess
revenge porn thing. Just to like show you what I was referring to. There's a group of them, and we banned all of them. That's going to teach you, Mr. Ingratiate.
Are you sending a DM?
Yeah, sending multiple DMs now.
Yeah, so somebody was banned.
And
So I'm
like
seeing evidence
3 or
someone was
4
banned
more,
for sending revenge porn to multiple minors. I'm seeing I'm seeing evidence multiple people were banned for sending revenge porn to minors. I'm seeing evidence that somebody got banned for aiding pedophile doxers. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing logs for that.
Yeah, no,
and you see there warning them that
that
their info is being fed to law enforcement. So
let's see here.
Yes. Oh yeah. No, you're right. Yep. At the bottom here. Yep. That's part of the admin ban reason.
Yeah, you can show that on stream if you want.
Again?
Or...
No, I see it.
Pulling that up for stream.
Like you literally just need to go through a ban list. Like there's a lot, unfortunately, over the year.
Oh wait, I screenshotted it with the save image thing over it.
Shit. I mean, you know what like my criticisms, what the criticisms are though, right? Like you've already run.
Yeah, I just don't think you really have a basis to offer the criticism because you don't really know anything about the server operates or what we do. But again, it's fine. I understand the narrative you've been taught, but it's fine. I don't really care. I just think that the phrasing you collect CSIM or you hoard CSIM is so dishonest. Like obviously it's silly.
I think if you're able to, like there's definitely things that you could do to avoid having to do this.
Yeah,
right?
if I see that I put myself at risk, sure, I'd accept that. But I think it's worth it to.
Yeah, but that's incredible. Like to host a politics Discord.
So the positions that you're giving right now, the arguments that you're giving, are arguments I would expect to hear from somebody analyzing this situation that did legitimately take concern with actions that were being conducted. And I appreciate you admitting that you're now being good faith. It feels like, however, the people that are using this to say that he's a pedophile are just doing so because they have vested interest in the defense of Destiny, as opposed to legitimate concern for any potential wrongdoing that's occurred, right?
Hear more. There's another group that we found, by the way.
let me. I don't know how to phrase this to you in a way that is going to make sense, but like all of this shit that I'm seeing right here,
look at this.
like
This is
doesn't really seem. It doesn't really seem to be coming from a place of like mental soundness, right?
That's because you don't really understand. So maybe you could say that I have I feel obligated to protect the community because it's my community. Right? I've known some of these people for like 10 years.
But there are things that you could do to protect the
hold on,
community that don't involve
please.
doing this, though.
So I care about them, right? Especially like during COVID, I think this will really solidified it for me. During COVID, there are a lot of people who were very lonely, were suicidal, and I had to talk down a lot of suicidal people, like a lot, right? Because people were just at home, fucking depressed, like it was hard. So, like every week, there's a suicidal person, sometimes kids who like fucking taking a bunch of pills. We had to like talk through like how to get them to throw it up and try to figure out how to get them to get in touch with their family members to help them. It was hold on, as some like kid who'd fucking try to overdose on fucking like I was like cold, I think it was like cold medicine. She like
Dude,
chugged a
if
bottle
that's
of
true,
it.
that's wildly irresponsible.
Hold on, please stop talking. Hold on, and what we did was we had to keep her awake and on a call with us for like 2 hours because we couldn't figure out how the fuck to get Discord to find her and get the police there to help her. Right, 'cause she was gonna fucking die. So like, we've had to do a lot of stuff like this over the years. A lot. Like I had to talk down a fucking mass shooter once. So and also call the FBI on that guy. So I do care about my community in a way, in a way that's like not predatory. So Destiny cares about his community, but I think he only cares about it insofar as he can like pull victims out of it. To be honest with you, I actually care about my community, and I try to protect my community, even if it puts me at risk. That's true, and I'm not going to apologize for that.
Just for clarity's sake, how many people in total? I know it really is a huge server. How many people in total are in the politics server?
115,000.
Yeah, I think like having to deal with these things in this context is probably totally plausible.
Yeah, we've got a mod team of about 100 people at any given time, and we have a lot of systems in place to catch this stuff and to deal with this kind of shit. And we've been doing it for years. So, yeah.
All right.
Well, here's another
one. I can make a statement here. So, like, my best faith interpretation would be that you're wildly irresponsible, and on the other end, I still have lingering doubts about this entire thing, and I think anybody that is like talking in the way that you're talking about this, like this is.
I just think you don't know anything about running a community like this and what we run into on like Discord, which is full of 09A, 764, and Adam. I'd be surprised if you even know what those are actually. Like, do you know what 764 is or Joy of Satan?
I'm just curious though.
No.
Like,
okay, well,
why do you have?
Unfortunately.
Why
and they target this community.
Why do you
not
have?
just kids, by the way. They target
Why do you have
minors?
People.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't think it makes
the
sense.
mentally vulnerable thing, but like.
I don't think it makes sense to punish minors because they're weirdos on the internet. Like they're going to go to some other server, and those weirdos will still be there, and there'll be less moderation, they'll be less protected. So if these people want to have conversations on my server,
but this is the pedo Batman thing. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like you're
I'm not going to punish people because they're fucking weirdos out there. I'm going to punish the weirdos. Like what do you mean? That's not Batman.
You're literally talking like you're like a vigilante, man.
He's talking as the head. He's talking as the head of somebody that moderates. The biggest politics are the 115,000 people. I'm not saying that as like a whole ego thing. I'm saying it's reasonable. You're gonna have to deal with like all sorts. I mean, this is like essentially so many people, different people from different spaces, different beliefs, etc., converging. If you go to like the list of Discord servers, right? You probably randos probably join, etc. These are just.
And you're zooming past like the main point, though. You're zooming past like the main point, which is like you're talking about bringing minors in and then having to deal with pedo groups and like sending CSAM
I said to him,
to federal law enforcement.
I said to him, I would, if I were running the server, I literally said this to him, I would remove all the minors because I don't even think it's something worth risking, right? But I'm not here to say that the reason he's doing that and giving minors to the server is because he's a pedophile. I think under a purely logical viewpoint, if I wasn't just like, I don't want to assume any personal risk, etc. Under a purely logical viewpoint, he could probably justify this, right? It's just something I personally wouldn't do because I think it is reckless and there is additional risk assumed when you permit it, right?
I think the problem is that like as soon as you concede that it's reckless, And as soon as you concede that like it's way outside of the norm, you're conceding that there is a possibility that, yeah. So that is my big issue. Yeah.
Again, so
a possibility of what? A possibility of what?
That he is a pedophile. You're conceding that possibility.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Like,
It's a
don't you think you have way more
possibility
evidence
that
that Destiny's a pedophile?
you understand. There's a possibility that every adult is a pedophile, so long as they're not
I
brain
think there
dead
is
and
a
capable of higher
possibility that
thinking,
Destiny's
right?
a pedophile, but I think if you're
Don't
talking
you have way
about
more evidence that he's
like,
a pedophile than you have that I'm a pedophile?
why would I have that?
Because he's like known to have be an age player, and that involves like fantasizing about children having sex with adults. He also you just saw that he posted child porn in his fucking chat that he found on Twitter. He also received CSAM as like jerk off, please received CSAM as jerk off material, and then when he found out that was CSAM, he held on to it for like a fucking year. Like that's way more evidence than you have of me being a pedophile, right? So that's a ton of evidence that fucking Destiny's a pedophile. Why aren't you calling him a pedophile?
You've handled way more CSAM than he ever has, right?
Okay,
like,
hold on.
Right?
I've also, hold on.
Right?
It's going to be an ever-shifting goalpost.
Like you're doing all
This
this
is so
reckless shit.
stupid.
Like you're allowing
This is so
minors into
ridiculous.
your community. You're allowing minors into your community.
Hold on, to be
You
clear, like,
admitted
you're-
there's like a huge pedo problem, and you're admitting that like bringing the minors
problem
in
is all over
is like a
Discord. It's not
reckless
my
thing.
community. Like, this
Aiden
is the
just
internet.
admitted that it's like a reckless
Wait,
thing
no,
to do.
well, no,
It's
I
irresponsible.
think it's reckless because I think it assumes unnecessary risk, but that's not indicative that somebody is a pedophile. I think people can do. I think people can do reckless things in the context of stuff involving kids that is not pedophilic. Right? Good example
But
of this
you're
that I
missing,
like to
like,
use.
every
When I was a
other
kid,
portion.
adults would make jokes around
Missing
me in my
every other
proximity.
portion.
Wait, what other portion am I
You're
missing?
missing every other portion about this, though. You're missing every other piece about the story that connects it with it, which is
we're just
sure. You're describing somebody that's reckless.
You're describing
somebody
a bunch
that
of
has,
acts. You're describing a bunch of acts, and I feel like you have to jump through greater mental hoops to describe these acts as pedophilic than the apparent obvious explanation as to why these things are the way that they are. Right?
What hoops do I have to jump through when somebody like he gave an explanation of it, but if you just described it like on its own, which is the collection of CSAM, and you have like a person that is reckless,
the one thing with
and
no
hosts
context
a
whatsoever.
server with a
What are you
bunch of
talking about?
minors. What?
Hold on. So if you pull out
like,
the one thing
I
with
do
no
not
surrounding
understand.
context whatsoever, like,
I do not
pedophiles, is that what you're
understand
saying?
why you would want to look at fucking like.
But I wouldn't.
Personally,
I
it would
don't.
make
I'm
me
not-
die
he
inside.
wouldn't. The only
share with
reason
my chat.
the
Like,
only
what are you talking
reason we know about this is because he told everyone he did it in the context of reporting it to law enforcement. That would denote non-pedophilic intent, right?
Why would that denote anything? This is not like a logical this is not if we're going to describe it as like
what do you think a pedophile
thing,
is?
Are we going to get pedantic? Is this going to be the Abiba
No,
conversation?
no, I'm literally
or like the attraction to
no.
minors?
You can even give me the colloquial definition. What is a pedophile?
If you want to say that somebody that like, I guess it would be an attraction to someone who's underage. I would probably say that's the colloquial definition, like an attraction, and it usually requires some sort of act in order to signify it. It usually requires, that's the colloquial definition.
Oh shit! I just found the guy.
So the motivation. Okay, got it. So the motivation would be that the acts that are occurring that evidence this are being done because of attraction. Correct?
Are you asking me to prove his attraction?
Well, I'm just asking why you believe that, for example, he has kids in his server because he's attracted to them, as opposed to the explanation that he believes kids should be allowed to participate in political discourse. Which I don't even necessarily agree with. I don't even agree with them on that. But I'm saying, why would that explanation be applied as opposed to the other one?
Because
are you looking at DGG chat right now?
Having kids, I'm not. Why would I be in DGG chat, dude? I'm not in DGG chat. I could show you my screen right now, actually.
No, sorry, I was just asking.
I'm looking at the Doobie. No, I'm in the Doobie spamming me right now with like a bunch of stuff. I guess this is his exploits.
Well, so actually, remember when I said earlier that the AOC conversation was about a guy who's like European called Great Dragon? This is a guy. So yeah.
I just found it.
I'll take a look. I just think the reason I would think that is all of this stuff necessitates looking at CSAM. That's what it necessitates.
Yes,
that's what I'm being told by Doobie.
Yes, wait, hold on.
That's what I'm being told by Doobie.
Hold on, so I get when we word it like that. Yes, I get when we word it like that. There seems to be like obviously it's like a really hard for a good reason. It's a very serious term, and it's like mic drop moment or whatever. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of people who have to deal with this, unfortunately, involuntarily so, don't handle it in ways that I would describe as totally proper or legal, etc. But their intention is not always due to attraction. It's just mishandling because you don't know how to deal with a situation like that, etc. Right? It's that mere fact in and of itself does not make someone a pedophile.
It's repeated.
Well,
it's repeated.
He's unfortunately had
to over and over and over again. It's over and over and over again. Like he's sending me DMs right now.
Okay, well,
a number of incidents with all this shit.
Okay. Server's been around for like 10 years or almost 10 years now.
100,000.
And there are 100,000 people in it. Yet some of these people over the years are gonna be creeps. Unfortunately, that's just like I don't know. That's reality for you. Like I'm showing you creeps that we've banned. So like, if me banning pedophiles is evidence that I'm a pedophile, like I don't know. That's strange.
Thank you, Grizzly, for the huge
donut.
Is there
like an expected solidarity between pedophiles that I'm unaware of? But I'm just saying,
what's that even like responding to?
What?
I don't understand why you think banning pedophiles means that you're not a pedophile.
Hold on, but you apparently think that banning pedophiles equals I am a pedophile. Like how the fuck do you explain that?
I don't think that.
Then why the fuck is it? Then why Then why are you pointing out that I'm like me sending you evidence of pedophiles that we banned is like evidence that I'm a pedophile?
I think the problem is that it is a repeated exposure to this shit over and over and over again. And for a stated purpose where it's like, we're going to have minors have a political discussion. I don't get
I don't see an issue with that at all. I really don't see an issue.
Yeah,
with that at all.
I know you don't see an issue with that.
Again, I said this. Maybe you weren't listening earlier.
So and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
that's why I'm asking if you could possibly send.
And I think
if you could send any sort of law enforcement, like some sort of documentation to a third party, doesn't have to be me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question? So Destiny's had multiple minors on the streams over the years for debates. Like, do you think that was inappropriate?
I would have to see the debate.
Okay.
I think it's weird when you're hosting these people in a community.
So Destiny had a stream with ABBA.
Destiny
had a stream with ABBA where he said that he would talk to a 13-year-old in DMs about sex if she asked him about sex. Like, do you think that's inappropriate? Think that's evidence he's a pedophile?
Oh my God. This is the weird A-log. I'd have to look at the clip.
A-logging? I watched Destiny for like fucking, I've known him for a long time. I watched the stream for a long time. Like, that's not A-logging.
I'd have to look at the context of it. I don't trust your explanation. I don't trust your explanation, and I would have to.
So hold on. So when I find it, so I don't know how long Aiden has. Honestly, I don't know how long I have. However, if I were to pull it up for you.
But why are you trying to shift to Destiny when I have questions about your actions?
This is what I was talking about earlier. Like there is no, this is performative. You don't actually give a fuck about this. Because if I were to show you that Destiny.
Imagine I'm anybody else, and you're trying to explain your actions.
Wait, but you're not anybody else. The only reason we're all three of us are here having this conversation is because of Destiny. To pretend like he's not a component of this, to pretend like he's not a component in motivating what you've now admitted was not a good faith assertion of Doobie's motives in regards to the evidence that Destiny was presenting, etc. He's obviously a component here. He's going to come up.
I don't think it was a bad. I listen. The point I was
called him
trying
a
to
pedophile
make,
over it originally.
I did. I think there is still a chance that he is.
There's a chance that you're a pedophile
right now.
Based upon his fucking like explanation, which is we have to keep minors in the server for discourse reasons. That is so like it's a it's an alien explanation to me.
Are you new to the space?
And I want some sort of I need something else. Like there has to be some other explanation.
Because like we were speaking earlier, so Aiden was on a Prime panel when he was underage. There are tons of kids like 16, 17-year-olds on Prime panels, on the debate panels that Destiny was on. When Destiny went to my server, he had debates with minors that were on my server. Like this is totally normal in the space because again, my server is not an NSFW server, it's not a dating server. People are in there to have conversations and debates and shit, and like shit talk and hang out. Like this is not a, they're not in there to post nudes and shit.
But I don't think it's like normal that like you have this minor stuff and then you have to
Minor stuff?
as
What
a
minor
component
stuff?
of it. I mean, we just went over this. You have minors on the server, right?
Yeah,
like, that's
okay,
what I'm
so
talking
do
about.
most Discord servers. Like, so if you were to go to the r/conservative server, there are minors on that server, and they don't have a tag. They're just there. Right, so I think in that server, you're far more likely to have the situation where a minor is being groomed by an adult.
Conservatives doing.
It's not just
Most servers are like,
yeah, they go by Discord TOS. They
like
don't-
Kelly Open Club was a big one like a few years ago, right? They also had a minor tag. The minors in the server, and that was like a philosophy server. That Destiny was also on all the fucking time.
What is the Discord TOS?
To use
13 and up.
Yeah,
that's fucking crazy.
We're on a platform built in game.
I know Twitter is like, I think it's like 15 or 16. I always thought that was wild. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, as a necessary component, like having to do all of this extra shit because you have all of these like minors instead. I think it's incredibly reckless. I think it's like,
I don't understand this. They'd literally be there and they would just lie about their age and there would be no way for us to know. Like, and so if they were in chat and somebody started flirting with them because they thought it was an adult because there's no tag or anything, we would just not know that it's a minor being flirted with. Or in DMs with somebody sharing news or whatever the fuck.
I mean, this is the legalization arguments.
No,
about
it's
this
just
stuff.
the reality. No, hold on. I'm not. What do you legalization? This is me explaining to you that this minor tag has utility.
There's something I'm trying to get at
It lets
with
us know
with that phrase. What I'm trying to get at with that phrase
who's
is
a minor, so
that
that we know not to have inappropriate conversations around them, not let them turn on the camera, not let them post pictures of themselves, etc.
and that's all that happened when that rule was improperly applied when I was 18. That's literally all that happened. I was barred from certain discussions over it. I didn't get like any like weird DMs or anything. I didn't get. It was literally just people kept me out of certain conversations.
But I'm not saying.
Actually, let me just ask this question.
There is a
let me just
weird
ask you a question.
All right,
just tell me how serious you think this is, right? Destiny Sun is in my server right now with a minor tag. Do you think that a Destiny would let him be in there like for as long as he has been? It's been like over a year now. If he actually thought this was a grooming server and the tag was going to get him groomed?
I mean, he lets his son do a lot of shit that I probably
you think he's
wouldn't
going to
let
let
my
his son
son
interact with
do.
a bunch of pedophiles in a server that's built for pedophiles to target
He
children?
lets his son like run with fucking Nazis and shit,
Come
dude. He
on.
should
Like,
fucking
be
take better
real.
care of his kid.
You know this.
frankly.
You know it's not a real concern. You know it's not real.
I do know it's a real concern. You're handling like all this extra shit
you think that Destiny
because you have the minors on your server. Like that's not a real concern.
I understand. You think that Destiny understands or believes that my server is like a pedo haven, and he's allowing his son to hang around a bunch of pedophiles that he thinks are going to target his son.
He knows
You
about
think that's
this.
happening?
Do you? Does he know that his son's on the server?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was
he does,
brought
yes.
to Wick's attention. Yeah.
Okay.
And do you think that's like a concern? You're gonna go into his chat?
I think it probably is. It probably is a
pedophiles?
concern for him. It might be a concern for him, frankly. Like I think there's a good chance that he probably has a chat with him and tells him to get the fuck out. I mean, he's literally
he's enough over
blacklisting
here.
Connor for associating. He's literally blacklisting Connor for associating with you. I think he would absolutely do it. I think he'd probably tell Nathan to get the fuck out.
Because I brought it up to him like last week or something, and he's still on it. So yeah, I don't think so, Mister. I don't think it's real. I think it's all bullshit. It's all performative nonsense. And
Why is it performative? Why is it performative when you literally admit that you have to handle a bunch of fucking CSAM?
We can go over why it's performative again and why you don't actually care about
that
this.
would kill me inside. Like I would literally fucking
I'm a
die
terrible
if I
person,
had to
okay?
handle
I
all
can
this
see
shit
terrible things
for like
deal with terrible situations
discourse
and not be
reasons.
broken, okay? Like I've had to deal with
discourse
kids.
reasons.
This is why I ask if you know who 764 is, right?
Crazy.
What that is. Or 09A, because I've had to deal with situations where people were being blackmailed, extorted, and forced to cut themselves on camera for a bunch of fucking lunatics on the internet. Forced to kill their pets on camera, forced to cut their hair, forced to eat shit on camera. So yeah, there are a lot of fucking evil people on the internet, and to be clear, not just kids. And they target out anybody who's like mentally vulnerable. They found a trans person, they try to get them to kill themselves. Lots of crazy people on the fucking internet, right? And I've had to deal with those situations over the years because I have this community, and because I'm a large community. inevitably you're going to run into some people.
And you could cut a component of the craziness out by not having
I would just
minors
push
on
them
the
to another
server.
space where they'd be targeted anyway.
Crazy.
It's ridiculous. That's stupid. So yeah, I don't see any reason to push them out into the wilderness where
There's
they're going
all
to be
sorts of like
less
weird
taken care of when they're
legalization
on the server.
arguments about this stuff. Like, this is like the argument that parents will have, where it's like if we don't have the party at our house, the kids are going to go out and drink. To a certain extent, that might be true. But like, dude,
the parents would then be
it is so much extra shit in this.
That excuse would work if the parents if the parents were providing a party as an alternate where no alcohol was being served, which obviously kids wouldn't show up to, but it's a hypothetical, right? If that was the case, that would probably make sense, right? The question is, do you permit the bad acts that occur in these other places in your space, and do you take reasonable actions to mitigate and prevent them? Which he's demonstrated he's done. Do I still agree with the decision? No, personally, no, I wouldn't do it, right? But for the reasons he's...
Can I ask why you wouldn't do it? Can I ask why you wouldn't do it?
Yeah, because I don't want to assume the responsibility of having to babysit other people's kids and make sure that they're not getting like fucked with online by like bad people. I don't want that. I don't want people to disingenuously use that against me or make false claims about me. And to be honest, I just don't find anything kids have to say to be all that interesting to justify interacting with them to begin with. So I just don't have them in my. I just don't see a reason of them in my space.
I think you'd actually be surprised. Like there's a kid. I think he's 18 now. But there's a guy called Gio. You might have interacted with him from my server. Who he joined the server when he was like 13, I think, and he was always very smart, right? But like I've seen him like debate at like 16 years old, and right now he's 18, right? But at 16 years old, I saw him run circles around fucking 50-year-old debate bros, right? Very, very smart kid. So I just to me it'd be like a shame to push kids like that out into the wilderness, into other spaces where they're going to be targeted with less moderation, less people looking out for them. So they just, I just don't see any reason to punish them because of their, they're people like Destiny on the internet.
There we go. So anyways, the issue that I have is like,
why do you take personal offense when somebody makes a negative insinuation about Destiny?
Because you don't appreciate negative personal references to your character, right, Doobie? You don't appreciate.
Well, to your character, but this is
because I think you people have gone insane. I think a lot of the stuff has gone overboard against him. I think it's weird that people are A-logging him. I think it's weird that people are running gay ops in these servers. I think it's weird that like actual doxing has occurred. I think it's weird that like
but I think you are making
all sorts of weird blackballing.
I think you're making these claims against me and people that he's associated with me with no fucking evidence, where I have a ton of evidence that he's doxed people and he's harassed people in his community to try to get people fired. Like, did you know that
there's a ton of evidence. There's a ton of evidence.
Did you know that after he and Connor had that blow up stream, people in Destiny's community tried to get Connor fired? Like they were calling him.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's basically what's happened to him. I wouldn't be surprised if people have done that. That's basically.
So do it to other people who haven't done that?
You're laughing. What is his job?
Hold on, I'm laughing because because this is the problem. So we both know that Connor has not done that to Destiny, right? Absolutely not. But you're dismissing that happening to Connor because some other random people out there on the internet somewhere have apparently done this to Destiny at some point that have no association with Connor at all. And that's
Doobie, do you think it's a good
idea? So other people I have no association with do a thing, and you blame me for it and say that things are justified to be done to me because they did something. It's fucking ridiculous.
I don't think Connor should be fired from his job. I just want to be clear. I don't think Connor should be fired from his job.
Do you think how do you think Destiny would feel if he heard that happened?
I think at this point, given like what he's been accused of and what he's been attacked about, I think he would probably not care. I think he would probably not care.
You think he might celebrate?
I think celebrate. I think he would probably just feel like. I think he might be happy. Would be sure. I think he might be happy about it. Yeah. I think he might be happy about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you not think that might be a little fucked up if Connor's not doing comparable acts to him?
Sure. Yeah. I think it might be a little bit fucked up of him to do that. I would give him a little bit of grace, but yeah, I would probably tell him to his face that it's a little fucked up to celebrate if Connor got fired from his job.
You seem to be one of the few DGGers, despite all my gripes with you, that can acknowledge that I'm probably engaged. If you were willing to trust my word, if Doobie sent me the evidence, you could probably acknowledge that I'm engaging with this. I don't have some personal, like, underlying motive or I'm being groomed by someone into these positions. I'm engaged.
I think
I'm
your
engaging honestly.
statements on Anavar are weird. I think your statements on Anavar are weird, and I don't understand.
Do you think I actually believed what I was saying?
Do
you think I believed what I was saying? Even if you disagree with me, can you probably admit that I'm?
Anavar stuff. I think you're dug in on a particular position with the Anavar stuff, and I don't know why. I don't get why people are so fixated on that event. Frankly.
So I only brought it up.
Can I try to explain it to you?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Doobie.
So the reason that actually, so at the time, I actually gave Destiny a lot of grace, right? Because at the time, I don't know if you remember, like, how long you've been a friend of Destiny, Mr. Ingratiate, but I'm the one that warned him of the Mr. Girl shit that was happening, right? When Mr. Girl was like going around trying to.
I think I remember that. I think I remember watching the stream and he mentioned something like that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the one that warned him about that, right? Because Mr. Girl came to me. I thought what he was doing was shady because I'd seen him on stream over and over, basically begging Destiny to be his friend, saying he would never betray him, blah blah. And he came to me with this stuff, and I just thought it was like very gross for him to do that to somebody who he basically begged, actually begged to be his friend and made all these promises and never betray, whatever the fuck. So at the time, maybe it's because I was like I wouldn't say like I was a huge fan of him, but I had seen a lot of his content and I just gave him a lot of grace because I just trusted his narrative on things in ways that I shouldn't have, I think. With the Anna stuff, I knew that she was like obsessed and going around talking about him constantly. But what was also happening there was people from Destiny's community would go to her chat, shit talk her, and they set off the loop and she'd go in circles. And clearly, not just Destiny's chat, like other people's chats too. Would go to her stream and fuck with her, and then she'd like go and fall into the loop and be talking about him for the next six hours, right? Just going on and on. Like that was the intention, right? And people would have her on different streams, specifically to try to make her cry and freak out, right? By bringing up the Destiny shit. Like she was like passed around to all the different streamers in space to do this, which is really fucked up. So it wasn't like it was just him taking advantage of this or fucking with her. It was a lot of people in the streaming space were doing this.
You just said that he was fucking with her, though. I feel like
I can tell you why.
You got to justify that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think obviously, and I had to interact with Anna a few times on panels and stuff, but also like the friend group that I was in at the time, we'd hung out with her a bit, right? And at the time, I think anybody who interacted with her, anybody who interacted with her and what he saw her on her streams where she was like looping and spiraling, whatever the fuck, you could tell that she was like mid-mental breakdown or something. She was like had some kind of mental issue going on, right? Well, whether Destiny set it off or something else set it off, I have no fucking idea. It was very obvious. She had something going on mentally. She was not well. And I think that him, and it's to be clear, it's true that she was like obsessed with this guy. And she was just going on and on and on. I would say that she was harassing him for sure, right? When I said that he fucked with her, I think there's evidence of this now, so he was leading her on in DMs while saying that she's crazy on stream sometimes. And then he would like contact for a bit, and then she'd keep DMing again, and eventually he'd give in, and they would sex or whatever the fuck, and then he did the no contact thing again because it got to be too much for him, and it went on for this like a long time. But the biggest thing for me was like he actually posted her Kiwi Farms in his chat.
I'm aware of this. I'm aware of all this.
When she was already being doxxed on Kiwi Farms, right? So that is like unjustifiable. I think that's totally ridiculous. So she's already been doxxed there, and he directs his chat, who he knows is fucking with her, to go to the place where she's being doxxed, right? And I can understand if he was frustrated with her at that point because she'd been harassing him for a while, but that's still totally unjustifiable, given that she was obviously in the middle of some like mental crisis. And I think that leading her on by sexting her, calling her a princess or whatever the fuck, was just totally unethical. I think that in that case, because it was very obvious she has some kind of mental problem going on, he, as the allegedly mentally well person, had an obligation not to engage with her in that way. So that's why I would say that he's in the wrong there, and that's why people criticize him for that, because he was sexting her while calling her crazy on stream and somebody was trying to disassociate from her. And I think that it's true that most of the time he's trying to disassociate from her. But I think with a person like that who has like is in some OCD spiral, whatever the fuck, you can't play with that person by sexing them, calling them princess or whatever the fuck, and then pulling away again, because it's just going to set off the spiral again. And I think he knew that.
Can I ask you some questions? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? My mic's kind of.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Okay. if Destiny was mentally unwell, which it sounds like you're basically alleging, at certain points you're like hinting at it, but you're not really outright
Yeah, I think he's
saying
mentally unwell. Yeah.
Okay, so wouldn't that change his level of responsibility in your mind?
Yes and no.
To Anivor?
I think there's like a spectrum of mental. I don't want to call it unhinged, of mental illness, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was like further along the spectrum. But I think that the issue with me, with him, I think, so some of this behavior is like intentional. It seems like he's intentionally lead her on to get some kind of sexual satisfaction from her, then dropping her again. And part of why I say he's mentally unwell is because I think a reasonable person, a rational person, would know not to do that, and him just not having any regard for her mental well-being, her sanity, her wellness in general. That is, I think, it's like an indication of some kind of like just total disregard for
You say
her
that,
humanity.
but didn't they go no contact for like at least like 2 to 3 months, and she was still looping and still talking about him?
Yeah, so all he had to do was not respond to her, keep her blocked. If she messaged somebody else, it's hard to block her. Like he said it when Aiden asked him like that the reason he sexted with her is because she came on to him. Like, so fucking what? Like, block her. Like, there's no.
But that sort of changed. Like at the beginning of this, you're saying like, oh, he led her on, but
yeah,
it is a bit of a different story. If wait, it is a bit of a different story if she's messaging him first.
No, because he knew at that point that she was mentally unwell. Actually, I watched him go on stream and explain the OCD loop that he knew that she was in. Right? He would tell people just don't mention it because if you mention it, she's going to say that you're not telling the story correctly, and it's going to lead her back to the loop, and she's going to go fucking crazy again. So he knew that she was in the middle of like a fucking multi-month OCD spiral right over the shit.
I would have to see the timeline on this. I don't trust your recanting of that type of event.
Just look
but
it up.
the other issue for me is right. So the first issue is like I see if the gender roles on this were reversed.
Okay.
I don't think anyone would be giving.
It's not true.
Yeah,
the issue isn't the gender. It's the obvious mental illness.
It is gender.
It
is absolutely the gender.
No, I know that's a
it is,
but it's just not true. I'm sorry.
It is absolutely true.
I know you're gonna keep saying it. You're gonna keep saying it, but it's just not true. The issue isn't the gender. It's the fact that she was obviously mentally unwell when he was doing this. Obviously, to him and to everybody else, this person was in a crisis, and he took advantage of her for
Doobie,
some fucking reason.
If you have a mentally unwell partner and they are a stalker and or an abuser of some kind, okay, and you engage with them after like months of not doing anything, and you engage with them positively like once or twice, are you like is that like totally irresponsible in your mind?
It's more than
is this
positive.
person no
It's
longer
intimate.
a stalker?
It's intimate.
It's intimate.
Positive.
So hold on. To be clear, the reason she was like obsessed with him is she wanted a relationship with him. So him sexting her and calling her princess, understanding that she had this obsessive desire for a relationship.
The princess thing is not
obviously
case.
Is obviously leading her on. Hold on. It's obviously leading her on. Please. It's obviously leading. Okay. I guess you don't think like cutesy names are like an indication of some kind of like emotional connection, whatever the fuck. But I think it's reasonable for her to take them that way. Right. So obviously speaking to her like this and sexting with her and requesting nudes from her and pictures of her feet and shit, this is going to make her think that there is a chance that they might have some kind of relationship in the future, which she desperately wants.
News from her to do that?
Yeah. Yes, he did. Which she desperately wanted that relationship at the time, right? So him doing this led her on. I think it made her think that there's a possibility. And then he go
crazy.
Okay,
you have 2 logs to prove this, Doobie. You have 2 fucking logs.
No, there are way more than
this.
2 logs. Hold on, there's way more than 2 logs, and there's also what Anavar told Lav. There's like a ton of this shit, and Destiny hasn't even denied it. He just justifies it. He says that she came onto him. Like, what do you mean? He doesn't even deny sexting with her. And given that the reason that she was obsessed is
I never denied that he sexted with her. The issue is that like the problem that I'm having is, again, if the gender, you're going to deny it again, But if the gender roles were reversed and we were talking about like even let's take it a step further. Let's say it was a real world situation.
Yeah, I brought this up before, but actually, you know what? Because I said before it's unfalsifiable when they do the like you wouldn't do this in this other scenario that hasn't happened. I actually have done this in another scenario. I was covering an instance of a girl that was supposedly not interested in a guy, but was like supposedly like knew he was into her and he was like some fucking loser or whatever, and she like kept stringing him along, and I called her like fucking evil or whatever over that, right? Because I know there are a lot of like e-girls or whatever on Discord that like keep these like pathetic guys around and just give them enough to keep them staying because they know they're into them, but just have them around for the sake of like humiliating them or whatever. So I've applied this in similar situations. It's not a one-to-one at all, right? But I have absolutely used this logic on women, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the stereotype of like the simp giving all his money to some girl on the internet because she's leading him on with like the hope of a relationship. That's obviously in that situation, you would say, and in certain cases of guys probably like mentally ill or
in the case of a 30-year-old woman. In the case of a 30-year-old woman,
yes.
If it was a 30-year-old man, listen. If it was a 30-year-old man doing this, I would tell that guy like this.
Okay, but this is because you're
pursuing a
we're talking about a mentally ill person, someone who's in the middle of
a mentally ill person who is a clearly pursuing like a professional degree in literally like
she was spiraling. That degree was at risk
with a
At
therapist.
the time, again, at the time, she was spiraling. The degree was at risk because her entire life was at risk because she was totally stuck on this for fucking months. She was looping for hours every fucking day about this. So
do you agree that she was abusive towards him? Do you agree that she was abusive towards him?
If you would say, I'm totally okay with saying yes. I think that the way that she approached it, I can see how he would feel like pressure to engage with her because she was like crying and maybe she felt like she would imply that she was suicidal or whatever the fuck. And I can say that's abusive, right? But given that this was happening for months and she was clearly
it wasn't just that though.
It wasn't just that crisis.
It wasn't just
a reasonable person would say, hey, I probably shouldn't engage with this person sexually because that's going to lead her on and make her think that there's a chance for a relationship there, which is what she wanted.
I think I could bite that bullet and say he definitely should have engaged with her, and it's absolutely reasonable to say like that was irresponsible of him. But my problem is that you want to morph this into him mentally abusing a sick woman, essentially, right? Like that is the narrative. He was abusing this woman. She had again. I know what Aiden's going to chime.
I think later on, when at that point he knew that she was in the middle of some kind of spiral that was going on for months. He knew that she wanted a relationship with him. So yeah, leading her on sexually and calling her like cutesy names or whatever, that is a form of abuse, I think. If he had no intention of ever like following up with that, which he didn't. He just wanted the sexting or whatever.
Is there any like component of this where he thinks that she's getting better? Like, is there anything in the dialogue where there's nothing where she's like, I had a breakthrough with my therapist, or like, we can engage. You're serious about that? Is this in the manifesto?
I understand that there were like days or weeks where she was like normal, but I think a reasonable person would know. I should probably not engage with this person
wait. You're saying
she just got out of an obsessive spiral. Please,
hold on, guys.
Out of an obsessive spiral about me, and I should probably not engage with her again.
I'm actually just like so curious. What have you seen? To lead to the assumption that there is potentially some indication that she was getting better that we haven't seen yet? Like for you to suspect that that's even there. What have you seen that led you to that suspicion?
I think that there were moments that I've seen where she was talking about breakthroughs with a therapist. I think that at a certain point she did get the diagnosis at one point, which is like a huge step forward in mental illness. And I mean, she did eventually get medicated, which is like a good sign, right? Like she did eventually get out of these spirals and eventually reach a place where she is medicated and hopefully living a better life away from this shit.
Was she medicated when he was sexting her?
No, not that I know of.
So how is that a mitigating factor here?
But the reason I mentioned it was she was clearly progressing, Aiden. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Like progressing in her mental illness. Yeah. Progressing in her mental illness? Yes, at the time when
What do you
it was
mean? What do you mean progressing in her mental illness? She eventually got medicated.
Well, she did, but
What do you mean?
that seems to have, take care. That seems to have only happened after per your own admission, the sexting, right?
Yes.
Do you think it's like? Do you think like whether or not you're like pursuing getting better or not? Do you think it's just like an upward trend? It can't deviate, right? It's like linear.
Why do you keep saying that? Do you have evidence that she wasn't getting better? I'm just curious.
No, it's just interesting how when like if Doobie gives like his testimony as to exactly what occurred and the nature of him like reporting this stuff, we can't take him at his word for his explanation of that. We need to, and there's always asking questions under the line that there is some like presumption of a bad act occurring. Yet, if evidence of Destiny perpetrating a bad act is laid out, there's always presumption given in your line of questioning for some mitigating, some mitigating factor to potentially exist that we don't have actually any reasonable indication to assume exists to begin with, unless you have vested interest in defending him. Right?
Are you done?
Yep.
Okay. So the issue I had was I literally asked Doobie a specific question, and then he literally backtracked it at the end. And the question I asked him was there any indication that she was getting better? Was there any sort of like breakthroughs with her therapist or anything like that? And he said, no, none. And then he said, my understanding was he did backtrack on that position at the end. And he said any reasonable person could see that she was looping again. That's what he said. So my problem is, like, I'm going to have to review the logs. I will go back and review the logs.
Yeah, we're going to presume there's a mitigating factor there because it's Destiny. I understand. But can you admit...
Why am I presuming anything?
Well, can you just
Why am I presuming anything?
Can you just...
Why do you want me to own that? Can you just own that your standard for evidence is bullshit? I just want to hear you say that. Well, like it is total fucking bullshit.
No, I'm just curious about you now.
Because you're saying he's leading this woman on, and all like that is your standard for evidence. Like he's leading this woman on, but like the doxing server didn't happen. Like all this different shit, even though they've changed stories 5 times, even though I'm exaggerating there. Don't hit me there. It's an exaggeration. Even though they've changed stories about the Nicandro stuff 3 times now, even though it's totally changed, even though the OSINT tool that we were talking about, you remember you said it was a journalist tool? I actually looked that up. That's not a journalist tool.
So
journalists use a separate set of OSINT
what I
tools.
said was
totally legitimate, right?
Wait,
it was a totally legitimate thing.
No,
OSINT tools are totally legitimate.
My explanation was OSINT tools can be used for non-doxing purposes. You asked what a case of that would be, and I said somebody could use a tool to gather evidence for a journalism piece while omitting any personal information that comes about.
So I actually did a little bit of research after you said that. Okay, so it is true. Journalists do use OSINT tools. That's absolutely correct. You're right about that. I can see that. Totally can see that. That particular tool is known for being a gray area. The LOL whatever tool, that is known for being a gray area. Do you know why?
Which trip? Because it goes through data breaches, right?
Goes through data breaches, right? So it's not only that you're talking about violating TOS.
Could somebody use
sites.
that tool for independent journalism while not looking through the data breaches, or not using the data breaches?
Do they use it? Is that a common practice?
We have absolutely no evidence that they used any information from data breaches.
Actually, we have no evidence that they used the tool at all because they changed the story again.
Okay, I have not heard, like, we've gone over this exact claim that you're making like 10 billion times and just always loops. I mean, do you have anything like I'm just like so curious, like do you legitimately believe that you've been engaging in good faith?
Yeah.
You believe you've engaged in good faith. You don't think that you like shift your standards to justify what Destiny does, or shift the goalpost to make any comparison to Destiny's behavior that you would deem wrong under your prior established standards when you're talking about his critics. Do you admit you changed the goalpost to make it okay when Destiny does it?
No.
Okay, and you don't think that you provide a degree of charity to Destiny that you are completely unwilling to give to his critics, and is probably excessive for anyone engaging in a good faith assessment?
No. Do you admit that you engage in bad faith against him?
No, I know for I've been incredibly.
So you think you're
I haven't
totally,
run.
totally,
if I was bad
absolutely,
faith, if I was bad faith, if I was
this
bad
entire
faith,
bringing up a drama from 5 years ago is not bad faith.
I don't even.
That's not bad faith to you, Aiden.
I don't even remember.
The entire Anavar saga was brought up in bad faith. You understand that, right? You brought that up as a completely bad faith point.
Yeah, how was
you
that?
understand that, right?
Sure. How was that bad faith?
Doobie even came on here and said that the allegations that were brought forward to him originally sounded like bullshit. And then I guess he had a change of heart, even though there wasn't any new evidence at any point.
I was thinking about. I don't even remember. I don't even think I was the one that brought it up this time. Was I?
Was it Lav that brought that shit up?
Yeah,
I think she
it was.
might have brought
yeah,
that.
sorry. It was Lav. Yeah, I don't even think I was the one that brought it up.
Okay. But do you understand that was brought up in bad faith and then you defended it in bad faith?
Okay, the reason that person's motives they might have brought up in bad faith. I don't fucking know. I don't know Lav, right? Could have, right? But
she's doxed people, right? You know she has doxed people and she has posted revenge porn. She posts Destiny's dick everywhere. She's known for that. She goes into people's servers and she talks about Destiny's dick and she posts it.
Did you know?
She even says it.
Yeah, did you know there's like sex offenders like in your area or something? Like I don't know. I can't verify what every person that
I'm just making you aware. I'm just making you aware of what she's known for. Because the next step is probably that her and Mr. Girl are going to try and invite you on at some point.
I'm not
talking.
Just letting you know. I've spoken to Mr. Girl before when I was much, much younger, and he was a creep. I have no vested interest in having him around as a friend like Destiny did, right? I know what this guy, he's creepy as shit.
I understand. I'm just letting you know. The invite will probably come soon. So, just so you're aware.
Yeah, nobody's inviting me. Nobody's inviting me to shit. And if I did get invited to anything by Mr. Girl, I certainly wouldn't join it because I have no vested interest in defending that guy either. I defend positions, not people, because I'm engaging in the. I am engaged. Obviously, you're gonna say I'm not, but no, I believe everything that I've stated to be true, and I've tried to engage in, or I think I have engaged in this in good faith in regards to all the public dialogues I've had. I think I've said things in private about Destiny out of anger. Like, I think I might have like privately said this guy's like a fucking e-rapist or whatever. But in regards to the public positions I've given, I've engaged entirely in good faith. I believe everything I'm saying to be true. I'm totally willing to accept that I could be wrong about certain things about him. I admit that some people probably have like a brain worm where they're willing to accept everything about him that makes him look bad as fact. I've called that out in the past. I'm not one of those people.
I think the War stuff is entirely bad faith, and I have to be honest. I don't know if it's intentional on your part or not. I just have to say, like, Doobie coming in here and literally admitting that the evidence that he originally saw was bullshit, but then he thought about it later, I guess, and then said it wasn't bullshit. Not even based upon like new evidence, but based upon him reconsidering everything is.
Yeah, I don't know. You could say
it's a little bit crazy, right?
You know what? I wouldn't say crazy. I could probably admit, because everybody else that's involved in this has like personal stake here and years worth of history with Destiny. I could probably admit that some of these people are probably engaging in conversation about Destiny, probably in bad faith. Sure, right? I thought that we're talking though about how I'm engaging, and I believe the arguments that I reiterate are arguments that I can reason through, have been reasoned through to me when other people have made them. And the counter arguments just don't line up when I give the person the opportunity to lay them out. I've spoken to Destiny twice now about like this like sort of shit. I've given him the opportunity to lay out the argument. I've granted him certain things, like in the last conversation we had. But with the
you did. No, you were very charitable. You were. Because I'm being genuine. You were charitable. The Animar stuff, I think I let Lav derailed that conversation, but frankly, like, I genuinely think that whole fucking saga is insane for people to bring up.
I put myself in his shoes. What I do is I think, what if I'm Destiny in this situation? And I can never imagine engaging with someone like that who I believe was stalking me and obsessed with me. To actually believe that to be true, and then simultaneously engage with them the way he did.
What if you care? What if you had like genuine feelings for them at some points, and you had like mixed feelings? Like, what if you had like very mixed feelings about a particular person? Have you ever had that before?
Yeah, for sure. But in that case, I wouldn't think that they're stalking me or pretend like this is all like one-sided attempts at contact to my stream, right?
But one-sided attempts. I mean, wouldn't it be by definition if she's reaching out to him a one-sided attempt to talk to him?
Well, Well, it's not one-sided because he gives in.
Everything I've seen is a one-sided attempt on her part to reach out to him. So he gives in, and you can say that it's irresponsible. So then it wouldn't be.
I think what do you think? What do you think? One side. There are two sides. He's choosing to engage. That's not one side.
I mean, in the same way, like you're technically correct, like absolutely like technically correct, but like if somebody engages with their stalker, I don't know if we would describe that interaction as like in any other circumstance, if we would describe that as like
you know what's something we could both agree on?
Two-sided interaction.
You know what's something we could both agree on? I think, and you'll probably agree with me on this, I think that Destiny is very intelligent. I think Destiny is legitimately an intelligent guy. And that's why I can't grant him the charity here, because I think anyone that possesses the level of intelligence that I reasonably can assume that he has, when the facts as they've been laid out to me have occurred, I don't think that somebody who is as intelligent as I believe him to be, that whole like excuse of he couldn't help, like I don't think that works here. I view him as somebody that does know better.
You can.
I feel like you'd have to be. I feel like you'd have to be.
Do you understand like the leap? Wait. Do you understand the leap from like him doing something that is somewhat irresponsible or a mistake to he was mentally abusing this woman, which is the other claim? I don't know if you're making that, but like the big overarching claim about that is that he was making her loop intentionally, that he was either, and Doobie even said this, I think he even said like he would engage with her and then withdraw, engage with her and withdraw. Well, he didn't engage with her for like months and months and months, right? Like 2 or 3 months. And apparently that wasn't enough to stop the looping. Like at a certain point, like the narrative around that is just absurd. It's absurd to say he did an abusive thing. I think it's very fair to say that he acted irresponsibly, but I also think that like when you guys see these like streamers and you see these like big people, famous people, I want you to understand that they're like, and you probably understand it now, that they're very fallible, right? That like even super intelligent people, I've encountered this in my life constantly, is that they do stupid things based upon their emotions in a particular moment. Okay, like it just happens, but that doesn't mean that you can make this leap to like overarching consistent abuse of his platform.
I don't even know if I've run with the abuse, but actually I think, as it's been repeatedly laid out to me by Destiny and other people, like I actually think it's a defensible position as it's being described to me. I obviously don't have the logs or everything, and I'd have to go back through the situation.
I think it's genuinely absurd. I
think if you
pursuing a master's degree is being mentally abused over the internet. That's crazy.
I think when you're like a super large streamer, that is to like when people have said Destiny's mentally ill, and these are not qualified professionals, I would say if he is mentally ill, if I had to bet money on it, the only thing I'd say, which I wouldn't even argue he has, right? But if you had to, gun to my head, say he had a mental illness, it would be like ASPD or narcissism or whatever, where he probably knows what he's doing is wrong and just like it doesn't really give much of a fuck.
I mean, mine would probably be bipolar or like BPD. Honestly, if I had to put a label on it, but like I don't like diagnosing. If I had to put a label on it, it might be one of those.
Well, okay, but I think if he does have mental illness, he's the type of mental illness where he's aware and has an intact moral compass, but just willfully chooses to do bad, right? I think he's cognizant of the fact that, for example, he was able to say, I forget what the exact statement was, but didn't he make some, I think, correct statement about like how it would be like inappropriate to like interact with like how it would be inappropriate for a streamer to like interact with, I forget what the exact quote was, with like obsessive fans or something. It could have been that. I'm pretty sure it was like a quote akin to, it was something about obsessive fans.
Dude, you have to provide a lot more context to that.
Well, yeah, okay, but he was actually like the insight there was actually, I agree with him on that. But that's why I agree here.
I know, but you're bringing it around to this. The problem is that in these relationships, I think that there's a lot more nuance to it. I think at times NFR probably knew what she was doing was wrong. And I think the idea that she didn't is infantilizing. And I understand that you're going to say, well, he wants to use the infantilization argument when it suits him. and he doesn't when he wants to use these other arguments when it suits him. I get that, but I'm just saying, like, I think, and I think she even said this in Willie Mack's interview, that they were both abusive and horrible to each other, and that they both did things that were pretty bad to each other. I think if you can kind of
my
recognize
assessment
that,
of him, I believe that I believe that his, if he does have a mental illness, if we're assuming he does, like a premise, I think he has it in a way where he's far more like cognizant and aware of what's occurring, and has all the power in this dynamic. So obviously, my view of him is
that's a crazy. That's
I'm sorry,
crazy
you don't think
say.
Destiny has? I'm sorry, it's crazy to
You
say
think
that
he
Destiny has all the power in the dynamic with Anna. What power does she have, out of curiosity?
Do you really not believe that she has power in that dynamic? You believe she has none?
He has all of the power in that dynamic. Power in the same. She has power in the same sense, like a monkey's capable of interacting with stimuli. If you ask it to click a button or so to prove like higher thinking, like that would be, that's power. Sure, that's technically power. But in regards in regards to what we mean when we actually use the term power, he has all the power in that dynamic.
No. I totally disagree, and maybe we just disagree on the fundamental.
How are you even going to even if you think holy shit, even if you think she was abusing him and he's completely in the right, you can't even admit that he had all the power in that dynamic. You can't even admit that.
Why would I say that he had all the power in that dynamic and also agree that she was abusing him?
Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Come on, man.
You don't think you can abuse people that have power over you?
I think you can abuse people.
Yeah, so those two things are not mutually exclusive.
Wait. The abuse itself indicates that you have some level of power, right? Right? Am I wrong in that? Am I wrong that in order to do abuse, you have to have power? Am I wrong in that?
Yeah, you know what? On the tech, as you put it in like the hyper technical sense, yeah, sure, right? It takes but obviously when we're talking about power in this situation, right?
What do you mean power? You mean responsibility?
Like she has consciousness.
He has a responsibility.
The requirements for abuse, you have to have like basic functioning adult consciousness, and like physical capability, and you could technically abuse someone, right?
Okay.
What
are the requirements for power?
Sorry?
What are your specific requirements for power?
If these two went head to head over like the December, let's assume for a minute that Destiny is a narcissistic liar and she's correct on everything. If these two went head to head, does she stand any fighting chance? The answer would be no. Even if we're to assume she did everything perfectly, she's completely in the right, etc., she has no fighting chance in regards to public perception, in regards to everything, really. If Destiny wanted to,
she's an experienced woman who is pursuing like a master's degree.
Okay.
I just don't I could agree. Like, you might be able to convince me, like, he might be smarter than her. He might have some, like, more emotional stability. But, like, the idea that, like, she has no power in this dynamic, you can agree that's a little absurd, right? Like, that's a big claim. That's a huge claim. I'm going to need a lot of evidence for that.
Okay. So if you get hyper technical about power, right? She has the technical level of power that like even like a toddler has power. They have the power to go walk.
What do you mean toddler?
Like
she's a smart woman.
I don't think she is. I don't think she is, but I think if we obviously when we're discussing power, we're not reducing it to the bare minimum, are we? I think in regards to anything that would matter.
You don't think she's smart?
Any power that matters in this context? I don't know her really all that well, right? I just know she's incredibly mentally ill.
Okay, but you know she was pursuing. She has a master's degree now, and it's actually in like psychotherapy. I think that's really that's great for her. Apparently, at the time though, when he was sexting her, her mental illness was compromising her career position. But she was pursuing it at the time.
But apparently her mental illness and relation to this dynamic, mental illness that directly pertains to this dynamic per Destiny's own admission, was literally disrupting that life and compromising it. You've admitted she's gotten treatment since, right? So that probably could have.
But why? Wait. If Destiny is mentally ill, wouldn't we also say that like his mental illness was disrupting his life in some respect? Right?
So not okay. So do you understand? For example, this would be a good way to put it. Do you know how a court would rule somebody insane?
Yes.
Yeah, you'd have to have like your mental illness would have to impede your ability to understand right from wrong, and therefore you wouldn't really be. Yeah, you.
Do you think she can't tell right from wrong?
No, she obviously she can, but there is different mental illnesses reduce one's agency in different ways. And in the context of a mental illness that causes obsessiveness in regards to a given relationship dynamic with a large, powerful streamer, right? That obsessiveness would probably remove her agency to be able to have a accurate, logically thought out and rational ability to engage or interact or assess things for what they actually are in that context.
Kind of. Like, okay, I know people with OCD, and I understand what you're saying.
Then you know it's completely different for everybody. That has it.
Yeah, I do. But the issue I'm having is like the big problem I'm having is that I think she had a lot of mental faculty that you're not granting her. I think she had a lot of she was pursuing she was pursuing like treatment. Right? We know she was talking to a therapist. 2, she was completing a program that's a pretty difficult program.
You admit this happened after they sexted. So this wouldn't have been a factor at the time, would it?
I think I have to look at the timeline.
Also, can I give you a hypothetical? Right? Let's say we have like a fucking well-esteemed lawyer. He's very smart. He's very competent. He's logical assessment and everything, but he has crippling OCD. And I think I saw there was like a fucking YouTube video about this or whatever, like some YouTube short I saw once. But like, let's say while we're in the trial, his OCD, if I don't push in my chair, he like has this underlying like crippling feeling, because that's what OCD does, like crippling feeling of like unease that like induces like, disastrous thinking, etc. Despite the fact that this guy could reasonably apply himself in any other situation, in that situation, if I'm the one that controls whether or not that chair gets pushed in and it's going to cripple him in obsessiveness if it doesn't occur, I have the power there. I'm the one in control, and I have the power over him.
And that's a very like okay. In a technical sense, if you have like a higher IQ than someone, and it's not even, that it's like, yeah, but it is exactly that.
That'd be another form of power.
If you're super smart and then somebody has like an average IQ point, and this, is it taking like does the average IQ person have no agency at all in your relationship? Is that really what we're going with though?
Well, I'm not even arguing this of intellect. I'm arguing this under her mental illness, right? Her mental illness in and of itself.
But IQ would be predictive of a lot of like mental state shit.
Okay, you yourself admitted that intelligence. You literally went on this whole diatribe about like how mentally ill or very smart people, when emotions come into play, can get motivated to do stupid shit. In the case of something like OCD, your intelligence is not going to matter for how much distress the obsession causes, right? Very intelligent people are crippled by OCD.
Sure, but I think the big issue I'm having, okay, is that if I'm like to take this proposition and to say like he should never engage with this person ever, he should just cut them off. Like it seems very, very like reductive to say that she has no agency in that. I can't agree to that at all.
As he laid it out to me when he was he literally, the only reason I even got to this conclusion was because he was laying out to me how obsessive she was due to her mental how obsessive and mentally ill she was. So when that logic is applied, when he was the fixture of the obsession, she actually probably, her agency was reasonably impeded, right?
But you're saying that, but you're making a bigger leap than that. You're making a much bigger leap in that sentence. Like, technically, his emotional state was impeded and his agency was impeded because he has somebody that's constantly messaging him, constantly talking about him, constantly talking to people around him. So wasn't his agency impeded? Like that's a huge thing. Like you're talking about.
I'm sorry. How would that impede his agency? Like in regards to his
It
agent,
would make
his
him
agency,
emotionally distressed. It would make him extremely emotionally distressed.
would make him that she was talking about him.
Not just talking about him, right? Like we've gone through this a couple times. I don't know why we would reduce it to just talking about him.
He's so distressed that he's
Messaging
going
him
to
50
sext her.
times. I mean,
If he was that distressed over
problem
over the shit that she was
having-
doing, I couldn't imagine sexting someone like that, right?
But we're looping back in this instance, but like, if he's going no contact for a few months, I would say that caused some amount of emotional distress interacting with her.
Oh,
would you not agree with that?
Yup. Oh, got it. So do you? Okay. So is the new take gonna be that it was actually utilitarian for him to go and start sexting her again, because that would have like fed into the it would have alleviated the obsession.
No, Aiden, we're not even at the point where you wanted to make this broad claim that she had no agency in the relationship.
In this dynamic,
do you want to? In this dynamic, she had none. You're saying she had no agency. If he's a fully 30-year-old woman,
if he's the fixture,
pursuing a master's degree,
if he's the fixture of the obsession as it pertains to her diagnosed OCD, if you really truly know people who have OCD, and you understand how devastating that illness is, yes, he had all the power.
That is an absurd claim, and you're crazy for making it. Mentally ill people do have some amount of agency. She wasn't like a fucking vegetable. She was functioning.
I agree.
She was doing things.
So I just gave you the analogy. Of the attorney with crippling OCD. I have the chair, and if I don't push in that chair, he logically knows, because OCD, you still are in tune with reality. He might logically know. He
still has some agency in that situation.
Like the bare minimum, where hyperbolically saying no would probably be fine, right?
You're talking about this person like they were hypnotized.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they had OCD. I'm pretty sure. What are suicide rates? OCD is one of the most crippling mental illnesses I think somebody could have, if I remember correctly.
But that's not what we're arguing. You're saying that this person had no agency. They had no agency.
So as I said before, in the technical sense, if I wasn't using hyperbole, you could probably grant that there was some level of power on her end, right, or some level of agency on her end. But in regards to if we're looking,
you
at
even granted that she did abuse, but the abuse you said was I guess a monkey fleeing poo or something.
That's not what I said. I said when you were talking about technically she has power, right? I use it as an example of sure, just like the monkey and that power, it's improving higher thinking because you can interact with the stimuli. She has power in the way where in the bare minimum sense in that dynamic, sure. Right?
Sure.
But it would be such a little amount of power that the hyperbolic description of it as no power would probably be justified in how we use hyperbole.
I mean, you're gonna have to allow me an analogy here because you gave one, okay? Let's say there is a completely Down syndrome man who is fucking strong as hell, and there is a woman who is super intelligent and is I don't know, fucking 140 IQ, okay? She's brilliant. But this super strong Down syndrome man is being abusive in some respect. Would you not say that he has agency in that situation because he has Down syndrome and she's super smart?
If he has Down syndrome, yeah, if he's beating her, sure, right? He has the ability to choose whether or not he does that.
So yeah, so she kind of has he's fixated on, let's say it's part of his mental illness, it's part of his, let's assume that it's a part of his component of his intelligence and everything.
Well,
he's fixated on this person.
There's a fundamental difference there, because why do you think it's called OCD? What do you think what do you think alleviates the obsession?
Obsessive compulsive disorder. It's doing a particular action. You do
compulsions to alleviate the crippling distress caused by the obsession. If somebody else is the fixture of the obsession and what they choose to do will alleviate the given feelings of unease is putting it lightly, the given feelings of distress caused by the obsession, if the compulsion doesn't occur, then yes, in the context of that mental illness, that individual would have the power, right? And in context of that specific obsession, the agency for the person suffering from it.
But it sounded like the loop was not being closed regardless of what action he took. That's what it sounded like.
The loop wasn't being closed. Well, he only waited 3 months, right? I think that I think in regards to an intimate relation, like I think that's
3 months no contact. That is a pretty big thing to go from intimate to that. That is like
if it's somebody if you were intimate with somebody that is literally as OCD where you're the fixer of their obsession, I think 3 months is like hardly like 3 months doesn't tell you anything.
I think it does.
I don't
think
think
it tells
so.
you a lot.
I don't think so.
I mean, we're just going to disagree at that point. But like my point with the Down syndrome stuff is in your world, that person would have no agency and the super intelligent woman would have agency.
Well,
that's your world.
Well, no, people with Down.
That is your world.
So people with Down syndrome have a basic, at least the ones I've interacted with, a lot of them do have a basic understanding of like right from wrong, and you know, a lot of them can even like work like various jobs, etc. If someone with Down syndrome knew it was wrong to beat someone and chose and chose to do so, they would be abusive, right? They have agency to choose not to do that, right? In this case, right, the specific mental illness that she suffers from causes some of the most distressing feelings on earth if the compulsion if the obsession isn't alleviated, and he's the fixer of the obsession. His actions are the determining factor for the alleviation of the obsession.
So let's do a one-to-one thing. OCD person, 80 IQ versus like 140 IQ.
It's not a matter. You keep making this an intelligence thing. It's not. You yourself admitted that emotional reactions, it's separate from intelligence. You can have
OCD person versus a non-OCD
the intelligence would be.
person.
He's obviously more intelligent there, but I'm not even using the intelligence dynamic. I'm using the mental illness dynamic.
Okay, so a person that's totally mentally well versus a big, strong person with OCD who is fixated on abusing the other person. And that's the way that they alleviate their fixation.
If we're assuming that the other person is abusing them, sure. If you're assuming the other person is abusing them, they should be hospitalized.
You just told me before that like Anavar was like abusing him.
When did I ever say that?
You said it. You said it.
I never said that. I never said that.
You copped that at least some of her actions were abusive.
I never. You can go.
So you don't think it was abusive? You don't think that like contacting him 50 times, like emotionally trying to push him and contacting his girlfriend, you know, constantly talking about it. You don't think any of that was abusive in any type of way?
No, I think it crossed the boundary. I wouldn't say it was abusive.
This is a distinction without much of a difference, frankly. I think it's very abusive, especially if you're talking about an intimate person, somebody you're intimate with. Like this is emotion. This is textbook. Aiden, this is like textbook emotional abuse. You understand that, right? Like constantly talking about someone, constantly bad mouthing them, constantly talking about them, constantly messaging somebody, and frankly, like following them online constantly. It's some form, like it would be considered harassment in the real world.
In this context, I don't know if many people would necessarily. I mean, maybe on like a minor level, sure.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you consider it harassment or abusive?
So I believe
which are synonyms in my mind.
Because I don't believe that her attempts at contact were unwanted, right? I just don't believe him at that because he decided to sext her.
So that's again, we're gonna loop back to the descriptions we had about abusive relationships.
I think he probably liked keeping her on the line.
You're saying that is such an absurd standard. It's such an absurd standard. It will never work in most real world relationships or abusive relationships, frankly. Like that dynamic.
Yeah, most real world relationships don't have what's going on here, do they?
Most real world relationships, I've known a lot of relationships.
This is a pretty unique situation, right?
It's only unique because it's public. It's only unique because it's public.
No,
I've known plenty of relationships where somebody is contacting someone constantly and threatening to hurt themselves too. That's a very common thing.
So
right,
sure, but the abusive people that do stuff like that, typically they're doing it because they're using that to either harm or control the other person. They're conscious of what they're doing.
Do you think that like she wasn't trying to control him in some respect?
I think
she was totally unconscious in what she was doing.
I think he acknowledges she had OCD. I think she was obsessed with him, right? I needed to alleviate the distress.
But that doesn't matter. She wanted to get something, which was this relief, and she was using anything she could to get him to do it. Do you acknowledge that?
Like, how so? What was it specifically that she DM'd to Melina?
Why am I litigating this? It's so weird to contact somebody's significant other in that way.
I agree.
Do you understand
but when I hear that he was leading her on, she has OCD, and he was the fixture of her obsession.
But that's the kicker, dude. Take that away for just a second.
It's a weird situation.
Leave every other factor in place. It's not that weird. It's not that weird. The only weird part is the public facing portion. I guarantee you will see Aiden, you're 21. I guarantee you will see a relationship in which somebody thinks that they're being led on, somebody threatens harm to themselves, somebody is contacting somebody else. It's happened to me, like not my personal relationships, but I've seen it happen. I've seen the dynamic play out. It happens a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I've unfortunately known of people that have been abused as well. It's just the dynamics there, and the respective agency due to the factors of flesh is wildly different, right?
It's only different because of the public-facing stuff. This is absurd. It's only different because I tell you something else is that I've seen so many people with undiagnosed mental conditions, and they do this type of shit. And the response, there isn't a clear answer a lot of times, especially if you like the person, especially if you have feelings for the other person. There isn't a clear, good answer to dealing with that type of shit. And the way that you try to make this like a dynamic of she has no agency, none at all, is fucking retarded. And you're dumb for saying it. You're dumb for saying it. You're fucking retarded for saying it.
Okay, it's not dumb. It's not dumb to say that someone's suffering. Someone's suffering
somebody from
active.
OCD has
no
agency.
You literally admitted she wasn't even diagnosed yet.
Would say that she had no agency in that situation.
So just like I said with the lawyer analogy, he could have broader agency everywhere else.
Do you understand that she went to Willie Mack and literally said we did horrible things? We did horrible things to each other.
But in the context of the obsession and the compulsion to alleviate it, yes, that power would be removed, and he was the fixture of her obsession.
Let me find this fucking video. I want to find this video because Willie Mack actually talks to her at some point. From what I recall, she actually says that like we were abusive to each other. Like that's it's literally a quote from her that like they did abuse to each other. So I mean, either she doesn't have agency now, like she never regained her agency somehow, or
no, I'm sure he convinced her of that when he was saying, yeah, me and Anna are cool again or whatever, right? I'm sure he convinced her.
Wait, convinced her? So he's like brainwashing that? You really believe that he's like brainwashing these people?
It's Steven. Come on, dude. That's like that possibility to you? That possibility to you? I'm sorry. I
have to believe in brainwashing.
We just live in different worlds. We live in different worlds, clearly.
We do, because you believe in brainwashing. Like this guy that has like the biggest anti-fan community on the internet now, like most.
You know what? Even if I went into this not believing in brainwashing, just talking to you has absolutely convinced me that it's real. Okay, now I'm a true believer.
The only reason that I ended up in this position, by the way, is how hard people on the Snarker side went on him, bringing up shit like the Anavar saga, bringing up every single fucking bad thing. Like if well, I'm just saying. Do you notice like how hard people have to go in order to get rid of him, basically, in order to destroy him? Like, shouldn't it just be enough to let the truth hang him?
That's why I didn't run with Connor's claim as fact, right? Because that's why I'm saying I go through this with the mindset of we have strong points here, and you can use those strong points when I don't need to run with any like wild like tenuous claim or things that are like up for debate. Notice how I don't go back and cite like shit that Ryan Beard cited in his video that Desi was doing like 15 years ago or whatever that may or may not be a joke, because I don't need that. The truth is bad enough.
You go back 5 years. You go back 5 years and you bring it up.
So it was actually someone else that brought that up. He responded with a counter argument, and then I addressed that argument, right?
But wait. You and Lil Dicky, whatever the fuck his name was, was he the first one to bring that up?
So I didn't bring that. Why did you? Why do you think I brought that up? in that debate.
I'd have to.
He
I'd have to rewind it. I just
made a point. So Destiny makes a point about how somebody could dox by proxy. I merely brought that up as an example. I feel like you'd have a far greater argument with like telling people. Not that I believe that that's what he did, right? But I said to him, I think you'd have a far greater argument in relation to dox by proxy when you're like telling your like community to go to Kiwi Farms.
The next time you have Doobie on, by the way, you should ask him about talking about KF threads when Kelly Jean is literally like citing.
I wasn't bringing that
like,
up. I wasn't bringing that. I was bringing that up. I was bringing that up as an application of his own standard, right?
No, I understand. You're your own guy, and I respect that. I'm just saying, if Doobie ever brings that up to you again about posting the KF thread, you should ask him what he thinks about Kelly Jean basically doing the same thing.
I don't know what he thinks. I mean, Doobie thinks that there are justifiable instances of like doxing. I'm somebody that believes we shouldn't use it at all. I think it's a bad tactic across the board, right? We probably don't see it.
But don't you think it's interesting that like, so don't you think it's interesting, right? Like all of these people, like I think Doobie probably believes this, and I'd have to evaluate it. Don't you think it's interesting that he thinks Destiny is a pedophile, rapist, mind raping cult leader, but doxing him is a red line? Why? Why would doxing him be a red line in that instance? Maybe I can have it be a red line for you.
Why would doxing Destiny be a red line for me?
Sure.
Because I think when you dox, even if I think that Destiny has perpetrated this against other people in a manner where I may not feel personally sorry for him if it happens to him, I believe that when you dox him, you put everyone around him at risk. People that don't consent to whatever it is that he's doing. You put his innocent, like his innocent family, his son is innocent, right, etc. You put everyone around them at risk. Doxing is an act that when you perpetrate against the individual, it's like dropping like it's like dropping a bomb on a neighborhood to get rid of like one criminal that's hiding out in the house. You just like, there's so much collateral involved that the act itself is not justifiable.
Okay. I mean, the kid doesn't live with him. He visits him a few times a year, is my understanding. But like, my thing would be is if it's like a legal standard, if it's an ethical standard, I guess that makes sense, because you're basically saying like you don't want the people around him to get hurt, you don't want to do any of this other shit.
I don't even want to see him get hurt as an individual, right? What I want to see, why? Because how does it benefit me to hurt? I'm not like the other people that you talk to and you guys constantly shadow box. I don't have the personal investment here. I'm starting to when they started running the claims against me, but I don't have like the personal investment here where like I particularly like wish for this guy to suffer or some shit. A lot of people do for several reasons because he's wrong.
I mean,
in
if
various
he's a
ways.
pedophile cult leader,
I don't think he's a
pedophile.
Okay, I'm not saying he's a pedophile.
Rapist? Would you go that far? Rapist?
A rapist? No.
All right, you did say sex criminal in our first conversation.
Okay,
though,
so
right?
do you think somebody can? Yes,
Sex
and I
criminal,
explained to you
rapist.
exactly. Wait, I'm sorry. I said sex criminal. I did not say rapist.
Sex criminal, not rapist. Sex criminal.
Yeah,
sex criminal, cult leader.
Yeah, we've already looped on this. And you agreed with me that in other jurisdictions it would probably be a justifiable law to arrest people who disseminate intimate sexual images about.
I'm making a different point. I'm making a different point, and the point would be like if I thought someone was all of the things that you just described, I would have no compunction about doing that to them.
I would.
None. Why?
I've just explained why. I'm not somebody that believes even in.
But if you think, if you're taking these like maximalist claims,
so
frankly, like I think you would probably deserve it.
It doesn't matter. I'm a utilitarian. I believe purely in like restorative and preventative justice, for example. I don't like, I think punishment is an emotional concept. And I don't think like if I'm not somebody that has particular emotional investment or engagement, the whole like
wouldn't it be
drive
enough to
punish,
just stop him though?
Well, no, I don't think doxing him would stop him, would it? Right? His shit's all out there.
I mean, it has kind of hurt him a bit. Right, like people don't want to be associated with him.
Sure, but you just said, wouldn't it stop him to claim that under my rationale it would be preventative? And you've just admitted that it's already happened and it hasn't prevented him from the acts that I think are bad. Right?
Slow him down. Slow him down.
I don't think it slows him down. No.
Why not?
How's it slowed him down?
his personal relationships have been hurt to such a degree that his ex has turned on him.
Yeah, I don't think that was
right. Like
because
his ex has been contacted repeatedly. She's been doxxed
you could
repeatedly.
you could say that's from the perpetuation of given narratives, but that exists independently of the doxing, right?
I don't think so. I think basically she's been contacted repeatedly.
Do you think Destiny would say? Do you think Destiny would say, out of all the shit that his anti fans have done, it is the doxing that has hurt him the worst, personally affected him the most negatively?
The doxing has hurt him the worst.
Or even like what he deems to be lies.
I think he would say. I mean, he said this explicitly.
The doxing of people around him, maybe, I don't know.
Around him, yeah.
But
yeah,
I also don't even know how much. Like, I don't even know how much he's like pretending to care about it. Because the thing is, I'm putting myself in his shoes. If I like gave a fuck about somebody like Wick and I had evidence that they were doxxed, I would have informed them of this off stream and wouldn't have used this as a tool to get them to for, I guess, argument's sake, live on air, inform them of this, despite having these logs for how long did he say he had them? Just for the sake of winning an argument, right? I think it's the care is strategic there. Somebody that legitimately cared would have probably informed a friend of this off stream first.
I think in this instance, when you say the care is selective, I think I'm mostly thinking about like people around him. It's not. Wick is like peripheral to him.
Some of his behavior makes me question how much he cares about the people around him. Unfortunately,
he canceled the Anything Else show because Dan Saltman and his wife were supposedly getting doxxed. That was a big thing, right? You dispute that, but my understanding is that was like a big reason that they canceled. Originally, they had a sit-down show where they were going to work together. The show was put on hiatus, and now it's basically become him, Saltman, and Mooten's, like, I guess, Destiny waiting room show, basically. They originally put it on hiatus, supposedly because Dan was being doxxed, his family was being doxxed, and his wife was being doxxed. That was like a big thing. The other thing was his girlfriend was being doxxed. And Leilana, I think is her name, something like that. My understanding is that like Kelly Jean was like obsessively posting about her KF thread. And I think he brought this up in his conversation with you. Like the KF thread, the whatever thread, all that other shit. They were at least just openly discussing it. I know you're going to bring up the KF thread about Anna Var next, but like I want to stay on this topic that seems to have affected him the most. When you say like he doesn't care about the people around him, like I could even get to that point. I think he probably cares about the relationships between him and those people.
Yeah, I don't want to look like I'm running. I don't want to look like I'm running. I've been live almost 9 hours now. I was supposed to leave. I said 20 minutes ago, like hours ago. If you want to continue this conversation, we can have it just on another stream. I gotta go eat dinner and shit.
I'm going to bed.
Take care. Yeah, I can't anymore, guys. I'm sorry. It's been going too. I can't take it anymore. Like I need to eat or something. But yeah, I hope I delivered in regards to the content today. None of this, like I didn't have any game plan going into this. Shit just kind of happened and we rolled with it. Thank you so much, Astro with the 2. Holy lack of second order thinking. Thank you, just your nightmare with the 2. I don't know what's happening to get a burger for me. Thank you, Doobie, for like all the fucking all the messages at the time through donos. I'm definitely. You know what? What's the excuse gonna be? I think what I need to do is I have a black eye. I'm gonna claim I got hit by a bus and I missed the final. Is that what we gotta do? I have a nice professor. No, I'm kidding. I'm about to go beast mode on the VOD. Aiden does like to argue from value purposes, kind of, and it's all very LD debate. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Obviously, DJs are still watching. Nobody's gonna take my word for this. I am engaging in this in good faith. I actually believe it or not. I don't believe what I believe to try to fucking ruin this guy. If that were true, I'd run with everything that Doobie thinks. I'd run with everything that. Obviously, there are other people that have their own personal gripes and motives, and that motivates them to, you know, have their own like respective issues with them. My issues with him are issues that I believe are purely logical. And I accept these arguments because I can reason through them and haven't heard a good counter. And I'll continue to do so. Once again, I'm totally open to changing my mind on given things, and I have. And the opportunity to argue with me and change my mind is always on the table to anyone who wants to take me up on it. So if you didn't get a chance this stream, you can call in on the next one. If you enjoyed what you saw, sub, like on your way out. We're like 10 subs away from 7,000. So if anyone hasn't subbed yet that have been watching for a while or some shit, drop me a sub. Much appreciated. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching tonight. Thank you for the 5, Seraphilm W content. Much appreciated, buddy. All right, guys. I'll who's live right now that we can send you into? Nobody. It looks like. Is Jimmy live? Oh, guess Jimmy's not live. All right, take care, guys. See everybody tomorrow. Bye bye.